Welcome to Brawlhalla.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Championship Sunday inside the Cobb Galleria in Atlanta, Georgia. Wow, we're finally here. We started with 600 plus competitors, and now we're down to only top 32 remaining in the singles tournament and top 4 remaining in the doubles tournament. We're in for a wild day of intense matches. Welcome back to BCX 2022. I'm your host, Win Ann, better known as White Sheepy, and I'm joined by Duke X Fam, Sparky878, and of course, TWK Smash. How are you guys doing today?
This weekend has been an absolute dream. 2 years in the making of not being able to see friends and family in competition of this level. And everything that has been happening so far it's beyond what the script could have written. It has been absolutely insane. I don't think there's a big enough thesaurus to describe just the sheer amount of amazingness that has happened this weekend.
There hasn't been a boring part for virtually anybody here at any level. That means the mainstream has been lights out. The side stream over on twitch.tv/ProBrawlhalla has been lights out. The pools stations have had crowds around them because we have so many strong players, so many incredible players that are here that you can't fit everything on this stream or that stream or even another stream or even probably 10 more streams.
Yeah, I just love the diversity of support that we've been getting here. You know, this is one of the few times this year that we've been able to have competitors from different regions fighting against each other. So you get that community just clashing together, everyone cheering for their own region, their own favorites, maybe outside their region. I know I was screaming pretty hard for a lot of the South American matches, but man, it is just electrifying.
It really is wonderful to see everyone here and the communities, the countries represented, everything, and everyone's been giving it their all. Okay, so we've wrapped up 2 days so far, but we've still got plenty of matches to go on this Championship Sunday. But before we go into too much, let's take a look back at the first 2 days.
It has been over 2 long years, 1,000+ days, $500,000 on the line. Champions will be crowned all weekend long. Everyone, welcome back to Brawlhalla World Championships.
Way past my bedtime, and I'm gonna be watching Brawlhalla later tonight, so there.
And now let's take a look here at day 2, because we just saw day 1, and that was so incredible and exciting. But day 2 had so many different matches, singles matches happening here that were just electrifying. Duke, tell me some of the things that you remember from day 2.
I mean, we started off with a bunch of best of 3s where they can only get so intense because there's so little time inside of those matches. But then when we got into the best of 5s, we started seeing that condensation of skill. We saw so many amazing matches and so many heartbreakers, so many people getting knocked down in surprising fashion.
Oh my goodness, I'm just enthralled by the clips here. Sparky, tell me really quick, what was day 2 like for you?
we really saw how brutal competition is. We saw everybody here hugging, having fun, seeing their friends. But when it really comes down to it, players like Simple started off at top 32 on the lower side. Asmodi on the lower side in top 32. Machete, Zyder, the Ninja, Delta. This is about the community, but it's also about competition. And that means violence, speed, and momentum coming from these players. There is no mercy here when it gets to this level.
And TWK, how do you feel about that?
Man, day 2 was absolutely phenomenal. I got to spend the later portion of it out in the stands with the crowd and just hearing each side just cheering for their favorite competitor on each match, the groans of heartbreak when they would lose, the cheers, the eruption of just the victory. You can actually feel it. It's palpable. It's in the air.
Yes. I love the energy. I love the energy of the room. And of course, I'm sure there's energy coming through the screen too at home. And you know, we've talked a lot about how this is a championship. It's a tournament. But we can't forget it's also an expo, all right? Have we been talking about that all weekend? Yes, we have, because so far in this expo, I mean, it's been fantastic for everyone. I mean, the crew and the talent, and it's just so good being back together again. And just being in a space, honestly, that's just kind of all Brawlhalla, am I right, guys? So, Duke, I'm gonna start with you. What's been your favorite thing about the BCX Expo experience so far?
I mean, it's definitely been about meeting people. I mean, we got to see the Jae-Yun cosplayer. There was also a Nyx cosplayer as well. The fact that people care so much about this thing, that they want to get dressed up for it, that they want to have people were asking for our photos, and I'm just like, I'm a guy. I just say words into a camera, and people like it sometimes. But it's just like, it's just been an insane experience. So many people have come up and told me the story of like, I've been playing since 2016. This is like one of the few games that have really stuck with me. And it's just like, it's so heartwarming, all of that just like conversation with people and just like humanization of these faces that I've just only known as a screen name on Twitter. It's that, like, that's something you can't get anywhere else.
I absolutely agree with that. Sparky, I want to hear your experience too.
I said it earlier, it truly is a celebration of the community, the entire community. That means me getting to sit down on the desk and do this with my best friends in the world. It means everybody out there, the fans, getting able to watch their favorite players, the people they've been watching for years and years on the main screen, the players getting to finally come together and test their might against one another, but also the people at home, the investment that's gone into the infrastructure with Odin's Journal, the plugin, prostats.brawlhalla.com. Shouts out, go there right now to see all the stats that the viewers at home who can't make it out here, all of the viewership rewards, it gives them a little bit of something to feel like they're part of this, because they are as much a part of this as anybody else up here.
Absolutely. And TWK?
Yeah, I'm just so thankful for everybody watching and everybody that was able to make the trip out, even if just for a little bit. You know, asking for photos, being excited to see me. No, I'm excited to see you. I'm like, thank you so much for coming here, for being part of the community, playing, making friends within the community. I saw some people getting ridiculously hype over games of like Connect 4 and, you know, the beanbag toss and everything.
That's called cornhole.
I didn't want to say that on camera.
Hole.
I was trying
yeah,
to.
or regionally, you know, dad hole as well.
I'll let you do that. That's more your brand. It's okay.
No, I absolutely agree with everything y'all have been saying, because it has been such a heartwarming and special feeling. And honestly, we're just excited to see y'all over there, all the people sitting over there. We're excited to see y'all here. Thank you for coming here.
Yeah, give it up for yourselves.
Yeah, give it to yourself in the venue, okay? All right, I do have a couple of things I want to talk about, okay? Because I'm glad you mentioned viewership rewards. Twitch.tv/Brawlhalla. If you're watching right now on Twitch.tv/Brawlhalla, well, guess what? You can claim and earn some free exclusive items that you can unlock in Brawlhalla. And of course, if you're here at the venue or if you're online watching too, you can actually get some merch, official BCX merch here from spiff.space/SpiffXBrawlhalla. You see the link right there. Use BCX free for free shipping this weekend. And not only do we have Spiff stuff, we got some Yeti stuff. The Yeti.com/Brawlhalla. They got some new stuff that you can pre-order, and they have a restock of the previous t-shirts and pins that they had last time too. You don't want to miss it. This is official BCX merch, because I know you guys here and at home always asking, where can we get some Brawlhalla merch? Now's the time to do it. Don't miss out. And another kind reminder to all those out there, because you know Mama Sheepy's got to look out for you. We got a Twitch plugin, Command Center, okay, where you, the viewers at home, can use it to interact with us and see honestly everything that's going on. You can actually choose what cameras you want to look at. You want to look at the competition area, the expo area, mainstream, side stream. Maybe you just want to see the players without the caster voice. That's fine.
I don't blame you.
You can do that at home at Command Center, the Twitch plugin. So I think that's actually super cool and super special for our viewers at home, because we do want y'all to feel like you are here. Also, okay, one last thing is that we are everywhere, so just remember twitch.tv/Brawlhalla. Of course, we have a side stream, twitch.tv/ProBrawlhalla. The next thing I want to talk about, though, because we got to get down to business, is today's schedule. Because we got a lot of things going on here. You can see our first phase is the 1v1 phase 3. That's the best of 5. That's top 32. And once we finish those out, we flip it, go to doubles, top 4, and we'll crown our champion at that time. And then last but not least, 1v1 finals, top 8. All of these matches you'll be seeing today are a best of 5. It's time. This is it. Here are our first couple matches for today. We got 2 lined up for the 1v1's phase 3 part. Luna versus Meg D. Woo! Man, that's gonna be a match. What a first match there. And then Radish versus Kaina. Is going to be so action-packed. All right, Sparky, I know you love talking about this. Tell me about the format of today.
We already saw phase 1. It was a double elimination best of 3. Then we moved on to phase 2 in our top 128 for a double elimination best of 5. And now today we are in phase 3. It's a top 32 for 1v1s and the top 4 for 2v2s. Now there's been a lot happening on the side stream and even on some of the pool stations so far. But the matches you mentioned, that Luna versus Meg D match, that is going to be a top 8 qualifier match. But of course, with that tournament format, you know, comes that big money, that big glory, $250,000, not total, that's per game mode, ladies and gentlemen.
Woo!
This is life-changing money, a life-changing experience. I'm having a life-changing day, and I know that's going to extend to us, the community, and especially the players.
Yeah, that is a big chunk of change, if I can say so myself here. And I want to also clarify that, yes, what you said, double elimination, best of 5. All the matches you will be seeing today are all best of 5. So I want to talk about the players, okay? We have so many players represented here, so many players that are competing. Let's talk about some of the players that we're going to see in the singles tournament today. First up, let's talk about Yus. Duke, I want to hear your thoughts about that.
The South American, he kind of surprised a lot of people coming in yesterday with that Ada. He's been taking names. He's been looking so good. He's, again, we talked about this yesterday, he's one of those people who flies under a lot of radars. He's not on people's top South Americans to watch, but after his performance yesterday in the 1v1s, he's definitely earned his spot in the top 32 of things today and shown why people should be keeping an eye on this South American.
You are so right with that, PR number 4. Our next player from across the pond here, Godly. CWK, I actually want to hear your thoughts about this.
All right, this is a player that everybody's been talking nonstop about this entire year. He's been sequestered over in the European region, absolutely dominating, winning pretty much every single tournament up to this point, except for the most recent one where he took 2nd place. So that is every single grand finals this year. There hasn't been one without Godly. And most of those, he's actually just straight up won. He's a lot of people's top favorite pick for the World Championship. He's been absolutely dominating all the way through the bracket. And I don't know, I'm expecting big things. A lot of people are expecting big things, and he's shown that he's got it in the tank.
Well, there's a lot of other people expecting big things from this next player here. Luna Sparky, I want to hear your thoughts about Luna.
A lot of people think going into this one that Luna is going to be the 1v1 champion. Of course, hailing from North America, was your 1v1 mid-season champion. Did have some interesting sets, though. Game 5 situation against Klim in Phase 2 of pools. Even a 3-1 against Blue Guys. But the big one I'm looking at is a 3-1 against Boomy. That means Boomy's in the elimination bracket, and Luna is still on the top side.
Yeah, for sure. And you know what? Speaking about Luna, we can't forget a classic, a legend himself, Boomy. Duke, I wanted to hear your thoughts about Boomy.
He is one of the Brawlhalla GOATs. You can't be a fan of Brawlhalla esports without at least being aware of the name of Boomy. Multi-time 2v2 world champion. He has been at the top of the game so many times, yet has not taken home the 1v1 gold medal. And this year, it's going to be a little bit of a struggle because he's already down in that elimination side after taking that L to Luna earlier today.
Oh my goodness, even though he's taken that L, you can't deny the stats that you are seeing on the screen right now with his earnings and all the placements and medals he has won. Literally a previous championship, like years, like it's crazy to see that this is a matchup that we'll see down the line here. So I know we'll be starting with singles a little bit, and soon, I know we'll be starting with singles soon, but later on, we'll be switching gears to crown our doubles champion as well. So guys, let's talk about some of the doubles players, the teams that we'll see today. First up, Snowy and Boomy. TWK, tell me about them.
All right, man, this is one of people's top favorite picks from the beginning of this year. You know, Boomy, he took a little bit of a break leading up into the World Championship, but prior to that, Snowy and Boomy, constant predictions of top 3. Every caster, every player, every fantasy bracket was just looking at, okay, where is Snowy and Boomy gonna fall? Do I have them in my bracket path? Because I'm quaking in my boots. They are absolutely crazy. This Cross and Onyx composition is a lot of people's favorite. It has immense power, crazy space control, and if you get caught out, you could lose your stock in 2 seconds flat.
Ooh, yeah, for sure. So I want to also now go across the way here to another region, another team to really look out for besides Snowy and Boomy. It's Fozy and Godly. Sparky, thoughts?
A lot of people have Fozy and Godly winning this tournament as well. One of the strongest 2v2 teams, not only in EU, but in the entire world. I love that we have North America versus EU on the top side and North America versus EU on the bottom side. So either way, we are getting that true region competition. First, we're going to see Snowy and Boomy versus Fozy and Godly. I cannot wait to see what they have for us today, because today's a brand new day. Everything that happened previously, you got to rinse it out of your mind. It's gone, and you got to be ready to go hard right from the jump.
For sure, and it's going to be a tough competition between those two. Look at that. I love seeing the emote there. Here's Fozy's stats and earnings. Woo! I mean, he has definitely room to show himself up here with his teammate Godly. Now, I do want to talk about the next group, this next team to look out for, and they've been up and coming. They always say, don't forget about us. It's experienced and made. Dude, tell me about them.
The Young Bloods, the winners of the mid-season invitational the last time we had international competition. They upset the crowd and took home the gold medal, but still people keep them off of their radars. They keep forgetting these guys, and it's all about the ego with them. Experience has been tweeting all weekend about how this is it. There is no second chance. There's no other opportunities. They're on the elimination side of things. They're already out in 1v1s. They either go home with the gold medals or they go home with very sad faces.
Yeah, they have a lot to prove today, and they must be feeling pretty good to really show the world, to put respect to their name. Experience made. Better look out for them later in the competition. But we got one more team that I really want to talk about and look is the legends themselves in the EU region, Acno and Blaze. TWK, tell me about them.
All right, this is the old dynasty. This is years of domination in the European region prior to the advent of Godly. Acno and Blaze, they had the longest tournament winning streak we've ever seen. They seemed completely unstoppable, and it looks like some of that former brilliance is here again. They have been on an absolute tear this weekend, upsetting teams This was a heartbreaker of a match where they took out Fiend and Use at the dead last stock.
Oh my God, that last match, yeah, with Use and Fiend, that was so wild to see. And look at Acno here. Oh my goodness, you can't deny these stats. You can't deny the earnings, the medals, and we'll see if they can come out on top, seeing that they are showing themselves up here live at the venue. Oh my goodness, we have so many talented players here that are going to be competing. You don't want to miss out on this. But I do want to mention, we can't really continue on with BCX 2022 without some reveals, right? And joined with us right now is Metagame Mike himself. How are you doing, man?
Hello, I'm doing great. How are y'all?
Good, it's good to see you. I know you got the jersey and everything.
That's right, with the name. You can see it from this angle, but yeah.
Well, I hope you've been enjoying the expo and the competition, but of course, like I mentioned, we can't really continue on without reveals, right? I mean, it wouldn't really be the same. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, chat at home. I know you're probably asking what's going on. What's Sheepy saying? Well, I am happy to show you guys maybe what's upcoming and next.
Ho-ho! Water. Earth. Fire. Air.
That's right, everyone. Here at the venue and at home, our next crossover is going to be Avatar, The Last Airbender. I am so excited about this one. I'm a huge Avatar fan. I can see everyone popping off at the venue. That made my heart sing. I love you guys out there. Oh my goodness, thank you. You can hear
let's
the
go!
screaming. Let's talk about this though, because we've got 3 epic crossovers coming. Duke, tell me what you're excited for, because we have so much coming in
honestly, here. I always love the way that they utilize the effects to make all these references inside of the show, because all of us here at the studio, we're all huge fans of the series. So of course, when Aang is throwing out Sigs, you can saw on the spear down Sig, he goes into the Avatar state. You saw Zuko put on the mask. You saw Toph put on the full-on stone armor. Like all those like little touches are just so amazing to see inside of the signature kits.
Yeah, I love all the details our animators put into it. When speaking of animators, Metagame Mike, tell me about this. Are you excited for the Avatar The Last Airbender crossover?
I am so stoked. It's like Duke said, every signature is like a cool little Easter egg from the show. We're all huge fans of Avatar The Last Airbender. This one's been a long time coming, and so we're really excited to show it to you so soon.
I know. November 16th was the day. That's not too far away, y'all. We already in November. TWK, I want to hear your thoughts about it too.
Appa sidekick. Appa sidekick. Appa sidekick. That's
Yes.
what I'm all about.
Yes. Appa sidekick, I just want to mention that is actually our biggest sidekick. I don't know if y'all saw it in the video or you noticed how big Appa actually is. It is literally our biggest sidekick. I am so excited for that. And also, we can't forget about Momo.
Momo
is so cute.
Momo was in
Momo's
there
so
as well as an emo, eating a little cookie on your shoulder. I know. Oh, it makes my heart sing. And I wanted to also mention, because I didn't get to, I don't think I saw it on the trailer, and that's okay. Maybe we were saving it for later, but can I? It's BCX 2022. I just want to talk a little bit about Easter eggs and how there's a certain merchant with vegetables, and he's a KO effect. So
Yes.
you know, if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about, my Avatar fans. So just be on the lookout for that, because of course we'll be talking more about it. We'll be showing things off as we get closer to the release of Avatar: The Last Airbender, our next crossover event on November 16th, and it is starring 3 epic crossovers. It's Aang, Toph, and Zuko. Oh my goodness. I'm so excited. I think I could go on and on about Avatar, but we still gotta keep rolling on with the show, because, wait a minute, we had one reveal about Avatar, but there's another reveal, right? I'm pretty sure the people at home and the folks in the venue remember that there's someone been working really hard, like all weekend long, and you know, I'm hoping, I'm gonna check in with him. I'm hoping he's ready to show it off, so let me check in with him real quick. Hey, Ogrim, are you ready to show the weapon?
Okay, let's give this a test run. How do they fit? Try doing a light attack. Now, try using active input. Very good. Now, okay, you've got it.
That's right, y'all saw it here first. The next weapon is our battle boots. Oh my goodness, the crowd just now, you guys are making my heart sing. Oh my goodness, I was like wanting to cry and everything. I'm so excited that you guys are excited for it. But yes, you guys have heard it here first. Our next weapon is battle boots. And for those who are here attending the event, yes, those all of you sitting all over there, you guys will get a first look, an early demo of it too, and play it for yourselves. And I want to introduce y'all to our lead animator for it. Metagame Mike, you want to talk about battle boots real quick?
Hello, yes. Oh my goodness, battle boots. The news is out. This is so exciting. Yeah, it's been a really fun weapon to work on. Now, I don't want to give too much away.
Ooh, okay.
A lot of the fun is discovering how it works. But it's a really fun, fast, fluid, fun to play, fun to watch. I think it's going to have a lot of fans.
Yeah, TWK, you also worked alongside Metagame Mike about this too. So TWK, thoughts? Tell us, battle boots. Yes.
Oh, this is like probably my new personal favorite weapon. Like, it is just an absolute blast to play. And I know, like, when we were kind of like dreaming this up, the main keyword was, okay, yeah, active input, flow, crazy fun. But, you know, Scythe, you get to choose where your opponent goes. This one, the tagline's a little more, you get to choose where you go.
Exactly. It's using old tech in a completely new way that's never been seen in our game before, and that's
so
really
fun.
exciting.
Yeah, I love the way battle boots feels, and of course the people at the venue will understand what I mean when they get their hands on it, but it is so fluid and you honestly just feel really cool. Can I just also say that, like,
yeah.
I'm totally a casual Brawlhalla player, but when you get your hands on battle boots, you're gonna feel amazing. You're gonna feel like you have just discovered, you're just like the master at it. It is just so cool and so fluid, and it's just, I love it. I love it so much. Amazing job, of course. TWK, Metagame Mike, on it. So yes, if you're at the venue, you will get an early demo of it. And the folks at home, hey, maybe you can use one of those little cameras, the plug-in, use Command Center. Maybe you can spy it somewhere in the expo and talk about it and show it off to your friends. Of course, let us know how you feel at home with hashtag BCX2022. We would love to see how you feel about the new weapon battle boots and also the Avatar: The Last Airbender crossover event. Okay. So y'all, we're just under a few minutes away from kicking off BCX 2022 Championship Sunday. But our first match is going to be Luna versus Meg D, and I want to talk about them just real quick here. Let's look at their stats. Duke, what do you make of this?
This is the run back from the mid-season Invitational Grand Finals. They've fought before in such an amazing set that went to Game 5, and this is just to get into the top 8 of things here at the World Championship. That is how intense the competition has been. Luna's going to be playing some different stuff. We saw him on the Caspian earlier, but on the other side, Meg D has been playing that Val.
Oh my goodness, I honestly don't even know who to root for because this is rough. This is hard. This is going to be a heated battle for sure. Now, I do want to go over and have some very, very quick predictions. I'm going to go backwards here. I'm going to go this way.
Oh.
So, Luna versus Meg D, TBDK. Who do you think is going to come out on top?
Man, you know me. I'm a numbers, I'm a stats guy. Personally, I've got to go with the past history. I'm looking for Luna here.
Ooh. Okay, all right, and okay, we got one for Luna. Metagame Mike, I know this is your first time kind of doing this, but same thing, same question. What do you think? Who do you think is going to come out on top?
You know, I got to agree with TWK. The history has Luna ahead here, and, you know, what could be more historic than BCX, right?
That's true. Okay, we got 2 for Luna on the desk. I don't know if I should even ask you because I feel like I already know the answer, but
I think
Duke.
everybody knows that I believe in the Luna. He's going to turn the L into a W because he's going to get another W over Meg D. And he's going to, it's all about the W's today. Luna is going to take it all, man. He is that good.
Man, we've got some Luna fans in the house here. And of course, I'm sure there's maybe some Meg D fans out in the venue out there sitting in the crowd.
Make
some noise for Meg D as well. Oh my goodness. You guys are fantastic out there. All right, guys. Well, the stage is set, the competition is ready to go, and we know you all at home and in the audience are ready to see these matches. So you know what? Let's get to it. The BCX Championship Sunday starts right now.
Everyone, welcome back to Brawlhalla World Championships.
3, 2, 1, brawl!
$500,000 on the line. Champions will be crowned all weekend long.
Miss Bodie, lots of tools in her tools kit.
3 for 3! That's a perfect scale!
Game 5. Can he make it back through the Stingray edge guards, or is it over for Disney?
Can you believe it?
And we're back with day 3 of the Brawlhalla World Championships. Day 1 was fun. Day 2 was fun. Day 3, it's serious time here. We're in the top 32 of 1v1s, even getting into the top 16 of 1v1s. I'm Sparky, and I'm joined with TK Breezy.
And as you guys said, I mean, as you heard, 500,000 on the line. So we're ready to play for the big bucks. We're ready to hand out the cash. But how much cash are you getting? That's what we're trying to figure out right now. And also, just real quick before we get into this, I guess those rocket boots, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I said 2 weapons. I said it was either Morningstar or some boots. And the first legend has to be boots and gauntlets so I can fully throw hands. That's all I want.
The most disrespectful weapon that I think I've ever seen in Brawlhalla now. If you get a victory with that, like you're just stomping all over your opponents, okay?
100%. But yeah, man, as I said, we're gonna get into some good matches, man. It's gonna be a wonderful time. I have enjoyed pretty much everything that I've seen so far, but we gotta start crowning some champions. Top 16 right now. We will get to doubles after that, and then top 8 after that. But we got to see who's even making that top 8 as we go through this top 16. On the screen, we have Luna and we have Meg D, and I'm ready. I'm pretty much, I'm excited for this match.
Now, the people at home saw the stats on the screen, and Duke talked about it as well. This camera angle, though the fits have changed, actually probably not very much on Meg D's side. We've seen this camera angle before. This is exactly what we saw at the mid-season invitational. You saw the record was 5-3 TK. Those 5 victories for Luna
all in 2022. This year between these two players has been the year of Luna. This year in 1v1s for North America has been the year of Luna. He wants to continue that. He wants to further prove himself, not only against North America, but against EU, South America, Australia, SEA, the rest of the world.
That's exactly what you're going to get here at BCX with so many competitors from so many countries showing up. You got to be the best of the best everywhere. And Luna is definitely looking like the person who can definitely claim that title. But we have to see what he can do against Meg D. Meg D, one of the more defensive players in this game, definitely will kind of chill out a little bit. But when he sees the opportunity to strike, he will. As we get into Fortress Alliance, let's see what happens in this first match.
Luna coming through, of course, with the diamond head pick. That is a Caspian crossover. You see right away, I'm not sure if he's focusing exclusively on the Qatars so far. He threw away the gauntlets. Not sure if that was to just deny a possible weapon pickup from Meg D or whether he wants to stick with those. Signatures already coming out. That's one of the things in the kit where your occasional top player will be like, hey, why nobody playing Caspian right now? His SIGs are kind of nice.
I mean, I've been saying that like all weekend, every time I've seen a Caspian, deceptively long SIGs for all these short weapons that you are using. And wow, okay, good
Beautiful.
stuff right there, yep. But also, I do think he might be favoring the Qatars because when I watched him versus Boomy, it seemed like he was really on Qatars a lot too. And there's no reason not to. Qatars in a good spot right now, and with one good dodge read, you're doing max damage, so let's get it.
It looks like one of the early options for Luna was going that neutral light into the neutral signature. That's going to cover an up dodge, might even cover a spot dodge if he changes up the timing. First stock going the way of Luna, a little bit under a minute. He's going to grab that one, has his choice of weapons, back over to the Qatars. One thing that Qatars can kind of struggle with sometimes is getting that knockout. You have the D-Light recovery option when you switch over to the gauntlets. You also have the signature kit to kind of make up for any of those weaknesses that Qatars may have.
I mean, you can see Luna just kind of chasing down Meg right now. Meg playing pretty elusive, was trying to get a weapon, actually, threw that away immediately, but back onto the sword. Hopefully he's able to make something happen. That's going to be a weapon toss that misses for Luna as well. Now, unarmed, trying to get past Meg. Meg looking for the jump, not going to get it, but is almost, not even enough right there on the recovery from the ground.
Now, you talked about Meg D being one of those more defensive players, and I think when Luna didn't have the weapon, that soft platform was on the right side of the stage. You saw Luna up there just waiting for the weapon spawn to come in. You didn't see Meg D try to push onto him, try to stress that weapon advantage that Meg D had. That's a part of that defensive play style that you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely down to chill out for a little bit. I don't think he wants to take too many risks. But as I said, if Meg D, I think when he does see a risk that's like 90% in his favor, he will take it.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
100%. But yeah, right now, these guys scrapping it up. 2 gauntlets out right now. Meg, nice down safety. Go ahead and catch that dash in.
Is still a little bit of the lead in favor of Luna so far. Again, we're seeing more of those signatures come out in the just general neutral play, in the string follow-up. There's just a raw side sig he ends up throwing out. Meg D isn't even in danger of being taken out. That's when you can incorporate those signatures as sort of that threat into just your regular play rather than waiting for red.
Yeah, but also, I mean, he's using that sig that's going to throw him behind as well. So, he did that same side sig to the right at the edge, which is just going to push Meg D back, on stage, which is not an issue. It's going to be damage, but you can definitely tell Luna's not looking for these stocks just yet. He's going to find it right there, though.
Different follow-up option out of the neutral light. It was the recovery for the KO. Again, Luna holding on to this small lead. Seems to be a little bit more in control overall of this game. Ooh. Nothing Meg D can't fight back from, but maybe if Luna keeps pushing like that, double recovery coming out, bounce passes the Qatars to himself. Meg D, you see him backing up, being very careful. He has the range advantage, but being a more defensive player, he's not throwing out any attacks, TK.
Not throwing out anything right now. And almost every attack, the few ones that he had thrown out there whiffed. He finally finds himself a downlight recovery, but it's not enough for the stock. Getting chased down again. Luna knows that Meg D is just trying to get back to neutral and is continuously pushing his advantage state.
It's exactly like you said earlier, TK. He looks for those 90% hit rate options. He's putting his money into mutual funds. He's not gambling it on individual stocks here and there. Meg D wants those sure things.
Yeah, but the only thing sure about this one is that he will not be taking that victory as Luna able to do that. And I think, honestly, might have been a JV. Yeah, I don't think he got hit that last one. So that was, what a way to take it. As I said, though, when you're playing against someone in the way that Meg D will play, Meg D is very passive. He's not going to take chances. You do kind of have to be the guy who's taking chances and running him down. And I think Luna is, I mean, as far as his risk reward or his 50-50s, he's won most of them. So,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Even if we look at the overall game count, 17 to 14 in official tournaments. Based on the previous stats, I don't think anybody has a question in their mind who has the 17 and who has the 14. Of course, Luna's going to start this game. First weapon, it is the gauntlets. Is he going to go for the quick swap? Extends that for the three-piece. Picks his weapon back up, even though it didn't make a connection. By throwing it up, that kept it in the air so it didn't hit the ground and despawn quickly.
Man, look at the damage.
Oh,
man. Just the weight. I mean, look, Meg is just giving these dodges up for free, and Luna knows that they're coming. He says, I know you're scared. I know you're going to dodge, and I'm going to get even more damage off of that. There it is. Look at that. Where are you going? I'm right with you, bro. I'm stuck on you like a shadow. You can't leave me.
Now, Luna's coming into this one with a 3-1 victory previously over Boomy. That's why Boomy finds himself in the elimination bracket. I'm seeing a possible snowball effect here. If we're looking at the top right, Luna still in the yellow. Meg D on second stop.
Yeah, Luna definitely not really taking too many hits. Meg D finally finding a little two-piece right there. Oh, okay. 90%. I knew I was going to hit it, bro. Goes off the edge. I love to see it. You know, Meg D kind of taking a couple chances here. A little uncharacteristic of him, but he saw the opportunity and took it.
That's one of those rare occurrences that he's like, okay, he's not going to see it coming this time. Talking about that 90%. Val, that move is really strong on any map. It's especially strong on Fortress of Lions because of those small walls. Luna peeks up just a little bit like he did. The side signature comes out.
Hey, Luna getting a couple hits here and there, but he's, perfect spot to go for both of those options, actually. But look, Meg D is going to be able to avoid that side sig. Now put on a little extra damage himself. That was a pretty big lead that he was able to cut like that.
He's doing a really solid job here with this one. Even though Luna was kind of on top of like a shadow, maybe Meg D is Shikamaru out here, able to control that a little bit, bring it back into his favor.
I mean, yeah, it definitely looks like he has kind of figured out the rhythm that he needs to play at. Kind of forcing Luna to the side. Luna, yeah, going to have to get back on stage a little earlier to avoid what could have been another neutral sig. But
oh, Meg D, he has the lead here, not going to quite get the stock yet. Goes back over to the sword, wants to be able to find that one moment to throw out the D-Light into the recovery. Maybe a recovery or just the side air here. The weapon toss just in case. He's able to get back, grab that sword, throwing that one up, grabs the second weapon as well, over back to the sword. That gives him the range advantage, that gives him a little bit more consistency in terms of follow-ups compared to the gauntlets.
Another big chase down here, but yeah, I was like, I'm not sure if we're not really getting a lot of hits on the side of Luna, but he does find two greatest hits right there as he goes double platinum with those. And here it is, he's back into, a one-stock game between each competitor, but he does have a little bit of damage on him, so he's going to have to kind of figure out how to make that up sooner than later.
Back over to the sword, so Meg D doesn't have to worry about swapping just yet. Luna dicing him up, solid guitar play coming out, gets the spot dodge, doesn't quite have the bottom side of that hitbox to pick up Meg D with the GC in light. Side light goes through, nice punish from Meg D, that's 2, that's 3.
Hey, yeah, this is looking a little rough here for Luna, but he is at least able to keep it close on the damage. But Meg, I mean, you can see his elusiveness is like definitely on 10 right now, the amount of things he has been able to avoid and still get hits for.
We're seeing those weapon tosses coming out from Luna. Now, there is a weapon spawn on the stage when he's doing that, so he's not risking too much, but it almost gives me Snowy vibes when, like, Snowy's getting towards the end of the game and is starting to struggle, get a little bit nervous about finishing this one up, throwing out a lot of those weapon tosses, but Luna is calculated. He's doing them when there is a spawn on the stage, so he's not at the disadvantage either way.
Ooh,
that was so close.
That was so close. I like the option, but no way!
DK from the middle of the stage, are you kidding me? I think he might be surprised. Like, oh my gosh!
Meg's like, bro, I can't believe that hit, bro.
Bro, both of them are shaking their head. I can't believe that. Both of them.
Yeah, I definitely was not expecting that to finish from the end. He's like, yeah.
He's laughing.
Having the greatest time of his life.
Yep, that's why people play Caspian. Man, that's the classic Meg D look right there. Got the hoodie on, got the strings taut, but not tight. Taut, but not tight. Not all the way through. He's not looking like Kenny. But coming through, you see him all bundled up.
Man, what a way, I mean, what a way to take that game, because it definitely looked like Meg pretty much figured it out.
He stroiked it.
Yeah. But that was a straight up robbery right there, right at the end. Great usage of both sigs that he went for. Went for the sides or the neutral sig first. Meg D just barely sliding over that, put himself in the middle of the stage, and immediately gets side sigged after that. So, yeah, good stuff to Luna as he's up 2-0, right back to Fortress Alliance. Meg D, I mean, have you actually figured it out now? Have to do it, because if you're not able to figure it out in this game, you will be hitting that lower bracket.
Now, you mentioned Meg D's elusiveness previously, really, except for the end of that game. He's been running around. He's been in and out of the effective range that Luna has, but Luna is opting into the movement speed stance. A good stance for Caspian regardless, but especially here against Meg D. That gives Luna the ability to chase him down. Going onto the stage, that was a really interesting choice that he went with. Meg D was not anywhere being above him. Maybe that was just a nice little flourish to maybe tempt Meg D, saying, oh, I burned my dodge, look at my silly option, into the immediate destruction.
He said, yeah, shock factor. Meg D's like, what was that? And he's like, actually, it's diversion. I'm just throwing these out. Look at these as I finish this stock. Yep. So, I mean, it worked out in his favor. He's still on his first stock and was able to take Meg pretty early, all things considered. I mean, barely in the orange. Meg has a lot to make up for, but Meg has also been able to take a couple stocks early. Whoa! Oh, man, just wait a minute, it's a bait.
Not again, Meg D. Not again, Meg D does have the gauntlets, reaching up, takes the stock. And I was looking at the top right thinking, all right, this is a good start for Luna, but then I remember last game, and the lead was taken yet back again from Luna by Meg D, but then think a little bit further towards last game, and it ultimately didn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's good that Meg D is not allowing these leads to, like, fully rack up on him, but at the same time, you know, still has to find that last stock first, and that has escaped him twice now, potentially 3 times if he's not able to take this game, but Luna now pushed him off the... Okay, man, he's been one that side stick for a bit, but in that exact position, that would have been super scary for Meg.
I don't think we've really seen one of those side six hit. I can't remember one hit in Meg D. Nice neutral air, gets the GC neutral light off of the bounce. Okay, Luna's throwing out, that had to be the wrong direction. There's no shot he wanted to throw that out to the right when Meg D was that far on his left side.
Okay, off the top. And now this is, okay, I was like, one of these people have to die of the next recovery, but it happens to be Meg. Luna able to kind of sneak around and get his recovery going. Meg does have a good amount of damage here onto Luna, though. Just has to find that final hit. Downlight recovery, no actual downlight hitting, just the recovery, but, ooh. Okay, hold on, take it down. Oh!
Uh-oh, this is bad. Meg D doesn't have the gauntlets this time on the edge. You see him disengage immediately. You don't want to fight gauntlets on the edge. Meg D had a better chance at it when he had the gauntlets previously. You know how just oppressive that neutral air can be on the side. But when he doesn't have those in his hands, he's going to disengage from that situation. Maybe throw that side signature over the edge like he did previously. Now he has gauntlets. He'll go over the wall. If Luna comes in with the guitars, Meg D's going to be more confident in that matchup.
Oh, okay. Luna been looking for that quite a bit too. I will say that Meg D's actually got that same combination a couple times as well with the neutral light into the down stage if you're coming back in. Been able to hit that 2 or 3 times, so that's a nice little damage booster for him. Luna looking for quite a bit here off the stage, but starting to cost him a couple hits here.
Meg D staring at the score, knowing that he's down 2-0, wants to make it to the top 8 winner's side. One of the first options that we saw. I think the first stock was taken with Inlight GC NSYNC. The last stock was taken with Inlight GC NSYNC. Luna gonna take that 3-0 over Meg D.
I mean, he handled absolute business there. I mean, there's nothing else you can really say about it. It comes in with the 3-0 clean. Some of the matches were close, and you know, Meg D was still trying to play his game, trying to play the elusiveness that he wants, that he normally does, but you cannot run away from Luna. That's exactly what Luna said. I don't care how fast you think you are, I'm faster.
And that shows a level up from Luna. The 3-0 impressive on its own, but if you look at the previous times that they met, mid-season championship, they met 3 times in that tournament, TK. There was a 3-1, a 1-3, and then a 3-2. This time, starts off with a 3-0. 30 in a handshake. Meg D has an express trip to the elimination bracket. We're gonna throw it over to the analysts.
Wow, what a dominating performance from Luna here. Duke, you must be really excited about this one. I want to hear your thoughts.
I know I was excited. Of course, I had a full faith in Luna, but to take it 3-0 over Meg D is definitely a little bit of a surprise. I thought Meg D was going to make this one a little bit closer, but I got to give a lot of credit to Luna, specifically those signatures. I was pointing out his accuracy was incredibly low. It's like 17% accuracy on his signatures, but the way he's doing it is very similar to how people use weapon tosses as this like kind of follow-up thing to just take space. It's relatively safe, this projectile that makes it so your opponent has less directions to go to, and Luna's just throwing out these signatures like candy because he has follow-ups for follow-ups for follow-ups, and that's so incredibly important to just strip away options from a player like Meg D.
And Flammo, your thoughts about it? Do you agree with Duke about what Luna used to make it so that he's successful in this match?
Well, I feel like, so Megdy is the kind of player where it's like, all right, everyone knows he likes to slow things down to a crawl, really play a slow, more neutral heavy-based game plan. But Luna is known for being one of the few people in Brawlhalla history to play an aggressive style and really close in on that space. I honestly feel like in terms of like matchups, this is probably the worst person on the planet for Megdy to have to run into. And I think he did a pretty good job, all things considered, trying to keep things close. But I have to agree with Duke on this one. I think he just got the clap.
It's also really interesting because, like, anyone else playing Caspian, that's a really tough spot because Caspian, like, the single hit damage is relatively low, right? When you have something like Katars and Gauntlets, you're not getting a lot if you're only getting one hit. But when you have someone like Luna who's getting those big extended strings, we saw those Gauntlet strings nair into ground pound, or even the Katar strings and, like, Gravity Cancel and Sig, like, he's getting a lot more off of those single hits than I think the average player would against someone like Megdy.
Yeah, I have to agree, man, especially the fact that, like, I know Alters is probably out there, like, having a field day right now because it's been a while. Like, Caspian really doesn't get the shine like that, but we finally have a moment where the legend gets played out in top 12 of all spots in a tournament and manages to secure a dub. That lets everyone know, like, Caspian, that character's good, bro. I don't know why people have been sleeping. Like, he's been good for a minute, so I'm happy to see that finally come out.
Well, I want to talk a little bit more about the legend pick and maybe the weapon pairings too, because you kind of just mentioned about how Caspian has gauntlets and Katars. So Flammo, can you talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so, you know, for a lot of people, you don't want two-string weapons a lot of the time, or, you know, the KOs can be hard to find. It's like, okay, Gauntlets, you have D-Light Recovery, that does KO a little bit later, and then on the other side of things, right, you're thinking, well, for Katars, it's really N-Light Recovery if they don't have a dodge. So usually you're like, it's taking a long time to get these KOs. But I think one of the reasons that Caspian is so amazing is that his signature kit is phenomenal. He has the anti-air on the Gauntlets with the neutral sig, and don't even get me started about the Katar neutral sig, right? Like, I mean, that's the way Luna took that final game. N-Light, Gravity Cancel, N-Sig throws the daggers out there. They're so fast, they're so effective, and they're powerful. And it's rare that you have signatures like that with those kind of weapons. And I think that's how Luna was able to come out on top.
Wow, yeah, it seems like he was very successful and really utilized the legend, the weapons, and honestly just the matchup, how you were mentioning earlier, Flambo, how Megdy usually likes to play a more neutral, a little bit more slow pace, but Luna is really picking up the momentum, and it was really just the opposite. So congrats to Luna. He gets to go on to the winner's side of things. And for Megdy, it's not quite over yet. He's just on the elimination side, but he's just got to have a harder and longer run. Now, I want to talk about the next match coming up, which is also going to be something else, too. It's Radish versus Kaina. Duke, thoughts about this matchup?
This is an interesting one we have not seen before. Kaina was not able to make it to the midseason invitational, but he is by and large the favorite of the South Americans here at the World Championship, someone who I personally haven't gotten to see play this weekend. On the other side, Radish is another one of those people who's kind of an up-and-comer, very heavily discounted. He got 1 gold medal this year, but still, like we were talking in the back, some people were like, why is Radish seated so high? Why is he PR number 3? And it's like, because he's this new blood who's just doing incredibly well. He's got a very iconic Petra that he's been sticking with, and you love to see that kind of character commitment like Radish has.
No, I have to agree. I feel like there was a moment in time where Radish did like flirt with Rayman for a little while, and then Petra is like the spirit animal. He was like, okay, this is the legend for me. And so with Radish coming into this match, I'm extremely excited because Kaina, we've all been waiting to see what Kaina can do. Everyone knows Kaina's a force. Kaina's kind of nice, haha, right? But it's like, what is it going to be when you have 2 players who have never played before, but we know are both destructive within their own regions? And South America has been the favorite this weekend for a lot of people here. They want to see South America take it all. And normally, I've been pretty NA biased this weekend, but I kind of want to, I don't know. I'm like, I love Radish. I really do love Radish, but kind of, I don't know.
But let's look at what Twitch chat wants to say, too, because they are also thinking Kaina. You know what I mean? Like 67% here are rooting for Kaina. And I want to talk a little bit more about Kaina, too, because, yes, Kaina is PR1 for the South American region and has been consistently placing very well. I mean, autumn, summer, and spring, top 3. I mean, gold medals in Autumn Championship and Spring Championship. I'm looking at the pro stats here, so viewers at home, you can also look at the pro stats as well alongside with me. But yeah, Duke, tell me a little bit more about Kaina, because it seems like Twitch chat is definitely into Kaina. Flambo's rooting for Kaina. Thoughts about that?
I mean, I think a lot of people are rooting for kind of Sparky as well. Kind of blew up on the scene this year with the Bodvar in particular. Again, he's had one of the most exciting hammers to watch in the game. And when we saw a lot of people jumping ship from the Bodvar, we saw people generally switch over to the Hattori. But kind of he's built different. He went over to the Yasuri instead of the Hattori, and he's been showing up, showing the Katars. We've seen a lot of Katars this weekend, and Katars have been looking really, really good. I haven't seen how Kaina's playing this weekend, but just like as far as pure player skill goes, I think Kaina's got a lot of it.
Well, we're going to see right now what kind of skills Kaina can prove to the world here, because the match is ready. So TK, Sparky, bring us to the action.
Kaina's a special case. Meteoric rise. We've seen meteoric rises before, but mostly it's been relegated to South America. Sandstorm's meteoric rise was really on the global stage. Even Godly's meteoric rise this year, while he was banned, people don't know about Godly. They were waiting for that ban to end because they knew Godly was going to take over EU and possibly the world. For Kaina, it's been localized to South America. This is his first time on an official land with all of this pressure. He's been blowing and going so far. It's really like South America is behind Kaina. South America is behind Fiend and Wes and Lores and Hughes, but especially behind Kaina, especially in 1v1 to possibly take the whole dang thing, TK.
He's got to be the pride and joy as PR #1 right now in ones in South America. Going up against PR #3, and obviously you can't sleep on Raiders either. You know, kind of like also a rise. I mean, kind of a new kid on the block, really showing up and showing out. But Kaina's been around for a while. Kaina's been around so long, he actually took off the piece of his name. He used to be Kaina Ackerman. He's like, no, I don't want to be that anymore. I'm just Kaina.
I'm the artist formerly known as Kaina Ackerman. It's first name only. He's like Cher. He's like Madonna. He's like Prince coming out here. We'll see what he has against Radish. They talked about the Petra earlier. Radish has definitely been a Petra loyalist through and through. One of the few out there. We haven't had too many notable Petras who stick with the character. Like Heisen is one of the only other ones I think of off the top of my head. Radish is right on up there, of course, coming in C3 in this tournament, like Duke said. So there are a lot of hopes here by the numbers for Radish to come out big.
Man, I'm surprised anybody's even questioning it. Radish has been doing quite well for a while. And I'm sure there's a little bit of bias on how you think your favorite person should be a little higher up, but I definitely don't think it's weird that Radish is at #3 with the way that he's been playing today and the way that he's been playing just throughout this year.
Now, of course, we're seeing more gauntlets coming in. We're also seeing more sword and more Katars coming in on the side of Kaina, but it's mostly been sword so far. Kaina really built his name on the back of Bodvar. Then we saw the nerfs come in for Hammer. First stock gonna go. That was actually kind of a long stock, TK. That was like a minute 28. So there is some serious neutral, some serious care before any of these players tries to actually go in and go for the full commit. We might see some extension of pressure here now that Kaina's over back on the Katars, going in with those strings. No edge guard situation just yet.
That should be enough. Yeah, that's going to be enough, though, for sure. That's the one good thing about, well, not even one, but that's one of the good things about Petra is how much force she has on her move. So even normal, like, little combinations after red are actually now kill confirms. So was able to find it right there. Love to see it. And as we get into our next stock, he is going to have to try to catch up right here. Get some good damage. Oh, kind of, though. Able to turn that around.
Sider sending kind of over to the right, gets the landing, but is immediately punished. Goes for the sidelight into the down air rather than sidelight Sayer. That's the regular option, but maybe wanted to set him into an edge guard, sending kind of over onto the wall. Maybe attempt to dunk, maybe a big down signature. Neutral signature, the active frames make connection.
Yeah, but not enough to take kind of out, but still, I mean, that was a solid read and a good bit of damage that you're able to put out with that neutral sig. Right back on to the orb. A little too far away to get that sidelight side air to KO, but wait a minute. This time, is going to be enough, even from the middle of the stage. I mean, just so much damage we can add it up off that sidelight side air, but then on top of that, he was already getting sent pretty far off the first one, so it was only a matter of time so that I was going to take out Radish, actually catching a little bit of a lead here. Does have to avoid most likely. I was going to say recovery with the side air works as well.
We got white stocks, we got white skins here, we got these two legends of their own regions coming in. Radish coming off a 3-2 victory against Sneeze, Kaina coming off a 3-1 victory against Jet Bean. D-Light recoveries coming out from Kaina here. The damage trading between these two. Side air sending Radish to the left. That's going to be an easy punish for Kaina.
Yeah, he was just rolling across the ground right there with that recovery. Kaina was already in position. So I am seeing a lot more of that, what you were talking about earlier. You know, we're seeing the sidelight to the down air. He's going for reads more than the actual just guaranteed damage of the sidelight side air, which, I mean, if it's off stage, 100% understandable. Wow, the Shoryuken, but not enough. Way high up, though. That means Kaina is, I mean, he's hurting. He flew pretty far. I think the next SIG should be able to do it, assuming he finds the right spot, or the next sidelight side air.
Wow.
Destruction right at the end of that game, man. Radish went on an absolute tear.
The end of that game was completely in Radish's control, especially off of that weapon control. He wanted to make sure Kaina didn't have the option to pick up the sword, to pick up the Katars, and bring the game back in his favor. It's going to be game one going the way of Radish. It's going to favor the higher seed here, at least so far.
Yes, sir. And so Kaina, I mean, obviously putting up a really, really good fight. And, you know, clearly, that could have went either way. I think there was a decent amount of damage there on Radish where if Kaina was able to force him off stage, he could have got a clean edge guard and taken the game as well. But Radish not allowing that to happen. Radish looking about stoic as possible, as this is a very serious moment in this tournament. We are in top 16 trying to break into some top 8 action. And, I mean, whoever gets there has got to be sitting pretty. I mean, sitting on the winner's side of top 8, it always feels good.
That's a nice start. You saw him waiting. He wanted to extend that string as long as he possibly could. Got nice 2 strings in there, 2 little mini strings. Didn't get the third one that he wanted. See, being a little bit careful here. Not throwing out hardly any attacks, and Radish doesn't mind whatsoever. Gonna even up that damage, even though Kaina started this one off strong. Swapping back over to the sword. More of the cover weapon. That's the dunk we were expecting earlier. Kaina running out of jumps. Radish, huge lead.
I mean, yeah, phenomenal lead right there. And also the threat of that second one coming out didn't even put any extra charge on it, and it was still super close to hitting Kaina. And, well, in this game, there's no such thing as a sour spot, so if you get hit, you get hit. Okay.
Not in the area whatsoever to punish that one from Radish's neutral SIG. Kaina looking for his way in. He's just getting outranged. That orb dare is so scary.
Get a good angle and attacks that, also kind of keeping you pretty far away because you are kicking it. So always like to see that. You don't got to try it every now and then. Go ahead and put that over the edge. Try to catch someone maybe standing a little too close, or at least force them to think about how close they are allowed to stand. The movement right here from Radish. Moving around kind of quite well. Kaina definitely has to find this stock. Radish reaching a little too hard there, and he is going to lose that stock for it.
Now we're seeing a little bit with the Katars in hand what Flambo was talking about earlier. The struggle to find those KOs. Like we saw the neutral light into the turnaround neutral light and then the follow-up recovery. The reason that happened is because the dodge was caught. If you don't have the dodge caught, there's going to be a dodge coming out in between the in light and the recovery. Not going to be that true option.
Okay, my man is looking. Radish gets an extra hit there, but he's got to find this stock. I know he wants to put it on the, well, right here. If he gets the right side air, the neutral, wow, neutral light almost actually finishing too. That's got it. Now he's just threatened by everything.
Kaina's just struggling to find any way in whatsoever. I'm anticipating maybe a character swap, but I don't know what you would go to. Do you go to the Bodvar and risk what Hammer is right now in terms of how people think of it in the meta? Because the sword is, it's looking okay, but the Katars, he just can't find his way in. The zoning potential, the range that Radish has with the orb, it's been dominated by orb. Kaina just cannot handle it.
Yeah, I mean, as you see, yeah, he definitely is not handling this at all. We are now about to lap Kaina in percentage, or in damage, but Kaina, man, has to do something to get back into this match. I am starting to see a couple more hits connecting here. Almost got almost got a 4-piece if he was able to hit that second side down light, because he would have went right into the recovery. And I don't know if that would have taken the stock, but definitely would have been a good amount of damage. That should be able to take the stock clean with it too. Love it.
I was a little bit sad there because we only saw the neutral light as the beginning punish, and it was like, man, I wish Radish was on the ground because then we can hit the D light and then go after it. But Radish might be cleaning this one up here. Does not have a weapon, but kinda does not have any jumps. Game 2 goes the way of Radish. Not a JV2, but close. And kinda has to find something different. He has to switch it up here. The Yasuri is not working.
Okay, I think we
It's the Koji.
Okay.
It's the Koji.
Yeah, got a little swap here. I was wondering, because, yeah, again, you said the Katars were not looking that great, so he does manage to keep the sword here while also threatening a little more range with the bow. See if this works out for him. This is his last-ditch effort, potentially, if he's not able to take this game. But, you need the game. You need to get a game to start rolling, or otherwise you're hitting that losers bracket relatively soon. Radish has been looking, he's been playing out of his mind, to be completely honest.
Now, other than the range, I'm wondering if Kinda just has major matchup inexperience against Orb. I mean, a lot of people have matchup inexperience against Orb because, I mean, who's really playing Orb Legends that we've had in Ezio this tournament, and then we've had a couple Petras, and that's mostly it. So a little bit of matchup inexperience. The range was really punishing him earlier. He does have a level 64 Koji on the side of Kinda. This is his 6th highest leveled legend.
I think that's actually a pretty good point that you make there too, because when the hammer was still good, but man, there was a lot of Thor. So obviously you got a lot of Orb right there, but that was a while back. So you might have actually forgot what Orb is doing. And this is a good start though for Kinda. I mean, he is one good hit away from taking this first. Okay, that felt disrespectful for some reason, but
point blank, but just bounce, grab it back up. And we're seeing this sword play. This is the sword that Kinda fans wanted coming out. Even being on Koji means you're going to be a little bit harder to punish with all that high dexterity, D-light recovery. Kinda bringing this one back. Had the option to go to the bow. No siree. He just feels better on the Koji sword. His sword is so much better than the Asuri was doing previously.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things too, I think I noticed, Kinda really didn't throw out that many SIGs. And I think Koji has a couple more SIGs that he's able to throw out in a better fashion.
Oh,
no.
Man.
He just never has the jumps for this. But that's Radish. That's because Radish continues to just push him down and down until like the jumps just don't even matter anymore. That is probably like the 5th stock he's lost like that.
The edge guard pressure that comes out from Radish is unparalleled. He's just stopping Kinda in his tracks. Kinda so afraid of getting hit that Radish doesn't even have to find the hit.
Okay, looking like Kinda. Oh man, another recovery might have been able to do it there. Didn't pull the trigger on it. Didn't even get the soft platform landing. So everything was set, but he had just maybe not expected Radish to come straight down like that.
Nice.
What a two-piece. All right, down air into the side air. Drifts over there and finishes that stock. And now it's a little bit of a lead. Well, actually, not even a lead. A lot of a lead here for Kinda. I know it's got to feel good. He's got the swap and it's working out for him. That's the best, best case scenario.
He also swapped from white to edgy black and gamer red. It's just, there's so much more swagger coming out of Kinda's sword here compared to Asuri's previously. He looks like a completely different player. You take away the overlay, you take away the KY in above his name, you're like, oh, this is a new set.
Honestly, though, yeah, I mean, this looks like a much more confident player this time around. I still think he has to worry about how he's getting back to the stage. That was clean though. Out of options, or out of a jumping option, but still able to scrap his way down with that side air, and now threatening a stock. Radish is able to touch the wall this time. Kinda actually was in position to just straight up recovery that, but went for a down air instead.
Sidelight side air from Radish going to end that stock. Now, even though Radish is up 2-0 right now, let's say Kinda takes this out here, it's a JV2. TK, I can't tell you how many games I've seen in sets that go like this and then end in a 3-1 with complete domination by the other players.
Yeah.
So I'm still expecting that as a possibility, but Kinda is going to guarantee at least a game 4.
And you called that immediately. He did not get hit on that last stock, so got the JV2. I know that's got to feel good. Got the swap, and it worked out. Got the bow actually involved as well, and the bow actually became a pretty pivotal part of that match, being able to take the last stock. But it's just nice to, I mean, obviously it was mostly sword.
Yes.
Clearly it was mostly sword, but it's nice to see the fact that he's still willing to drop into the bow if it's there and he can use it to his advantage. I think you might have been right about the swap over to Koji. A lot of dexterity. He's able to move a little faster, swing a little faster. Still hasn't really dropped that many SIGs, but doesn't really need it.
TK, I'm going to put you on the spot here. Guess a percentage about how much of Kinda's damage was done on sword.
I'm gonna say a quality 95%.
Now,
95%.
now TK could have cheated because I do have the numbers up here, but I'm going to tell you TK's being honest. He's a little bit off.
Oh.
73%. Still an insane amount of damage to dedicate to one weapon. That's like, that's a Kostelix game right there. That's the damage that Kostelix puts out on Lance. That's why Kaina is this sword player. That's why when Hammer got that nerf, you see him not go to a completely different legend, but he goes over to the Asuri or he goes over to the Koji because of that sword.
Right, so let's see if Radish actually can put the hands onto Kaina this time around. As you said, you've seen a lot of these situations where it looked like someone's going to rally back, and then the player who was already at 2 just figures it out. I was like, actually, no, you're just playing a different character. I remember how to play again. I'm back in it. Not looking like that just yet, but no one's really got a solid lead until that little moment. Kaina now pushing Radish off the stage. Radish, great evasion to get back to the stage, though. Now turned into his own edge guard, but this is going back and forth.
Both players are on their comfort weapon here. Kaina did start this one out with the bow, swapping it over to the sword. Radish was charging that, hoping Kaina was going to fall into it. He did not, and he got a nice punish. Didn't get the stock quite yet, though. There's a weapon spawn, but it's favoring the side that Kaina is in. Radish gets through, but it's not the orb, it's the gauntlets. We'll see if he can get some damage added up before he falls. Next spawn comes in, it's a sword for Kaina. So Kaina's on his strongest weapon. Radish is going to fall, but if he had orb in his hand when he fell, that means that the next weapon he would grab here is the gauntlet. So that's actually sort of the best case scenario, because now he's going to have an orb in his hands.
Yeah, and that's going to work out, but still not able to get that stock. Yeah, I know he has been looking at him as, I've always looked at him as a gauntlet player, but it seems that as of late, he's like, actually, I've been working very, very hard on my orb. And, as you had said earlier, a lot of people may have not been super familiar with the orb as of late. Does get that stock by the drop down Sair. And he didn't take too much damage. Going to be right back onto the orb, see if he can get some good pressure and damage started early.
Oh, ooh, nice. Coming out from Radish there. Got the dodge initially, the back-to-back neutralites. There's yet another neutralite. We're seeing some confidence coming out from Radish. Has this one nice and even despite the early lead that Kaina took. Sidelight side air, goes back, attempts the reset, sees Kaina in the air, the recovery comes out.
Radish has to, yeah, I mean, this is, I like the way that Kaina's playing this too, just patrolling a lot of the ground here. Radish, struggling to get down and find some footing with Kaina just being so close to him all the time.
Now, you've jokingly said in the past, intense neutral. This is like, I'm being serious though, this is intense neutral.
This actually is some intense neutral.
The footsie between these two players. Radish already up 1 game here as we are in game 4. A victory here for Radish means he moves on into the top 8. Winner's side takes the lead here on the second stop. Kaina needs a victory here. He has to get this stock if he wants the hope of staying on the top side and not going down to the elimination bracket. Radish starting this one out. Strong damage so far. See if he can add up a little bit more before falling.
But that last stock was like, that was like kind of like reverse conditioning, because he hasn't really been able to get off the ledge well. And so the one time that Kaina's like, all right, I can pressure the ledge much better, he's like, actually, it's a trump card. Here you are, now hold this neutral sig. I mean, it's something he has not done on since the first game. And I mean, obviously, probably kind of forgot about it, but it got him the stock. But I mean, we're going to keep it pretty even as we get into the last stock. Radish trying to close this thing out right here, right now. Kaina trying to get it to a 5th game.
So we have an important moment right here. Kaina has already primed another sword, so the next weapon he gets is a sword. Radish, of course, has the gauntlets in his hand. Kaina's been playing a pretty solid weapon starve game. You see him keeping Radish away from the orb that's on the field. He's adding up the damage, has Radish in orange. 1 or 2 more hits, Radish is going to be in the red, but Radish has the orb in his hands. You know the 3 pieces, 4 pieces that Radish can add up and how quickly he can add them up. Kaina, delay recovery, that'll do it! Game 5, TK!
Literally played him like a puppet. Everywhere that Radish was, Kaina was right next to him with the, like he knew he was going to be there already, got the right punish, got the right finisher right there at the end with the down right to the recovery. But yeah, all the, as you said, like the weapon star was pretty insane. You saw Radish just kind of trying to swing his way back in here the entire time, was not able to do it because of the way that Kaina just continually outspaced him. Got extra damage. By the time he got the orb, it was too late. It was too late.
You saw Radish wiping a little bit of sweat from his brow there, feeling the stress on this one. This swap over to the Koji. Radish was up 2-0. The pressure is on. Both of these players extremely young, extremely inexperienced on land. This is a tough situation for both players. Radish starting this one off with the gauntlets, but already has the strings coming out. Kinda on the bow. Both players on their off weapons.
Yeah, I mean, I think right now, Radish too, though, like, you can tell that I think Kinda is just so comfortable fighting against the gauntlets that he does have to kind of stay more onto the orb. I mean, Radish was getting absolutely outspaced. Again, still kind of getting outspaced as he's trying to find his way in with that gauntlet. He's just not able to do it. Back onto the orb, though. Good recovery. Okay, look for a lot right there with that neutral stick, though, or side stick.
Now, this is such an interesting matchup. I mean, we've been talking about Kinda's sword and Radish's orb, but the fact that we have two players who are pretty loyal to their characters, but specifically really loyal to their weapons. We don't usually have two of those players going up against one another. Like, we'll have a set with Koslix, or we'll have a set with Tiffany's Katars, but rarely do we have two kings of their weapons, King Kinda and King Radish here.
I mean, you can definitely tell, like, this will be their favorite weapon. This will be the matchup you'll probably see for the rest of this set. That is going to be a quick pick up there for Kinda. Kinda, though, really kind of borrowing a page from the EU book. He is continuously just kind of playing the intention neutral, letting his opponent come to him, and then getting the correct punish after that to get the stock. Wasn't able to do it right there, as obviously he already got the, the stock. Wasn't able to add too much damage, and now Radish is back into the match.
I think the movement game is definitely going towards Kinda here. So comfortable on this Koji, so clean on this Koji. And we've had a lot of clean Koji players in Brawlhalla's history. Kinda ranks among the best of them. Again, we're seeing that weapon spawn on the field. Normally players would care. These two do not care.
They do not. I mean, like, they're like, hey, we have what I need, okay? Don't need to window shop for this. I'm just gonna go ahead and keep my orb in my hand. I'm gonna keep my my sword in my hand. Not even looking at the other weapon. And by the time they do, there's just a weapon cycle, so.
Kinda with just a little bit of a lead here. Radish, bit by bit, he's bringing this one back. A couple whiffs here and there, but no major punishes from Kinda just yet. Kinda feeling the stress as well. The neutral air, not quite enough. Gets a side air that disarms. Next weapon for Radish is going to be the gauntlet. Oh! Nice punish, and you talked about the rare signatures earlier. That's one of them, one of the very few that we've seen.
Okay, the neutral light almost finishing right there, but the neutral air actually will be the one to do it. Kinda might actually hit the reverse 3-0.
Oh, and he's able to grab the sword there over the bow. Radish floating in the air, hoping for the weapon spawn to come back in. He's able to grab it very quickly.
Okay, John's going for the reverse.
That hurts. That hurts so bad. That hurts so bad, kind of falling out of that one. Some damage was done, but he didn't get the dump of force onto it to push Kinda away, giving him some more breathing room.
Off to his off weapon yet again. I mean, it seems like he might be trying to favor the gauntlets a little more, maybe trying to mix up what he's been doing, because Kinda actually has been doing a good job against the orb. The issue is, though, everyone has been fighting against gauntlets. Everyone knows what to do against gauntlets right now. Okay, good turnaround. This might be a good enough punch. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Oh, okay, he was able to make it back. That was actually a super scary position, but he does end up finding the ground pound regardless. But can he get the damage up? He's already starting to hit the red. He's in that deep orange. And now in the red.
Sending Radish closer and closer to KO damage. Radish on his off weapon. Getting juggled just a little bit, kind of giving him plenty of space, controlling the center of this stage. Recovery comes out in air, side air, edge guard setup, kind of disengages, but the landing is punished.
Okay, Radish, get back down to the ground one more time. Radish really actually believing here in the gauntlets. It's not trying to swap weapons yet, but I do think, that's probably the better option. I do think that, like, right now in this match, the orb kind of got figured out, so he does have to scrap it up with the gauntlets. It's not going to be enough, though. The side air is going to take the set. My man Kinda actually coming back. Put the last name back on him. He deserves it. Kinda coming back with the Koji only.
I was seeing the gauntlet damage that Radish was adding up. He was obviously nervous to pick up that weapon because Kinda was right there. Radish was so damaged. Yes, the orb would feel like a bed of cool water when the walls are on fire, but he knew how dangerous that would be, so you saw him step up on those gauntlets. It wasn't quite enough. Was it 27 damage on the gauntlets? No, I'm seeing incorrect numbers. I'm lying. I'm just lying on the internet for fun. Man, wow, Radish, what a performance, but Kinda takes it. the young legend hailing from Brazil. BCX is so special because we have the old guys coming back, and a lot of them actually doing really well, but we also have the young players showing how diverse this scene is, TK.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I'm just so, like, taken aback by the way that this turned out. You know, kind of was not looking that great in the first 2 games. Comes back with the Koji, mad hard in the last 3. Obviously, the analysts will tell you exactly how this broke down. Analysts, take it away.
Thank you so much, TK. Yes, kind of with the switch to Koji, really, it was a close game until that Koji switch, and then they, wow, like I'm still kind of mind blown about how kind of just took that over. Flambeau, tell me about this.
This one's a heartbreaker. Like, I mean, kind of like good stuff to you, obviously, but like for Radish, there's nothing worse than being at this part of bracket, being this close to moving on further into the upper echelon of the final. These are thousands of dollars we're talking about now, right? And to get reverse 3-0 there, that's where it hurts. But I think Radish got iced out. I'm gonna be honest. I think he got iced out.
Yeah, I really had the feeling of like there was a lot of matchup inexperience on Kaina's part, and then once Kaina started figuring things out, then you started to see the cracks in Radish, and then once that ball started rolling, you kind of saw the stress build. Like early on, games 1 and game 2, Radish was hitting a lot of signatures. He had like the neutral sig on gauntlets and on orb, and he also had like a gauntlet or an orb down signature. Like he was catching Kaina off guard with kind of these long range moves, and then as the set progressed, you saw him pulling back further and further to game 5, where he only threw out 3 signatures against Kaina. On the other side, Kaina just realized, all I need is sword. I'm just going to go with the highest dex sword I can get because it's going to be the safest option against Radish. And you didn't even see him throw out like a lot of sword signatures or any, like his bow did 89 damage in that last one. It was all about, I want safe sword to go up against Radish.
And go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I just feel as if for the side of Kaina, there's a lot that high dex actually ended up playing into. There are a lot of moments where you would see Kaina whiff and then immediately end light when Radish would try to come in and punish, and Radish would be like, oh, I got caught by this again. And it was so hard for Radish to find those openings because Kaina was dominating the ground. Kaina didn't jump that much in that game. It was just a lot, I'm running at you, I'm backing up. You did something, I'm going to D-light, and Radish just could not work around it.
Yeah, and I remember, I think it was like TK and Sparky saying that there's some intense neutral going on in many of the games there. And I want to talk just a little bit more about, you know, neutral, going into neutral. How does that help a player get to where they want to be, Flambeau?
So for those who are watching, it's like, what do you guys even mean when you say neutral, right? Because we are all Brawlhalla players, so it's like, yeah, neutral. But basically, we're referring to the game state where it's like, before anyone gets a hit, right? It's like that rock, paper, scissors that people are playing when they're trying to get that first hit to try to gain an advantage. And the way that Kaina plays it and the importance of it, especially with that high dexterity on Koji, I saw Radish's neutral crumble. Like, it looked like, I was surprised they even went back to the Fortress of Lions that many times in the set. I was like, you may want a smaller stage because the way that you are like trying so hard to force these openings, Radish had trouble playing from behind, and you need to have like the best neutral if you're gonna be playing from behind.
Great, that's great info, and I think kind of really took advantage of that too, especially on Koji. So now we're going to take a quick break to get set up for the next match, but before we do, and I want to also tease that the next match is Meg D versus Blazy. But before we go into our break, we want to give credit where credit is due. So at Brawlhalla, we are only as strong as our community, and we want to recognize some community members who work so hard to bring Brawlhalla to life.
This Developer Appreciation Award goes to Barendipitous, the premier lore master. This Developer Appreciation Award goes to Expired, Lucasion, and Squall, representing Brawl League. This Developer Appreciation Award goes to AJ Moore of the Canadian Den. This Developer Appreciation Award goes to Enrico, Macau, Muzino, and Sancho of Ace Tisao. This Developer Appreciation Award goes to Slow Motion of Bearded Brawls. This Developer Appreciation Award goes to Sandwick and Contrast of NSIG. And these Developer Appreciation Awards go to our moderator extraordinaires, Sora, Wangana, Botanic, Nevist, Paka, and Palm.
Welcome back to BCX. We're so thankful for our amazing Brawlhalla community members and just all the audience out there at home. Really, without you guys, none of this would be possible. So honestly, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much. And I'm pretty sure all of us here, we really appreciate you. Thank you. So now, guys, we're on our way to finding out who our singles top 8 will be. Our next matchup is Meg D versus Blazy. I want to know what you guys are thinking. Flambeau.
So we watched Meg D go down a little bit earlier to what I said was probably the worst matchup possible, right? Luna, someone who's very, very just like eruptive on the scene in terms of both the way he came into his own, but also his gameplay style, right? Like very aggressive, does not give you space to breathe. Now we have Blazy here, which I think should fare much better for Meg D. I think Meg D should be able to just do kind of the standard play style that I'm used to seeing him play, and I think he should be able to come out on top here. I mean, the lifetime stats even show that it is 2-1 in favor of Meg D, so this could easily be a 2-2 moment now, or a 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, of course, if you're on Meg D's side, you got to have a lot of confidence. Again, getting so far in the midseason invitational, you've run into Blazy multiple times and generally come out the victor. But if you're on Blazy's side, you're thinking, you know what? It just takes one. You just got to get that one W here on the World Championship stage, and you're going to be knocking out someone who's beaten you multiple times, and you're going to be continuing on. Already coming in as North America's PR number 45, he's made more than a handful of upsets to get here into the top 12 of things.
And I also want to mention that we are now heading into the elimination side of our Phase 3 pools here. Actually, this is top 12. So Meg D versus Blazy. Whoever comes out on top continues to move on the elimination side, though, for top 8. But if they lose, you're out. This is your last chance for both Meg D and Blazy. I mean, it's going to be crazy to see what actually happens. I want to talk just briefly a little bit more about like predictions. Who do we think we're going to come out top? Why? Let's go this way. Duke.
You know what? I think by most accounts, Meg D should be the one to walk away with the medal. But given the situation that we're in right now, Meg D coming hot off of an L, Meg D kind of in this weird hot spot right now, and Blaze he's got nothing to lose. He's the underdog by a bunch of counts. I'm going to give it to Blazy. I'm going to go with the wild card pick.
Okay, wow. I mean, I can understand it because there is an aspect of the fact that even looking at those stats, one of those guys actually has a gold medal, and it's Blazy, surprisingly enough, right? Like you would think, oh, Meg D has the consistency to be constantly hitting those top 8s quite a bit more often, but Blazy has shown that he has it in him to go all the way. But with that said, I'm going to put my chips on the consistency. I'm going to put it for Meg D. I want to see it play out.
Well, definitely, if you just saw briefly there, Twitch chat poll actually came up, and they are rooting for Meg D, a substantial amount, may I also say that. So we'll see what's gonna happen, what the outcome will be. TK Sparky, let us know what's up.
US West representation in the building, ladies and gentlemen. That is Blazy coming here big, outperforming his seed. Let me look up his seed for you, TK, because I'm going to tell you it, and it's going to blow your dang mind as we get into this game. Seed 173 coming out from Blazy. Has strong performances lately. Even that gold medal, that was a last chance qualifier win. That wasn't even like a major tournament, but Blazy has made his way all here trying to represent the US West servers.
Yeah, man. Blazy said, I'm about to show up and show out, and that's exactly what he's doing here. Potentially trying to break into a top 8 here. But he does have to go up against Meg D, a seasoned player here. I will say, you know, I haven't got a chance to see a lot of Blazy's matches, or any of them. I don't know, I haven't seen them on stream, at least when I was commentating. So this is nice to, you know, fresh to see how my man is playing, what actually got him here to this point. Now you're going up against Meg D, though. You're going to have to do a little chase down here if you want to get this W.
You're exactly right, though. It's been a minute since we've seen Blazy. Last tournament he played in was Spring Championship 2022. He's been on that multiversus grind, which he's also made himself a known entity, a threat in. This time, Blazy is a little bit behind Meg D, who's starting to set up that edge guard, side stick over the stage. No, sees that spear coming, and actually gets bonked by it on the head. Neutral air, juggle opportunities for Blazy. No, back to the ground.
Ooh, okay, Blazy actually throwing out quite a bit of options there. We're not getting punished for any of them, and ends up finding that neutral air. Very close. Good dodge right there from Meg D. If he had dropped down or fast fell into that, that was pretty sure that was going to be stopped like easily. But has to find, again, both these guys have to find that final hit. Unarmed Meg D is going to go find his sword. Been his pride and joy right now. Oh, the weapon toss, though. The recovery directly into it. Good stuff to Meg D, recognizing what Blazy was going to do out there.
So in the Kaina game previously, we talked about Kaina struggling to find his way in on the Asuri pick with the Katars because of that range difference compared to Radish's orb. Now the range is really going to favor Blazy here. Has both bow and spear, but Meg D is doing a great job of either waiting for Blazy to attack and punishing while being in the outside of the effective range, or just straight up finding his way back in. The far left side of that neutral air, now the far right side of the sword neutral air. Meg D is making such good use of the range that sword has, even though it falls a little bit short compared to spear and bow.
Yeah, but I mean, as you said, he's been able to weave in and out, also been able to whip punish quite a bit. Okay, let's go to the punish. Oh, nice. Okay, Blazy getting a little extra damage as well. Love to see it. A little gravity cancel sig action up there, but he is kind of hurting right now as far as damage goes. He's not been able to put too much onto Meg D, who, one of the things I am kind of starting to notice about Meg D is like a lot of these dodges, he's always dodging up. And I don't know if Blazy has not caught up on to that yet, but I've seen quite a bit of like, oh, let me get out of here, up dodge. That should be enough. He didn't even sweat beast. I think he just knew it was not going to make it, so he's like, you know what, let me get out of here. Back onto his last stock. No weapon in hand. Meg D, once again, I mean, must have known that that weapon's going to be up there. The Brawlhalla God's blessing, but not blessing enough as he is, as Blazy is still able to get it.
Yeah, since you're talking about Meg D jumping around a lot, if we're thinking about, yo, nice one there, Blazy picks it up. But if we're talking about the vertical threat, I feel like Spear's vertical threat, like, is the recovery, but there's a lot of time to punish that one. Right. So it's not the strongest in the straight up region where Meg D's spending a lot of time. Even in the 45-degree range, if we're talking about Spear D-Light can be a risky move. That's the 45-degree angle option that Blazy seems to be going with to deal with Meg D.
Genuinely, I like that little combination he's getting right there. Like, it seems like an early damage racker. And I mean, I don't know if it's true, but it's looking kind of true. Very quick with it. Blazy, though, kind of fighting their way back into this game, but Meg D has been solid throughout. Has not faltered much. I think there's been, little dips and valleys here on the side of Blazy, but Meg D has been a straight plane, straight through.
Meg D starting to struggle here. Blazy has a nice little lead. There comes the juggle opportunities. Doesn't find a punish after that neutral air. Again, Meg D is not able to punish these neutral airs from Blazy. Back-to-back in-lights. The punish game from Meg D is not there.
It's not happening at all. Meg D, again, you can see the thought process. You can see the wheels turning off of the side lights, just not actually pulling the trigger or anything after that. Back into the sword, though, and just does it. The side six, I know you're not going to expect the amount of reach that I'm about to cover right here, and that's exactly what happened. Meg D is going to go ahead and take it. Again, one of those situations where I feel like Meg D, he's not taking a lot of chances or a lot of risk, but when he does take it, 90% in his favor.
Meg D is definitely a risk-averse player going into this one, and I mean, the Brawlhalla speaks for itself. Playstyle speaks for itself. Meg D, between these two, even though Blazy does have that gold medal from the last chance qualifier, the experience at this level, even though Meg D doesn't have a ton of it in terms of like BCX World Championship, the experience here in high stakes tournaments is going to favor Meg D 100% compared to Blazy.
So Blazy, as you said though, this season player in multiple games is looking pretty good here. He looked great in multiverses. And I mean, side note on all things considered, I always say that when it comes to other games, the Brawlhalla players will always be at top at some point in time, so that has been held true. But I'm trying to see who's going to be the top of this set right now, as Meg D was able to take that first one over to the Fortress Alliance. But I don't know if Blazy's going to figure out what he needs to do. Blazy wasn't too far behind, to be completely honest.
I was expecting that instant to come out a lot earlier than it did.
Yeah.
That's usually what the Kaya player goes for, is they're just going to rip that one off the top. That's going to be a neutral light punish. Meg D turning that one around. It's the three-piece. Doesn't find the fourth. Man, these side airs, Blazy's spacing just isn't quite up to par compared to Meg D's.
Yeah, no, I mean, Meg D has definitely been dancing around Blazy a little better than Blazy has been able to dance around Meg, but there is still some, okay. That was interesting, and it worked out though, but like normally when you see something like that, you expect to see the neutral or the recovery. Now he goes for the down there, and it actually does work out, probably throwing Meg D off a little bit too. You know, it's like, wait, you went for that and it worked out.
Yeah, because the neutral heavy G-Seed and the recovery are both true options.
Right.
So no one's ready to press a dodge there until they get hit by that second hit to try and dodge away from the blast zone.
Right.
So he just completely called that out. I don't know if a recovery would have KO'd. I don't know if a GC in heavy would have KO'd either.
Yeah, that was definitely great awareness there from Blazy to find that stock, but I mean, even greater gameplay from Meg to not allow that stock to turn into a lead. Only taking a little bit there, and now back on two. Oh, never mind. Actually going to keep the gauntlets this time around. Oh, you got to pick up that weapon though first. But you know, standing by a little longer than expected. Does manage to get it though. Now Meg having to deal with the shorter range of the gauntlets against this bow. I'm sure if another sword comes in, he probably would swap out.
Lazy, finding almost no connections here, gets a nice punish. He almost got hit by that D-Sig from Meg D, but no, he's keeping it coming.
I'd have been watching the last game. That was something that Meg D did in his last set with Luna a bit, and to success too. I mean, I think he did it 4 times, and they might have hit 3. So definitely not a bad option to go for. I think Blazy, you know, just out of the range to punish that good stuff off the. Oh man, almost off of the ground and into the blast zone.
It was so close to being that dunk that would have possibly taken the stock, would have most likely taken the stock, did get that bounce. Oh, he goes back into it. Blazy in the lead.
That's how you, Blazy doing the, you know, the dash up, I think that's down sig, and then that caught Meg D as he tried to moonwalk his way back and moonwalk right into that and out of that stock. However, gonna even it up again. Meg D not allowing a lead to ever exist.
Has the weapon advantage here. Blazy spawning back in, immediately throws out the neutral light. That's going to end his iframes early as he's spawning back in. Bro, Blazy's weapon pickups are so strange. He had the delayed one there earlier, then he throws out the neutral light, hits Meg D away, waits a second, maybe attempting to try the dodge in reaction, and then he picks up the spear.
At least he has it in his hand. I will give that up for sure, but right back to the hands of Meg is the sword, which, I mean, to me has been more of his pride and joy. He's been doing a lot more gauntlets this time around. That would have been big if he was able to get all the damage off of that, but Meg D, one more time, setting up this situation that you see just millions of times by him. Put you off stage and just controlling all that area next to the edge. Uh-oh.
Eli side air setting up for the edge guard.
Disarmed as well, does manage to slide past him, but just getting chased down again. Meg D obviously knowing that Blazy wanted that weapon, is just gonna let him get it and then immediately punish him for it.
That is a 2-0 right now for Meg D. That is a scary score to stare at. We saw kind of fight back from it after a legend swap. We are also going to see a legend swap coming out from Blazy. Off of the Pearl, off of the Kaya, over onto the Azoth. Azoth players, rise up. We've had some representation in this tournament. We've had Zapapi out there. That's one of my favorite Azoth players. We've had some Wubs this tournament as well. Now, it's Blazy's turn.
Okay, let's see what Blazy can do here on the Azoth. Blazy gonna drop the spear, but keep the bow. And I do think the spear actually got him, I think, more KO, so it's going to be interesting how he decides to play this one out. Obviously, Azoth has some very good SIGs, covering a lot of space, allowed to kind of just throw him out whenever he wants to sometimes. Bro, just like that.
I swear, they swapped to another legend with the same weapon, and they're like, oh yeah, I remember how to play this now.
Yep.
And then they start going off, kind of did with the sword. Blazy's Azoth bow is looking so much better than Pearl. Of course, he has the signatures he's incorporating into this. Now, this is going to be Blazy's highest level legend. Has the level 68 Azoth.
Okay, I mean, I'm surprised, you know, didn't want to try to start off with this first, but hey, you know, sometimes he's probably feeling a Pearl. It's probably what he got a lot of his victories with this weekend. So, you know, feeling that, or feeling the combination here. But this time around, it's been all bow. I mean, the axe came out for one hit, but so far it's been mostly bow. And he is absolutely destroying. As you said, swap characters, remember how to play. Just jog his memory somehow.
It's probably the raid that we just got from twitch.tv/Pro Brawlhalla. He's like, oh, we added all those viewers that were watching Sandstorm earlier. Oh yeah, it's time to show up. All eyes are on me. Blazy coming out here on the dome with this Azoth, almost a full stock lead. The bow is controlling the ground, controlling the air.
Yeah, this is actually kind of surprising. I mean, I understand the pick of Miami Dome from Meg D. He's going to want that space, but Blazy is doing a good job of allowing him, denying him the space that he really wants. That's not going to send him anywhere just yet. Meg D actually going out for a chance, but not the craziest chance right there. I think if he was able to hit that, that would have been stopped for sure. Okay.
Man, even that didn't send Blazy very far, barely off stage. Meg D's going to have to find some major damage or a really cheeky pickup if he's hoping for this stock anytime soon.
I don't know where Azov got all this weight being just bones. But
I'm telling you, like, he got really dense, but he's been drinking his milk.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Oh, he don't need some milk.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Very nice. Very nice, Meg D.
That's how you punish that for sure. I mean, I was saying, you know, you can throw in a lot of these SIGs. I was thinking more on the bow side of things, but yeah, I mean, Blazy, I guess he tried to catch him by surprise. That did not work out. Meg D with the immediate spot dodge into the great punish there. And one of these situations, again, where Blazy got a stock very early and just was not able to make much of that second stock. This is some decent damage for sure, but not like a hard lead that he probably could have had, seeing that he took that first stock off of Meg D quite some time ago. It's another slow developing game, but you know, it took about a minute between them to get stocks.
And again, we're still seeing Meg D go for that neutral air into the gravity cancel, neutral light pickup off the bounce. Bounce passing Blazy, dribbling him to himself before getting that second hit. He's been picking that up in orange quite a bit.
Nice. Okay, not able to get the stock off that just yet, but did beat out a recovery at the very least, so keeps himself from taking any damage. Looking for a lot of these neutral airs of the bow. Makes sense though, very strong move for the bow as far as getting vertical KOs. Might not matter though, he's starting to get kind of overwhelmed by Meg D, setting up the same position he's been known for pretty much this entire tournament and probably his whole career. Just being able to really just be a good edge guarder, slow, methodical edge guarder. Not going to be able to get past that neutral light though, is going to lose that stock.
Talking about methodical, we're also seeing those neutral SIGs start to come out a little bit more from Meg D's sword. They haven't made a connection yet, but he also hasn't really been punished. Like, we know how aerially Blazy is playing. He's not afraid to go over to those soft platforms, give himself some breathing room. Right now, he's in control of the main stage, but it can easily swap places, especially now that Meg D got that stock, has main stage control, but no, Meg D's actually going to stay over on those soft platforms. He's going to jump like he's waiting for the weapon, but it's Blazy who's actually at the weapon disadvantage. If it throws his axe away, bow comes right to him. That cave, I'm telling you, that's one of the luckiest weapon spawns I've seen. Check him PC. Check him PC right now.
Just really just gave it to him. He's like, hey, I like that you got that hit, man. Here's your reward. Here's the bow. And now, you know, back onto the weapon that's really been giving him a lot of success in this game in particular. It's that bow. But I will say, I don't think Meg D has kind of been just resilient. As I said, he's been a plane. He has not really faltered yet. He may take a couple hits here and there, but it doesn't seem like it's shaking his momentum at all.
There's the side light. Is he able to get any reset? No, he ends up taking a hit. It's the neutral light, but again, he's not able to push any of these positions after Meg D breaks neutral.
Meg D, I'm living by a hair there. I don't think he's able to take another one. He somehow is. How high is this blast zone? Like, I thought that man was for sure gone, but no, he's still living. Should be gone off this one, yes.
He doesn't even go for the recovery.
Yeah,
he goes for the neutral air, which honestly, at that point, it might not even take out.
Yeah,
like, you know the recovery will, but he's like, nah, I'm gonna go for the neutral air, take it straight off the top of Miami Dome. And Blazy's gonna be feeling good about this legend pick. We're gonna go right on into this next one as Blazy fights his way back, guaranteeing at least a game 4 here against Meg D in this elimination qualifier for top 8.
Over to Apocalypse here. I'm a little surprised, to be completely honest. I feel like Blazy really benefited from the amount of space that he had there. It felt like that's the thing for Meg D, right? But he was the one who got that W there, got a lot more place to play, and I think that helps him out as far as like not getting edge guarded as hard as he has been getting edge guarded. It doesn't matter. But look at this start off right here from Meg though.
And this is what I was talking about, the possibility from the kind of Radish set of like Blazy was in control in game 3, and we've seen so many times that it doesn't matter in the long run. It did in the kind of set. It might not here with the way Meg D is playing. Absolutely clean.
Doesn't even need the downline. He already knew he did the damage, gets the recovery from the ground, takes the stock. My man Blazy looks needing to get another weapon here, but Meg not hearing that, not allowing that at all. Okay. swap side. That was a great swap. Side swap there from Meg. Got the weapon on the left, got the weapon on the right too. Weapon coming back to the left, and Blazy is gonna not pick it up.
Oh my gosh, and Megdy's gonna grab it. He extended the string with 2 hits from the sword, retreated back over to the weapon spawn. Blazy finally getting this bow, hoping he's gonna get a fresh drink of water, but I don't think so. It seems like it's poison.
Yeah, I don't, man, Blazy has been, definitely took a little more damage than he needed to so far to get this this weapon, but hopefully now that he's got it in his hand, you know, he's able to make something happen. He's got to get something going for him because he's already hurt on this second stock. Meg not even really threatened to get off this stock yet unless he finds a good 6 somewhere. Look at these neutral players sending absolutely nowhere.
That seems to be his main knockout tool, and that's, if you're looking at the stats from last game, 669 damage from Blazy. He got the W, but he has to add up so much damage. That's because neutral air is one of his main KO tools. It's not really the most efficient KO move, adding in the defense of Val. You're seeing it right now. His signature usage was incredible before, but Megdy seems to have that figured out, and he almost has a 2-stock lead figured out.
Yeah, I think her base defense is 6, right? So, like, I feel as though even with that being said, if he decided to go, 7, cool, whatever, right? But 6 is still a pretty high defense for the, and you can definitely see how it's really benefiting Meg here. Meg finally losing that stock and almost coming back in immediately to go ahead and say, like, let me get that lead back. Now, Blazy has to do what Meg has been doing the entire time and denying a solid lead here. But I don't know if he's going to be able to do such. Throws his weapon away, back onto the axe. Sure that he wants his bow back, but because the axe really has not been benefiting him too much. Yeah.
Instantly punished.
Man.
Oh my gosh. Megdy keeping almost a full stock lead here. The potential for the 3-1 from Megdy, ending this US West player time here in the BCX World Championship 1v1 bracket. Megdy looking to move on, looking to close out this final stock.
Yes, Megdy once again. I mean, just like he's pretty much, back and forth, rubber banding, if you will. With the
brother!
The damage is racking up. The pressure is definitely racking up on Blazy. He has to make something happen right here, right now. It has taken a little bit of time for him to find any type of damage. We're not getting that though. Megdy says, "You got to go."
The swap. I thought that was going to be it. He was looking so good on the dome. He was doing everything that successful Azoth players do. The bow pressure was strong. The axe, I mean, it was fine. It was there. He just wasn't really focusing on it because the bow was too nasty. It was too good. The signatures were so good. Everything that makes Azoth, all of a sudden did not matter. Look at the damage split. How much was it? It went away too fast.
It was 400 plus on the
496.
Man,
65% of the damage was on sword.
That's how you do it. And Meg, I mean, look, when I was saying these rubber banders, basically he was just always back and forth. He was like, all right, I hit you, I'm gonna step back, I'm gonna hit you again, I'm gonna step back, and it worked so effectively every time. If it was from the edge, if it was in the middle of the stage, and he found all of his, like, the long confirm we found at the end, the long combo. When Meg does find the opening, he will take it. It's just getting that opening sometimes takes a little bit, but I'm telling you, man, he knows how to push his openings to, well, great success.
Incredible work from Megdy. The swap figured out. That's why Megdy is the legend that he is, but we need to hear more from the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, TK, Sparky. Incredible for sure. Megdy really did find his opportunities and took advantage of them. Duke, tell me about this outcome right here.
Man, 32% light attack accuracy on Blazy's side. That's the number that stood out the hardest for me because it was a struggle there in game number 4 for Blazy to find hits. I mean, the number of nairs that he hit that just weren't KOing Blazy was struggling to finish off Megdy. They talked about it in the broadcast, right? Having to put up 600 plus damage just to win game number 3. It was all Megdy's defense. Game 1 and game 2, those were nail biters. They were getting really close, and I thought maybe this was a set that could go the distance, but Megdy was just leveling up game after game, and Blazy was just struggling to finish off stocks each time.
Yeah, I feel like Blazy played too honest. That's how I feel. Like when I saw him swap over to the Great Houdini, I was like, okay, so we got some Azoth action. That means we're going to be seeing signatures galore, right? That's normally what people think when you see Azoth. And I don't know if you guys caught that, but in that last game, he had 0 signature attacks.
Yeah, it was NA.
Right? Like, on Azoth? Like, it kind of blew my mind, especially you were mentioning before, having struggles KOing off the top. I was like, you got to be banning out some of these stages with these high KO boxes off the ceiling, or you got to start going for D-Light Sayer instead of Nair, because you keep sending him up there and you're making it more difficult for yourself to find the KO.
Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. Is like, I even asked you in like game number 4, like, did he forget about D-Light recovery? He went for 1, but did the recovery the other direction. But at the same time, like you said, like the signature kit, it's kind of like what we said with Luna with like the Caspian, where it's like, if you're struggling to finish off your KOs, then try some of those signatures. They got some high force behind them, so throw those out, and at the very least, you're taking up some space.
I would have thought, oh, sorry.
No,
I was just going to say, I feel like I would have thought maybe a Koji. I would have thought maybe
sense,
a Koji.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of swords and things, let's go to the next matchup here with Radish versus Fiend here. You can see that Asuri with her sword and a Petra. Now, once again, this is another elimination round 4 in the bracket. This is top 12. Whoever comes out on top gets to go to top 8. It will be on an elimination side, but it is top 8. Flambeau, tell me about this matchup.
Okay, so Radish, we saw have that set earlier where it was a little bit tough. Kiner Ackerman, I mentioned before, like kind of iced them out a little bit, but Fiend is not that kind of player. I'm not worried about Radish having to try to hit Fiend. I'm worried about Radish trying to stop getting hit by Fiend, because I feel like Fiend is gonna do his absolute best to just rush him down, and I don't know if Radish will have the defense to offset that onslaught.
Yeah, for me, it really is going to come down to the mental of Radish. I mean, coming hot off of that reverse 3-0 that kind of brought back on him, he's got to reset that mental and go into Fiend. And then also, keep in mind, like, yes, they're both South Americans, but like you said, completely different play styles. You cannot get away with the same things. But if you play your game to perfection, I think there's a chance here to stop another South American from getting to the top 8.
I know there's a lot of fans out there that do want to see Fiend go and keep rising and grinding and going through this elimination side. I want to just quickly talk about their PRs, and then we'll do some quick predictions. But we can't forget, Radish is PR3 of North America. That's got to say something, while Fiend is currently sitting at 7 PR for the South American regions. Any thoughts about that?
I feel like for Radish, the thing that's really going to help here is that because Fiend is someone that is going to rush you down, is going to consistently be running at you, one of the struggles that Radish had before is that if he wasn't playing with the lead, he was suffering because kind of would just stop throwing out attacks. But Fiend likely isn't going to do that. So in that scenario, it means if Radish ends up behind, I think it'll be a lot easier for him to get back into the game, and hopefully that'll be enough to keep things relatively close.
I think on a similar note, though, I would be worried about the weapon tosses from Fiend, right? Kind of halting that momentum, really stutter-stepping the way that Radish wants to play. Because Radish, I think he really likes having his flow, really likes having kind of his own rhythm to it. And the way that Fiend is throwing out weapons, like there was a set, I think, yesterday where he threw out like 29 weapon tosses. Like he definitely likes to kind of blend these weapon tosses into his things, and it's really going to shake up the way that Radish can keep that flow going.
Well, I can tell you that Fiend is still the fan favorite here with our Twitch chat poll, with sitting on 75% right now. Fiend coming out on top. Now, I do want to hear what y'all's predictions are going to be. We heard Twitch chat. Flambeau, who you think's coming out?
So this one's gonna be unpopular. I know y'all have been saying I've been NA biased, like, but like I think Radish got it. I do think Radish got it. I know Fiend is Fiend, you know, but I think Radish, that last set, it was close. I think he got it. He reset. I could see the frustration at the end. We saw it in the camera. He was like, ah. But I think took a moment. Tranquilo.
I'm on the other end. I think it keeps coming down to that mental, and it is a big question mark on whether or not Radish has been able to shake off that tough loss against Kaina. And Fiend, I think with the way that he comes out of the gate swinging, he might have the potential to kind of knock Radish off of his high horse before he can really get on. You know what I mean? Like before he can really settle himself into his new comfort spot. I think Fiend can really throw a wrench in that one. So I'm going to give it to Fiend for this one.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see what the final outcome's going to be, because TK Sparky Let us know the action.
Thank you very much, Winan. We have a different player on the screen this time against Radish, but we're going to see a similar legend, at least to start off with. The interesting thing here, like they mentioned, is Fiend. Even though most players in South America at least learned something or another from Fiend, given that he's been a Titan of South America for so long, he plays differently than Kaina. This is going to be a huge change-up for Radish, but it's still going to be the Asuri. Will Fiend's playstyle be able to get in on top of Radish like Kaina was unsuccessful to do with this legend?
That's definitely something we're going to have to look out for. Look at the stance they decided to go for, too. Radish knows he wants to continuously outspeed his opponent. Goes into speed stance. Here on the other side of things, though, Asuri wants to make sure that every hit actually matters a little more going into the force. This is going to be kind of scary, man. I think, there's a lot of, obviously, South American love here in the chat, in the venue. I mean, people are going to be looking at
in the commentary booth right now.
Yeah, it's like, hey, I'm looking at Raiders, but I do like me some Fiends. So like, it's going to be a little rough. It's going to be a little slobber knocker here. I think as we get into this first game, most of the damage already racking up on the Raiders. Wait a minute, Fiend really playing like one right now because that is all damage on his side. Might get this stock in record time.
And we're also, so close. TK, how did he not get hit by that? That was incredible from Fiend. He does get hit by that side signature. Oh, he almost picks that one off the top. Radish putting pedal to the metal. Fiend gonna avoid that one. Ooh. Somehow he's able to spot dodge through that as well. I can't even get to the point I was trying to say. These two are going so fast. Fiend gets the first stock. Before, with Kaina, we were on Fortress of Lions. Now, of course, Fiend's unrelenting play style. Where else would we go but Brawlhalla?
Absolutely. He's like, I'm trying to get these stocks fast, quick, fast, and in a hurry. But like, you saw the way that he was able to kind of turn this thing around. Radish actually was kind of getting bodied right there at the very beginning, the amount of damage he took, and then he delivered it right back. Wasn't able to get the stock yet, but he's right at the door of one with the neutral light. Doesn't matter where you're at on the stage. It's small Brawlhalla. We're getting some stocks.
That was a little bit bold for Fiend to attempt the landing with the side air. Landing on the ground, hitting that side air right before, rather than trying to land with a weapon toss or anything like that. That was really an easy punish for Radish because Qatar's side air really doesn't have that much range on it. You're really only using that in the air. It's not like landing with a Blaster's side air or a Lance side air or anything like that in terms of range.
Are you saying he put himself right into punish range right there for dropping that side air? Oh, okay. Also, man, I have to say, Fiend's dodges right now definitely on point. I might have to check his coding, man. I feel like he has just a little extra frames on his dodges right now, so on his invincibility, but he's looking good. Not looking so great right now. Oh, does avoid the weapon toss. Oh, can't avoid it all. The Shoryuken coming through. I mean, he already forced the air dodge too, so therefore, yeah, that was pretty much calculated.
That's Radish taking the lead on second stock, a solid lead on second stock, finishing that one off with the gauntlets and guaranteeing himself an orb. This sequence from the damage that he added on second stock to where we are right now, this game is looking like Radish's.
What happened? Radish turned all the way up. He was on like 8 and now somehow he's on 15. Like he's broken the dial. He's looking absolutely great here at the end of this game. Can't get the second recovery, but had he got it, it would have been it. Fiend can't even touch the ground right now. Finally gets down, but okay, there we go. That's how you get a stock. Lets Radish swing at him. I know he was looking a little scared right in the corner, but he knew, Radish wasn't going to pull the trigger on like a dash in. So that was a way to get back into the game. Is it too little, too late though? He's already into the red, and we're on small Brawlhalla. Almost anything should take a stock. Wait,
Fiend has to be so careful, even with the bounce. That sent him flying. Even a neutral light here might be the KO. Just like the first stock. Oh, it's orb time.
Okay, yeah, I mean, a lot of things going to KO with the orb here. The neutral light actually KO with the orb. You know, always expecting to see a sideline side air in the situations, or just maybe a straight side air. Waited for Fiend to land on top of him, used the neutral light, obviously covered himself, and then got the game.
He knows the damage that he had on Fiend, but also that's him using Brawlhalla to his advantage with those side walls. You don't have to go for maybe the more risky side light that you might miss, put yourself in punish territory, string territory for Fiend. Just a simple neutral light defensive get off me tool, and that's going to be the KO option. We saw him do that in the first stock with gauntlets, and now we saw it in the third stock with the orb. Radish going up 1-0, even though he got that game and was confident. if I was sitting in that seat right now, the back of my mind is playing these flashbacks to the kind of set previously, saying, oh, I can go up 2-0 and still lose the set.
Yep, the set is never over until someone gets that 3, just like the game is never over until someone gets that 3. And, oh, I'm in for a treat. The Fiend Wu Shang is out. I'm a huge fan of the Wu Shang. I'm a huge fan of the skin, obviously, but I'm also a huge fan of the Wu Shang. I feel like when he gets, he's in. He's breaking into a different mode when the Wu Shang is out. So let's see if he's able to make something happen, swapping over into the gauntlets and the spear pairing.
Now we're seeing a similar thing from Fiend that we did from Kaina, swapping on to the legend that we know. Radish, right out the gate, has the weapon advantage, has his primary weapon, and is going to push that as far as he possibly can.
Man, yeah, I mean, that was a great opening right there for Radish. Fiend gonna have to slowly bring themselves back into this game, looking for a little bit of a read there with that neutral air after the sidelight. Man, but it has been the greatest show for sure. Oh, man, what a weapon tosses. I think he was out of there for sure if he got hit by that. Look,
oh! You saw him wait just a little bit. He didn't go for the pure read of sidelight, immediate GC sidelight. He waited, hesitated for just a second. Any possible spot dodge, he might get through that. Dodge to the left, he might get through the iframes of that. Great work from Radish, showing that on his gauntlets as well. Those have leveled up from Radish in this game from what we saw previously.
Yeah, he has definitely been Mr. Orb for most of the games that I've seen here at BCX. But yeah, sometimes when the gauntlets do come out, he knows exactly what to do with them as well. Fiend is going to get a little gauntlet neutral light, and now trying to put some pressure on the Radish. Radish, great evasion right there to get past both of those recoveries. Now actually has the stage control, but not for long.
Ooh, Radish, he's able to come back. You saw, I believe, a side air coming out from Fiend. Oh, the spacing that Radish has this game has just leveled up so much. Fiend on one of his major comfort legends. The range should be helping him here, but it seems like Radish is actually under-spacing everything. He's inside that effective range. He's in that zone where there's no hitboxes.
Fiend, can he pull something out, though, to get back into this game? He's already taking a lot of damage, and that's going to be the stock. Small Brawlhalla not working in his favor at all right now, as he is playing against, again, still a very, very high force legend. And we are looking at, Fiend just trying to make something happen for himself. He's got, I'd say, decent damage here onto Radish, but I mean, you've seen the way that Radish is able to rack up the damage off of one dodge read. So, you know, he's really got to be careful for honestly the rest of this game. He's got to start putting some things together, which he's not been able to do just yet. There we go. I actually put a little three-piece. Like to see it.
I feel like other than the very beginning of this set, that's the one moment where I'm looking at this game. You take away the F-I-E above Fiend's name, and I'm like, that's Fiend.
Yep.
That's the Fiend that I know. He's bringing this back. Still a little bit at a damage deficit. I believe there's a 50 damage difference as Radish is spawning back in.
Radish actually started off something, but it did get interrupted right there. Probably this. Oh! Fiend looking for a lot right there with the down sig, not able to find it, but hey, he's fought himself back into this game. Does avoid the Shoryuken there. Okay. Watch himself though. I mean, Radish is definitely willing to throw that out, and despite that being kind of an anti-air, you do scoot pretty far forward, so it does cover a lot of space in front of you as well.
Swapping over, Fiend at the weapon disadvantage, which normally wouldn't be, based on everything we've seen from Fiend in the past, but it seemed like Radish has his number. Oh, that one's gonna hit! I believe that's the third one he's thrown out, and you know that they say the third time is the charm. Radish with a finish to that game, but again, the back of his mind, TK, I've already gone up 2-0 and lost the set.
Yep.
You're against a legend of South America, but not just South America, the entire Brawlhalla history.
Yeah, man. And honestly, the walls on Small Brawlhalla are not that small, but they're small enough that, like, he literally covered, like, a good 55–60% of that just with that alone. But it's just the threat of everything else he can do. Jump off, reverse dare, jump off, ground pound. It's like there's so many things that he can do right there that you have to be aware of each option. And because of that, end up running directly into that sig. And that was it.
So we find ourselves, TK, in an interesting spot here. I was expecting a swap over to the Hattori. Last game was close, so I'm not saying this is a misstep from Fiend. I'm saying I just expected a swap over to the Hattori, but no, you can see it right on your screen in, I don't even know how many pixels are on that screen. That thing is big, ladies and gentlemen. Coming in with the Reino Wushang. Shouts out to Rivals of Aether, and we're on Apocalypse. It feels like the Apocalypse for Fiend right now.
Yeah, because, I mean, look, he's definitely the Doombringer. I will say that. Radish right now is definitely being the Doombringer in this set. He has been able to shrink so many things together. Both of his weapons looking good. My man is still sweating. He's dead. He's dead.
My goodness. And that wasn't on TK. That was the gauntlets. That's his supposedly weaker weapon.
How did you... Wow, I mean, like, legitimately carried him from the left side of the stage to the right side in full sweat beats that you are not allowed to actually touch the stage with the weight of reset. I'm just going to go ahead and keep bouncing you off of it and getting my combo going. I mean, that is a wonderful stock for Radish. Getting dodges right into it. Nothing is going in the way of Fiend.
The 0 to knockout on Lance in South America is called the Karatada. I swear that was essentially a gauntlet version of Karatada, and he did it to Fiend.
On the Fiend, I mean, look, as a player myself, sometimes that would have put me on maximum tilt. Like, I'm tilted off the face of the earth right now, but he's gonna have to pull this thing back together. Hasn't been able to find the stock yet. Ooh. And Radish.
That's bad.
That's it. Again, another stock sneaks under him, gets the drag down of the neutral air, and no stocks taken yet from Radish. Not even really threatened stocks yet. He's only in like the deep orange. Fiend trying to make something happen there. The neutral stick not gonna hit. Recovery will, but not enough. Not even close.
Still not doing it, TK. He's trying, he's begging to find this KO onto Radish, but Radish is not gonna give it to him. The weapon toss down, he's able to pick it up before it despawns. It's the gauntlets coming out from Radish, the neutral light. Fiend in the yellow, just no connections from Fiend. Side air, but it's from the wrong side of the stage. Radish gets around it. Fiend looking hopeless right now, finally getting the stock.
I mean, look how much he had to take, guys. He lost 2 stocks. He's already in the yellow before he's even able to take 1. He's got a lot to make up for. He's got the spears in hands, trying to really make the spear work for him. But Radish, fighting out of disadvantage, fighting out of hits, he doesn't care.
Side light, side air. It's not going to take too much more. That right there, putting Fiend in the red. Radish, getting cheeky with it over on the edge. The unarmed attempt against Fiend going back onto the stage. Plenty of room between them. Has the weapon. Is he gonna finish this one? No, he tossed. Radish, brother, what are you doing? There's the orb. Side light, side air. Is this gonna be it? Not quite.
There's only one. I feel like he can only eat one of those.
Radish is feeling himself way too much right now. This is making me so nervous.
Well, the amount of things he's throwing, the amount of weapons he's just throwing away, he's like, it's fine. Oh, okay, Radish, you're trying to stop a little too hard.
End him, dog. Neutral light from the middle of the stage. Radish takes out Fiend.
Radish, man, literally the Doombringer on that one, as you say. You know, we took it to Apocalypse, but the only person that got raptured right there happened to be Fiend. That was not... I mean, that last game started off too great for Radish to lose. And as you said earlier, man, Radish had that in the back of his head. I am not going to get reverse 3-0. He said, actually, don't even worry about it. I'm just going to 3-0. I'm not losing no games, and the last game's going to be so dominant. I'm going to be able to style.
What a performance from Radish. He really showed us something there. The orb, of course, immaculate. But the gauntlets were incredible. I want to hear from Winan. I want to hear from Duke. I want to hear from Flambeau on this one.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Talk about that W for Radish here. Flambeau, you must be feeling pretty good about your prediction about who was coming out on top. Tell me your thoughts.
I didn't expect it to be a 3-0. Maybe a 3-1, maybe a 3-2, but that was dominance from Radish. I don't know what else to call it.
Yeah, he looked really good. Definitely shook off all of the issues that he had in his matchup against Kaine. Like, we kept hearing them talk about, like, oh, he was up 2-0 against Kaine. That stress is creeping in. We saw Fiend take a stock finally in game number 3, and we're like, if he reversed 3 stocks to this, we might see that pressure creep in. Like, we're always worried about Radish's mental, but the fact of the matter is, he had the solid mental. He was able to play through it, and even at the very end, like, I know they were a little bit critical of, like, those up tosses, but that's just like, that's like a little battery refresher, right? Like, that's just a recharge to make yourself feel better because you have such a huge lead.
I mean, we can look at these highlights right here about how, you know, we can see Fiend trying to switch it up here with the legend change. I believe, from a surge to Wushang or Rano on the Wushang. But Radish, consistent on this Garnet.
I can't even, that sequence that he got, I think everyone was wowed by it, right? Straight carry from the left side of the stage to the right side of the stage. And we were talking even during the match that, like, that's not a true combo. Normally when you get hit by the same move twice in a sequence, you're able to DI.
Yeah.
But because of the fact that that wasn't a true sequence, but he was out of jump, so he couldn't escape it, meant that all the trajectories were predetermined and Fiend actually couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, he went left to right, full sweat beads, had no options there, and ended up just falling at the very end in a real heartbreaker situation. I know a bunch of Qatar players are mauling right now because they're like, you know, if I was on Qatar's, they would have touched the ground, they would have gotten their jumps, they would have gotten their dodges back. But no, Radish, really good move select to make sure that he didn't give that opportunity to Fiend as well.
And I want to just continue talking about Radish and just like the consistency he showed. I mean, he did not switch off of the Garnet, which is a Petra epic crossover. We saw Fiend trying to figure something out, right? And so let's talk a little bit more about Radish and just his consistent Garnet Petra play. Duke.
I love that he got better at the gauntlets. In games, in his set against Kaina, it was definitely looking like a big orb play. And every now and then he'd have those gauntlets that came in. But when he got the double sidelight read on Fiend's dodge down into a recovery, I was like, okay, you remembered that you still have this other weapon and you remembered how to play it. And you started to see it come alive. You started to see him kind of remember that there's more to the kit than just being good with the orb and going for that sidelight down air setup for the down sig, anything like that. And you just love to see that. When you have that character loyalty, you can kind of dig deeper every single time.
I actually think it's a good thing that Radish lost when he did. Because now, watching him play, I feel as if, I don't want to be so bold as to say that I think he's going to make it all the way, but I think if he ends up getting the run back versus Kaina, I think Radish is going to win the second time around.
Yeah, I think that fired him up a lot.
Yeah, for sure. And like I said, that was like a top 12 elimination side match. So Radish must be feeling good that he can get moving onto top 8. So with that, singles is wrapping up phase 3. So now we're going to shift gears to our doubles competition where we will ultimately find out which duo has what it takes. A quick refresher for everyone here to look at what our doubles teams are competing for. So the prize for first place is $60,000. You can see the rest of the breakdown here for everyone who's placing. And we will be watching the top 4. So, I mean, you can see 4th place still getting a nice chunk of change there. 22,000 ain't nothing to complain about. Let me just say that.
I'm like, I need to get nice, bro. I need to get nice like that.
You're on the wrong side of the desk, is what you're thinking.
Okay, furthermore, of course, our doubles format for those just now joining us. Dude, can you tell us and break this down?
Of course, we're in all best of 5s, $250,000 prize pool for the 2v2s, and again, the double elimination. We've got 2 teams on the top side, 2 on the elimination side of things, and if they want to get those wins, they gotta make sure they eliminate their opponents.
Yeah, it's a best of 5, which we've talked about, you know, yesterday about how a best of 5 can really change things around. All right, y'all. So we're just about, let's see, a few minutes away. Actually, 4. We're about, what, 4?
For the top 4.
For the top 4, yeah. We're
That's
top
cute.
4. Yeah, we're 4 best of 5s away from crowning our doubles BCX 2022 champion. But first, I want to, I guess, get a little quick preview or hint of like the matches that are going to be coming up here. So we got Fozy Godly, right? And Experience and Made. Hold on, I'm going to pull up the bracket. I'm going to just be like super sure that I'm saying this correctly here. And everyone at home, folks, you can also pull up the bracket and pro stats and things like that.
Exclamation point bracket in chat.
Yeah.
Start.gg/Brawlhalla.
It's Fozy Godly versus Boomy Snowy, if that is correct. And then we got Experience Made versus Acno and Blaze coming up. That is a heated top 4 for y'all. Oh my goodness, now that I'm looking at the bracket here. Okay, that's it for now because we got our top 8. We had, what was it? Radish securing his spot in the singles top 8. But of course, we're not done just yet. After this very quick break, we're going to be shifting gears to our doubles top 4, which I just mentioned the top 4 we'll be looking at.
Wild.
And then we'll be crowning one of them as our doubles champion. Stick with us. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We are now in our doubles top 4, where we'll be finding out who is our doubles champion. We're gonna kick things off with Snowy and Boomy versus Fozy and Godly, and I'm joined by some very lovely, handsome men here. TWK, TK Breezy. How are you guys doing today?
Yo, I am chilling. Today has been absolutely phenomenal, and now we've got the top 4 of doubles, the creme de la creme.
TK, how you
All
feeling?
right, man. I'm having a great time, obviously, man. With I just got finished commentating. Now I'm here on the desk, ready to see some great doubles action. A lot of teams that are left that I want to see. So, I mean, Fozy and Godly, they've been impressing me. I'm a big Boomy fan, so just we got a lot left.
Yeah, and let's talk about this matchup because TWK, you were mentioning literally right before we came back to live about Snowy and Boomy and how Boomy may be winning a championship with a different partner.
He's the kingmaker. I don't know what else to say. Like, he's won doubles with Remy. He's won doubles with Sandstorm. He's looking to do it again with yet another player. It's like one of those that you see just taking championship rings no matter what team they're on. And
what about Fozy and Godly here, TK?
Look, Fozy and Godly, I mean, I've been a fan of Godly's for a bit. I'm mostly for the gauntlets, but he's been on a different tear today, and also like even off of that though, he has been playing quite well on weapons that I'm not so used to seeing him play. But you have to shout out Fozy when he brought out the Zarya. The Zarya went absolutely insane, and I'm hoping to see it again on that side of things. So this is like, you know, a little bit of a heartbreaker for me. These are 2 teams that I'm like, I want you guys to win, but like someone has to go down. You know what I mean? So we're gonna be seeing that relatively soon. But hey, y'all in the crowd, man, if you didn't know, we are in top 4. We are about to crown a champion right now. Okay, so if you're in the venue and you want to see some hot Brawlhalla action, the top 4 doubles, you gotta come over here, grab yourself a seat, and hang out with us.
Yes, and of course, folks at home, tune in. And also, you can use the command center to look at the expo and the players and all those things and make it customized to you, so you feel that you are literally here at the venue as well. But I really wanted to talk quickly about those stats that came up. I mean, their PRs are actually very close. I know they're different regions. We got North America, we got Europe, but their PRs are very close. I'm going to name them here real quick. We have, let's see, I have Snowy at PR 4 and Boomy PR 3, and then Fozy PR 5 for Europe, and then Godly PR 4 for Europe. I mean, what do you make of these stats here?
I mean, very comparable. Listen, it's basically any time that you would expect to see grand finals in either region, you would not be shocked to see these players sitting up there possibly taking it. It's really just the best of NA versus the best of EU clashing together here in the winners final.
Yeah, and we got that on the loser side of things too, right?
Oh yeah.
We also got that on the elimination side for sure.
About that for sure.
It's a big NA versus EU rivalry happening yet again here at BCX. But yeah, we got to see who's going to be sitting pretty in grand finals as we get into this match relatively soon, man. The Godly, the Fozy, the Snowy, and of course Boomy, all going at it. I want to see if we get some crazy character swaps. I don't think I've seen Boomy's Reno at all this weekend.
No, they've been running pretty much that cross Onyx composition. And, dude, it's been working.
Oh, yeah.
Here they are.
Yeah, for sure.
And now I want some quick predictions here because we can see below what Twitch chat believes here. They're favoring Snowy, Boomy, and we all know here in the venue and probably at home, I'm a Boomy fan. I'm rooting for Boomy and Snowy. But TK, who are you rooting for? Who's going to be the winner of this matchup?
At the end of the day, I know I said I like some Godly, but I've been a Boomy fan for so long, I can't root against him, so I have to go with Snowy and Boomy.
Man, you can't put me in this.
I'm going to look at you,
we've been hanging out with Boomy at different
looking.
competitions for years. I can't go against him here. Come on. I also just personally want to see that story come to fruition, where it's just like Boomy wins championships. Doesn't matter who he's with, and now Snowy is the perfect teammate for him at this stage of the game.
Yeah, it seems like the whole desk here is a North American favorite to Snowy and Boomy. And I like seeing Twitch chats. It shifted a little bit. You know, sometimes when we talk about the players, chat decides to change their mind just a little bit, but it's still definitely Snowy, Boomy being favored here. And honestly, I really want to see and hear what the crowd thinks. Who you guys voting for, Boomy or Snowy? Can I hear some screams? Who's rooting for Boomy and Snowy out here? Yes. Okay.
I'm adding my voice.
That's good. That's good. What about Fozy and Godly?
Also, let's go.
Okay, we hear
on.
we hear some too. So it's gonna be split here. But it's going to be a crazy match for sure. I'm going to just talk very, very quickly about, let me see here. Let's talk about characters or legends, because you were mentioning, are we going to see Boomy Reno? What do you guys think they might favor here? Or if not legends, what weapons?
Man, I'm still thinking the Cross Onyx. It is looking so incredibly strong. The space control that they get, you know, Boomy on the blasters, he's one of the best blasters in the game for years now. And Snowy's cannon, I don't know how you defend against that thing. He comes blasting through with the side air. The down airs will just delete you off stage. And any team combo with that high of a strength, ending it with Cross's signatures, you will lose your stock in 2 seconds flat.
Right, and then on the other side of things, obviously, Godly, you know, he's known for the gauntlets, not playing the gauntlets today, so it really feels like, you know, whatever he wants. But on the side of Fozy, I really want to see that, like, I want to see that Zario again. I mean, it came out in reverse 3-0, and it looked literally unstoppable. No one was able to, like, figure out how to get past anything he was doing. I mean, like, on both sides of the weapons, the side saves were looking good, the down saves were looking good. He was just doing it all. So definitely trying to see that one more time as we, you know, eventually get into this match.
And because it seems like a lot of people are favoring Snowy and Boomy, I mean, I know we're talking about legends and weapons. Is there anything Fozy and Godly should be looking out for so that they can succeed and move on?
I'm really thinking just interrupt the handoffs, interrupt the team combos. Do not leave your teammate exposed for too long. I know sometimes it can kind of separate into the 2 separate 1v1s, and that's where you got to be Johnny on the spot for, hey, my opponent rotated. I need to rotate with them so that way they don't get the quick 1, 2, 3 on my teammate.
Do you think that them forcing the quick, the 2 1v1s is probably a better strategy than them actually trying to do the 2v2?
I don't know, man. Whenever it's a swarm, I see Godly and Fozy just absolutely dominate. Boomy and Snowy both dominate. I think it's a toss-up in those situations. It's really just going to be about who gets caught out solo.
All right. All right, well, we'll see if anyone gets caught off solo here, because we're ready to see this winner's final doubles match for the start of our top 4. Ajax, Zipmaster Flex, take it away.
It's that storied rivalry everybody loves to see. North America versus EU, not in just one match, but 2. We're getting into the first one here with a bit of a difference. It's not Luna Pugsy in this position. It's Snowy Boomy. It's not Acno Blaze in this position. It's Godly Fozy. We're looking at a big lineup of incredible champions, but even on the lower side of it, I just gotta say it. We gotta throw it out there. We have to stop doubting Experience Made. They have made it all the way up to this point. They were able to get into top 4. I can't wait to see that one come up. But Zip, we're looking at Godly and Fozy, who don't have the storied history necessarily that Boomy has, but I think that they're going to be a massive threat for what has been an insane run from Snowy and Boomy so far. How are you feeling?
So they were talking about Boomy and how it doesn't matter who he's with. He wins championships. And that makes me think of Robert Horry. Big shot Robert Horry. That man won rings with the Lakers. He won rings with the Rockets. He won rings with the San Antonio Spurs. That's the same caliber of player. You put him on a team and you're about to take home the gold. But Boomy's going to have to show that here today against a great team of Fozy and Godly. Whenever TK was talking about the Zariel pick, that's what I want to see also. I talked about how hard it is to punish that character, even though those moves have a lot of animation, a lot of time where he's free to be punished. The movement and the placement that it puts you in when he lands those signatures and team combos, it's hard to find where he's going to go. Even if you know where he's going to go, it's hard to land the punish.
And something you were just alluding to is the gold. Boomy has so much of that. He has been here before. He knows how to succeed in this position. Godly has been able to do that in 1s, has occasionally been able to pull that off in 2s, but here with a different teammate once again, can he finally pull it off on the big stage in person? We've seen it all year online, but now it is time for Godly to prove that he can do it here. And Fozy, we said it on the first day, was at moments playing better than Godly. Fozy was allowing Godly to do exactly what he wanted at all times by just existing, smacking people away, and letting Godly do exactly what you want. They were mentioning it at the analyst desk, and I think that this is what it's going to come down to. If Godly is allowed to 1v1 people repeatedly,
they win. Because if you're putting Godly 1-to-1 against anyone, that is most likely going to come out in his favor, except maybe off stage, because Boomy is the hardest person to edgeguard, period, in this game in so many aspects. So I think it's going to be Boomy and Snowy looking to crowd them as much as possible, force power plays, constantly 2v1 Zip, so they could possibly get the W.
You know what's wild about how you just laid that out for that team? Yesterday, I was constantly talking about, no, this was on Friday, I was constantly talking about how Boomy and Snowy were operating the same way. You would think that Boomy would be the front man because Boomy is that championship caliber guy, that guy that's been up here multiple times. But Snowy is the one playing front. And if you can't stop him and you're allowing Boomy to play the back row and get his punishes and play freely, that's where you're in trouble. So both teams have the same win condition. Who is gonna be the one that starts the control and stops the front man?
And when you let Cannon go crazy up front, and you're enabling blasters in the back to line up combos, you are asking for a loss. You are asking for trouble. But on the other side of things, of course, we have the consistency factor of Lance and twos. We have the Axe, we have Dulcim, and we have game number 1. Winners Finals is now beginning of 2v2 championships. Crowd, let them know what you feel right now as we get in the very beginning of this.
Let the roars come out. I know you guys are excited for this. We are underway. I love the character picks. We got the Orion, we've got the Dawson, and then we've got another Street Fighter character over here, and then we got the Onyx. This is gonna be big time. We already have a big time scrap in the middle of the stage to start this.
And look at the way Boomy's trying to grab center stage control, constantly staring away, trying to enable Snowy to play that front line like you were just alluding to a little while ago. And that's a big punish right there. He tried to go for a neutral light and instantly doubled up as they get the first stock.
What was so clean about that? Snowy hovered right over Boomy's head, gave him the coverage. That is what you call teamwork at its finest.
And they were able to get a coordinated strike on the Godly shortly afterwards, and you said it perfectly. Teammates at its finest. They have been working so well, and their damage continuing to rack up. They haven't been able to safely approach like one time, and that's with the weapon lineup they have with the spear here and with the gauntlets, but Godly is gonna go, Godly's gonna go ahead and find Boomy, but Boomy refusing to let that one go.
Boomy would not let it go, but gonna get caught by the Yoga Flame. This match is already fire. I'm loving what I'm seeing from both teams, but look at Godly. He's definitely damaged pretty tough right now on his second stock, so they're really gonna have to look for the KO. Oh my gosh, he almost got taken out. They're gonna have to look for the KO on Snowy and try to even this thing out before he loses that one.
You're exactly right, because Godly is so deep in the red, and Snowy only just finally losing that one there, playing right in the center of everyone and refusing to get hit over and over, and there goes Godly, Zip.
There it goes, there it goes. This is a lead for the red team. They're doing exactly what they want to do, and they're holding down the stocks, and they're putting on damage. Look at this, putting on more damage on the Godly. They're gonna chase him off on the side. No, okay, teamwork. Godly getting protected by Fozy.
Well, and I was about to say Snowy doing the same thing. Fozy and Snowy have been there to constantly break up combos, and that dare actually helped because it kind of keeps Boomy from like approaching, bounces him out, reduces knockback, allows him to do what he wants. But Boomy has now fallen to the last one. All parties involved are basically even because Snowy is going to potentially fall soon. That weapon toss down. Are they going to find Godly? Godly's not going to find the wall. And the American team already moving up here with 3 stocks, comboing Fozy to oblivion already, Zip.
I'm telling you right now, don't go out on the side of the stage with Snowy. He's been doing it all weekend. He's been taking people out. Oh my gosh, the breakdance. Caught him on the down like the weapon toss. Game number 1 for the red team.
Snowy and Boomy having dominant control, constantly separating, getting in there, using a dare to break things up. Fozy was doing a very similar thing, but in a rather curious fashion. Godly was the one who was constantly falling first because they kept getting to him. And whenever they were operating Zip, they were operating in pairs. If you were hitting Boomy, you were getting hit by the dare from Cannon. If you hit Snowy, you were getting caught by the dare or the neutral lights from blasters. You were never able to safely approach without some type of issue stopping you from getting more.
I'm starting to understand their team comp more and more the more we're seeing it. Boomy plays the ground, covers with those large active hitboxes with the blasters, and then Snowy is floating around over him, and you don't know what to do, because if you come in and you get past those blasters, then he's gonna clip you.
Well, you asked, TK asked, and you shall receive, because the Zariel is now coming out. We're gonna drop the the Orion, we're gonna bring up the Zariel. Zip, let them know exactly why it works so well.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm glad he didn't wait. to bring this pick out, because he's been bringing it out on final games, and he's knowing that this is big-time pressure. They want to get to that grand final side, but the reason this is going to work is because the capitalization on these team combos, if they can get something started, the way Zariel pushes you out of position and down low onto the lower sides of the blast zone, that is a scary position, and then they can play off of it with the double gauntlets.
And something they have to figure out too is that damage output, because last game, both Fozy and Godly were sub 400. Godly only did 289 by comparison to the 465 and 506 by Boomy. They have already started off the match immediately by getting to Godly once again.
Somebody stop Snowy. He's so accurate. He is the one getting the efficient KO blows every time somebody gets to high damage. Here he comes. He's got Godly on the side. Oh my gosh, if that cannon would have hit that recovery.
That was so well placed, but he wasn't able to close it out. There's Fozy though, closing that one out on Boomy, and now they have a power play. But look at the defense from Snowy. Finally gets caught by the Sarah though, when they were able to deal with it, and Fozy still holding on to the first one.
He is still holding on to that stock. He is on red, but I love the way they're playing right now. He definitely gave that one up. I understand the attempt of throwing out that signature. If he would have landed it, we would have saw what I was talking about. He would have shifted his hitbox, and we wouldn't have been punished for that. But he ended up losing that first stock.
And this is such a big moment for Snowy Boomy if they're able to close it too, because they've teamed with each other quite a bit since the breakup of Sandstorm and Boomy earlier, and they haven't been able to consistently get dominance they've been looking for. It's been Luda and Pugsy. But here today, it feels like that moment, the World Championship on the line, has brought everything out. But this is a very close game. Yoga Flame's gonna go ahead, find Snowy on the bottom, and they're gonna go ahead and try to capitalize, but they have an accidental miscue on teams, and it's gonna be Fozy who knocks out Godly.
Boomy actually pushed Godly into the way of that. I don't know if it was on purpose, but it definitely worked out for the red team. Finally, they get that stock off of Boomy. They gotta make something shake here. Get Snowy out of there, but don't party with him on the bottom of the stage right there. That's not what you wanna do.
You gotta be very careful in those situations. Take a lot of damage for no reason, but that's gonna be one. Snowy's gonna go ahead and fall. Is Fozy gonna fall soon? No, he's gonna go ahead and try and find his way into some more damage on Boomy. They have wasted no time.
Not at all. These guys are on time, and here we go. Fozy's on the side of the stage, but they're not even going to attempt to approach him. Godly came over, snuck in just in time, and took their attention away. I love what I'm seeing from both teams. Look at this. The more the signatures are starting to land from Fozy, that's where the pressure's getting turned up.
Exactly.
But look, if Godly loses this stock, he's going to be in a 2v1, and that's a rough situation.
That's why Godly's not able to really commit to much right now. Completely unarmed. That allows them to just go ahead and deal with Fozy. He couldn't really help, and then they get rid of him right afterwards. Fozy can do it if he can get rid of Boomy, but that is a tough task to ask right now.
Especially when you have Snowy covering him. Oh, he gets a sig, but he doesn't leak him over to the side of the stage, so it's not going to be the advantageous situation he wanted. He's in the middle of two gauntlet players. This could turn bad, and there it is. It's gonna hurt. It's the worst, and you are gonna lose game number 2.
Oh, they said, you see him. One more. Let's go, one more. That's all they need to get that comfortable position in grand finals on the winner's side, trying to send Godly and Fozy down to the elimination side of bracket. North America trying to hold down the defense here at BCX, but can never count out the danger that is Godly and Fozy. So you take a look back at that last match, that incredible double up they had at the end there. Fozy did his best to try and catch Boomy off guard on the left, like you were saying. The signatures were starting to line up, but it wasn't enough damage. And will it be the end of days now, Zip, as we take a shift over to Apocalypse?
Oh my goodness, boy, that's bars. But I'm gonna tell you right now, the part that made everything fall apart was when Boomy pushed Godly into that down signature. When he got clipped by that, he went down to his final stock, and they just weren't able to recover from it. And talk about recovering, he's in a dangerous spot. Fozy gonna make it around Snowy. I'm telling you, Snowy on the side of the stage is the scariest thing possible. Oh my God, Boomy!
Snowy was throwing hands the entire time, unarmed, and doing better. Like, he's playing 3 weapons right now, and that is so dangerous. But you have to watch out, of course, for the pressure on the center stage. You can't get up there and try and go help him. Godly switching over to the valve to try and make something shift, but they gotta make it happen fast as they are already so deep in the red.
Man, you're down 2-0. This is gonna be rough. You're coming in here, hopefully your confidence isn't shaken. They're getting some good damage on, but look at how hurt they are. They just can't get a lead. Nice gravity cancel signature. He's gonna hit Snowy, but still not enough to really get this stock out of there. That defense from Onyx is playing a big part.
The outplays on Godly right now have been so huge because the last game he did sub 400 again, and they're just not able to stop him. Fozy getting over to the right, at least, off of that whip, getting you out of some danger, but they do have the red team deep in the red as well. They can even this back up.
Yes, they can. Okay, so, I mean, they're not too far down. Look at how deep red Fozy is. He's the answer. Lands a 6, gets both of them. Yes, sir, that is what you want for the blue team.
We said it on Friday, and we say it again today. Fozy has been playing phenomenally on this team. He does fall shortly after that, but he's been able to keep this team in the game, constantly playing enough, usually enabling Godly to go crazy, but they haven't been able to find that spark yet.
They're finding something. This is the best game. This is the best game they played, right? Like they've been playing on the back foot the whole time. I feel like every round they're trying to catch up, and they're getting good plays, but they've never had a lead. They're losing the lead as we speak, but it's that scramble, man. In the middle of the stage, they're losing that nooch every single time.
That was so good because he put him in a position where it looked like Snowy might go try to punish him. So he figured he could just dodge or stay there in that spot. Absolutely not. Boomy's playing phenomenally, but they have Godly deep in the red. Snowy, pretty damaged as well. It's not that far off. Will we see a 3-0? It's looking like it could possibly happen as Godly falls.
It's getting close, man, and this is not what anybody wants. Nobody wants to see them lose this bad, but man, I know that the red team's open. What a save! Are you kidding me?
That was insane! That could have easily helped them to get back in, but Snowy getting in the clutch to keep his teammate alive. They do finally get rid of Boomy. They get rid of Snowy, and we are on 1 stock apiece.
Gets the save nonetheless. They have tied the game. Fozy is the most damaged player on the board. Team combo, this is hurting. Yes, sir, this is exactly how you want to start this.
I don't know if you ask your boy to come help you out, but you getting jumped in, he jumps in and starts getting hit too. That's not the way you needed to do that, and they took a decent amount for that, but here comes the dare. Here comes Fozy to go ahead and break that up. Godly trying to get down there. Boomy getting in the middle of everything, accidentally hitting Snowy, and Snowy taking quite a bit of damage now, Zip.
Oh my gosh, this is intense. Out on the side, Boomy is back. Man, when Boomy's got those blasters, it's so hard to try to come over the top and stop him on the side of the stage. He is gonna come up with that nair, he's gonna block you off, and he's gonna get back on. He might turn it around. Snowy out on the side, Fozy coming through to try to close him out, could not get it, but ooh, oh my gosh, that defense is clutch.
That was so close. Godly was waiting for it too. They lined him up perfectly. Neutral Zig, it's gonna be enough. EU's hopes not gone just yet, as all they need is one more on Snowy, but Snowy has them both so damaged. All he needs is one mistake from them to get this to a 1-1.
This is so close. We are down to the final seconds of game number 3. Will we be seeing a 3-0, or will they stay alive and take this to game number 4?
Godly getting in the way, not being in position to be able to close that out. And that D-line recovery might be enough, and it is! And we are not done just yet with winners finals. We are going to get a game 4 as EU was able to strike and put one on the board.
Look at that, repping the flag. Everybody out there, give it up for the blue team. They're staying alive. We're going to game number 4 in this winners finals. This is the hype we wanted to see. Welcome to BCX.
Olimanto, of course, the statistician of EU, right up in the front, holding the flag. You see, yeah, we see you getting that hype going. They are not done just yet. 2-1 Zip. What was it about that game that just shifted so heavily because they were getting dominated at the start? What was the difference?
The difference was that last stock. Whenever they got they cleanly got them out of there, didn't take any damage on their final stocks, and then you started to see there was 2 key team combos, racked up good damage, and then they maintained control after.
Yeah, and also a big thing, Fozy has consistently been improving each game. Godly was slow to the kind of slow to the start, getting back into it. Godly at the end started playing that positional control we've known for him for this whole past year, how dangerous it is. Waits for all your resources to be gone, and then you feel like no decision you make could be correct. And that was with 2 people on the screen, and it was not the end of days. We got a game 4.
And we're back at the end of days. It is back to Apocalypse. They love this single plat, small little stage. This tussle in the middle has been favoring the red team, but I mean, they were able to clutch up, but a clutch is not how you want to win. You want to win with a lead.
Something that has helped a little bit, though, the red team definitely got more, but Fozy's ability to line up the 6 and catch them, trap them in position has been a little better because they have nowhere to hide. They've been right next to each other the whole time.
Yes, that is correct. And we do have the swap over to the bow. Oh my gosh, Godly pushing him into the Boomy Sig and got a team combo onto him.
Godly not going to be able to get up there quick enough, but of course Snowy getting a quick combo, but they recognize Godly showing up, try to back it off. Both of them, actually everybody keeping the red right now. Snowy not going to fall just yet. Are they going to catch him on his way back in? No, they had to, Boomy right in the way, and that is going to be Godly falling first.
Boomy was so ready with that ground pound. That wasn't even his teammate. He said, thanks for the assist, my boy.
and you got to capitalize wherever the moments come, especially against this type of lineup. But it's going to be Boomy falling, and that's shortly following is Snowy. Once again, Fozy starting another game, having the most after the first start.
We got the Val, we got the Zariel. I think they have found themselves. They're playing better than they did in game number 1 and game number 2. They are here. They are alive now.
I like how that weapon toss came in and they still kept swinging. It's like, that's cute. What you think I'm going to do? We're gonna keep, they kept fighting, and still Fozy refusing to give this first one away until I talk about it right there as Recovery takes it out off the top.
All right, now on the side, Godly trying to get back on there. Had 2 exclamation marks, but they backed off of him. Fozy came back in. He was going to be able to stop him, so I understand the situation.
Very smart play. Here he goes, go in, break everything up. Even if you hit your teammates, okay, you got that reduced knockback. You don't want to let them continue. Snowy getting caught a bit more on his way down, though. I'm noticing Snowy hasn't been able to consistently land in the middle of a fray and get away with it as much as he was the first 2 games.
I'm telling you right now, they're taking control of the scrambles. I said the red team was leading the scrambles. Now that the blue team has taken that away from them, they're not getting that double layered offense. Ooh. Very good job to take those 2 stocks out consecutively, and the blue team with the first hefty lead of the set.
Exactly. A pretty solid lead right now. Not nearly as damaged. Usually when this moment happens, everybody's pretty close, and they're able to answer back. Godly, of course, has a decent amount, so he's waiting. Go ahead, get that nair, break up the combo, but that did put Fozy into the deep orange.
Yep, he is pretty hurt right now, but look here, I'm looking at Snowy. This is what I want to watch. I like how Fozy is going for him. He almost got taken off over the top, but he did come over and interrupt. Look at Snowy. He's moving around, and he hasn't been able to get something shaken like he normally has. Got the cannon. Let's see what he can do.
I feel like that was the call from Boomy. It's like, hey, re-coordinate, regroup. We need to stay near each other because that's what's always worked. And Godly's going to fall because of that slowdown. Because of that slowdown on 2 pieces, they were able to even everything back up.
This is what we saw in game number 2, but it was on the blue team side. Cleaned them up, didn't take too much damage, and here we are, an opportunity for either team to take this.
And they finish it. Blue flight's coming through for Godly. They got Snowy in disguise. Boomy trying to chase. Boomy's going to go ahead and have to find his way back down to the ground. Using that snare to just make sure nobody jumps up towards them. But a very stressful situation for the red team. The neutral stick will take them out, but they have only so many mistakes they can still make.
The ground control is going to the blue team right now. Ground control to Major Tom. Oh my gosh, Godly! He got the dodge. Boomy almost sent him to the deep depths.
That was so close to Boomy capitalizing on a huge moment. Recovery won't take him off the top though. Boomy gonna get himself back down to the ground. Gets caught in the air. Snowy breaking everything up. Right now, Boomy trying to catch him. Snowy just missing, and Snowy falls. And we're getting close to a game 5, but now we have a 1-1.
1v1. Who is gonna get it done? Fozy gonna close him out, and we're going to game number 5.
You could not have asked for better to start this off. It is not the 3-0s we want to see. We want to see people make adjustments, and that adjustment coming in big time for Godly and Fozy. Coordinating well, not overextending, not getting caught in a big thing. Godly is now finally playing the game.
He's definitely playing the game because they were taking him out early, but that was that double-layered offense that was doing it. Boomy and Snowy were controlling everything. They were not allowing them to get anything going. But here we go. We're going into game number 5. This is going to be the closeout. Who's going to grand finals?
I honestly can't even guess at this point. This is reverse 3-0 potential right now. Snowy and Boomy have been doing so well all day, but Godly and Fozy have finally waking up, running it right back to Apocalypse. Do they finally stop it? Do they shut this down? Big team combo already for the red team.
Snowy's back. Snowy's back. He hasn't been doing stuff like this in 2 games. He's getting his hits. He's capitalizing off of Boomy.
A good break. Oh, actually, they got a little bit too close to each other. Snowy getting away from that. Of course, that could have been a whole lot more damage, but Godly already a decent amount. Godly's been able to kind of mitigate this position before as if. Let's see if he can find a way to rebound.
The answer for the red team is definitely stop Fozy. If Fozy can't throw out signatures willy-nilly like that, I love it. I love it. Talk about prime-time positioning. Snowy on the side with the gravity cancel, or was that a pivot neutral signature?
He was so ready off the neutral lights, like, I got you. We're sealing the deal. You set me up. I'm going to go ahead and dunk it in. And right now, Snowy just trying to make sure that Boomy can land safely. Godly, of course, completely undamaged, so he can afford to rush in, but you were so right. They have to find a way to deal with Fozy, who's always had the most stocks at the start of the game.
Yep, he's been holding it down, POP, but what he's also doing is holding down that ground space, throwing out the signatures. But as the set has gone on, look at Boomy. He has stopped his signatures mid-track, I think 3 times.
That's exactly what you need, but Boomy is going to fall. This should be one right here. They miss it, though, and Snowy gets to hold on a little longer.
He's going to hold on to that life a little bit more. I really thought he was done. Went for the recovery. I feel like a ground pound could have got it. Either way it goes, this is still really, really close, but they have got to take him out quick or at least start putting some damage on the Boomy.
He gets to stay around longer, too, because Boomy did get that save with the dare before and then refusing to fall pretty much after. Go for a big chase. Recovery will take him out, though, as everybody's at 2 apiece.
Godly going up there and getting him. That was what he needed to do. The blue team trying to stay alive, but they are pretty damaged, and if anything big hits, it can spell trouble for these guys.
100%. You have to be so careful about where you're positioning right now. Godly trying to control that soft platform. Fozy accidentally setting him up, but it's okay. Nothing led to a knockout in that position. There's that Sarah to back them up. Here's an attempt to try to get Boomy. Boomy gets off of Dare, though, and now they have taken the lead.
I talked about it at the beginning. Don't challenge Snowy on the side. Boomy said, hey, I got some of those too. Hit him with the downlight with the guns, and then, man, I'm scared, guys. This is two stocks apiece for the red team, and look at how damaged Godly is. If he gets caught slipping, this can be trouble. Oh my gosh, can they clutch this out?
They're gonna need big plays right now, Zip. That's a good lead that the red team has, and you said it at the beginning of the game. Snowy came back. Snowy is back in business. After those last two was getting shut down, it's been all Snowy this game. But Boomy in a very uncomfortable position, gets in there, is gonna go out there after him again. Godly needs to get back on stage. Fozy getting away, Snowy stopping it. Boomy getting sent to the skies, but still not getting knocked out.
That's great for them, for Godly to get back onto the stage, but he did eat a good bit of damage doing that, and they still haven't taken these second stocks off. I like the approach from Fozy right there. He tried to get him, not able to get it. Oh, look at how hurt Fozy is.
Yeah.
If he loses this stock, this is going to be an insurmountable lead.
Yeah, like you said, they haven't been able to get rid of those two just yet. That is enormous because Fozy, even there on that recovery, still not enough to get rid of Snowy. Boomy keeping himself safe. Fozy constantly getting sent off. He can only take so many more.
Oh, didn't land the last hit of the recovery, but the Sair from Snowy will do it. Here it is, the last hope for the blue team are diminished. The red team is going to grand finals.
Snowy and Boomy getting the best spot you can ask for here at BCX. Winner side of France, NA popping off. Everybody, so just, you can see the crowd passion. Boomy believers are thriving. I know Winner over there is probably popping off. I'm excited because as much as I love watching Godly, Boomy is just it. He's him. But Snowy coming up here, the two of them have been working so hard to get to this spot, and they finally look like they can have their championship.
Boomy is definitely doing his thing, but I'm telling you, this championship run is on Snowy's back. His cannon play, being in the right spot and making sure that he capitalizes, that's the answer. Look at even that right there, when he almost had that recovery, and Snowy was there to make sure the stock was close, that's what you need. But Sheepy, you guys, talk to us.
We believers, let's go! I am so excited. I was literally popping off right here at the desk. CWK, TK, tell me what you guys think about the outcome of this match.
Man, this was absolutely crazy. The adaptation throughout the set, it was the well-oiled machine of Boomy and Snowy for that early lead. It seemed completely unstoppable. But I know I was talking to TK about this, that Fozy and Godly kind of used that strength against them a little bit, putting out a lot of baits, knowing, hey, you're going to play close to the vest, you're going to have start of team combos, and then my partner's going to be able to come in and hit you both. We're getting 2-for-1s all day.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of that near the end of that set. Just in general, to go over the entire set, man, I think the first game was almost like the end. It was almost all Snowy. Like at the very end of the first game, he absolutely popped off there. I think Snowy and Boomy had great coverage as a team altogether. I think there was a lot of times that Fozy was actually hitting Godly in the earlier parts of the game, of the set, but he did kind of clean it up near the end. Boomy's awareness is insane for saving Snowy as much as he could. And yeah, I mean, I think in Game 5 too, they actually spent a lot of time focusing on Fozy, which kind of drew away from what Fozy was doing throughout the set, which was living. He was just living for so long. They were like, all right, forget it. What if we just look at him the entire time? Yeah. And that worked out very much well in their favor.
I definitely agree that both Snowy and Boomy had such great coverage as teammates. I mean, we can look at the highlights here. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you're probably going to see in a lot of these. My eyes were on Snowy this entire set. He has the best rotations in the world. He is always right there for the handoff or to set one up. And it's crazy because he's not playing a very high-speed legend, but he gets to use that cannon to kind of zip around the stage. and he'll take the wide path. You'll see him swoop these crazy angles, and you're like, where is he going? Oh, it's the exact perfect spot for the perfect next play.
Gotta give it up to him, man. That's just what a solid team. What solid team play all together? Because in game 4 and 5 or 3 and 4, Fozy and Golly stepped it all the way up. I felt like as the set went on, they got more and more of their team comp. They kind of got more and more rhythm. I saw them actually like. Oh, I saw Golly stepping behind Fozy quite a bit, so that way Fozy wouldn't hit him with his saves. Because Fozy was, obviously a little stick heavy, and that's what got him the W earlier when he was playing Zario. But Golly was getting hit by a decent amount of them, so he would get his hit and then dash back behind Fozy to let Fozy do his thing.
Yeah, and I just want to quickly mention that technically Fozy and Godly, they did such a good job at kind of gaining their own momentum by interrupting what Boomy and Snowy were trying to do with all this coverage. But man, you cannot stop Snowy and Boomy. They just won, got the W. It was such a crazy match. Okay, we're just getting started though, everyone. We still got 3 more doubles matches to go before we crown our champion. Snowy, Boomy take the win in winners final, securing their spot in grand finals of our doubles competition today. After this quick break, we'll see Experience and Made versus Acno and Blaze. This is going to be an exciting one, so stick with us, don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to our doubles competition today on Championship Sunday. We're going down to the elimination semi-finals. It's going to be Experience Made versus Acno and Blaze. Woo! We're going to be in for a great match. Will we see another Game 5? I mean, guys, what do you think? TWK.
Man, honestly, I think so. I think this one can go the distance, all right, because it is the old dynasty versus the new, right? Acno and Blaze, they had their multi-year winning streak back when we were separated into our own separate regions, weren't able to meet together. But when we did meet together, it was Experience and Made that ended up coming out on top. I mean, listen, for LANs this year, they've got a 100% trophy rate.
100%.
Oh, you're not
100%.
wrong.
You know what? We had the midseason. They slapped it midseason. They're in top 4 right now. Again, as you said, though, Acno and Blaze have been around for quite some time. I mean, I think they might have been at the first BCX I was at, which was way back in 2016, 2017. So, but Experience Made, you know, I'd say New Guard, they're doing quite well. And I think, obviously, when I was talking about it earlier, I think Experience is a much better doubles player than on the single side of things. And so I'm not expecting to see a 3-0 at all, for sure. I'm just not exactly sure who's going to win this match. But in my head, and probably off the vengeance that he wants from the singles performance, I'm thinking Experience.
Oh, dang.
Experience Made.
Okay. I mean, we're looking at the player stats right here. You can see Acno Blaze. When you said old dynasty, you ain't wrong. You can see their earnings. You can see their placements and their medals. PR2, PR1, Acno being PR2, Blaze being PR1. And then Experience Made, I mean, they got some PRs too. PR9 for Experience, PR13 for Made. Not too far away, but hey, they're new. They're new into this scene.
Oh, yeah. And you know what? They keep saying you cannot discount them, and that has been proven time and again. You know, a lot of people maybe not putting them in their predictions initially, and I think you can't say that anymore. You know, we've been looking for the consistency from them ever since mid-seasons. They've really been backing that up, you know, making consistent top 8s, top 4s, and hey, making it top 4 here at the most stacked tournament that has ever happened. Yeah.
Yeah, and I want to go into quick predictions real quick here. TK, I'm going to actually start with you. Who's going to come out on top?
All right, I got to go for the 1-for-1 champions, bro. Experience Made. 1-for-1. You saw the gold medals on the thing. They both had one, and you know where it came from? Mid-seasons. And because of that, 100%, they're going for number 2. They're trying to go 2 for 2 right now. I don't know if they're going to get the 2 for 2, but I'm definitely voting for them on this match.
All right, this man, do we have a coin? Can I just flip that? It's honestly, you know, I'm a stats guy, I'm a numbers guy, so I got to go with you right now. Experience Made doing so incredibly well on LAN, which is a very different experience from the online tournaments. And I think they're fired up. I think the crowd is behind them. But there was that massive contingent of EU cheering squad in the front row there. So I'm expecting them to give that boost to Acno and Blaze. This one's a little bit too close to call, but maybe Experience Made edge it out.
Maybe. And the Twitch chat, actually, the polls did come up really quickly, and Twitch chat is actually favoring Acno and Blaze by about 62% because of the consistency. Real quick, I just want to say I'm rooting for Experience Made. I rooted for y'all back in MSI. I still believe in it. Let's go. The match is ready. So, Ajax, Zip, bring us the action.
I'm glad everybody's starting to come back around because Experience had to ask, did the casters have amnesia? Did the devs have amnesia? Because nobody was putting these guys on top when Autumns came around. They showed you then, they're showing us right now. They're in a LAN environment, but I do want to say, last time at MSI, there was no crowd behind them, so that is going to be a big difference going into this one.
And you're so right on that, too, because so many of us did not actually have them there, and Experience calling that out. But also Acno and Blaze, with the fact that they, as dominant as they've been, weren't really picked overall for people. We had Fiend and Yuz up there, Luna Pugsy, Godly Fozy, but Acno and Blaze somehow getting missed in that conversation because of how stacked this is. But the consistency of multi-year tournaments here with NAEU, and they have been here before many times over. Can they make it happen one more time here in elimination semis, trying to stop that 100% win ratio that Experience Made have?
There is a lot of top-tier characters floating around on this screen. I'm telling you right now, the Ogrim, we've got the the Caspian, we've got the, no, that's Cross. we got Kaya, and we've got the Rayman. That is a lot of top tier, but they are scrapping it up to get this thing shifted.
Speaking of that Kaya making a huge difference not only in 2s but 1s for Acno of late. That, of course, Spear doing so well right now. It's just been phenomenal choice, but with Blaze in the back, he has just been so consistent at 2s, and the strength of Lance. It took a while for us to see it, but we won't be seeing much of that Kaya nor that Lance because it is Experience and Made who strike first.
So when you watch Experience and Made over the years, over this year, I've noticed that the way that they play is Experience is the side of the map guy. He's gonna come out there and he's gonna play off stage with you all day, every day. And other than that, he's kind of slow paced with it. But Made is his back man. He's gonna make sure that he's always, I mean always, protecting Experience. And I love that synergy.
I mean, it makes sense that Experience went out of his way, not able to stop him from getting knocked out there. But at MSI, Experience was invited. You choose who you want to team with. Experience chose to bring Made out and run everybody's pockets. And he brought him out and they won. So can they replicate that here? But so far, Acno and Blaze looking much better. They're juggling the Experience a decent amount. Blaze taking a lot of damage, of course, mostly because every time he commits to one of these sidelights, one of these stairs from Lance, he's getting punished instantly, gets back on, immediately smacked off by the Rayman Sair.
Yeah, smart play, right? You hit your teammate weapon toss. Oh, I was scared on the side. Nice save from Blaze. Talking about a Sair. Oh, you want to go back down there, Acno? You want to play with Made? I mean, Experience? Oh, he got through. He got the recovery. I thought he was going to.
Experience is definitely brave, because if you talk about on like a list of people to not fight off stage, Acno is in that top 3 category. It has always been a problem for people to fight him down there, and luckily for both of them, they got away from that. But Blaze sitting on that last one, Acno sitting deep in the red. They have started to even up this damage dip, but they need to make sure that Acno continues to kind of stock tank, hopefully, at this moment.
Yeah, Acno's definitely gonna have to. Oh, that was a nice team combination. Neutral light, neutral air into a recovery. Okay, now we're talking. The blue team with the lead. Acno and Blaze are playing it slow, but they are doing exactly what they need to do to put themselves in the position to win.
Again, this is why you can't count out the champions of champions, but they do finally find Acno. Experience and Made by no means whatsoever out. Made a decent amount of damage on him, but now he can play that setup play, find the blasters, enable Experience to get things started, because you can play from that distance if he finds it soon. He's still sticking out with the gauntlets at the moment because he can't switch.
Yeah, you know he wants the axe. That's where he's shined throughout this bracket. If he gets the axe in his hands, he's going to do a great job holding it down. And he's actually really good at edge guarding with that. I love that fall down, that fast fall from Acno. And then he went over and said, "Where do you think you're going, my boy? I'm not finished with you."
And finished with him now as he finishes his food. Acno and Blaze striking first. And you saw the passion from them on Friday. The passion coming back out here. They're animated in their seat. They're ready to go. They were talking about it. That EU crowd up front, they're going to get loud. They're proud. They want to see them take it out. They want to see them move forward and get that W. But, man, you cannot get comfortable against Experience and Made. It's happened to so many people. They get that one dub. It's like, okay, let's repeat that. Absolutely not, because they do that shift. Experience starts going crazy, and sometimes Experience gets into this mode where he is one of the most impossible people to hit in all of Brawlhalla.
Exactly. He starts to play that defensive style. I don't know if that's what they need to do right now, or if they need to ramp it up, play a little bit faster, because right now it's playing into the hands of Acno and Blaze. This slow-paced game is exactly what they want.
Yeah, you're right, actually, because that slow-paced game did help Acno, who was getting jumped at the start, completely shift focus. And whether it be on the spear or the bow, we've seen Acno's bow for so long. Don't let him start to shift around on you. But Classic has come out. The Amethyst from Experience now graces the stage.
He went with the Amethyst. He said he wants big boy damage, so these stocks won't be lingering this time around. He's already got Acno out on the side of the stage, and we can see what he's ready to do this game.
And also, your eyes must be everywhere on screen, because once those signatures start finding their way out, like right there, if he committed early, he would have been caught. But Acno stalling properly. However, Acno might not be able to get back, because he's going to get caught. Blaze trying to go up him out, and Acno falls instantly.
Do not play with that young man on the side of the stage. That is his hometown. Almost got Blaze up on the top of the stage. You know what I mean? He visits there a little bit, but his vacation home is over there on the side.
You said it at the beginning of game one. Experience so good in those positions, and you can't do that without Made having good stage control. He's been able to control so much of the pace of this game because he just hovers around that soft platform. You can't get it, and shortly afterwards, they find that Blaze knockout.
They're doing so good. Look at Made's damage. They're not even, Experience is doing so much and harassing them with this cannon. He's moving across the screen, controlling so much space that they haven't even really been able to do much with Made. And Made's doing a great job on his own with the defense of the blasters, but sneaking in there, catching the punish. We lose the stock of experience. Made's out on the side after getting hit with a signature, and they don't even do anything. They let him fuck up.
That was instant coordination from the blue team, too. It's like, okay, separate, jump. Instantly got him, wasting no time whatsoever. And Made, never mind, Made not holding on, but Acno also falling in the midst of all that, so you did get a knockout, but Acno falling along with that keeps the red team in a solid lead.
That's what I call coverage, volume 4. He went up there, caught him when he was getting his teammate out there and said, hey man, I got something to talk to you about. Gave him a little whisper in the ear, cleared that stock, and now the cannon has been the answer. I thought he was gonna play more axe this game.
I mean, they're gonna need to find a way to make both of them work, but honestly, that doesn't matter. Why does he need it? Because he gets the volleys off the bottom. Don't fight experience down there, as you said at the very beginning.
I don't think that I've seen that kind of trajectory on a hit in this game ever. The way that he bounced around at the bottom of that stage was insane. And I mean, that's the power of the cannon, baby.
Slide cancel off the side of the stage. I'm gonna catch experience slipping. Made didn't do as much damage last game necessarily, but he's done much better, at least this game, of kind of playing in a way that enables experience. He's not getting hit nearly as much. He's doing well. He does have that big lead, and if experience does fall soon, like what could happen right now, he gets the touch, but Made will at least have a lot of damage. Where he gets the reversal, the recovery comes through, and what was experience possibly going down? Acno now falls.
I love what Acno was trying there. It was something. You needed to make a big play to get your team back in the game. And unfortunately, just the power of the recovery of the axe ended up clipping them. You know, experience didn't even have to do that on purpose. It was going to hit. Wide area range. But the good closeout, red team equaling the score 1-1.
Like we said, that range coverage from the signature kit is so wide. It's so hard to avoid sometimes. And if you're constantly forced to stay down at the bottom, trying to avoid that, eventually points start popping up, and you got to make a move, and you do not want to make that move directly in front of Cross and in front of Amethyst. It's going to be a bad time. We get into game number 3, though. 1 game apiece.
This is beautiful. I was not expecting this swap at all, but I'm glad we got it. Now, I want to see what the adjustment is. I think I was correct when I said they need to ramp it up, because they turned it up a notch in that game, and they made it where the blue team just couldn't figure out how to hold it down against these guys.
Yeah, he ramped it up 10 levels. It's like, all right, we are speed, we're going fast. And he's continuing to do that, trying to catch Acno slipping in the skies. Once again, that's like the 4th time he's made an attempt at that play and never backs off it.
Oh yeah, once he gets you, he's going to hound you. And that's one of my favorite parts about his play.
Right now, Acno in Blaze just trying to regain control. Acno finally getting access to the bow, so it's an opportunity to line up a combo. Blaze just trying to separate them with the axe. Separates everyone, but he also separates himself from one more stock because he accidentally takes out Acno.
Acno lost that stock to his own man. You know that one's gotta hurt. And we got 2 axes out here on the board, and Acno's kind of just running away. He hasn't really done anything. Finally lands a sidelight. He's got the spear. Down, Sig. And experience is still living.
They're gonna have to find a way to get better coordination too, because there was literally no one next to them and they hit each other 3 times. So you have to find a way to shut that down. But they do shut down experience. That snare comes through, they put themselves in the lead.
It's the disruption of game plan, man. They're not able to play the game that they want to play, and they're just having to make things happen at the speed that experience and Made let them. And I mean, they have a lead right now, but if they don't make something happen right now, look, they have ground control right now. But if they can't maintain that, I'm worried for them.
Yeah, like you said, ground control being such a key factor for pretty much what the blue team did to win game 1. They constantly get one hit, coordinate, Blaze separates them, jump, instant coverage. Now they're kind of crowding on top of each other to do exactly that. There they go, but Acno getting a save to kind of prevent them from getting a punish on Blaze. Nair recovery won't be enough yet.
Experience was having so much trouble getting a hit on the Blaze, but nice job with the recovery coming out from Made, gonna get that one out of there. But look at the damage on the red team. Both of them are super high red. One good hit. Boom, there it goes, experience, almost goes Made.
Made shortly follow after. Blaze hovering over on the side, the experience getting in, trying to separate them, of course. Acno trying to get in, they hit each other a little bit, they keep hitting each other. That's quite a bit of a theme so far that the blue team has had, but they do finally find their true target and getting rid of Made.
They got that stock out of there, experience on the side of the stage. What a pogo from Acno. putting some damage on. And nice, I like it. Made came through, disrupting what was going on. Ground pound hits, weapon toss hits. And there it is. One more for your troubles. That'll be the stock. Another one.
What a huge moment for the red team. They were in not the best position at all. They get rid of Agno and they refuse to back off of Made and even it back up here to try and get game number 3.
We've been seeing a lot of the meta people actually kind of let people linger on the side of the stage in those situations and just wait for the other one to come back and create a kind of a babysitting situation, but not these two. They're coming down there.
Experience is going out there, avoids the charge recovery from Blaze. Weapon toss coming in, accidentally hits Blaze, but doesn't really lead to too much on the red team getting a punish. Experience sitting at deep red, but he's gonna keep fighting, and they convert off the neutralize, and that gives them the lead. Acno in a 2v1, he can get rid of Experience, but he's gotta get through Made.
He can do this. I really think he can do this. This is Acno we're talking about. He's going to have to put on for his country. If he really wants to win this set, he's going to have to get this positioning. They need game number 2, because if they let Experience and Made get some momentum, I am worried for him like I've been saying.
Yeah, and usually in this position, it's actually Blaze who comes out on top so well in these 2v1s. But Acno, of course, has been here before, and he's not going to be able to possibly do it now. Is he going to sneak by, hovering right through? Is he going to get the touch? Yes, he does! Somehow getting through all of that, getting back to center. Is he going to get the weapon? Yes, he does! And he gets Experience! And he still has a chance to get the W! Are you kidding me? Acno, he's absurd! He has some crazy level of plot armor sitting on him as he... How do you do that? How do you walk away from that? He got away from the double up, off stage, swept beats, gets the touch, gets the center, Dano coordinates it, and he somehow gets them game number 3.
Kobe, Brian, and Shaq. Blaze puts up the numbers as Kobe and closing them out. Shaquille O'Acno coming through, doing his thing for the squad. Look at the pop-off.
Now, that's O'Neal landing the 3s, bro. They picked it up so much. That pop-off was so deserved. How do you rebound from that after losing a game like that? But Experience and Made are not out just yet, because we still have potentially one more game for them to even it up, try to push it to game 5. At this point, Zip, I have all bias to wanting to see game 5. I need to see it.
I definitely want to see it, man. But you know the blue team does not. They want to stay in control. What a clutch, man. I'm still shaking from the way that he took that down. And I hope Experience and Made aren't shaking right now. Hopefully their confidence is still intact so they can scrap with these boys once again.
The question has been pretty much all year long, will EU show up and possibly take it? With this dominant force that they've been having with Acno Blaze at the front, then Godly and Bolsey show up. NA trying to hold it down, and NA, one of their pieces, is starting to fall apart on the table of the chessboard as they are constantly getting each pawn picked up. They don't have many other mistakes they can make here, Zip.
Man, it's getting rough. Nice down there from Experience, getting the first stock off. So it's still pretty even. That was looking rough when Made fell early, but they're holding strong. If they can get Blaze out of here first, then they can take this good lead. And look at this. Oh no, Acno with a clean KO.
Well, one thing I do know is Experience has a lot of confidence all weekend long. How many rounds until champions? He has 4 potential rounds left. He believes he's winning the whole thing. He believes he's getting in it. So can he find that clutch factor to help build himself up, get Made going? But they're taking a lot of damage onto Made, and Blaze refusing to give up the first one.
Yeah, Acno made a good play there. He had everybody in it, and he said, you know what? If you got to take this damage, Blaze, you're stealing your first stock. We're going to get this big-time damage on it. That weapon toss, that is a spear throw if I ever seen one. Experience going to make it back. They backed off of him, and here we are back in the middle of the stage. A lot of damage on Red Team.
Red Team does have that burst available to them, of course, with the Amethyst hovering around all over the place. Cannon has now shown up, but it might be disappearing. Of course, he got good recovery here, using those stairs to get back on. They do not really do anything to Made, because he's in a good position to just kind of mix up his recovery, get away from them, and allow him to get back on stage.
Yeah, he has a lot of resources, but those bad boys don't matter when you get sent flying that fast. Both stocks falling. Oh my goodness. Now, talk about being clutch. These guys are really going to have to pull something out of the bag if they want to stay alive here in this set.
100%. If you got any tricks left, you need to use them now. Acno currently pretty damaged. Acno's going to go ahead and try to get a reversal. Experience going out there to fight him. One toss down. He's going to get the dive. Is he going to get another ground pound? No, because he gets separated by Blaze.
If there's any time I don't want Experience to play off stage, it was right there. Acno was not playing with me. He ate a lot of damage for that. That was not the situation we wanted. But they did get the stock off of Acno. Here we go. Blaze. Oh!
Apocalypse being there. If this was small Brawlhalla, we might have been looking at a 2v1. But Experience, very damaged right now. They have to play so careful. They can't afford to get caught. Experience deep off stage, dunking under the weapon toss. Made separate.
separating him, allowing him to get back on. But Blaze going out there to fight Experience, and he gets reversed.
I can't believe it. Here we go. This is still in the favor of the blue team pretty heavily. Oh no, you cannot hit your teammate at a time like this. Oh no, he hit him once again. He needed to get back to the stage, but oh, you're gonna fall after putting more damage on the maid. Can he still clutch this? No, he cannot. It is gonna be 3-1 for the blue team. EU, stand up.
If you have to look back at a moment in that set, it was those last few seconds of them accidentally hitting each other. All before this, I was saying Acno and Blaze have got to stop hitting each other. There was a lot of positions that they were too close, but it ended up coming down to the very end where they brought it all the way back. But a few mistakes led to perfect positioning for Acno and Blaze to say, we are not going to let that go away. We're going to capitalize. Hugs going out. I love the sportsmanship. That we saw this before with when they lost to Snowy and Boomy as well. They come up here, an incredible run for Experience and Made all the way up to this point. Crowd, if you can hear it, applause for Experience and Made getting all the way up to 4th place.
I love those young cats, man. They're gonna fall here, but they did a great job. They had a phenomenal year. And here we go, man. Look at these stats for that blue team. Acno literally is the reason. They were about to be down 2-1, and 2-1, and Acno came through clutch. I think that might be the highlight of this top 4, unless somebody can change my mind. But analysts, you guys tell me what you guys thought about it.
Man, what a match Experience and Made. I mean, out at top 4, but hey, you can't deny Acno and Blaze. I mean, we put respect to your name, Experience and Made, but you can't deny the old dynasty, Acno and Blaze. TWK, tell me your thoughts on the outcome of this match.
Man, I'm just looking at those last stats. 42% accuracy on 19 signatures. We saw that pay such incredible dividends. Acno with these amazing call-outs, the gravity cancel side signature into the gravity cancel neutral signature to seal the deal in that clutch finish to bring them back to tie up the set. And I mean, towards the end there, we saw Kaya's Mammoth coming out. Blue just swinging big for huge knockouts. That dude's psychic.
Yeah, I mean, look, I said it like just straight up while we were watching. Acno don't even need no teammate. He was handling so many 2v1 situations by himself, but his teammate, on the other hand, living all the time. I mean, Blaze is just so hard to hit, so hard to take out, and then that happened in the first game, that happened in the last game. He was just, and I think that actually helps out quite a bit, because like you're starting to get nervous. You're seeing this guy, he's in red, I can't hit him. You guys are just whiffing the entire time. That's giving Acno free reign to whiff punish you all the time. It just was not going well in the side of Made Experience. I do like the swap to Zol, that was great, but it just only got them one game.
Yeah, I know we were talking about this a little bit during the set, but Blaze, definitely the best support player in my mind in the game, because anytime that Acno gets in a spot of trouble, Blaze is there to rotate over. You know, even if Acno's like taking a couple beats to tap against the wall, as soon as he actually decides to crest the corner, Blaze is already heading there, collapsing in to give that pressure relief.
And this, I mean, this right here, dude, like, it's just the communication off that first edge guard is what allowed Acno to get back. That should have been a done game when they were all down there. And he just knows, man. He just knows.
He's either saying, let's go, or I know.
So, yeah, man, into like just it was just a great set, all things. Because I mean, I know it only went to game 4, but just the way that they were able to ramp that all the way back up, and then Acno, like, his whiff punishing, insane. It's like, I know you're coming back here. Here I am. You're not going to be able to get past me. I got the Mammoth coming through, the Ice Mammoth coming through. You got to go.
Yeah, I mean, Acno is solid on those reads there and just punishing all those whiffs. And it's just incredible to see Acno and Blaze and their teamwork. You literally cannot deny how solid their teamwork is, the momentum they build to really secure the W. Now, Acno and Blaze, because they won, they are moving forward on the elimination side against Godly and Fozy now, who are sitting in elimination finals. Y'all, we head into top 3. It's getting crazy here, okay? So we got 2 down, 2 to go, okay? I want to talk about Acno Blaze versus Fozy and Godly. What can we expect out of this matchup, EU versus EU?
All right, once again, it is the old dynasty Acno Blaze versus the newer blood, Godly Fozy. Fozy's been around a very long time, but, you know, this new construction of Godly and Fozy as the 2v2 team. I know it's heartbreaking. Once you boil down, you can't help but getting nation, like, region team kills, you know? Just because it's EU, gotta knock out EU. Who gets the run back to give that last shot against North America?
And I can't even tell you who I think is going to end up taking that game right now. Like it's split down the middle for me because I think both of these teams bring something great to the table. You have Blaze, who is unkillable. You have you have Acno, who is just a great player in himself. Like his awareness is great. He has never really been put in any bad 2v1 situations. But here on the other side of things, you have just great players within Godly, who's shown out his prowess over the last year or so. And then Fozy, his Zario, just becoming a real menace. And I don't even care if he has to play the Zario. He could play anybody right now, and I think he would still be a great menace. It's just that's who he's on right now. That's showing up and showing out.
Well, I'm going to let you guys think about your predictions and who you want to see. Same here, chat, because we're going to take a quick break. It's Acno Blaze advancing to Elimination Final to go up against Fozy and Godly for the final spot in the Grand Final. Coverage for BCX 2022 doubles competition continues right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to the Championship Sunday. We're starting with our doubles top 4 here. We're actually heading into the elimination finals. We're live in Atlanta, Georgia at the Cobb Galleria to see and witness who's going to be the crowning champion for our doubles competition. Oh my goodness, literally the matches have been insane. Ooh. And now this next one, the elimination finals, top 3, Akno, Blaze versus Fozy and Godly, EU versus EU. I want to know your thoughts on the outcome of this, and of course, predictions and things like that. Like you got, we had some time to think about it, right, chat? Right? Okay. So, TWK, tell me about it.
All right. Honestly, going into this weekend, I probably would have made a slightly different call here, but I do really like Akno and Blaze. They looked absolutely phenomenal in that last set. The signature reads are absolutely unbelievable. The support completely phenomenal, and I think Godly and Fozy have had a couple missteps in that department, so it's all going to depend on what they've been able to kind of hash out and talk through in this offset that they had, where they were able to kind of watch, maybe take in a little bit of Akno and Blaze, form a counter strategy.
Yeah, I think I'm also on the side of Akno and Blaze right now, on the sole fact that I think Akno is looking absolutely unstoppable. And then I think Blaze, I mean, I don't know how they're going to actually hit him either. Like, I think Godly probably will have, like, the greatest time trying to hit him. But, like, Blaze, again, just sometimes goes Ultra Instincts and, it's impossible to hit him. So we'll see how this goes as we get into it. Again, storied history of Akno and Blaze being around forever, 16 and 17 gold medals. Here on the other side of the thing, Godly and Fozy got a couple gold medals themselves as well. Godly has actually been popping off super hard, I think in singles mostly. But, no, not to take anything away from his doubles prowess, and clearly he's just a great player.
I mean, this is really most of the European top 5 right here in this match. Power rank 1 and 2 for Blaze and Akno. Power rank 4 and 5 for Godly and Fozy.
I mean, Fozy and Godly are the upcoming rising stars here for the EU, and what a hard choice to pick here on who might be coming out on top. I know we quickly have mentioned about the players and predictions. I want y'all to just kind of go further into your predictions. I'm going to start with you, TWK. You were saying that you're kind of feeling Akno and Blaze just based on what you just saw from their last match.
Yeah, I'm expecting them to run the same exact composition. It has worked phenomenally well. When Blaze gives the support for Akno, a free reign Akno that can do whatever he wants and doesn't have to worry about things in the match, he goes wild. He goes absolutely wild. And I guess the main question is, if we force into the 2 separate 1v1s, Godly versus Akno, who kind of wins out those 1v1 interactions?
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking too. And I think, they have great support players behind them within Fozy and Blaze. I mean, Blaze definitely the harder support as things go, because I feel like Fozy and Godly will kind of swap back and forth. It always feels like the game plan is the same for Akno and Blaze, where hey, I'm going to live and you're going to do mad damage. But even sometimes Blaze, I mean, that last game, I think he did like 600. Yeah. So he definitely knows how to hit some hits as well. But this Twitch Pro is pretty much exactly what I thought I was going to see.
Yeah.
Nothing, no crazy skews. 56 to 44 is like almost down the middle. So yeah.
Yeah, it's really split in the middle, and I can kind of feel it here, too, on the desk as we're talking, like, what's going to happen. But we're going to find out right now with Akno Blaze versus Fozy, Godly, Ajax, Zip. Take it away.
Godly and Akno may both be on Kingdom, but right now it is a battle for the throne of EU because we have the former reigning champs, Akno and Blaze, who have been dominant over years. But Godly and Fozy stepping up to the plate, trying to take that away. Godly's been able to essentially do that on ones, but can they stop this incredible run back all the way through the limbs from Akno and Blaze to try and regain another start to a brand new winning streak?
Godly has been stone-faced all weekend. I wanted to say, how do you feel going up against these guys after you watch what Akno
Elimination final.
But you can tell he doesn't care. He's ready to get this thing rolling and slides right into them at the start of this match, unarmed.
Elimination finals has begun. Right now it is who gets to go up against NA's last defense of Snowy and Boomy. 2 of the 3 positions on the podium being taken by EU. Can they finish it though? We had this question to start. Will they show up? And Zip, they absolutely have.
They showed up, they showed out, and they're about to show these boys something. That spear is looking nice from Akno. Godly has been getting pieced up a little bit there. I know that TK was talking about Blaze not being able to get hit, but he doesn't have that middle stage control that he has had. It's because he doesn't have the lance. He's really been dancing in that center stage, and I think he's about to get it right now. Maybe the tides will turn.
I think you're 100% right with that one. Majority of the time when Blaze is able to kind of operate at full steam is when he has the lance in hand. The nairs break things up. The side airs create danger, but he put himself in danger right there, going for a recovery, getting punished. And look at the coordination Godly and Fozy have this time. I feel like they were too separated before, but that time being too close to each other, it's going to be Fozy who catches Blaze slipping in the skies.
And that is not a surprise to me. Fozy is the KO man out here. He's still living. This is what happened in the set that we saw earlier. He was living so long on sets, giving his team an opportunity, and those signatures coming out from his character are a big-time problem.
I mean, a big part of why they're in the position they are right now is because this team has been absolutely carried along the way from Fozy's incredible performance. But Fozy finally gets caught by a recovery. Won't be enough. Attempting a second one. There was Blaze. Meanwhile, Acno just building that damage over on Godly over on the right.
Oh, my gosh. I wanted to see what was going to happen there, right? With Godly fighting over on the side of the stage. Finally going to see the stock fall from Fozy. Godly's out here dancing around. He can't find what he wants. It seems like he's just kind of taking what's given to him, and he's not able to like set the tone.
Which is crazy considering Godly is almost always the tone setter. But Acno and Blaze have just been so solid at that. I mean, like we said before, if Blaze allows Acno to just do what he wants, nobody's in for a good time. And Blaze is in a very similar foot to Fozy. Both of them are in that nice healthy spot. They're taking some more damage now, but Blaze and Fozy essentially allowing their team to do what they want. Fozy that time though gonna go ahead and seal the deal as they get rid of Blaze.
Beautiful team combo there, and there was no way he was surviving that. Right back at you. Blaze comes through, gets the stock, but Fozy was able to capitalize on Acno, and now red team, this is all up to Fozy. Look at him, he will not go down.
Fozy has always been the stock tank. He refuses to get hit often, and he does it while constantly throwing out signatures at the same time. He puts himself in a position where he won't be punished, and he either breaks up a string or he sets up a knockout for Godly. And they're starting to build that damage up now on Blaze. It's a big opportunity going for a ground pound. They do not get the closeout they're looking for, but Acno also getting pieced up, and Acno is actually going to fall in an attempt to try and save Blaze, and that makes a big difference now, Zip.
This is definitely the Fozy show. These guys can't get anything rolling. The light ground pound is a beautiful sound, and the red team is taking game number one.
And a big reason of that, of course, is even though Blaze was so good as a support overall in previous sets, comparison and damage-wise, Fozy 437, Godly picking it up at 528. And Acno and Blaze both barely scratching around 400. They were putting damage on, but it wasn't consistent enough. And also Blaze getting caught really early in that very high position on Apocalypse, not thinking that Fozy would go after him. But at this point, you need to assume always that Fozy might try to swing.
Yeah, he's definitely going to come talk to you, especially if he has the gauntlets right. He's going to do the recovery, but Acno, he's went to his home character.
And Blaze, we have switched it up. El Clasico has shown up. Koji and Bryn have now graced the stage as Godly and Fozy have forced them away from that Kaya and Nazario.
Oh no! To start the game, Acno uses all of his resources and chase dodges too far right, and that is going to be unfortunate.
Maybe the Acno needs to go back in the vault. I mean, the Koji has to go away. But actually, he picked it immediately up. As soon as he fell, started swinging right away. Acno was able to make a very clutch 2-1 comeback earlier, so you can never count out his ability to keep his mental fortitude in check, even with that.
You can't count him out, but that's still rough to see at the beginning of the game. He is playing low defense Koji, so if anything starts to go bad on his side, he did get a stock right there. That was a good look. But if anything starts to go bad, if they start the team combo, man, he only has 2 to give.
Right, they answered back fast, so this is a good time. That neutral, of course, going to go ahead and get Fozy out of that. Fozy capitalizing big time over on Blaze. Blaze going to go ahead and get away from that. Fozy trying to get back on safely himself. Gets punished by Acno for making an attempt at him, and that's going to go ahead and get them down to a much closer game.
You're telling me one of the biggest mistakes you can make in the game still has your team in the lead? Wow.
It's just that they're built different. They're built perfectly at this point. The way that they've been able to keep themselves in, Blaze still holding on to that third one, picking it up big time. Not gonna fall here yet. Acno does fall shortly afterwards, but they have at least been able to bring it back.
in a much better way because Godly's sitting up there, decently damaged. They can even it up pretty soon.
That was not what you wanted. Did you see the team combo? He is so hurt now. And off on the side. No! Fozy catches his homie, and he's not even going to be able to make it back. Godly going to fall to the final stock.
That's what we call we take those. If you're going to go ahead and help us out, we appreciate you. And Blaze now in a very good position with his lead, using his separation tactics. Going to find that GCD light, get broken up, of course, but still very healthy. One big shining factor, though, is Acno is very hurt.
He's very, very hurt. But, man, I'll tell you right now, he's been staying alive for a long time. Oh, no! Take him to the dance hall, slid off the side. What accuracy to get him out of there. And now, all alone, Blaze has to do it.
Can't be pulling out the commentator's curse like that early, man. We got to save them for the big show at the end. Immediately falling, but that was... What an incredible job he did to keep himself in the game the whole time after that early fall. And this isn't, by the way, undoable for Blaze. If he can find Godly, Blaze has made many a comeback in this position himself. We've always credited to Blaze to being so good in the 2v1, but that first piece is going to fall.
All right, and he still has a fresh white tee, right? He comes in here fresh stock. He has a chance. He can do this. Now, the thing about this, I don't know which weapon he needs to use. I think more so that the axe is going to be a better look. But either way, he's getting team combo right now, and this is huge. Okay, he was able to DI, wasn't able to get caught by that final signature. I don't think it would have KO'd anyway, but that was a lot of damage put onto him.
Yeah, that essentially took it made it that much harder as he finds this one. Can he somehow get rid of Fozy? Can the blue team somehow do it twice? The answer is no, as they were able to stop it this time, and they put themselves on the board.
Red team holding it down. Godly and Fozy, look at the stone face. I don't even, is he a robot? Like, I have not seen him smile or anything this whole time. Look at his face. That is a brick.
I feel like that's a Baron Difference question. Do we have the lore on Godly? Baron, somewhere out there, let us know. But something that was a big factor, of course, was that very early stock loss from Acto. That 258 can come across as like confusion, but it's because he essentially played with 2 the entire game. How does he rebound after that? How does he find a way to just walk back into the next one? Fine. Well, one thing does to help is that they were able to get that very solid W last game. Can they make it happen, though? Again, they were forced to switch it. I don't think we see a shutdown. I don't think we see the complete 3-0. But it's currently looming over their heads right now.
I definitely don't think we do, because even with that fallen stock of Acno, they were in an opportunity. They gave themselves an opportunity to win. So I'm looking for them to show up this game and really make something shake. Now, we got the bow in hand, we got the axe in hand, and they're trying to sandwich these guys, but I like how Fozy and Godly are like trying to move along with each other and break this up and take the control over in the middle.
But that's pretty much got to get shut down soon. Fozy has just been able to kind of do that whenever it feels like they're accidentally hitting Blaze along the way, but they have a good amount of damage onto the red team, especially Godly, very similar to the other games, but Godly getting a big whip punish right there, almost taking out Blaze.
Oh, man. Yes, he did need to come out there to help. That Sayer from Godly almost was the nail in the coffin for Acno. And, oh, man, wow, the red team, what a turnaround. Both their stocks taken out pretty quick.
Acno Blaze striking first, trying to keep a lead. Not in the best position overall, so can they build up on this lead is the big question. Can they find a couple of good team combos? That is not going to be enough to take him out just yet.
I actually can't believe that wasn't enough. He's pretty hurt. He doesn't have great defense, and I mean, must be a high ceiling. I love what Blaze is doing with the axe right now, though. That is the huge factor in this game. He's been putting a lot of damage on.
Yeah, as long as you're getting a bunch of straight hits, it's all that matters, and it's starting to build up right now. You're on borrowed time. The fact that you're still getting enough out of this as the Sayer finally hits, they got the damage done.
I like it, I like it. This is a good lead, but here comes the red team. I see what they're trying to do. Godly is doing really good with this sword, controlling the mid space and trying to allow Fozy some breathing room. But what a pickup from Acno. Gravity cancel, downlight recovery, taking that bad boy out.
Godly gonna go ahead and find his way back onto the stage. They've been able to answer the problem that has been Fozy so far throughout the entirety of their run. And now Godly falls too, and this is easily one of the best positions they've had in the lead. This is why we were thinking it might not be done with a 3-0, but you can't get too comfortable as Godly and Fozy are always actively dangerous.
Oh yeah, they can definitely run this bad boy back, but this is a very advantageous position.
Oh, you're so lucky that this is a block flip. I am so surprised you didn't get knocked out there. That could have easily been exactly what they need to just put that check mark when a double KO comes through. Can they make it happen? Can they stop this and get the 3-0?
That might be the most significant moment in this match. If he would have been gone, that could have been the closeout of this game and making it not a 3-0. Acno missing the signature, trying to convert off of Blaze.
Can't be having that happen right now, Zip. You can't be missing out off the neutralize into the follow-up. Posey not going to find him. Godly, oh, it doesn't matter. Godly, even though he survived, Posey shortly falls.
He's all alone now. We're in another situation. We've already seen one clutch, but the man that did it is on the blue team all alone. Godly has the gauntlet, and he's getting hounded. Sidelight, he's down on the side. They're not even going to overextend. They don't want to get a turnaround by these gauntlets. The Nair can definitely put them in a bad situation. Sayer will do it. It's 2-1.
That was really good because you just basically stay on top of your teammate. The moment he tries to get something started, trade. You have no damage on you, so it's fine, because you're not going to get knocked out once I hit you with the Sayer. You're not going to get knocked out if I hit you with these neutral lights. We're going to take out Godly, though. We're going to make sure he doesn't get that offstage play. Like you said, don't take that Nair, don't get tripped up, because Godly has done that in the past. It is not smart to go and try and challenge him in that position, as they were able to at least bring this to a game 4.
It's not smart to challenge the gauntlets on the side of the stage, period, and especially in Godly's hands.
Yep.
Best weapon in the game, one of the best players in the game, and you definitely could have lost a life quick, fast.
Now it's time to party as we get the Miami Dome. Right now, Acno and Blaze starting things off. They got the first one on the board they needed. Bringing Godly all the way up to the skies. Gonna avoid that side light coming in from Acno. Everybody jumping over to everybody throwing hands on the left side.
I'm talking, this is a scrap festival. Oh my gosh, ground pound, but wasn't able to commit. Posey came over and saved the day because Godly was about to be in trouble on the left side of the stage.
Fighting for center stage control is so important because you don't want to have people just jumping around for free. Big damage going on.
God.
Big reversal from Acno, though, as he finds the Sayer off the side and gets him the first lead.
There was a lot of damage being put out right there. Posey almost lost his stock to his own self, but able to survive. And now, good pickup. Gets Blaze out of there. Over on the side, Sayer for Godly. And that's Acno stock 2. Red team with the lead.
And look at that big winning factor. Every time the red team has done well, Zip, it's when Posey is sitting with the most at the beginning of the game. He's already doing the same thing here. Gonna get punished quickly by Blaze. That doesn't really do too much, though, because Godly's in the way.
The scramble situations are definitely feeding into the favor of the red team. They are racking up damage. Everyone's getting hit. Everyone's following up, punishing, and it's not working out for the blue team.
That was such good movement by Godly, too, just hovering around the platform to make sure that Posey can get back in and then body block for him to allow them to stop that power play they had. Double up, gets 2 of them. Can they get more? Recovery coming through. Acno not falling just yet.
He's out on the side, though. I'm worried for him. Nope, nobody goes over to find him. They almost had Blaze over the top. Nice save. He did a gravity cancel. What was that, in light? And he pushed his teammate away after he got hit by the Raging Demon.
That save constantly coming through for both teams. However, Godly in a bad spot. Gets the wall touch. Gets sneak around the recovery. Posey getting the punish. Here comes Acno, though. They try and finish it up. Avoids the weapon toss. Posey gonna go ahead and get the wall. Recovery comes through. And somehow, some way, Blaze is the one who falls throughout all that.
What a great job on the right side of the stage from Posey. He was dipping, dodging, and no one could touch him. Here we go. We got the gauntlets, and we got Godly on the side of the stage. Acno trying to overextend, trying to get him out of there. Not going to happen. Nice recovery to get back up. And now lands the neutral light. Both players out on the sides. Godly's going to fall, but Acno's going to fall also. The down light from Posey.
Posey trying to get a punish over there on Blaze, but Blaze a little too far away. Not really much that can happen with that. Posey, once again, the historic piece of consistency, refusing to get knocked out often. Gonna go ahead and get away from Acno. Acno jumping back on up there with Blaze to try and get Godly Zip, but this has been ridiculous on how good Posey's defense has been so far to avoid losing the second stock.
You ain't lying, my boy. His defense has been amazing on the sides in the worst situations possible, and then when he's at the top of the stage, Godly's always there for him. Nationwide has got your side. Coming down, he's got the bow. He tried to get Acno, not able to get it. Both players out on the side early with the signature, couldn't get the closeout.
Try to catch him slipping, but it won't be enough. Recovery not going to be enough either on Blaze. Acno and Blaze looking at what could be the end of their bracket run. They have to get rid of Godly to at least try to force a 2v1, hopefully on Posey, because Posey refusing once again to relinquish this stock, and that is the big piece as they almost get Blaze.
Yo, Posey weapon toss, and then he comes to Sayer. He ends up falling, but he still has a whole fresh another stock. Godly out here alone with Blaze. Blaze is gone. The red team stands strong. They're going to grand final.
Godly and Posey refusing to let Acno and Blaze get that new win streak started. Refusing to let them continue, and they get that rematch against Snowy and Boomy in grand finals of BCX 2022.
That was an amazing performance, breaking off the wristbands. I don't know, what are they going to do? Throw it into the crowd? They got fans now.
They've made fans of us all year long. If you were predicting Godly and Fozy to be in this position, you were definitely in a right call. Acno and Blaze, of course, like we said before, that team that has been always there, but a lot of people kind of forgot about because of the recent performances of Godly and Fozy. Also at Autumn, TM and Delta coming out. Fransman putting themselves completely in front of everyone. But Godly and Fozy, the last remaining hope for EU to try and defeat the current looming presence of Snowy and Boomy sitting on winner's side of Grants.
Snowy and Boomy are going to be the final boss. I am scared for Godly and Fozy. They've already faced them once, and it was a rough uphill battle.
And I can't wait, man. That was such a good Game 5 we saw from them in that previous set. We saw the switch-ups come in, and we saw almost a solid W coming in from them. But bringing it all the way back, before we get into Grands, I want to hear Sheepy, TWK, what are you thinking?
This incredible match between these two teams, but Fozy Godly literally coming out on top here. I mean, wow, Fozy, I just feel like he's just the KO man. He really knows how to extend his stocks and just go for the gold, you know what I mean? TK, how are you feeling about the outcome of this?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Godly and Fozy did exactly what they needed to do to dismantle the gameplay that we saw from the last game. Blaze was not allowed to be unhittable. Acno was not allowed to go off, and therefore just end up being some very, very hard games for them, all things considered.
Yeah, a fully operational Fozy is one of the scariest things you can imagine. I mean, they had a 47% accuracy on 19 signatures. And I mean, we saw you getting caught in those runes every time. Fozy just spiking you down, punching you to the side. He did so much damage, so many different setups. And, you know, this time it wasn't really the friendly fire. They figured out the pacing, and he got all the setups he wanted.
Yeah, I mean, I think he threw out so many SIGs, too. It was like, you have to be ready for that because, like, he was off stage throwing out SIGs. He was on stage throwing out SIGs,
dude,
covering so much space with it. Like, you just don't want to be
landing them all.
You don't want to be clipped by that, and that's you have to be able to avoid that. And that's what they were doing for a little bit, but, like, once Fozy started rolling, he just couldn't stop.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I got to give credit to Acno and Blaze, too, because for a little bit there, they were trying to figure out, you know, Blaze was trying to split up the team members, right? Like, you got to give some credit to Acno and Blaze were trying to figure out what's going on. 2WK.
Yeah, I think that's really where the game that we saw Acno and Blaze take down, that game number 3, to put something on the board. That's where Blaze was really able to take that early double knockout, and then he was splitting the enemy team wide. And I think a lot of eyes were on Acno, and Blaze capitalized on a lot of those situations. I know towards the end of one of those games, Godly was really worried about the edge guard from Acno more so, and that's where Blaze got to dash in with the Axe neutral light to seal the deal. So, I don't know, he flexed well into the spots that he needed to. It's just they couldn't make it a consistent enough thing in such a short set.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, again, Fozy both and Godly doing great at picking up each other's combos. You saw, like, I think it was in the second or third game where Acno came down and immediately got into orange.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Like, oh man, I was like, what did he hit? Like, what was he doing? But either way, that's just going to be great teamwork, all things considered, from Fozy and Godly. They fought their way back to a rematch here with Boomy and Snowy, and I'm sure that, you know, they might come through with a different game plan. I think it's still going to be a hard-fought battle, but I mean, this is looking like a way better team than what we originally saw today.
Yeah, I'm ready for this run back.
Fozy and Godly must be feeling pretty good right now, too. And, yeah, can't wait to see that rematch. Now that I'm thinking about it, oh, my God, so much to prove. I mean, it's going to be grand finals. I can't believe we're here already. Like, wow. Let's talk just a little bit more about just how well Fozy and Godly really put their teamwork to use here. Tell me about, like, their character picks, their legend picks here. I'm going to start with you, 2WK.
All right, I'm all in on the Zariel. I really am. It's been working out phenomenally well. It seemed like it took a little bit to get going during, you know, the winner's bracket side. But now that they're down in the elimination bracket, one away, backs against the wall, well, Zariel's back, has those big, sturdy, strong wings. He's going to be pushing back.
Yeah, and then on the other side of things for Godly, now the Val came out, I think, actually in that set with against Boomy. And I think that was like the the games they started winning. The Val was out. So this is definitely their like best in slot team. Like use the Zariel, use the Val, and just work on your team strategy from that point on. Like you have good foundation now. It's just to, you know, let's put the rest of the house together.
Yeah, we'll see what's going to happen because that's it. I mean, we now have our 2 final doubles team. It will be Snowy Boomy going up against Fozy Godly in our grand finals. Will we see a reset from Fozy and Godly? Or maybe just Snowy Boomy closes it out. You know, Boomy believers out there, including myself. We'll find out more right after this break as we kick off our BCX doubles grand final matchup. Don't go anywhere. The time is here, the stage is set, the players are ready, and of course the crowd is excited. It's championship time for these 4 players, Snowy and Boomy versus Fozy and Godly. And you can hear the crowd going out right now. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Woo! We are moments away from kicking off our championship match and bringing out our players. But let's talk about them really quickly first, because guys, I want to know your quick predictions on this upcoming doubles grand finals. TK, I'm going to start with you.
I really have a hard time predicting this one because of the fact that the last game that we just saw from Fozy and Godly, their synergy has went all the way up. And I think that was one of the things that was kind of holding them back. And the first time they played against Snowy and Boomy, it was that there's a couple times they were hitting each other and things like that. That has since ceased. Their team combos got way better. I'm actually a little scared for Snowy and Boomy. They've been sitting around in the wing for a little bit. You know, got to make sure they stay hot. But if they have stayed hot, you know, they're in winners finals for a reason. I think I'm still going to have to give it to them.
Yeah, I mean, all right. So this is kind of crazy just because it's you couldn't hope for better in a run back, right? The previous set between these two teams went to Game 5. It was 3-2, absolutely crazy close. And now all the issues that they had, you were absolutely right. They've seamed those up. So now they've got all the momentum going their way. But is it enough to climb up that hill of needing to win 2 sets instead of just 1?
And if it's two Game 5s as well, man.
Oh.
That
is a marathon, man. Come on.
It's going to be a little scary, but yeah, I mean, I can definitely see it happening. It's not out the realm of possibility at all. I mean, this could go the distance, or it could be a quick 3-0. It just depends on how well one team is playing against the other.
I think everyone knows here already that I will be rooting for Snowy and Boomy all the way.
The bias.
All the way. Look, the bias. Hey, I'm just being real here. Come on, the crowd. Who else is rooting for Snowy and Boomy here? There you go. You see. There's plenty of believers out there. It's just not me. And
all right, but hold on. You can't forget about Godly and Fozy. They're on the tear right now. I think they're ready for this run back. They've figured it out. Who likes Godly and Fozy? Come on! Let's go, the EU crowd!
The EU crowd is definitely, they're right in the front with the flag up. They are ready to go. I mean, I'm sure the players are going to be ready to go relatively soon, but man, just this game, if it came down to 2 teams, like after watching all the doubles that I've watched throughout this weekend, if it came down to 2 teams to get up here, I am very happy it is these 2 teams.
It's going to be such a electrifying match for sure. And I mean, Fozy and Godly have been playing incredibly well. And oh man, I really hope there is no reset. But part of me feels like there might be. Who knows? But hey, I think the match is ready. It's time. Oh, wait. We need to talk about the Twitch polls real quick. Because wait a minute. Because we talked about predictions between us. We know what the crowd feels like. Let's talk about Twitch chat as well. 79% here.
Chat.
Doing Snowy and Boomy. What do you mean chat?
Chat. Like, I mean, I hope this was a hard decision at least. Like, you had to really think about it, and y'all just didn't all in immediately on Snowy and Boomy after seeing that, you know, elimination finals. But, I mean, I understand. I understand them winning, just not this hard. Like, man.
79, 78%. That is a huge, huge margin there. But come on, TWK, you were mentioning this way before. In their first match against each other, Boomy is a champion. He's done this with multiple teammates. He's been here, literally in this spot.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's looking for the hat trick of teams, you know. He got it with Remy. He got it with Sandstorm. Now he's looking to get it with Snowy. And Snowy has been absolutely phenomenal. Again, I'll say it once more. Best rotations in the game, hands down.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that was the best rotations. It was also saving Boomy. It was also setting Boomy up for a lot of KOs and things. You saw right at the end of one of those games, I think it was Boomy hit the blasters or neutral light, and then he immediately grabbed it back down so that Boomy could get the. I was like, all right, I see you right there. That's clean. But we see a lot of that throughout the. I mean, that was just a simplified version of it. They've been doing that a lot just throughout the entire tournament. So at the same time, Fozy and Godly are starting to catch on and do that same thing. So it really, whose teamwork is better right now? That's the question that we have to answer.
Well, we'll see as it's time. It's time. The time has come. The stage is set. The players are ready to go, and so are we. So without further ado, please welcome to the stage, Snowy and Boomy. Woo, look at these players come out. Look how confident they're feeling,
Oh, they're
too.
feeling good.
I love it. I love that confidence in that pose
Just
right there.
sauntering on. Boomy taking those steps 2 at a time. That's how we do doubles.
Oh, I love it.
I double everything.
And I love just the confidence as they walking out. And you hear the crowd really just cheering for them too as they're getting ready now to play this grand finals. Okay, but wait, of course we got another team, right? So their opponents on the other side, they will be going into grand final match, ready to defend and prevent that bracket reset is Fozy and Godly. They're gonna try to stop Boomy and Snowy here. Look at Fozy and Godly too. Look at that.
Godly, he comes out wringing his hands. He's like, oh yes, I have a master plan for this one. And then he's like, I'll do the esports pose with you. Yeah, for sure.
He looks over, oh, me too.
We gotta coordinate, you know?
Look at that. I know all of you is rooting for them too there.
Raising up for the crowd, yeah.
But see, I like them coming out. They had confidence too. And
they're looking comfy.
Yeah, they're looking comfy. I wonder if like they got something in mind, if they have like a strategy or something.
I think they've had a little, with a little bit of break that we've taken, I'm sure they had a little time to think about what happened in the winners finals and figure out how they can adjust. Again, with the new and improved, just throughout the last few games, the new and improved Fozy and Godly are in the building. I do not see this going in the way of a 3-0 at the very least. I think they're at least getting a game, maybe even a set. And then if they get that set, I mean, that's when you put the real pressure. Once you get the set on the loser side of things, onto the winners, I feel like that puts so much pressure on the winners to be like, we have to figure this out right here, right now. Otherwise, we actually just lost the tournament in 2 sets, like back-to-back to the same person.
That's where the crack starts to show and you can actually get a toehold in. Is it enough for them to climb up? I don't know.
Well, they're gonna figure it out right now because the match is ready. So Ajax, Zip, bring us the action.
The story we have all asked for. NA versus EU. 2 teams left, both of them walking out. We finally get the Godly face reveal, and he was scheming. He's ready to get this dub. But Boomy and Snowy walked out, and Boomy looked over and said, those trophies belong to us. As he walked up to the stage, they have the winner's side of Grand Zip, and we are now in Grand Finals of 2v2 BCX 2022. We could not have asked for a better setup for Grands.
You are not lying, my boy Ajax. These are 2 titans of teams. Character diversity. Who would have thought we would have seen Onyx? Who would have thought we would have seen Zariel? Fozy has been a problem this whole top 8. Twitch chat, what are you talking about after that winners finals? 28%. We are going to see something huge here today.
As we are going to see right now, the game's loading in. We are starting now. Grand Finals has begun of BCX. 2 teams left. Who walks away with it all? Snowy and Boomy or Godly and Fozy?
And right now, this is where the advantage has gone to the blue team. They've been doing very well in the mix-ups, whenever you're in the scramble situations. But it looks like the red team's ready for it this time. Snowy was having a trouble last time they met up whenever he was getting in these mixes because he wasn't able to do his little sit, wait, and capitalize situations. But right now, this is a very even game. And right now, Godly on the left side of the stage, nobody went over to pursue, but the down signature is going to take him out.
He's been getting those way more often as the bracket continues. Boomy's accuracy has been phenomenal, but so has Fozy's, as Fozy is always consistently the one who has the most at the start, accidentally hitting Godly that was mentioned before by TK. They have to make sure they don't do that again here in Grand Finals.
I actually can't believe Boomy evaded that ground pound on the left side. It just looked like he didn't commit all the way. He might have been able to catch him, but either way, it's a pretty even game, but Godly's pretty damaged on this second stock, and that's not a good look.
Right now, Snowy could potentially fall here if they catch him. Gonna miss the dare, gonna get the follow-up though, and shortly after, Fozy not gonna be the one that actually holds out the whole time. Snowy able to sneak his way back on untouched.
Snowy
Until
was
then.
living for a long time, but he got clipped. Oh, man, Boomy was on the lurk. He landed the snipe. Is this Call of Duty or is it Brawlhalla?
One of the things we mentioned before, Zip, was a big problem they had early on was they kept dealing with Godly. Then they shift their focus over to Posey, and they have continued to replicate that success here in the first game. They have to find a way to get around that. Godly going off stage, trying to find a stair, does not catch Boomy. Snowy gonna go ahead and dodge as well. They're all fighting over on the left. Godly needs to get back on stage before he gets caught like that, and now Posey's stuck with a 2v1.
That was such good teamwork. Wow, I cannot believe that Godly has already fallen. But if you want your teammate to do something big, that's what you're gonna want to see. A down signature off the gravity cancel is gonna take them both out. He has the potential to clutch this.
Posey is just the almighty. He refuses to go down, refuses to get taken away. He was able to get a double, and all of a sudden, even though this is a very difficult position, you can literally not have asked for better than try and keep yourself in the match.
He's doing good right now. He hasn't eaten too much damage. He is on red. They haven't even been able to put him in a team combo situation. Tried to get it right there, not able to. And he's just getting good taps. He needs to pile on damage, and he's doing a really, really good job to start off while he has the second one to spare.
Bro, there is no way. There's no way. When 4 stocks were on the side of when you fell and you finally fallen, that you somehow make this comeback. Acno made an incredible comeback before. Can Posey have an even better one somehow to start off this grand?
Boomy's confident, man. You see he keeps doing that little stutter step. He's like, bro, you're not clutching on us. But off to the side, Snowy almost was taken out. Boomy almost got reversed. And talk about getting reversed, Posey. Oh my gosh, he survived the down light. He caught him. The chase dodge is there, but the ground pound save from Snowy.
Snowy with the most important save he could have asked for, getting in the way, not allowing him a position on stage to try and keep pushing. Posey keeps dipping around, trying to catch him. No, it's not going to land. Here comes the D-Lights. Not able to get much off of it. Posey still somehow keeping himself in this match as the red team, by the way, are both at KO windows.
He is doing so good. I like how he chose to go for Snowy right there instead of Boomy ground pound. He's going to come back. Nobody went out to pursue. He lands a sig. No punish from Snowy. This time he's up to the top of the stage, weaponless.
He's still not gone just yet. They need a weapon start. Gonna get that movement coming through. Snowy and Boomy both going for recovery. He gets the weapon, but they finally shut it down in what was the most ridiculous attempt at a 2v1 comeback we have seen in such a long time. I can't believe Posey kept himself in that game for so long.
I thought he was gonna do it. I really thought he was gonna do it. And that has got to make you feel good. Godly's sitting right there beside him. You are gonna take an L in that first game, but when you look over at your teammate, you gotta be proud.
Hey, look, Boomy and Snowy too, as soon as he yelled, looked immediately at Snowy and said 2 more. Thinking back to the beginning of the weekend too, everybody's predictions kind of got bodied by the way things went. Early on, we were talking about if you could predict where people go. Godly and Posey was where I had at my second place. I would be not surprised to see that run back and get all the way back after something like what Posey just did. But that level of confidence from Boomy has been stressing all weekend on that stage. Every time camera hits him, he is breathing deep. Boomy looks like he is a champion right now with the way he popped off.
I don't think that I've seen anyone with the level of passion besides the South American players that he's had. Maybe Acno with the pop-offs, but you can see the fierceness in him. When he turned, he said, only 2 more. The way that he believes that they're about to do this, and you can tell Snowy's not even smirking anymore, and Snowy is one smiley young cat.
Yes, he is. He is very animated, and he lets you know exactly how good he feels at that time. Boomy taking a point at those 2 trophies. Can they keep it going? Can they find a way to get the dub? But there's a lot of matches still to go as Godly and Posey can still very much so bring it all the way back.
As it's developing, it looks like get Godly out of there is the plan. You saw at the start of the match, Boomy almost took him over to the top of the stage, and I don't think that was by coincidence.
Don Posey, once again, doing a very solid job. Godly switching, of course, back over to the Dulcim, which I kind of like the idea. He wasn't really getting much done with the Val that game, so you might as well, the Akuma getting kind of put into the back pocket. Gonna bring down a greater damage potential with this axe, and they're going to find Boomy to start it off.
Snowy snatched straight out of the ground pound attempt by the Nair of the Gauntlets, and then D-like ground pound. Posey with a prolific play. Here we go, out on the side of the stage. Okay, he's putting Boomy in a bad situation. No, he just wanted to save Godly.
And Godly is at least surviving. Usually Godly's the first one to get knocked out immediately, Zip. It's been pretty much the big key factor we've talked about with the blue team having trouble. Last game, Posey was literally forced to fight like 2 minutes by himself, but Godly looking way better to start things off.
Like I said, if you see your teammate put in that much effort for the squad and almost take the clutch, you got to be there for him. And he's here, still got 3 stocks, both of them bad boys. And look at the damage on the red team. This is a huge lead. He's going to take that stock off of Snowy. I do not believe he's making it back.
They have not lost one yet. I lied. They lost one right there as Godly falls, and they get 2. But they put up so much damage in the midst of all that Boomy is already at knockout windows.
Reach out and touch somebody. He came all the way down to the bottom of the stage to take that stock. He said, I cannot allow you to have that third anymore. And I love the save he just gave Snowy up there at the top. Even though he's the more damaged one, he's still there for his teammate.
Exactly. They're always there together, but that is going to be a neutral light. It's going to send them packing. And right now, they're making an attempt to get some damage on with Snowy, always in the fray, but not able to get too much. But a rare change is Fozy is the one a little bit more damaged than Godly right now. If you start seeing that, that's a bad moment for you because Godly is starting to wake up.
Godly's definitely playing one heck of a game right now. He's been doing good off stage, mid stage, in the skies. Oh my gosh, if that neutral light would have hit on Snowy, he could have been put into a bad situation. 2 stocks left for the for the blue team each. Fozy, I can't believe he made it past Snowy over there.
He did it last game, and he does it again here. He does finally fall, but his offstage game sense is insane. I've been talking all week about how Boomy is one of the most difficult people to edgeguard, period, and Fozy starting to make a name for that same category. He's always been consistent, but my goodness, is he putting in work for the blue team.
Big time players rise to the occasion, and Fozy has definitely not been fazed by this big stage.
And he's got to keep that going right now. Snowy trying to find him. No hit. Luckily from the side stick coming in from Godly, but Godly still holding on to the second stock as they put so much damage onto Snowy and Boomy. They do finally find Godly though, and they have Fozy decently damaged, so they can push the 2v1, but you need to get some damage ASAP on Godly because we said it before, he's so good at the 2v1s himself.
Oh yeah, he definitely would be able to clutch, especially with how little he's hurt and how hurt they are. Red team's really gonna have to make something happen. Fozy's the answer. If you can get him out of there, actually, I'm liking that Snowy's putting damage on the Godly right now, but nice in neutral air. He's gonna get sent up. Oh, boom, he's gonna fall. Clutch situation for Snowy.
Snowy not able to capitalize and get rid of Fozy as well. Gonna just miss out, but they do have Snowy off the side of the stage. Snowy damaged heavily, not gonna fall to that high blast on Apocalypse, but that one will finally do it. We will see no 3Ls. We will see a 1 game apiece, and after the way winners finals went, where that went game 5, we couldn't have asked for anything else.
That's it, that's it. We got 1-1. Everybody, I know you're hype out there. Show some love for these guys. This is a huge set.
Right now you got NA versus EU. EU on the lower side, the elimination side of bracket. But they have looked so much better as they got that huge victory against Acno and Blaze earlier to be the final piece to try and get BCX. And we're getting into game 3, basically everybody firing on all cylinders.
All right, we got the bow dancing from Fozy right now. He's been doing really, really well with his gauntlet, so to see that this is waking up, I'm loving it right now. Boomy gonna catch Godly with the neutral light, but he was looking for Fozy. Fozy's movement is so clean right now. Almost got the stock off of Snowy. That defense really saved the day from Onyx.
Yeah, and a huge difference from the first game to the second one, by the way, was Godly, as he finds the first knockout, was only put on 280 game 1. Game 2, 552. Everybody was at, actually, almost everybody was at 552, but they were able to actually put damage on, not letting Fozy have to do it by himself. They have a lot of damage on him now, and they're going to not capitalize that. There won't be enough just yet, Zip.
Beautiful teamwork. I wonder if they communicated that he was going to do the gravity cancel neutral signature and then get recovery by Godly, but that was so good to survive. Finally going to lose that stock. Godly all alone right now, going to try to move, groove, get around them, and he survives until Fozy gets back on the board.
Again, Godly becoming very unhittable at points, and Snowy was kind of that person who you just never wanted to exist near you, but he's somehow getting away from him. He's not letting him capitalize. Here comes Godly off stage, though, looking for the first hit of recovery on the Snowy up in the skies. Sweat piece, but Boomy with the save!
Nice. This teamwork is amazing from both sides. We got over there. Nice. He's going to land a good hit, but still not going to fall. Godly holding on strong to his third stock. Boomy's third stock is finally going to go. And here we go. We got high damage on the Snowy, and Fozy slightly hurt. Look at that. We got the stock off of Godly, and now Fozy with a team combination out to the side of the stage. This is huge. He does not make it back. Oh my gosh. Lead for Boomy and Snowy.
That was so big. And Godly trying to get in the way, but he was too far away to make it all the way back. They do have Snowy knockoff percentages as well. Are they going to be able to find it soon? Won't be enough just yet. Boomy hovering over on the right, so couldn't really do anything. Does avoid Godly, but for how much longer does Snowy hold on to the second stock?
That's going to be a real test. He's going to have to hold on to this right now. I mean, Boomy's got his. Ooh, the Sayer's good. Weapon toss good. Is it going to be both of them? Gravity cancel down sick is good.
When Godly is now starting to function at max capacity, things are not looking good for you. Red team currently in a pretty decent, they're pretty decently behind here with Godly being so high up. They need to try and double up on Fozy and deal with him, but Zip, we've said it all weekend long, Fozy has been nearly impossible to hit most of the time. They need to try and find a way to make sure that doesn't happen.
Godly is swinging. I'm hearing nothing but the sound of an axe cutting thin air in my headphones right now. He is trying to land these hits, and he is definitely making them choose where they want to go. What a down sync from Boomy. Hits both players. The Sayer hits the red team holding on.
Boomy refusing to get hit essentially that entire time. We talked about how it was Fozy, but instead Fozy falls and Boomy able to strike back. They only need to get 2 more W's to avoid a reset and end it all. They're in a great spot right now to make that much closer.
I want to see what Godly could do here. He has the health to do such. He can win this game. But right now, I like what they're doing. A lot of weapon tosses coming out from Snowy. He says, hey, man, cut it out. Came up there to talk to him, but a team combo here could be it. The down air misses. He's still alive. Catches both of us there.
Weapon off down. Tries to go D-Light. Gonna miss out. Gonna get back on the stage. Does he get to the weapon? He does. Axis on Jack. Tries to catch him slipping, but he doesn't. Snowy with the punish. Does he get back down to the ground? He's done so many resources. It's so difficult. Sneaks his way through, but side air is going to end it. One more game, and Snowy and Boomy will be crowned your champions.
I thought they were going to go down 2-1, but man, when I tell you those boys are clutch.
That's it. That's it, man.
That's it. They ain't nothing else to do with them boys is clutch.
End statement. They have been able to consistently do it time and time again. Snowy and Boomy have been phenomenal. I can't believe how consistent they have been this whole time. And building up to this throughout the year. Remember what we said before, the shift away from the normalcy we've seen, but the hat trick, attempting a triple crown at this point to try and get yet another W with another teammate is Boomy. But Snowy has been right there with them. But you could not have asked for a bigger moment for Boomy to start picking it up as we get into Game 4, Zip, with them currently up 2-1.
Boomy is definitely picking it up. He is going crazy right now. His plays that he's making are huge. You won't say that like in the middle of the game he's like the biggest factor, but whenever it's time to make something shake, he's the one. And then you see Snowy was finally smiling again. He can feel the victory. It's one more, and they'll be able to go into the middle of that stage and grab that trophy.
Like you said, playmaker. He's been able to do exactly what you needed at the right time. Snowy was always the one to do it. Now it's Boomy. Boomy setting up for Snowy is going to be that much better. Fozy was always the one enabling Godly. Godly is now taking a whole bunch of damage and looking very similar to what happened in Game 1.
Godly is taking so much damage to start this bad boy. This is not how you want to start it. He was doing so amazing last game. He was the one putting out all the damage. He was the one getting all the KOs. And now the blue team, both stocks fall before they even see red on the red team.
Double KO last game. Snowy only put up 365. You know who put up 600? Boomy. He came through exactly what you needed him the most to try and get that much closer to the dub. And that was so crucial as now they have taken next to no damage. Godly trying to find a play on Snowy. Looking for him. He gets the nair. Boomy getting in the way, getting the save. They get the hit on Boomy. They have to back off, of course. They can't really do too much else.
Huge play from Boomy. He saved his homie and still survived after getting ground pounded, and they still haven't taken the first stocks off of him. What a toss from Snowy with the cannon, but gonna get caught by Fozy. Now trying to even this up, got both of them. Here we go.
I will say blue team did minimize the amount of damage they took after that very hot start from Snowy and Boomy. Godly, of course, taking a lot more, but they were able to bring it back without going deep into the red this time. Fozy picking it up. Godly trying to get a save on him, but they do put a decent amount right on the Fozy.
Oh my gosh, what a well-placed recovery from Boomy. He smells victory. Every time he has a chance, he's super accurate, and he's making sure everything he does counts.
That championship ring getting ready to be placed on that finger. That trophy getting ready to be placed above his head. If they can finish it, Fozy with the chase though on Snowy, trying to put damage on, and there's Boomy one time again, who gets another one, and they have a very good lead and that much closer to winning it all.
They are doing everything right this game. Godly and Fozy really have to dig deep into their bags to get something to happen here. I like what they're doing. A lot of damage on the Snowy. If they get that stock, oh no, Godly on the side after catching a signature from Boomy. D-like ground pound from Snowy. One stock left to crown the champions. The red team might be able to close this out here.
Fozzy was able to bring it pretty far last time, but this is so much different. Fozzy got a double knockout last time to close it out. Fozzy can't afford to take pretty much any damage from this point forward, as the red team has so much. He hits both of them. Boomy trying to set up, keeps trying to get a straight hit, but Fozzy has been so evasive.
Dancing all around the map. I don't know if he can evade too much longer. He cannot. The superstar, big time Boomy, clutching it out. He got about 4 recovery KOs that game, and now America has your 2v2 champions for Brawlhalla BCX 2022.
Everyone, let them hear it. Your grand champions for the 2v2 championship are Snowy and Boomy. What an insane run. What an insane job. They went through Luna and Punch. They went through Godly and Fozzy. They went through everybody along the way. But Boomy, once again, that triple crown, hearing it to the crowd, he gets to hold yet another one to add to that insane list of championships he has under his belt.
Look at the smile on Snowy. Look at the relief that you see that Boomy has, walking over to claim the prize. Lift them bad boys up. Everybody go crazy.
What an incredibly earned W. Snowy with the Onyx all the way. Boomy with the cross all the way. They have been working towards this all year long. Not able to get the elusive W's they've been hunting for this whole time. But when it mattered the most, they got the biggest stage available, and they did not falter, and they get the biggest dub at the most stacked tournament you could have ever asked for.
It looks like we're about to get us an interview with Duke.
I'm so excited to hear what they have to say.
Definitely am.
Hi. Champs. Am I on? I can't tell. Okay. I'm going to just pretend we are. Congratulations. This is your first time being a world champion in front of everyone, this whole crowd popping off for you. How do you feel right now?
Amazing. All year has been leading up to this, dude. All year. Is my mic on?
Yeah.
Dude, all year has been leading up to just this.
Okay. Do we need to move somewhere? I'm sorry. They can't hear? Okay.
Testing. Do you hear me?
Make some noise if y'all can hear Boomy.
All year leading up to this. All year. All the lost tournaments, all lessons learned up to this exact moment. Eloquently said. We're the winners. We are on top of the world.
Boomy, it's been so many years. You're once again a 2v2 world champion, now with a new teammate. How does it feel?
Good. I mean, it's amazing to win with Snowy. I know a lot of people counted us out. It just feels so good, man.
All right. I gotta ask, every single game, you turn to Snowy, you hold up a couple of fingers, 5-1, I don't know how many. What is that about?
How many games until we're champions, baby? Let's go! He was right. He held up 2, it was 2.
Okay, tell me about that game 1, Fozzy trying to 1v2 both of y'all. He hits that bow down signature. Any sweat, any nerves, anything?
No. I mean, we're really good at those situations. Not really that scared of that, to be honest.
Boomy is a great 1v2er, and I know he'll never, ever lose that one.
All right, any final words that y'all want to say? Congratulations again as the 2v2 world champions. The floor is yours. Look at all these people who want to hear from you.
Thank you so much to all of you guys who are here, who support us, even if you hate us. I love you all. Thank you, Moist, for supporting me. Maybe you could pick this guy up.
Love you guys. Love everyone. It was a great tournament. That was the most fun I've ever had my entire year. I'm so glad I went with Boomy. It was just a great experience.
Thank you. Seriously, thank you.
Congratulations again. We're going to throw it over to the analyst desk. Sheepy, TWK, TK, take it away.
Boomy Believers, let's go! Congratulations to Boomy and Snowy. I am so thrilled. TWK, TK, how are you guys feeling?
Man, that was phenomenal. What an incredible set. Again, the rotations from Snowy, the reads from Boomy, the setups. I know you were like shouting like crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's well-deserved wins, man. Like that last game, there was like no shadow of a doubt. Like, these are the winners right here. Boomy going absolutely crazy. I mean, again, the handoffs, you said the reads, that read at the end, knowing that he's going to dodge out down light recovery. Every stock, it was a recovery. Like, he was on point with the recoveries at the very end, but I mean, just wonderful teamwork from Snowy and Boomy. Definitely well-deserved win.
That was like the biggest thing, and I just want to touch on this because Fozy, he is like the slipperiest player in the world. I couldn't believe those earlier games when he was in the 2v1 situations. I mean, surviving for so incredibly long. What an absolute nail-biter to kick off the set. And Boomy kind of caught on to like, okay, if you're going to try and evade out this way, I've got the download now. And he showed it right at the end, sealed it fast.
Yeah, man. And look, I know they said they weren't shook. Nah. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that, bro. It was way too close on that 2v1 for y'all to be like, yeah, it was nothing. It was light work. Nah, bro. I'm going to give it up to Fozy for that for sure, man. He was like literally 2 hits away from potentially taking 4 stocks by himself, so.
I mean, it's that confidence, dude. Like, you just said at TWK about how Fozy was he was schmoving, man. He was schmoving in game 1, but that didn't matter because Boomy and Snowy, they got it. You can see it right here. Oh my goodness. Let's talk about some of these highlights.
Yeah, man, that was the 2v1 highlight we saw a little earlier, but yeah, this is the rest of the things we're going to see. This is the one game that they were able to get here, and it was a pretty dominant game, but after that, yeah, Boomy and Snowy really just turned this thing all the way back around.
I love that screenshot.
That's a highlight.
Oh my God.
Perfect usage of the Blaster's down signature. Oh, send one this way and the other away.
So good, man. And yeah, Boomy, I'm hoping we get to see that last stock. Just look at the teamwork.
All that damage.
He's like, where are you going? I actually have another one for you, too. Here we go. He's like,
quick reload.
Yeah. So this is the read I think I was talking about here. He's like, he knew. Boom, turn that around, and then that's the finisher. He's never going to miss those. He's never going to miss those.
I love the scoop and recovery. You can see him pop
so excited.
off. And the crowd, too, going wild for them, right behind them. Oh, well-deserved for sure, yes. Oh, my goodness, the happiness. So well-deserved. I mean, Boomy, a champion. Once again, Snowy, now a champion. Oh, my goodness. What a game. I was sitting here, like, screaming.
Yeah. And I'm like, you can see right here from the last stats, man. 10-17 to 6-16. Definitely a very hard-won game right there, and well-deserved win. There was no, as I said, no shadow of doubt right there who was supposed to win this year Grand Finals with Boomy and Snowy playing like that.
Yeah, I mean, 2 stock victory all around. 4 stocks for the team. I mean, you could see it on the graphs. It's just Boomy and Snowy. Yeah, we're only going 2 steps. Fozy and Godly, much shorter. Absolutely phenomenal.
Man, brilliant. 593 on blasters only, man. Boomy went absolutely insane on those blasters. And
he was shooting. He was shooting
as well, man. Like, sometimes blasters, those animations lock you up for a long time.
True.
But for somehow he is just always in the right spot to avoid being hit, for being locked up, and then finding double damage. He hit them twice, or at the same time a lot as well, too, so that helps out. Man, he was just on it.
Yeah, extremely on it. And let's talk a little bit more, just a little bit more about their success and their teamwork, and about how, yes, Boomy kept scooping them up, kept picking up those recoveries. Hey, it's like classic at this point. TWK, tell me about that.
Man, I always get so flabbergasted that he's able to land so many of those, even when he's like scooping down below the stage. It feels like you have no way to get away from him. And at Blaster's recovery, it lasts a pretty long time. Usually you can get punished for it if you're like missing them, but he just doesn't miss.
He doesn't miss. I mean, and you can oversteer it sometimes too. He didn't do any of that. He was never really hit out of it, and almost all the times, like I feel like literally every single one of his recoveries felt like they landed. Like even if it didn't take a stock, it just still felt like it landed. So he was on point. Snowy played a perfect support. He didn't do that much damage there, but I feel like the damage he did was impactful, and where he put his opponent to like kind of throw it over to Boomy was actually super huge as well, man. And I feel like they. After the first 2v1, they did quite well in the rest of their 2v1s, but
yeah, they figured it out.
Yeah.
And I'm glad that you mentioned Snowy, TK, because that's your teammate.
Yep.
And he was playing a fantastic support. And I want to kind of go into that support role that he was playing, the Onyx pick that he played. TWK, I'm going to start with you again.
All right, so something that I think in the winners final set allowed Godly and Fozy to kind of bring that back to a game 5 that we didn't see in this set is Fozy. The best way to say it is he used to live inside the dead zones of Boomy's blasters. They would play very, very close together, and that let them get these crazy leapfrog combos and made them very difficult to pinpoint away. But with Fozzy's gigantic signatures, they were able to do that and get a ton of damage. This time, they played way more separate. They kept the elbow room. So Snowy was rotating around, taking a little bit more of the scenic route to do so.
TK, any final thoughts about this amazing Grand Finals?
I mean, have to give it up to Snowy as well, as you said. I mean, I think that Snowy put his opponent in the place that they needed to be. I think he lived very long a lot of the times. I think that like he actually had pretty good follow-ups most of. I mean, Boom was handling so much himself, he didn't need the follow-ups. But when there was time for follow-ups, he was there. And I feel like, I mean, they played. Synergy was like one brain, basically. One brain up there, and they definitely did that thing up. So very happy to see them as the victors here. Boomy and Snowy are going to be our 2v2 champions at BCX 2022, and well-deserved.
Yes, so well-deserved, and I'm just so thrilled. I mean, there you have it, guys. We have our doubles champion. They fought long and hard. They've battled it out all year long, not to mention all weekend long, going through 600+ competitors. And in the end, they have come up victorious against their opponents. Congratulations to Snowy and Boomy on their victory and being crowned the BCX 2022 doubles champions. What a crazy series, but man, we couldn't have asked for a better end of our doubles competition. But don't worry, there's actually still more to come. After the break, we get ready to crown our singles champion as we head back to our singles competition. Okay, don't go anywhere, stick with us because we're just getting started.
welcome back to BCX. While we get set up for the singles tournament, we want to take a minute to talk more about our tournament. What we've seen thus far, and of course, we're gonna get the set the stage for our singles top 8. So, guys, let's chat. Starting with our first match of the day, it was Snowy Boomy versus Posey and Godly to kick off the top 4 of doubles.
I can't believe what we just saw. Like being able to come up here and see that incredible performance not too long ago was just phenomenal. And you can see it, the championship build was there. Boomy was refusing to let up. Boomy was literally refusing to let go of that W. And now that we're moving towards the single side of things, Godly, after taking that tough loss in second, will he be able to keep that steam going? Because he's one of the people we looked at all weekend to potentially take all of once.
Zip, how'd you feel about that first match?
That first match, man, it was absolutely insane. Like, both teams brought everything they possibly could to the table. And I just want to shine a light. Even though they ended up getting second, I want to shine a light on Fozy, guys. Fozy is absolutely nuts, playing a character that literally nobody else plays. Zariel is such a problem, and he played it perfectly.
He literally refused to get hit. Like, there was point in times where he had the most stock count consistently over Godly. That is not a sentence that we have repeated all year long. Everybody has been kept playing catch up to Godly instead, but it was Fozy who was enabling him to just do what he wanted. But actually, most of the reason why that team lost is because they kind of got around Fozy. Boomy and Snowy targeted Godly to the point where it wasn't enough to keep him away, and they just never relented.
Well, of course, we did see Snowy and Boomy challenge Fozy and Godly in the winners finals, but of course, after that, we went down to the elimination side of things, where we got to see Maiden Experience go up against Acno and Blaze. Zip, how'd you feel about that match?
Oh my goodness, Acno and Blaze, those guys were on one, and when I tell you, they definitely 100 with 1,000 would have lost to Experience and Made if Acno did not clutch that game.
Yep.
I'm telling you right now, that was the moment they definitely would have lost that. And he picked it up, put the team on his back, and did his thing.
I echo the same statement. The 2v1 was the biggest play. If Acno doesn't have that happen, you probably go down. Experience and Made. Experience is extremely confident. He was putting out the tweets all weekend. 4 rounds left until World Champions. It didn't end up happening because of a big part of what Acno did. And also Blaze, very similar to what we just mentioned with Fozy back in Winners Finals, refused to get hit. He was refusing to actually get caught most of the time. And if Blaze is allowing Acno to constantly go in, there's a big reason why they were champs for so many years, Duke. And that kind of played out there in that elimination semis.
Let's talk about the character picks for that match a little bit. We saw Experience make the swap over to the Zol, the Amethyst, at one point, and I do believe Acno and Blaze also made a little bit of swapping with Blaze going over to the Bryn. How do you think that played into things, Ajax?
So, I mean, we've been seeing a less Lance than we expected, I think, in 2s overall. I was kind of expecting to see a ton of it this weekend, but the Bryn was also kind of elusive for a long time until it came to top 4. Finally showing up, it's kind of what they've done in the past you know, with Kaya on Acno, Spear's been so strong right now. I liked the idea of trying to switch to have something that has better punish game. Whenever Acno creates a combo, Axe is there to close it out. And then, of course, the Spear enables Acno to go off too. So I did like that switch. It did help a ton as they're able to kind of figure out that explosive gameplay from Experience switching over to the Zol.
Okay, and then after Acno and Blaze were able to take that W over Experience and Made, they go into the elimination finals to re-challenge Fozy and Godly, the team that knocked them down into the lower side of the bracket. Zip, how'd you feel about it?
It was, man, I don't know, man. I was torn because I didn't know who I wanted to win, and I still don't, right? But I'm definitely happy for the winning team, Boomy and Snowy. Man, I'm so proud of those guys because when you take a look at the top 4 run that they had, Snowy, you did it, my man. I'm telling you, it was all Snowy through the first parts, and then the championship caliber Boomy came through at the end and sealed the deal for them. That was teamwork and knowing how to play your role. Boomy showed up and he said, this is my time. He made sure that they got that trophy.
And on that losers finals question you were mentioning, the throne belongs to another.
Did I talk about the wrong match?
Yeah, it was the wrong match.
I know you're so excited. We're still coming off the high. It's fine.
Hey, look, Boomy believers, we're thriving right now. Like, we're actually thriving. But in that losers finals, you know, we were mentioning it before, Acno and Blaze had that multi-year streak, which is very impossible to replicate as not just 1, but 2 players. Having to bounce back and forth between 2 to be that successful, And then after that dub in elimination semis, I assumed they might actually get it. I assumed they might actually take them out. And they did it so well coordinated in the elimination semis, but one thing that did happen was Godly and Fozy forced them back onto the Koji and the Bryn. It took them away from what has worked this whole time, the Kaia and the Olgrim, completely shifting their game plan. But one thing was for certain is that Godly and Fozy kind of have figured them out. We've seen them take a couple dubs over them. Of course, they have last in Autumn's going to Delta and TM, but they haven't been as consistent as they were in the past, and they weren't able to keep going here. That being said, they did bring it all the way back to third when a lot of people kind of forgot about them along the way. But Godly and Fozy, especially Godly, just kind of bouncing around with whoever he feels like, but Fozy's also done a very similar thing where he'll team with whoever and find success, and that's kind of what happened there in that elimination finals.
And then we moved into the grand finals where we saw Snowy and Boomy, of course, take it over Fozy and Godly and Zip. You were so excited about that. I mean, I was standing in the back watching them hug it out. You could hear them, like, the mics weren't hot for when they were saying it, but they were like, I love you, man. This is, like, so great. It was so endearing seeing them hug it out and just, like, the shaking of Snowy, just that sheer adrenaline being crowned the champion. Zip, you did get to say your piece, but I want to let you talk some more if you have more you want to say.
You know what? All I have to say is Moist Esports. There you go. Go and put the camera on me. Come on, switch it on. I'm looking at you. Moist Esports. Pick up Snowy. That's all there is to it. Pick him up.
You actually, funny enough, took the words right out of my mouth. Because I was, like, the thing I was going to point out was that at the end, when they were talking about each other, they kind of talk about the trials they went through all year long. The amount of times that we had them in our predictions for top 3 and they just fell short, and we were wondering, like, is this team going to work? Is it going to happen? Is this new look going to be the thing? Well, when they needed it the most, they performed at the championship stage. Boomy getting so much support from Moist and Charlie and all them. I think anybody, like, even if it's not Moist, pay attention to the success Snowy had at the beginning of last year, where he was able to do it in ones, and now with Boomy looking like this could be a new dynasty being built with the way that they just performed. This is a team that is going to be taking championships for the long term. I hope somebody pays close attention, like he said, and puts an extra few letters in front of Snowy's name.
Well, that was some of the best 2v2 competition, of course, we've seen in a very long time, of course, being here on the World Championship stage. So many highlight moments that can't even fit into this highlight reel. But Zip, tell me about some of the stuff you're seeing on the screen right now.
Oh my gosh, Boomy with those recoveries. That last game, talk to him. Yes, sir. He popped off so crazy, man. You get to look at the joy, man. I wish that ever in my days I could feel what he's feeling right now. And you know what? Winning never gets old because he's done it so many times and it still felt that good.
That, before we talk about the match schedule moving up, it feels so good to see the crowd popping off with it too. Yes. It feels so good to see that excitement happen and see the excitement behind it. We're back. We're back. We just witnessed an incredible grand finals that happened with Boomy's passion. Boomy, I know we mentioned it before, but he was actively stressed all weekend. Deepest breaths after every single match. But that was the most confident we've seen Boomy in quite some time because he knew that there was another championship being put to his name. TWK said it before with the hat trick, and we kind of alluded to it a little bit during the match. He's essentially got a triple crown amongst playing with different teammates. Remy in the past, Sandstorm, and now adding to that is Snowy.
Well, of course, again, congratulations to Boomy and Snowy. They are your 2v2 world champions for Brawlhalla here at BCX 2022. But now we shift gears into the top 8 of 1v1s. We still have one more world champion to crown. Zip, what's going on with top 8? How's it feeling? How do the people who don't know what is happening, explain it to them?
I mean, I could go through everybody, right? I could go through all
but
the
how about
names.
let's start with format. Like, are we doing like best of 5s?
Oh yeah, it's definitely best of 5s. Definitely best of 5s. Yeah. why you gotta throw me on the spot, man? I didn't know exactly what
I like to put the pressure on people sometimes.
I thought you were asking me about the players. Because my point is, what I was trying to bring up is, we can talk about everybody, but I think that there's only one guy that I'm really concerned with. That's Luna. Every one of you guys that's in top 8 and you have to run into him on your way and try to get this trophy, you better be prepared because he is not about to play around with none of y'all.
Because there is a lot of money on the line. That format, that best of 5, $250,000 amongst that split for the $500,000 total prize pool. And this is our MSI champion, and he wants to continue towards that $50,000 for first place. Every single match from this point forward is separated by so much. That puts so much more pressure on you to succeed. It puts on so much more, like,
confidence you need to have to be able to stay composed. And this is an extremely stacked top 8. We have representation from all parties involved and some surprises in there too. Of course, we have NA, EU, and South America all here trying to fight for that top 3 position, continue to move forward. But there's a couple of names in there that might be a bit of a surprise to people as we talk about the character picks later on. One of them in particular kind of jumping out at me, who will be going up against Luna later.
Yeah, Impala, kind of that surprise pick to get into that top 8 winners side. Of course, all playing for that, the other half of that $500,000 prize pool. We've already given out $250,000, literally just a moment ago, basically, and we still got $250,000 more to go. But I want to hear a little bit about your predictions. You already mentioned Luna. What else should people be looking out for, Ajax?
So, besides Luna, of course, I'm going to lean into Impala as well. A big part of Impala, for one, this big run, we saw it recently getting into top 8, Kaya. Kaya has been starting to get picked way more often. We saw it from Akno, who was able to actually get a W against Godly recently, finally, at the end of Autumn's. But Kaya with the Spear and Bow has such a good utility. The signature kit covers so much range. It's so dangerous. And I think that's a big part of why Impala, I don't think, if anybody actually gets Impala to be top 8, incredible job because of how stacked this was. He might actually make a bit of a surprise going up against Luna for the first round.
I agree. But Luna is not playing around. When he's got that cross out, man, the Katars, the gauntlets, when he's on top of you and he's making these plays, he's carrying you, he's making beautiful dodge reads. That's actually his aggression and the way that he can read what you want to do and capitalize and get you out of there. He is relentless. He stays on top of you. That's going to be the problem whenever you have to deal with him. But hopefully that spear can keep him at bay.
All right, Zip, of course, I did kind of put you on the hot spot, but now we get to talk about the format again one more time. We are in, of course, a double elimination tournament. We've got players on the top side and the elimination side of things here in the top 8 of 1v1s, all best of 5. But what else do they need to know besides that big old number at the bottom right?
Well, they need to know that if you lose on that top side, you're going to go down to the elimination side. There's already 4 players down there, and you don't want to be one of them. So you want to keep on winning, try to get the winner side of Grand Finals. You know how Grand Finals go. Same thing we just saw in 2v2s. If somebody gets over there to see you, you're going to have to beat them 2 times to win. You have to knock the winner side person down to to the elimination bracket, and then you have to beat them again in 2 sets to become the champion.
Well, of course, we are going to get into our top 8 of things. Here are our first 4 matches of the day. Ajax, break it down for me.
Well, we got that Luna and Impala match we talked about a second ago, and then we have defense of number 1s right after that with Godly and Kinda. Godly, that big question mark of everybody saying, is he the best? Is he the number 1 overall? But Kinda at number 1, the way at South America, the way they've been able to play, they are so aggressive, they are so dominant, and kind of getting all the way to here. I'm so excited to see it. But right after that, one of my favorite players to watch, period. This kid's rise has been incredible with Radish. But Java having to switch off of the Bolivar and now over onto Ember and other Spear Legends. He's been switching up, between that. But of course, the Katars have been very strong here too, so that could come out. He has a good character pool. And then at the end, the epitome of defense in Brawlhalla, Meg D. I am not surprised whatsoever to see him here in top 8. He did it before at MSI. He made an incredible run. But speaking of other people who have been nothing but incredible all year, moving up into PR number 2, taking out Sandstorm just before here, Stingray with this Orion. He has been one of the early players of how good Spear can be in North America, and it has played out here again at BCX.
Well, seeing that graphic really helped solidify the idea that there are 6 North Americans in the top 8 of 1v1s, 1 European and 1 South American. I'm not going to make you decide which region's going to go home with the gold medal, but do you think it's going to be an all NA Grand, well, it literally can't, but NA EU Grand Finals, or maybe an NA South America top 3, or what are you thinking?
So, well, for Grand Finals, it's possible because you have the reset. But Winners Finals is not possible. But I think it's going to be NA versus EU. I think with the 2 number 1s coming into bat, we've been looking at all year long. Luna, I mean, you are the original believer in Luna, and he has done nothing but pan out the way you've looked at. But Godly rising to promise the way he has, coming off that 2v2 tournament, there's no way he's going to let that try to replicate again, and that's why I think that's going to potentially be our Grand Finals match with NA versus EU.
I agree. I think that, well, I don't know if I fully agree because I think that the deciding factor is going to be Kinda versus Godly. Whoever takes that one is going to decide who's going to run into Luna in Grand Finals. And yes, I did say that. Luna is going to Grand Finals.
It's kind of hard to argue against it right now. I mean, like the way that he's played all year long in the very stacked North American region, he has held #1 and he's been able to hold it consistently. While also switching amongst many, many legends. Because at the very beginning, it's like, oh, just Taros, carried by Taros. Well, he's still here, isn't he? Like, it doesn't matter what it is. He could pick whoever he wants, and he just makes it work. He's been swapping he went from Taros to Mordex with the Scythe. Now he's running Katars today. It just does not matter for him. He will always find a way to succeed.
Speaking of, guys, I did talk to Luna a little bit earlier, and one more time. Hit me with that camera. You see my boy? I asked him if he's going to play the Taros for me. He said maybe. He said maybe.
Oh.
Yeah.
They give you a hard maybe day. Wait. What did he say? Maybe did he go? Yeah, sure.
No. It wasn't like that. It was like, you know what? He gave me about 30% hope.
Okay. All right.
I'll take a 30%.
Yeah. That's good hope. I mean, even if in a set, like 30% chance of winning, I'll take that.
Yeah.
I just realized I'm sitting between 2 Taros players right now. Like, I actually feel terrible at this moment.
Is there a problem?
What are
you implying?
Is there like an emergency escape button underneath the desk that I could like possibly press to get out of here?
He's going to have to watch his mouth because we're not with the Bulls.
But still, I mean, like we said, you know, at this point, like whatever he picks might work. But honestly, I think big surprises, of course, Impala doing very well. But I'm looking at that lower side of bracket, and I think for one, Radish, after taking a pretty tough loss in the winner side, was able to rebound back. Because you mentioned how many players are in North America, but at the qualifiers, there were 2 South Americans ready to get in. They fell to 9th. EU started this day with, I believe, 14 people in top 32.
Yeah.
Granted, y'all only got 1 left, so I don't know what to say after that. But like, it's godly amongst all people. So they have a good run. Of course, you know, you had that incredible run from Blazy a little while ago. Nees was able to take out quite a few people along the way too. So it's the most stacked tournament we could ever ask for. But North America was able to sneak through with many reps trying to hold it down.
Well, there's someone that we've briefly mentioned, but I don't hear us talking enough about Java. Zip, tell me about Java.
Java with the character swap, playing this Hattori, that could be a problem for people. I mean, you're on the lower side of the bracket. There are the ones that I think are the truest of the true goons at the top, right? But you can't sleep on him, right? I mean, he's playing one of the best characters in the game. Like, that's the new, like, household pick. And he's potentially the best with the character right now. So people are definitely going to have to look out for him. You can't sleep on him, right? You got to keep both eyes open. But, I mean, I'm still sticking with what I said, but definitely, every one of these players in this bracket are going to be a problem.
I mean, I actually think you're pretty right on that whole household pick thing, too, because I think across the entire weekend, I saw more people counterpick to Hattori when they were losing than probably anybody else. I was like, oh crap, I need to make this work. Hattori's speed just kind of overwhelmed people after playing slow. I mean, obviously, Fiend switching off Queen Nai over to Hattori, that's what he's always played before, so we knew him for. That made sense. But seeing more people do that, too, and then Java, after losing Bodvar, essentially switching over, has kind of made it his new home, and it's been working very well, period. But Java's just that good. So going up against, I believe it was the summer champ in Radish, he's got some work to do, but it's not impossible.
Definitely not impossible. Well, of course, we've crowned 2 2v2 champions just a moment ago. Up next, we've got singles top 8 kicking off. It'll be Luna versus Impala in our winners semifinal to kick it off. If you're in the venue or watching at home, let's get hyped, because this is where it all goes down. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Welcome back. It's BCX Championship Sunday, and we've got a heck of a show still to go. It's Luna versus Impala in our winners semi-final. Ajax and Zip, I want to hear your quick predictions. Ajax, kick it off.
All right, well, I mean, pretty much the only time that Luna kind of fell at all was at Summers for 9th place. Everything else was holding up the 1st place trophy. Impala had a couple of top 8 performances the last time out, but he is in top 8. Does he make it much further? Who knows? But right now it's kind of hard to look away from the consistency, and that's why I'm going to be picking Luna.
Zip?
I'm in the same spot, man. I'm going with Luna. I think that I already said it earlier, right? Like, I don't think that I'm worried for everybody that has to deal with him. I think he's going to grand finals, and I think that I don't know if anybody can stop him. The only person in here that I like, for me, I'm being super biased right now. Like, just hear me out. I think the only person that can really mess with him, like really, really on the sticks, is Godly, right? That's literally the only person in here. So everyone else, you're going to have to show me. I'm sorry if you don't like what I'm saying. Just show me with the gameplay.
Well, of course, Twitch chat, if you're watching at home, this is your opportunity to go on, put in your predictions so that we can kind of see how biased this community really is, right? Is it 88% in favor of Luna?
Wow. I mean, I don't know if we maybe kind of pressured that a little bit away, but like I think at this point everybody's been looking at it, and I don't think anybody logically had Luna and Godly not in their top 3. Like you had one of those two probably winning the whole thing. This is the matchup we've been looking forward to, period, all year as well. We've been wanting to see that Luna-Godly matchup. But does Impala play that 12%? Spoiler for chat, it can happen.
We've definitely seen those upsets happen. Zip, if Impala wants to make that upset, what's he got to do?
He's going to have to make look.
It keeps putting a big target on you saying, Zip, make it work.
No. Okay, no, seriously, on a serious note, Impala can definitely do this, right? All these guys are here for a reason. But Impala, if he really wants to win, he is going to have to make his dodge reads count. Right? I mean that in all senses, on defense and offense. When he's getting pressed, that's where Luna beats you, because you get so flustered because he won't get off of you, and he's got to be able to make his dodges count and get out of situations and reestablish himself. Luna doesn't let many people do that, but that's your answer. That's your win condition.
Well, we'll see if Impala can do that as Impala and Luna are ready to play Flambeau. Taza, take it away.
Thank you for the pass over, Duke. I am so excited, and I'm sure everyone in the crowd is as well, as we finally get to the very end of BCX 2022 singles. Taza, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great, Flambeau, and to have this matchup coming up, I mean, they were really hyping up Luna, right? Because we've got PR1 from North America, we've got PR1 from EU, and PR1 from South America, the best single players, all in top 4, but Impala at that 10th spot in NA got that 3-0 upset over Stingray, and guess what? Stingray is PR number 2, right? And the only person that gets better than that is Luna, which is his opponent here in top 8, winner's side. And it's going to be Kaya versus Caspian. Diamond Head, epic crossover Caspian, as we've got these two North American players fighting for that Grand Finals winner spot. We're going into game number 1, and Luna on the guitars and Impala on the spear, 2 of the favorite weapons in the meta here in 2022, going head-to-head as Impala has been on Kaya long before other players have been picking it up, and Luna, preparing that Caspian just for today, is now getting comboed off the right side of the stage as Impala takes a small lead.
Oh man, this is the thing though, like Impala has been in this position many times before, where it's like Impala's seated lower than most people would think, and then suddenly decides that one day I'm going to make the run of my life, and what better of a day to pick than now?
Oh, and look at that. Luna going for that edge guard with the weapon throw towards the top of the stage, and Impala just getting right underneath them, hits the nair, forces him over onto the gauntlet to continue juggling Luna as the first stock, and he has him off the side of the stage. Edge guard situation because he can come up here and he avoids the side stick. Great punish.
And you can see that we're going to find out who can get that first stock. Luna already throwing out 2 different signatures, neither a third, and that's just going to be a confirm. And you see right there, Impala knew the Sarah was going to KO. Didn't even go for the guaranteed D-light there. He said, I'm trying to speed run you, Luna. Everyone's talking about, oh, you're going to Grand Finals. I got something to say about that.
That's right, and the outcome of this is going to be North America in the Grand Finals regardless, but who's it going to be, Impala or Luna? And Impala's making a great case for himself. That's there and an air, connects, catching Luna, trying to get right on top of this person. He's playing right far back, stopping Luna from getting any of those guitar strings that we've seen him have so much success with throughout the day.
Oh man, and Luna just struggling to be able to find an opening. That neutral light's going to hit, but that defense from Kaya is going to keep Impala alive a little bit longer here, and that D-Light recovery will be enough to secure the KO as Luna is answering back just a little bit here. We'll see how long it takes for Impala to find a weapon.
Yeah, Luna doing a great job there with guarding those weapons. One comes over to the spawn, Impala with 2 quick uppercuts, picks up the spear, takes the guitar neutral light for his efforts. But now both players on either side of the stage fighting for center. Luna dives in with the dare, but the pogo into Nair tacks on even more damage as Luna goes into orange. And Luna trying to get back to center. Impala still having control, and these side light mix-ups are working so well for Impala in game 1 that Luna may go down and stock again unless he can figure something out.
And one of the things I love about Impala's gameplay is I think he is one of few beautiful ground pound the stage spike there to go ahead and secure that second stock. But as I was saying, he's one of the few players I think that does certain things with Spear. I think him and Stingray use Spear neutral air in a way to get all this extra damage that I don't see other players go for. A lot of the time they just go for the D-Light air and call it a day. But these guys, no.
Yeah, we're already seeing, right, when you hit that burst down air and Spear, we talked about that pogo effect, right? You go for the second one and the third one, but Impala mixing in with those neutral airs, he gets those dodge ins, those dodge in places, and Luna yet to be able to do anything. And he's grounded down airs from the bow. Even though he's getting that animation where he knocks it to the ground, he's getting the hit every time, and Luna just can't get back to the stage. 2 nairs almost into a recovery. Impala working on his way towards a 2-stock here in game number 1 over the best player in North America. Luna gets a sidelight, nothing else afterwards, and Impala continues racking on the damage.
Oh my gosh, he went for the tricky weapon throw there. Luna definitely not expecting that. And this Caspian has been working on everyone all day, but Impala is not fazed by it. Finally, a side stick going to be able to take that stock. But at this point, we already have light red on Luna. Impala's probably looking for 1, 2, maybe nairs, and then a D-Light recovery will close this match out. Or if he picks up a spear, you know that D6 coming.
He's got to pick up any weapon at this point because Luna's been keeping him starved and he's keeping the combos coming. We finally got to see that side stick, the highlight of Caspian's kit there, get that knockout. Knocks out so early because of that high force, but you got to hit it. Luna falling down, trying to get the double nair spike, and Impala back to the stage. A risky down sig. Luna doesn't get the punishment. Impala is starting to crumble here under the pressure of Luna in game number 1 as the side stick hits. And there it is, the highlight of that kit coming out strong there as he catches him midair and sends him flying off the side of the stage.
And honestly, Taza, I think you and I and the crowd watching this all kind of feel like, man, that really felt as if it should have been Impala's game, right? But the moment it came to that last stock scenario and Impala had to close it out, you could see the jitters hit immediately.
The entire game, Impala was doing such a great job having that keep away game, and every time Luna went in for something to get started, whether it be a side light or a down air or a falling nair, it was the bow neutral air that was stopping him from getting down. And then once that first neutral air hit, 3, 4, many came afterwards because Luna could just not get back to the stage. But in that last stock scenario, everything changed. The pressure started to get to him, and I'm glad I was able to talk about that side sig after that second stock because that is really the reason Luna is going in on this character, because despite playing as well as you could just do it all with the guitars and the gauntlets alone. That diamond head side sig on guitars is going to eliminate you at orange even if you have 10 defense. And Kaya, sitting at 7, still pretty beefy, went down really early on that last stock, giving Luna that game 1 win.
And granted, we're going to go ahead and have the same legend picks, and we're going to small Brawlhaven for game number 2. And I hope in this game, Impala doesn't crumble under the pressure. We've already seen, yes, Impala can hang. So just go ahead and close it out and make Luna earn it.
That's right, and here we go. Impala hitting that neutral and the nair, and the nair juggles here will kill off the top of the stage a lot sooner, but at the same time, Luna is already at a point where a side sig could delete this stock coming out from Impala, and with that neutral sig hitting, Impala has to be careful about that, and there it is! Flambo, the side sig on the gauntlets, blasting them away, and taking that first stock in under 30 seconds.
Yeah, just able to shoot that beam out with the gauntlet down, so just saying, hey, you know what, you better watch yourself, because otherwise, I'm gonna go ahead and close this stock out. And just like that, I mean, take a look at Impala, so far behind, was so close to winning game 1, and I get scared in scenarios like this where it's like, is the train just gonna crash? Or did you just run out? Do you need a Red Bull to get yourself back into it? This is not the time to need a Red Bull.
Yeah, and the ground pound hits there, and Impala is trying to get that momentum back, but you gotta see here, because Luna with the gauntlets, nice side light, gets the nair, gravity cancel, neutral light to tack on even more damage to Impala, and as he jumps off the side of the stage, trying to pressure, maybe putting out a nair, a ground pound, something. No, Luna just comes back, puts up the side lights, and the dare into recovery takes Luna off the top of the stage and even up the game 2-2.
Okay, and that's not a conversion you see people go for often. A lot lot of the time it's going to be that down air into the side air. But Impala said, you know what, I think you might go high. I'm just going to go for the recovery and calling out Luna's movement. And now I think Impala's back. We got some damage being racked up here, playing well in the neutral. And of course, on a stage like this, it is so small, you can't run away here. You guys have to get in there, get close and personal.
And look at that, so many great falling down airs. Gets the grounded neutral there, puts the down stick, wrong direction. Luna falls in with the punish, but no weapons can be seen for him to get a good one. Gauntlet's picked up, the down stick come through again, but the D-Light side air after that side light pickup means Impala takes the lead once again in game number 2. However, Flambeau, we were here before. The Qatar side stick came in, and then Luna just destroyed Impala's defense in that final moment of that game. And we're close to maybe having a repeat of that scenario. Nice job jumping out of the way of that neutral signature, and Impala puts in the pressure with the neutral light, but he hasn't gotten too much damage yet, and this could go back to an even game in just a matter of seconds.
And Impala has to watch out for the weapon throw. That's essentially what got Luna the stock, forcing Impala into the corner. He wasn't privy to spot dodge in time and was able to use his superior positioning to close that stock out with a Qatar Sayer. And now we have a final stock scenario. Those Qatars, if Luna gets one good dodge read, could lead to disaster for Impala. So he has to be careful. Don't go off stage versus him unless you're extremely confident, because he'll turn it around on you and you don't want to be here. Somehow, Impala makes it back, but the down tick from Diamond Head, they are fighting in this corner. Impala finally makes it back to the stage.
Oh, the neutral light gets him. Chase dodges up, falls to the nair, weapon throw, picks up a fresh pair of guitars. The side stick can come through, but Impala stops the pressure with the side light. Neutral light boxes him out, and Impala really trying to get the win. The side stick catches Luna right as he was about to duck beneath the stage, takes him off the top, and brings it to a game 3 with an even set count.
That's why I say you gotta make him earn it, because Impala right there, I don't know how Impala does that. Pretty much every person I've spoken to that plays Kaya is usually like, yo bro, the spear side tick is like the bad one. But like somehow Impala, every time he throws it out, it always manages to connect and it manages to KO. I feel like it doesn't have force like that, but somehow he knows the range so perfectly. That's mastery.
On top of having a lot of end lag on whiff, you have to be precision perfect to be able to get that stab, right? And I reacted to that, but just to finish that thought on the side stick, the one few cases where I thought, okay, this is a really great signature, was watching Acno and 2s use it to punish Blasters players for using neutral light and downlight a lot. But in 1s, you don't exactly have that thing where you're punishing somebody on that whiff. But here Impala, like you said, still making it work, and Luna over the Tai Lung, bringing out the Mordex in game number 3, as the sight is just popping off here at the very beginning of the game.
Oh, I don't think he got the touch, and that's just gonna be a stock just like that. One more. No, doesn't line it up quite right to go ahead and close out the edge guard, and that's gonna be a really big drop, honestly, for Luna, because look at all this damage Impala has been able to tack on now because of that missed corner guard, and Impala answering back so loudly, trying to get that KO off the top and really make a statement.
Yeah, luckily for Impala, that dare can't active input towards the top of the stage because that got super high up there. But yeah, Flambeau, he was 15 seconds into almost taking that first stock in this game 3, but Impala makes it back while sweating and then tacks on a ton of damage himself. Now we're in a dead even game, and the first stock could go either way. Luna with one nair, no follow-up for that side light into, goes out for the recovery. Can't get that recovery to connect after all these combo starters, and Impala's still surviving here on this first stock.
Okay, they're just trying to see if they can find that KO confirm. A Sayer from the site is not going to be enough from Luna. Tries to go off stage and find a down air, but can't get that one to connect. But what was that conversion? Hello? Goes for the weapon throw. The immediate gravity cancel, picks up the site and sends him packing.
What an amazing knockout there. Impala getting hit by that weapon throw, but just too late for Luna. Sidelight hits, puts him off the side of the stage, and the weapon guard here is pretty clever. If that nair didn't hit, he could have starved Impala of a weapon a little bit longer. Impala trying to get Luna to do a reaction there with that weapon throw into the ground. Picks it right back up, though, and Luna doesn't take the bait, and the damage continues to rack on into Luna's favor.
Oh man, and Luna caught the recovery with that one, but an exhausted recovery from Impala as a very aggressive fight back to the stage is actually going to secure the first stock on the side of Luna.
And here we go, Luna with the side. Really focusing on this weapon after that switch off from Diamond Head. Sidelight comes through with punish, gets the dare. Now Luna looking for that opening there with that neutral light. But Impala, even when Impala's missing these openings, he's staying stacked on top of Luna, and Luna can't get those neutral lights to connect. And while off stage, avoiding everything that Luna's putting out, Impala is taking this game back to his favor.
Oh my goodness, Impala! Beautiful down sig, not quite enough. The weapon throw is gonna connect, but not enough juice to secure the KO and won't be able to find the final pogo instead. Oh, that almost combo, that would've been wild!
He's still trying to combo the other weapon throws as well. The Nair comes through, and Impala in the process of starving Luna from the weapon.
Oh, perfect!
He's continuing the combos. Every weapon that gets thrown off the side of the stage, Luna just has to struggle back towards it, and the Nair hits him. One more of those. Impala gets it, takes the lead in game number 3, and is one stock away from bringing this to match point.
Oh my goodness, I don't know what to say, Taz. I don't think anyone expected the match to go quite like this, but Impala showing why, 1, he's so skilled, and 2, y'all should be playing Bo. Why aren't y'all playing Bo?
I mean, Impala has been on Kaya since the beginning, as the legend, ever since the legend was released, and he's doing so well with it here at BCX, the biggest tournament of the year in Luna. With the Scythe, gets the side stick, gravity cancels, and that 7 defense finally coming in strong here for Impala. And we've learned that if Luna can't finish off the stock, Impala gets like an extra 50 damage and then some.
Okay, and another Sayer, and Scythe can struggle to find the KOs if you're not getting those early stocks off the side of the map. Now it's going to be another Sayer after the first one wasn't able to KO to go ahead and bring Impala down to the final stock. But if Impala can find a weapon, he's going to be fine to go ahead and try to collect this game. But the map is so small that he takes so much damage just to get this first weapon. Luna's essentially brought it back already.
He's brought it back, and that side air hitting there is huge. Impala dash jumps back, goes to the ground, puts up the nairs. We're talking about how well is doing. Luna's adapting. Sarah hits him in the side of the stage. One down, everybody huge, but Impala with the recovery takes Luna off the top of the stage. Fresh Scythe picked up, and Impala still in the edge guard scenario. And is it going to be that side stick again? No! Pogo into recovery. That's twice that Impala has gotten that knockout. And look at that, just completely cool, confident, and collected as he brings Luna, PR #1 in North America, to match point. 2-1. What's Luna gonna pick here? The Diamond Head went away. The Tylone came out, and it looked honestly just as difficult. And then just think, Flambeau, in the beginning of that game, game number 3, 15 seconds in, there was almost a 0 to knockout. Impala barely survived, sweating to touch the stage, and somehow takes the lead after that, playing phenomenally.
I don't know what to say. Is Luna gonna go ahead and go back to Old Faithful? Is it gonna be a Taros kind of day? Is Zip gonna get what he wanted? Or is he gonna stick true to his game plan, maybe go to Caspian, say, you know what, we're gonna keep going with what I was doing and play a little bit better?
You think the break glass in case of emergency pick is the other bit of Taros?
Yes, I think
it's been some time. I mean, it's what Luna made his name on in the game. And he's thinking long and hard about this pick here, because if he goes down to the elimination bracket, that is going to be a tough road to go through, right? Impala got through Stingray, PR #2, 3-0 to get here, and it's looking like it's going to be Tai Lung for the match point. And Impala patiently waiting, saying, all right, let's go on to the next game, because once I win this, I will be representing North America in the grand finals.
Okay, and it looks like, looking at the stage picks, Luna has left small Brawlhaven open yet again, so we could end up going back there. I don't know
if that
was the smartest pick.
He's got one more band. There it is.
Hashtag coaching.
So with Apocalypse, Demon Island, and Small Fortress Alliance back, I'm feeling a Demon Island pick here from Impala, because he's just so great with those signatures when he's got those edge guard scenarios. We saw the down sig, right? Hit and catch Luna as he was jumping up from the side of the stage. We saw the side sig on the Spirit hit while he was trying to get back to the top of the stage, but no, Small Fortress of Lion.
I would have gone to Demon Island.
And in the game that Impala won, right, we saw how great he's been with the Spear recovery off the pogos, but also the Spear ground pounds on the edge guards. And on this stage in particular, we saw that stage spike, getting that Spear ground pound to hit him in the side of the stage and send him straight down, where in any other stage, if there's no wall there's no column underneath the stage, you would survive that hit. So Impala favoring this over Demon Island, which is just floating in the sky. And now we're going to game #4, where Luna goes down here. Impala is going to be moving on to represent North America in the grand finals of BCX 2022.
Okay, Luna has to win this game in order to stay relevant on the winner's side of bracket. Impala just needs one more to take out North America's best player right now, and it's looking like he may be able to do it right now. Has a slight damage lead. Luna trying to get some damage here. Goes for a read, unable to get anything to connect there. In terms of Luna's accuracy with these signatures, has not had the best time getting KOs early with the Scythe.
That's correct, and Impala, in the meantime, has been so patient and so correct with all of these dodge punishes. When I saw Luna go for that gravity cancel, look at that D-line recovery. Luna's down to 2 stocks, but when Impala sees those dodges used for gravity cancels, he waits he knows he's got those 3 seconds, and he gets the most optimal punish so that he can continue juggling Luna, because the where Impala has been succeeding is when he gets these neutral airs after these downlights, when he gets Luna into the sky, and he punishes those landings. And now Impala, edgeguard scenario once again, dash jumps off the side of the stage, forces Luna back onto center, and he's continuing to take control of the Fortress Alliance.
Okay, and that's going to be a recovery. Beautiful response on the dodge read there, knowing that that recovery was going to be a true confirm since the dodge had been burned. But a decent amount of damage has been racked up at this point. If Luna can keep Impala in the corner here, looks like it's not going to happen. I was going to say, you can starve him from the weapon, but despite that, they are scrapping now. Impala holding center stage. Luna is willingly putting himself in the corner, and this is a game all about control of the stage. You need to stay in the middle.
Oh, but Impala, despite you saying that, neutral lights the other way. Side light in an air, Luna dodges down. Next time Impala might adapt with the down air, but until then Luna has to get back to the stage, and finally that dodge punish gets the nair off stage, picks up the gauntlets, falls to the dare, and Impala still getting punished by the recoveries from Luna. Luna has now brought it to a dead even game. Who's going to take this first stock here? Sidelight not punished by the downlight, and Luna brings Impala off stage, and a risky ground pound. Could that lead to a stock here? Yes, Flambo, it does. That down sync brings Luna to his winner's bracket stock.
And that's one of those things that you just have to be scared of. Before, that down signature was always terrifying, but ever since those wall slip changes, it means you have to make your decision that much quicker, and that move's gonna come out and secure your stock. Now granted, that's gonna be a beautiful ground pound from Luna to say, hold on, hold on, hold on, I'm trying to bring this to game 5. Can Impala shut down America's best?
Oh, he's on his way, but Luna's been trying to stop that from happening. Right side on the edge guard here. Impala dodges in, gets the neutral light, runs for the weapon, waits for Luna to go in, and Luna gets the read. That's 3 clean hits into a swap over to the gauntlets as Impala unarmed for a good 30 seconds. Will he finally be able to find something, or is Luna going to keep boxing him out with the gauntlets? He is. The recovery comes through, and Luna may win this game 4 off the back of this weapon starve, as Impala on the entirety of this stock has only been hit unarmed. There it is, Flambo the spear. Can he bring it back?
Oh, this is going to be a tough one because Impala a little bit on the back foot now here. That extra defense is going to keep him surviving just a little bit longer, but how much longer is the question. Wall slip is in play here. Aggressive fight back to the stage with the spear. Sayer, the bow's going to be picked up, and you know that down tick is going to be available.
There, the recovery's there.
He's at the top of the screen. Impala takes out Luna and sends it to the loser's bracket in 3-1 fashion.
Flambo, Impala going into this event. I mean, I was seeing the chatter everywhere. Some players even going like, Impala, he's got quite a high seed going into this tournament. What's the deal there? But throughout the year, he's been getting those consistent top 8s, that top 5 placements in the online championship. But nobody had Impala going into winner's side of grand finals to be representing North America, as he 3-1s North America's PR number 1 after 3-0ing PR number 2 from North America. Stingray in the Luna. Impala is just making the run of his life here at BCX 2022, and he'll be waiting for the winner of the match that's coming up next.
I can't believe that. He woke up on the right side of the bed today. I cannot believe that it happened this way, but you know what? I'd like to hear a little bit more from our analyst about how this all came to be.
Oh, there it is.
Oh my goodness, Impala getting the upset. PR number 10 in North America, beating out PR number 1 to earn his spot in the winners final. Ajax, how do you feel?
He 3-0'd Stingray, PR number 2, to get into top 8. And then he proceeds to deny everyone the winners finals of a potential Luna and Godly. It is instead Impala, who has now begun the underdog story in top 8 to knock the number 1 seed overall into the elimination side of bracket. He was so calm the entire time until we saw a little bit of emotion show up at the end, as if he was gonna just win the whole time. Zip, bro, how are you feeling right now?
Well, I did say that nobody out there could mess with him except for Godly, right? All right, look, I'm wrong. You know what I'm saying? But one thing that I was correct on, I said that his win condition, Duke, you asked me, what is it going to take for him to win? It was going to take that spear for space control, and he was going to have to make sure that his defensive dodges were on point. Sometimes it wasn't even about his dodges. I wish we had the highlights, but one of the times when Luna had a scythe edge guard on him, all he did was get clipped, and he hit a fast fall that made him dodge a down air that really would have put him in a bad situation. And it was little stuff like that, being able to move perfectly on the defensive end allowed him to control the game.
Yeah, Impala's movement was impeccable. Ajax, anything else you want to say about how Impala played in that?
I think the level of confidence that he had, the way that he was up, for one, the bow went crazy, but he just never relented in advantage state. He never let Luna feel comfortable, and this is Luna we're talking about, who made that incredible comeback game one. Mind you, that was also a comeback game one where Impala had the lead the entire time. If he was able to just do that to Luna, what happens with who he fights up against next?
Well, Luna did play the Caspian. He also played the Mordex Zip. I know you were itching for a Teros. Do you think that might have been enough, or do you think it was just...
I ain't gonna lie, man. Like, no matter how much I want him to play Teros, that Teros going into that spear wasn't gonna be a good look. I don't think that was the answer at all. So, you know, respectable picks. The Mordex was looking really, really good. I think that was the choice. It's, like, seriously, though, he just couldn't. What Luna does to people is he breaks you down, puts the mental stack on you, and you don't know what to do anymore, and Luna could not condition him. That was the answer to the match.
Well, Impala has earned his spot in the winner's final. He now awaits the winner of our next match, Godly versus Kaina. The last two non-North Americans are going to be challenging each other for that spot in the winner's final. And of course, on the elimination side of things, we've still got Java and Radish, Magd, and Stingray. But Godly and Kaina are up next. Ajax, tell me about this matchup.
I mean, we're looking at the person who everybody has had that question mark all year long. Is Godly the real deal? Is he going to be the one to end it all? And honestly, the way that it's been looking, it might be that way. But that being said, Kaina, another king of consistency. These are two PR #1s going to bat. The only representative left of South America and the only representative left of EU here fighting on the semis. I think Kaina's performance at Autumn's has a big, like, magnifying glass attached to it. He was pretty dominant. He was also one of the people who we looked at, it's like, wow, Katars are kind of going crazy. But Godly today has been doing the same, this week has been doing the same thing with the Asuri. But I still have a tremendous amount of faith in how dominant Godly was this past year.
Well, real quick, I want to get your predictions before we get into the match. Zip, who do you got, Godly versus Kaina?
I'm going for Godly. I think that Godly has just been doing too well over this year, literally coming off of a second place in the 2v2, so he's definitely been settled into that stage at this point. Kaina's going to put up a great fight, but I'm going with Godly.
Ajax?
I have Godly winning the entire tournament, so I can't back away from that right now. I think Godly has been too strong, and he's probably going to take this out.
Well, we'll find out for sure. Flambeau, Taza, let us know the deal.
Right, so we're going to have some more of the best players of their respective regions going to bout against each other, and you heard it from them. They're all counting Kaina out. I'm actually a little bit surprised about that. What do you think?
I'm pretty surprised about that too, considering how the community vote was going into that last matchup. It looks a little bit more fair here at that 66-34. And let me tell you, Godly may have came to North America here to play at the World Championship, but he has been playing the South America bracket going up into this winner's semifinals, because to get here, he had to take down Low-Res into use, and now he's fighting the best player in South America, Kaina, in this best-of-5 to see who's going to go up against Impala to represent their respective region, because it is Europe versus South America here at BCX 2022.
We're going to have the Asuri versus the Koji. If this isn't a classic BCX matchup, I do not know what is.
And on Demon Island to boot, and here we go. Sword versus sword, Katars versus Bow, and Godly opens up strong with the Katars. One neutral light countered by a neutral light from Kaina as both players go blow for blow. Who is going to get the first combo here? So far, it's been difficult for either one to get in on each other, and Kaina, D-Light side air, first strong combo, second strong combo of the set, and here we go. Kaina looking for the third, but Godly just ekes past it as he's trying to get some damage of his own. Kaina shortly in the lead here as that downer comes onto the stage, and he continues to put Godly off stage. A hard read on the gravity cancel side stick, trying to get a fast stuff off of EU's best here in game #1.
Okay, and you know that Koji's out with the bow, so that means a down sig is going to be sent flying any moment now. So we're going to see if Godly can go ahead and avoid that. But kind of saying maybe if I get the D-Light instead. Doesn't go for the recovery. I don't think it may have KO there. Was like, I don't think so. I'm going to get a little bit of extra damage. The next one for sure, though, will lead to a KO.
Oh, but he's got to hit those hits. And Godly with the sword over here is kind of unarmed. Nice job with the sword. Picked up these D-Lights from the edge. Have been catching Godly's head here. And if he doesn't jump, he can get the side air afterwards. And he's looking for it, but Godly makes it back to the stage without also being a risk there. No, doesn't matter. Neutral light comes through, Kaina going off stage to babysit the edge guard here, and the side air into the stage gets the stage spike, and Kaina takes the lead here in game #1.
All right, Kaina looking pretty solid right now, if I do have to say. I don't know, man. Ajax, Zip, y'all.
We can reliably expect the votes to, well, not be as close as you think it's going to be, because Kaina is so dominant here. He's catching Godly on all these recoveries. Okay, that's a good sider there. Kaina just barely missed the stage, and Godly's capitalizing, goes in for the D-Light. Kaina gets the D-Light sider. No recovery from Godly. No recovery. Gets the dodge to the stage, goes to the nair, and Godly dodges away, then touches the wall. Kaina didn't get the right read, but the damage is still in his favor, and Godly's almost in deep orange, Flambeau. Okay, there's the recovery to stop some of the pressure, but so far it's been all Kaina.
And that's the thing about Kaina as a player. It's that, like, most people pick a legend and then they say, which character has the sword, and I'll play that character. There's a lot of people that do that. But for Kaina, it's like sword is the primary, and then whatever the other weapon is the secondary. Yeah, he has a bow in hand right now, but it's not going to be for that long. Most of the damage is on the sword, the edge guards are on the sword, the plays are on the sword.
Oh, and I'm waiting for that down stick. You and I are both talking about it, but Kaina doesn't want to show his cards too soon, but it could be a great edge guard here, but he wants to go over the sword. Those downlines have been fantastic, and look at the spacing there, Kaina whipping that and realizing that if he moved at all, Godly might be able to get that hit, stand still, and then gets the punish. Sweating back to stage, dive kick just barely catches Godly off guard. Bow picked up, a neutral air could take Godly off the top, but Godly dodges the down air, goes to the D-Light, and Kaina with the pickup does not get the follow-up, but still the first stock is looking like it's going to go over his way, unless Godly with his weapon pickup, no, flies right off the bottom left of Demon Island, and Kaina's one stock away from going up to the lead in this game number 1 of this best of 5.
And one thing I love about the way Kaina plays the sword is that he, more than any other player I've seen, will go for either these dash jump, turnaround, fastball neutral airs, or he'll get the reverse chase dodge neutral air, and always tacking on a little bit of extra damage where most players are unable to.
Yeah, the thought to have the gravity cancel neutral air, the D-Light into the down air ground pound, even it's a 4-hit combo coming up from the sword, and Kaina is on the verge of 2-stocking Godly in game number 1 here at BCX 2022. I mean, my goodness, the nair comes through, and Godly finally gets a sider, can kind of make it back. Weapon throw dodge out of the way, and the gravity cancel neutral sync was the most brilliant idea that he had there. If Godly did anything other than bait out that attack with a spot dodge in the air, kind of would have interrupted that unarmed air, that unarmed ground pound, and gotten the knockout. But still, Godly has to get a 0 to death here on the side of the stage if he wants to win this game.
Okay, Kaina saying, all right, the down stick finally comes out, and just when we think it's going to be enough to KO, that 45-degree angle coming in clutch, keeping Godly alive just a little bit longer.
Downer hits, and Kaina doing a great job interrupting Godly's strings. The neutral light gets it off the top of the stage in 4 minutes, and Godly drops game 1 to Kaina. Kaina playing phenomenally on the Koji. Flambeau, not once during that game did I ever feel like momentum switched while these two players were fighting against each other. Kaina was in complete control the entire time, and Godly just barely brought it to a 1-stock situation.
Every time I look at the post-game stats for Kaina, the damage numbers are always so ridiculously high, and it makes sense, right? You're sitting on the sword, and a lot of the time, Kaina will always go for the move that he knows is gonna hit, right? Rather than going for, maybe the optimal punish is to go for like a D-Light here. If he knows he can just get an N-Light, he's just gonna do it. And so he kind of chips away at you, but he's so consistent at winning, once again in the neutral game, that at this point, it's forced a swap over to Petra from Godly.
And this is a pretty dramatic swap. We're getting off of the guitars, off of the sword. Godly conceding the sword ditto to Kaina and saying, okay, I need a completely different style of gameplay here. As the Petra, the orb, and the gauntlets is gonna be coming to Demon Island for game number 2, and Kaina opens up getting demolished by the orb here, finally picking up a weapon, but already in deep orange, and Godly looking for those landings. The neutralize has a very strong start in game number 2.
Now, one thing I am a little bit worried about, despite the fact that it's been a good start for Godly, you have to remember, who did Kaina beat to get to this part of bracket? It was Radish.
That was Radish.
It was Radish.
PR number 3 from North America.
And who does he play, Taza?
Going down to 3-2, and that is on the Petra. Exactly that. So he had the warm-up, so to speak, on North America's best at this legend, but Godly, well, just the best in Europe in general, can definitely play anything that he's got prepared here. And if he thinks Petra's the answer to Kaina's Koji, well, so far, so good.
Okay, now can he keep this momentum going in the red? Kaina looking for a weapon. There it is. It summons to the middle of the stage, and potentially we'll see a conversion, but Godly is doing so amazingly with these juggles, keeping Kaina in the air every time he gets a side light. Might even opt to go for a side light D-Light to try to set up the juggle rather than just going for the side air outright.
Ooh, and the nair hits. It's going to take a few more of those on Demon Island, but the side air on the landing goes all the way out there with the recovery. Godly, nice fastball at the very end to avoid any falling side air from Kaina, and he makes it back, gets the gauntlets, The pickup, okay, that recovery just nearly catches Godly's spot dodge, but the sider will do it and kind of evens up the game 2-2.
And isn't that wild? Like, it's just a stray side air that's getting the KO there. And that's kind of the way that we were talking about just a little bit earlier, that it's chips away, chips away, chips away. Eventually, it'll lead to a knockout. But Godly is getting so much damage per engagement, and that's definitely a missed input coming out on the side of Kinda there, putting a full stock lead in the favor of Godly.
Yeah, that gravity cancel side stick coming up there was basically sealing the deal on that recovery. Needed the momentum from that dodge, didn't get it, falls down. So he can get back to the stage fast with the weapon. In this 2-stock-to-1 scenario, Kinda very behind. Let's see what he can do with this weapon, because if he's doing that chip away style, yes, it's beautiful when you've got that stock lead, but you really got to rely on those combos that we saw earlier in the game, and Kinda is starting to get those now. As the downer comes through with the double dunk, does not connect, and Godly gets punished. But those side airs, so good on the wake up.
Okay, and Kinda seeing if maybe this stock can be taken, but Godly doing such a good job of whiff punishing every single attack that Kinda has thrown out. And I was talking about this a little bit earlier in the Raiders set, that Kinda is a player that plays so much better, I think, with a lead, so that when you're behind and you have to swing, Godly now is putting the shoe on the other foot.
Ooh, and a side stick whip.
Oh
Godly gets a full 3-hit combo there. Recovery just barely not knocking out, and while Kinda can get him off the side of the stage here, gravity cancel slightly does not connect, and Godly waits on the recovery. Neutral light whiffs, and the side air forces Kinda to dip down low. Gauntlets coming through here, and that could be the stock. No, Dare. Almost too far to the left, so the recoveries are not connecting, but that will be able to pummel, and a celebratory neutral against Godly returns the favor to 2-stock in game number 2. Let's see what Kinda's got, because you were telling me about Kinda. Basically, as long as the Legends got sword, it's on the table.
Man, I am surprised by how brave Kinda was in those last few exchanges.
Like the gravity cancel side
yeah,
light.
the gravity cancel side light. Also, just like doing nairs on like the very last pixel of the stage to land on it. Like, it's like, man, your spacing is so immaculate, but Godly is just one step ahead of you here. And now, I mean, this Petra swap made the matchup look night and day, right? Like before, Sword Ditto, you said it before, I'll concede there is essentially what Godly was saying, but now with this Petra, it's been looking like a different story.
And so we were talking about the sword, right? And we were saying, as long as the Legend has it, it's on the table. Well, the Sidra is going to be coming out from Kinda here to counteract the Petra from Godly. And we may very well have a counter pick war. Right? The stage is always going to be the same, but the Legends that the players pick to deal with each other may change after every win and loss. And in that sense, Kinda does have the advantage winning game number 1 if it ends up going that way. But we'll have to see how this plays here, because if the Sidra is not able to take the game from Godly, Godly can continue running away with it with the Petra lock-in.
Okay, and it's interesting because I think Kinda was realizing it's taking me a little bit too long to get these KOs. I need to swap over to a weapon where if I guess right, I can do a whole lot of damage per engagement, because that's where Godly has been lapping him over and over. But will this cannon be good enough? So far, it's able to hang, but he has been on the back foot just by a little bit the entire time.
Oh, nice dash away from that side light, gets the punish, but the recovery just barely does not knock out. Kinda with the sword, yeah, with the dodge punishes, Kinda's been doing a great job, but as we were talking about, he's really just getting, you know, a side air here, a down air there, although that might just be enough, Flambeau. He got the stuff recovery as well, but no, Godly, so good at recovery.
Oh, and immediately goes for the weapon starve here. Kinda trying to put some pressure unarmed here, but doesn't really want to deal with the disjoint of the orb. And wow, what an amazing conversion! Gets the gravity cancel D-Light, picks up the weapon, goes immediately into the neutral air. That was a true conversion.
I cannot believe what I just saw, and he made that decision on the fly. He saw the weapon manifest, and the idea manifested at the same time. Gets that D-Light in there and keeps the game even for what was looking like a Godly weapon starve. Kinda takes the lead, but Godly fighting real back, not phased by the creativity of Kinda's cannon.
And granted, I do want to give credit to Kinda for finding that, but you're not going to get all your KOs like that. You know what I mean? Like, I need to see like a D-Light Nair for one of these or something, because you can't expect to find opportunities like that ever again.
I mean, we'll see, Flambeau. Kinda's looking like one of the most creative players I've ever seen play the game. Clearly, PR1 in South America for a reason, and maybe we might just see more of that in order for him to get this set win over Godly. Godly and Kinda fighting in the sky, uses the ground pound to delay the landing with the side light. Sider will catch the landing when Kinda finally gets to the ground. Side air, orb knocked out of his hands. Dive kick, punished by the Saren. Kinda takes the lead in game number 3.
I think you were on to something about saying this might be a counter pick war, because at this point, it looks like the Sidra could potentially be the answer here. Big damage coming up from Kinda. Juggles as well.
All 3 airs.
Oh my goodness, so much damage in the span of like 5 seconds, Taza.
Another
Kind
stair.
of running away with it.
Another stair could come through here. Godly finally gets in there, brings Kaina to the ground, but the ground pound just calls Godly out. Sidelight not followed up by a recovery. Recovery whiff. Cider comes through and Kaina bets it all. They're both sweating. The blast just barely avoids Godly, and the sidelight Cider will catch Kaina on the ground. It's 1 stock to 1, but it's also looking like game 1, where Godly's 1 hit away from being put to match point.
Okay, and this is where it gets stressful, right? You need to get that weapon. Godly's not trying to let that happen. Throwing out these stairs, trying to control the corner, but now Kaina has a weapon here. Tries to say class is in session, but the Be Humble does not connect. And Godly.
Okay, he makes it back, but the airs will catch him. Finally, the Cider comes through. I was surprised I kind of put the anchor out at that junction. But here he comes through. Sidelight hits Godly with the gauntlet. Looking for the tentacle does not connect. Can't get the crack and hit him. And then Pommel, Godly bringing it back. They sent the Cider to do it. He has a dodge and a recovery. That's all. And Godly goes to the read. And we didn't expect to see the downlight. And the recovery comes through. And Kaina could lose the game off of that drop. Sidelight Sair. Kaina has 1 more chance to recover.
Did Kaina throw that D-Light Sair would have for certain led to the victory there, but now Kaina. So, how did he dodge that?
He dodged the explosion. Dodged into it. Godly, they both whiff. Downlight could go for an air. He goes to the ground, gets the downlight. That's it. Godly gets the punish as Kaina bets it all on the gravity cancel, and a sigh of relief is seen from Godly there as he wins game number 3 and brings the match point for South America's best.
Oh man, Kaina has to be feeling bad about that one. I can't forget the D-Light that he got on the right side of the stage. That was it, Taza. That was it.
That was it. Cider, recovery. That was the game. And hitting that there, you see him just taking some time, getting ready for that game number 4, realizing that this is match point. He is so close to being able to take out Godly, what many consider to be the best player in the world. Let's see if we can do it. We're on Apocalypse here. It's Sidra versus Petra. And that game 3 was so close. It kind of wants to bring it to a game 5. I want to see a game 5. Here we go into game number 4. Godly versus Kaina. Cannon versus Orb. And Kaina with the cannon is looking fantastic going to the beginning of this one as Adair connects and blasts Godly in a deep orange.
I'm not even too concerned about the fact that Godly's behind right now, because that was the case at the start of that last stock, but Godly was able to go from basically red and still win that match, right? Like, there was no damage on Kaina on that stock, and Godly was still able to go ahead and bring it back. And look at these gauntlets. The pressure is unrivaled. Kaina getting stuffed by these weapon tosses as well, but a stray Sair will go ahead and close it out.
And that's Kaina's specialty, right? We've been seeing that the way that Kaina likes to knock out Godly, and what's been working so well, is that after all the damage is so high, which, by the way, is almost always over 600, he gets those stray Ciders to get those knockouts, not reliant on combo starters, with the weapon throwing to pick up. Godly gets the D-Light ground pound, and he evens it up without taking a scratch. It is now 2-2 here in game 4.
Oh my goodness, this is one of the best sets of Brawlhalla I have seen ever, Taza. The action is not slowing down by any means, and we're watching as these 2 titans are fighting each other, but who will come out on top? We were saying we want to see a game 5. Kaina has to get some sort of aggression to make that happen, but these gauntlets from Godly have been the answer this game.
Oh, Kaina goes to the dodge up read. Tries to get that side stick. Godly does not give it to him. He was so low on jumps that I think it was a good idea. Where Kaina gets the recovery for the dare, comes through the Cider, catches the jump. Kaina uses the anger to just jump right over Godly, get back to the stage, and the edge guard scenario is reversed. Weapon throw, pick up, neutral light, punished by the dare. Both players going blow for blow. Kaina now with the cannon. This is where he's been getting Godly off guard with the dodges, and you look for it there, just barely missed that read, and Godly now running away with it.
And Godly looking for the weapon spawn, but it spawns over the platform, which is the perfect spot for Kaina to be able to push the advantage. And there's the D-Light there. I was saying we're going to need to see at some point if we want Kaina to go ahead and take this set.
Yeah, which is a rarity for Kaina. I was expecting another 80 damage into a side air, but finally we see one of those combo starters connect, and Kaina connects it with the nair, and Godly goes off the top. But Kaina goes down shortly afterwards. Gravity cancel, sidelining towards the blast zone, just trying to get back sooner as Godly is keeping this as close as humanly possible. He is 1 stock away from getting into grand finals, and Kaina on the Sidra is so close to bringing it to a game 5.
Here we go. Looks like Godly, I mean, these gauntlets have been so impeccable. Pressure has been so strong. Got the dodge there, but a beautiful fastball out of hit stun from Kaina spares him a little bit of extra damage. But how long can he keep that going? Kaina's retaliating. Godly is also swinging back. It is not stopping here.
The sidelight comes through. He's not finding anything off of it, but the damage is still good. Nair gets him on the ground. Gurda gets the sidelight. No recovery afterwards, and he's sweating back to the stage. Kaina with the sword. Dashed up Nair. Dashed up pivot side air. He's getting the damage through, but Godly with the gauntlets has shown that he's gotten more damage per engagement than Kaina. But does that matter? Slider to the side of the stage. Anger could come through. He's weighing out all the jumps, but Godly, sidelight, Nair waiting on the stage. Second sidelight. Godly one recovery away from the win. And it's so close.
Can Kaina bring this to a game 5, or will Godly close the game out right here? He needs a D-light. He can't get it. The recovery's not enough.
He's going all the way.
Deep. He's going deep.
The down like to come through here, but if your gravity cancels it, that's the whip, and he gets the sidelight. Sarah, can he make it back? He's got one more chance, Flambeau.
Oh, and he weaves right around the recovery from the orb, but gets caught by a sidelight on the landing, and Godly closes left the set. 3-1 over Kaina. Wow.
What a nail-biter, Flambeau, and it came so close to having Kaina in the lead there, and it's just so incredible how closely matched all of these regions are, with Europe going against South America and Godly being brought into a situation where he was forced on the Petra just to be able to deal with the style of swordplay coming out from Kaina. And Kaina on the cannon was looking so good, but it was just these landings that Godly covered with those sidelight stairs that really made it count and what gave him the dub in the end.
Oh man, even taking a look at some of these damage numbers, 609 over to the 545 from Kaina. As we were saying, was an incredibly close match. I'm looking at all the stats here, and it's like, yeah, I mean, look at the signature attack accuracy on both sides, right?
Yeah.
Like, they were not finding it.
Yeah, and while I was thinking the average damage engagement was widely in Godly's favor, it was actually a difference of 2. That was so incredible. I loved this match, and I'm so excited to hear what the analysts have to say about it. Let's take it over to them.
EU going into the winners final. Godly proving a lot of people right and believing in him. Zip, I know that you were one of the people that believed in him, but maybe had a little doubts after game number 1. How'd you feel about that set?
Oh, you're not lying, man. Game number 1 had me terrified because that was some amazing swordplay coming out of Kaina. Kaina was playing so well, and then swapping over and getting that cannon out. Oh my gosh, I was loving every second of the gameplay, but I will say, man, Godly has been the only person this whole weekend when I've been asked, well, who do you think is going to win? If I say Godly, he does it. Everybody else letting me down. Thank you, Godly.
Well, Ajax, tell me about these character swaps that happened. We saw Godly go from the Asuri over to the Petra, and then on the other side, Kaina went from the Koji over to the Sidra. How'd you feel about those?
I mean, he alluded into it. The sword v sword matchup in the beginning was not working, and then switching over to the Petra, the orb went off for a few games in a row. But the switch over to the Sidra actually helped a ton with mitigating that. It actually made Godly play more on gauntlets, but then Godly just became Godly again. Like, the counter pick definitely helped. I like the pressure that kind of had off stage. It kind of helped him with recovery too, because you mentioned while we were watching that he has a pretty big habit of using the GC neutral sig to kind of stall at ledge. He didn't have to do that as much with the cannon stairs, so it helped him, but it wasn't enough.
Well, we've got some highlights coming in from that matchup that we just got to watch. Zip, we saw Godly versus Kaina. Tell me about some of the things that happened in that.
So, I mean, we have this match right here. We already know what happened here. There was a lot of spectacular bow play going on. And now, this swap right here, this was huge because Godly needed to get this swap over, and the orb was the answer. I think that was the best thing he could do to go into that bow. But then, this is where it changed. I said before, whenever this happened, that the cannon was the answer to the gauntlets, to the orb. But the gauntlets were the answer to the cannon, and that is what ended up riding into the victory of Godly.
Yeah, I think you're right on the money with that. Every single time the switch off happened, you were immediately saying, like, he's got to get to the sword. The gauntlets are out. He can't stay where he is. He has to get to the sword. And that's actually what started evening it up towards the end. But in these positions, both of them were scrambling, but the consistency of side light, side air, Godly is so good at making you use all of your defensive resources before you make it back, and he reads you so hard, and that's exactly how it went down. I'm not going to lie, though, pretty biasly, I'd like to see that grand finals. I want to see that matchup again with how incredibly close that was.
It was an incredibly fun set. We got to see Godly and Impala earn their spots in the winners finals. We're going to take a short little break, and when we come back, we'll be bringing you the elimination side of this bracket, kicking it off with Java versus Radish. Coverage continues after this. We are now getting into the elimination side of the top 8 of things, where there are no more second chances. A loss here in these best of 5s mean they are done for the day. We've got Meg D, Stingray, Java, and Radish on deck. I think we're going to be kicking off with Meg D versus Stingray. So Ajax, tell me about that match.
I mean, you already alluded to it. There's no more chances from this point forward. And this is separation of thousands of dollars in between each match. Stingray, of course, being PR number 2, but one of the people you don't want to fight in a long match where things are stressed is Meg D. He has some of the best defense in all of Brawlhalla. He proved that he can make it all the way through a lower side run at MSI. It could happen again here today.
One of the things that I love about Meg D is we keep talking about his defense, and I think over the past year, like about the last 6 months or so, he started to get way more aggressive. When you watch that match from him and Luna earlier, there was a lot of aggression that came into play. He was doing really good with that same patented defense that we saw, but he was going tit for tat, matching blow for blow with him, and it was huge.
Well, I got to apologize because we're starting off with Java and Radish. I jumped the gun. That's my bad. This is why they put Sheepy in this spot. I'm just here filling for a little bit.
You did the best used car salesman you could to make us believe in you.
I really, this car, it's basically unused. But we've got Java versus Radish, actually in favor of Radish. I want to hear your predictions. Zip, who you thinking?
Java and Radish, man. Look, I mean, this is what did Taza do the other day where he kind of set up he said, oh, if he goes up 2-0, then right, I kind of wanted to do a stipulation type thing. It's literally about the momentum. If it starts off in the favor of Java, I think Java carries the rest of the match on and wins. But if that orb gets turned up at the beginning of the match, I mean, I don't know, man. Radish, when Radish is going, when the controlling neutral, that's the best thing about Radish. The neutral with that orb, it's rough. So I'm going to go ahead and go with Radish.
Okay, Radish it is. Ajax, who you got?
I just do something now.
He did the best run around he could possibly there, but I mean, for me,
he was like, Twitch poll, come on, give me the answer, give me the answer.
Somebody build it up. But for me, I mean, it started back at Steel Series and it hasn't stopped. I'm a huge Radish fan, and I think that Summer Championship was a huge thing that he needed to start to solidify that he is one of the best around here. Getting PR number 3 is no fluke, and I don't think it's going to be a fluke that he's going to continue this run at BCX, and that's why I think Radish is going to take it over.
Well, I got to tell y'all, Twitch chat does not agree with you. 60-40 in favor of Java. Java, a little bit of the more popular pick, but we're going to find out who ultimately is the victor. Flambeau, Taza, take it away.
Java, a fan favorite in North America, is going to be coming up next, going up against Radish and Flambeau. We were talking a little bit about it in that kind of match earlier. If you were worried that you weren't going to see more Petra on the screen, well, don't worry about it now, because Petra is going to be locked in for Radish here. We just saw that with Gali versus Kaina. We're going to be seeing it again here, going up against Java. And Java going to be locking in Daryl, that epic crossover for Ember, something that he's been having huge success with on the weekend, getting really amazing upsets throughout the year, and just on his way here, getting that having that 3-0 over Zyder, having that 3-1 over Boomy, knocking Boomy out at 13th, and now, after getting that 3-1 on Hughes, is going to be going up against Radish to move on here in this top 8. And I'm super excited to see how this is going to play out, because he's been doing stuff with Ember that I really haven't seen anybody else do on the Legends.
Wow, okay, so Java is always a weird one for me, because I never know. He's kind of like Impala. I don't know how good he's going to do on any given day. Like, Java could make it to grand finals, or Java could get 13th some days, right? You know, and it's like the variance is always around. I feel like as of late, Java has been more consistently in the kind of like top 8, if not just shy of it range. But Radish has been playing impeccably today. Did end up losing to Kaina Ackman. I saw a little bit of nerves there, but then once I saw him come back again in the loser side of bracket, I was like, if he keeps playing like that, I think he might take the entire thing. So I don't know.
Yeah, and despite that loss to Kaina, it did go to a Game 5, and we saw how close Kaina kept it against Godly. So Kaina definitely the best of the best here at BCX. But here we go into game number 1 between Java and Radish. We've got Ember versus Petra, and opening up here with the guitars. Let's see what Java's able to do. And one thing I do like about Java's playstyle, as opposed to anybody else that I watch while playing Brawlhalla, is that the legend that he decides to commit to for the tournament, I guarantee you he's got something that is specific to that legend that he's going to be bringing out. And what I've been seeing earlier today, both in pools and on the side stream, is that down signature on the bow, getting those spikes for players that like to hold on to the side of the stage. And we'll see if Java's able to get that against Radish here in this best of 5.
Well, we saw Java actually get that side light there, and then no follow-up. Could have gotten a D-light true. through, but tries to go for a mix-up there, maybe read a spot dodge and get a little bit of extra damage. But despite that, is getting a good string of blows here as Radish pretty much leaving him unanswered. Another recovery, finally fights his way out the corner.
Yeah, great job with that landing. Radish falls to the stage, gets the side light into side air. Java, however, pushes Radish off the side of the stage, and the neutral comes out instead of the down sig, which is what I was expecting there. But the Nair sends Radish flying, gets him disarmed from that orb, and Radish picking up the gauntlets has an opportunity for an edge guard here with that side sig. Goes punished, and Java looking for the down air, the side air, anything. No, Radish fights his way back, gets the recovery, and could potentially take the first stock away from what was a huge lead for Java in game 1.
Okay, and Java looking for that D-Light recovery, but Radish jumping over it, gets sent off stage yet again with a Sayer, and what? He just ran off stage, fast fall low, and recovered into him, and it's like, I know you're not going to do anything. You're not even going to press the dodge button. You're going to think I'm faking something, so I'm actually just going to let it rip.
Dare side air weapon throw does not hit. Radish barely avoids getting what could have been a 0 to knock up there, and Java continues with a fresh pair of guitars. Neutral lane and Nair, second Nair, weapon throw, pick up Nair, a Java special, something that he innovated on the hammer and has taken to every single weapon that he's played since. He loves getting those weapon throws into pick up immediate attacks, just like we saw kind of with earlier, but now here in this game 1, Radish evens it up 2-2.
Okay, now what is the answer going to be here from Radish? Needs to bring this game back as Java is looking pretty poised here to go ahead and secure game 1. Has so much damage racked up. The neutral signature from Daryl not quite being enough, but this recovery will surely be that.
Oh, and just barely. I think any lower, and Radish was at that perfect knockback angle to where he would have been able to come back to the stage, but Java takes a huge lead, and the guitars continue tacking on more damage. That downlight goes whiff. Nice downlight, then chase dodge, reverse dare, and Radish with the ground pound gets Java at yellow, as what was looking like was going to be an amazing Java combo gets interrupted as he lets that recovery rip a little too soon.
Yeah, I think it was one of those moments where, you know, depending on where you get hit by that guitar neutral air, he traded with the recovery. It's fine. He makes it back to the stage, but
the stuff recovery is what made me think that Radish was going to take that instead of flying, using the hovering mechanic of that because he didn't gravity cancel. It got the full charge while going for that down signature. Hits Java, attacks on a ton of damage, and keeps the game even.
Okay, just like that, these two are back scrapping again, and Radish is on that orb, which he's so good with. Can Java retaliate, trying to find an option? That neutral signature is going to be an answer because we've seen a lot of jumping coming out from Radish. There goes Java again, saying, I'm not afraid to let it rip. He's trying to bait him to keep him grounded so he can go for a D-Light recovery.
Radish with that side light, trying to get the landing from Java, but Java goes to the other side. The neutral sig would definitely knock out here. Radish trying to avoid this attack. Sidelight comes through, and Java trying to bully him to the side of the stage, gets the recovery. Little too low towards the stage, get that knockup, but the second one will definitely knock out no matter where he gets it. And Radish without a weapon, fighting his way back to stage. That downlight dodge, the sideline slider connects, and Java, bow knocked out of his hands, means an orb ground pound could do it. Java, however, with the Nair, gets back to the stage and just throws the bow away. And that recovery will seal the deal for game number 1. As Java with a nice head nod goes, all right. You got me with that knockout on the orb on the left side of the stage, but the momentum is still mine. And that's true, Flambeau, because looking at the damage towards the end there, really solidly in favor of Java from that game 1.
And it's kind of stressful on the side of Java, I think, in terms of, yeah, completely lapped them in damage. And how close was that game? Extremely so, I'd say, in terms of just like the way it looked toward the end, right? We're both in the deep red here. This is a close game, but then you got to remember that, like, it's Ember defense.
Yeah, and you take that replay back to stock if you wanted to, and you would see that orb getting the stuff recovery effects while Java was at yellow and just losing that stock there. And that was the huge swing because up until that point, Java was getting maybe 20 more damage per engagement with the guitars. He kept getting Radish off the side of the stage and doing a chase dodge pivot down air that led to even more damage with the guitars. So we're going back to Apocalypse and seeing how Radish is going to be able to adapt to the guitar play from Java because so far he's looking very strong in this best of 5.
And going right back into it, we can see Java on this bow, trying to get those extended punishes, but Radish on the orb is so good at playing the neutral game grounded, right? He's so good at picking up those side lights, and then once you start approaching on the ground, like he ran all the way to the other side of the stage there. He knew that D-Lane was coming.
Oh man, and Java now on the side of the stage, so much damage coming through. Missing hits, trying to send him flying. Bow with very damaged in his hands. Another hit could send him being unarmed. Will he switch over to it? Is he hold on to this one? Falling there, he has a chance to switch, but Radish with that side air gets it down here. Java recovery then sent early on. Down sig dodge out of the way, picks up the bow on the way back and gets a Nair for it. Java somehow turning that disadvantaged state into an advantage state as he gets more damage on the Radish and could be close to taking the stock there. Finally, the bow gets sent out of his hands.
And it's plays like that get Java this far. Like there's no one else doing wacky recoveries like that and getting away with it as often as he does, but he manages to take these very precarious situations and flip the script on his opponent and secure a lead for himself in that manner.
Weapon throw forward does hit Radish. Pickup gets the nair. Radish dodges one neutral light, but the weapon throw into pickup means he has an edge guard here. Does he go for the down? No, he just waits without the sweat beads, and look at that. Weapon throw forward into the weapon spawn means Java. Perfect denial. No, I cannot believe he has survived that unarmed recovery. That orb Sarah definitely will not be coming back from that as Radish takes the first strike in game 2.
And the toughest thing, I think, is trying to maintain a lead against a character like Ember here, right? You got the stock, you want to get a little bit of extra damage before. No. Poor went out for Java there,
yeah.
dude.
Pivots the recovery with no jumps left, and Radish looking at that and being like, okay, if you want to give it to me, I'll take it. He is up 3-2-1 here in game number 2, and it's looking like it's going to be a game for Radish on the board after this. But let's see, Java, if he can get this knockout without taking any damage, we've seen how well he can do in the guitars with one good dodge read. Radish could still be at risk of losing this game, but so far, Radish so good with the orb.
Oh man, and Java has to do something here to go ahead and bring this game back. That neutral is going to be the first step in a very long recovery process here, as I don't know if there's any amount of physical therapy that can bring him back into this game, but we're gonna see.
Yeah, Java gets one neutral light, no nair afterwards though, and Radish goes right back to center stage, has the gauntlets in hand, he gets that side air, sideline recovery. That is basically going to deal the deal.
Oh, Radish!
3 recoveries into an uppercut with the gravity cancel neutral stick, and in a low damage game, Radish explosively comes back from what was a pretty solid loss in game number 1 in favor of Java.
I'm sitting here talking about, oh man, can he do any PT to bring himself back? And then like Radish hops over there and just snaps his ankles in half. Like, nah, bro, it's good. I think you can just sit in the recovery bed a little bit longer.
And Java, we're gonna see in this replay here, look at the beautiful way that this set ends, or this game ends. Side light recovery, and I think the recoveries just catch each landing. He goes back to the stage, by the way. So that the big thing in that replay was that in order to make that happen, he fast falls to the platform in the midst of the combo so that he can have the jumps necessary to get high enough for that neutral to connect and catch Java off guard. Java, despite having a spear, which we've talked so much about on the analyst desk, is going to be holding on to the Ember, which he's been battling with into this top 8, going into game number 3. Maybe he switches over to the Tori if it goes really poorly, but I think that Java, with his experience, is looking at that game and going like, okay, Radish, you got me. I had that self-destruct on the left side of the stage. Let's go back to game number 3 and I'll show you what I'm made of.
Okay, and will it be enough? Java, like, it's always so sad to see something like that happen in a, you know, like a top 8 situation. But despite that, I've seen it happen to players of Java's caliber, and they've been able to bring it back. I mean, check out this play. He said, go to sleep, boy. Oh, how did that hit? The very tip, back end hit of the orb recovery managed to clip Java's toe as he went for the unarmed down air.
Yeah, the orb literally orbiting Radish there as he comes back to the stage, and Java looking for that dive kick, just times it wrong, gets hit by on the way back, and the ground pound released, just like frames away from connecting with Radish and taking that first stock, but the neutral sig will do it as he gets sent flying to the top right, and Java takes the lead in game 3.
Okay, now can Java maintain the lead here as Radish is looking for that weapon spawn? Is Java going to starve him? The answer is yes. It switches right back to those guitars, tries to get a bit of extra damage here. And actually, that was a beautiful extension there.
He did it after he started sweating too. Yeah, the gravity cancel down light came when it looked like he had nothing left, and he just tacks on more and more damage here. And this is a lot more like the Java we were seeing in game number 1. Coming out in game 3, side light gets, tries to go for that pivot dare, does not connect with the Sair back to the stage, means that Java continues running away with this lead.
Okay, and Java looking so good on these guitars right now. Almost gets clipped by that neutral stick. We've seen Radish hit people with that all day, including Java even earlier in this very same set.
You know, I love that we finally got to see that, because that was like a Radish classic that has been like ironed out as he has just gotten more consistently into top 3s in North America. But the gravity cancel neutral stick off the side of the stage is something that he loves to let rip, and Java wasn't able to punish it, and we could see it here again. He's waiting out for those exclamation points. Here it comes. He's got to get back to the stage, and the side stick goes through, and Radish jumps up above it, avoids the threatening hitbox there, but Java, one neutral stick from the bow, could take Radish down, because he's just trying to do it unarmed. He tries, he gets the nair, bow picked up, will the neutral stick rip? Let's see, downlight recovery, doesn't need it, he gets that stock off the top, and he is one stock away from bringing it to match points.
Yeah, clean one stock, by the way, like taking no damage whatsoever, has such a healthy lead here, should be able to make up for some pretty hefty damage from the last game. We'll see. Don't let this happen to you twice. Don't let it be you.
Last time we saw this situation, he literally got hit by an orb ground pound and was gone with guitars at yellow. That time he gets through the down stick, and a ton of damage comes out from Java as he gets the backspin of that Nair. Lands back on the center stage and starts Nair juggling Radish into the sky. Goes for gravity cancel down light, and he just continues hitting him up with the guitars. There's the sideline side air. Radish trying to break some of that pressure, but damage is even, while stocks are double to Java's favor.
Okay, and just like that, Java saying, I think I want to take this game because the last one was swagged away from me. But despite that, Radish does have these gauntlets, tries to go for the ground pound, and Java says, bro, come on, man.
That's exactly what he said. He sees that ground pound coming through, and he's like, you really expect me to jump through this? He dodges up, immediately buffers that ground pound, gets a punish of his own, and gets a 2-stock in game number 3, bringing it to match point. And if he wins this next game, Radish will be out at 7th, and Java will be moving on here in BCX 2022.
And you got to remember, this is a match that is worth several thousands of dollars, right? This isn't, oh, you know, if I win this, I lose like a couple $100 even. No, it is thousands. So you want to make sure you're going as far as you possibly can, but that dream could be shattered here for Radish if Java plays this game the way he played the last one.
Yeah, games 1 and 3 have been fantastic. It's the first time I've ever seen the bite come out here with the size. The neutral comes through as well, and Java's like, okay, I'm only hitting you with signatures this game. He goes for that dodge through. Radish goes at the ground pound, and that time Java not ready to punish, but Radish keeps going, has to recover to the other side of the stage. Is it time? No. Ground pound comes through. I thought he was going to let the down to come out there, but Radish gets back to the stage, gets the pummel, and Java, despite all the pressure, is only barely ahead in damage here.
One of the most terrifying things, I think, for Radish here is that you have gauntlets. You want to go off stage. You want to get those early KOs by yeeting your opponent into the bottom KO box, but Java is one of the best players in the world at playing off stage. Remember it from the Bovar Hammer, and it's not like that doesn't translate to other weapons.
That's right, and they're off stage, over the stage. He gets that recovery in less than a minute, and Radish is down to 2 stocks here. Winner of this looking to move on in the bracket to fight against Luna, who was upset by Impala, but they got to get through each other first. That ground pound real quick, gets the dash jump pivot, and stops Java from dancing on the edge any longer than he should be.
Finally manages to land one up, and that's the thing, right? We kind of jested a little bit about the way that last game ended, but when you're playing Gauntlet, sometimes you just have to go for it because you will catch your opponent sleeping, especially if you do a dash jump over the corner of the lip of the stage like that. It works so often.
Yeah, Java there waiting for Radish to go for something, and Radish saying, like, I'm going to calmly wait out those exclamation points to come out because I know that you can't hold on to the wall forever. Side air coming out from the bow, no sidelight afterwards, and Radish holding on the edge of the stage, puts up the orb there, trying to box Java out, and Java gets that recovery. And now Radish in orange, that D-light came so close to connecting the Nairs. They're still hitting. He jumps over one dare, but the neutral stick hits. One more of those will take him down. Can Java get the edge guard with the Sair here? He has Radish. There's that first of the many down six that I'm expecting to see from a weapon throw. Pick up Nair. Radish, one strong hit away from going down. That neutral sig will just barely not take him down.
Yeah, it goes from coast to coast, and that's exactly what he needed there, because otherwise it would have been simply a one-way trip into the KO box. But that means Radish has a chance here to tack on some extra damage and even potentially bring this back. That's 2 sidelight Sairs he's found now because that conversion did not KO, and maybe, just maybe, he might be able to get more.
Yeah, despite Radish being so behind in damage, it feels like he is completely ahead with the momentum. The downlight finally breaks the pressure that Radish was applying from center stage, gets the recovery, and here, if Java can get those guitars, we can really see him run away with it, but I think he accidentally throws that weapon away. No, he's like, I'm ready to go unarmed.
Okay, and that's going to be a toss off stage, a weapon throw to close out that stock, and that actually, I feel like, was a little bit of an early loss of that stock for Java. I think got a little bit overzealous, going off stage unarmed and then paying the price for it.
Yeah, Radish got a really nice weapon spawn there. Java with the guitar avoids the down stick the second time, but this is a side stick comes through as a mix-up. D-Light recovery, Radish waiting for that landing. He's been so good with the sideline side airs. Just a Sair there that time. Second Sair, really playing well with the orb here. And Java, after losing that stock, has yet to get anything started. Sideline Sair disarms him from the guitars. Barely dodges out of the way. Another sideline Sair and one more of those, and Java will be going to game 5.
That was the slickest movement that I have ever seen, and that's why that down sig on the gauntlets is just, and on the orb especially, right? The giant rocket fist, right? It's so terrifying. You don't want to get hit by it. You can see that he does this dash forward toward the lip of the stage to threaten that he's going to go for that, and then he just slides right back onto the stage, jumps backwards inside airs because he's like, yep, I got you.
Yeah, and that was after, I mean, we saw repeat down sigs into the sides. It gets the downlight to make him afraid of recovering high, and like you said, those fadeaway Sairs came out so handedly, and then once Java was finally touching the ground, the side light is just the only thing that came before it. And after a while, the side airs were just too strong to deal with. And now we're in game number 5 where Java is seriously considering, okay, do I think I can do it with the Daryl, with that epic crossover for Ember? Or are we going to see a return to maybe another legend, maybe a Spear legend, the Hattori?
I think the Hattori would be a good pick. Now, granted, on the side of Radish here, this is not the first time today that he's gone to game 5, right? And the first time didn't go so great, you know? But he's been able to fight his way back, claw from the gates of the underworld to go ahead and make it this far in a bracket. But once again, the loser of this match, this game 5, is done. That is it. Their tournament run is over. They get a pretty fat check as a conciliation prize. But despite that, that's where the road ends. That's where the road ends, and the winner of this continues on the road to fight against PR number 1 in North America, Luna, upset by Impala earlier on in the day. So they have quite a tough road ahead of them, but they got to get past each other first. And who's it going to be, Java or Radish here in game number 5, where Java's locking in Daryl, staying with Ember the entire way through, and Apocalypse is going to be the stage for game number 5 between these two players here at BCX 2022. Okay, Daryl, Garnet, Human Man versus Crystal Gem, right? This is what Brawlhalla is all about, baby. We're going ahead and starting this one off on Apocalypse, and we have Radish already coming out the gate swinging with this Garnet, gets a sidelight side air, pushing Java into the corner. They both understand how much this game means for their bracket run, their PR, their everything, and they're gonna come out guns blazing.
Radish starts off so strong with the orb. I feel like whenever Radish gets that orb and that first weapon and gets center stage, it's so hard for his opponents to be able to get anything started because he's just so great at finding the neutralites, the downlights, the recoveries. He goes for the 4th after Java is already from white to orange at the beginning of the game and begins to stop the pressure there. Goes up for the neutral sig and he gets sided, and I thought Radish was ready to combo it, but he chase dodges back to the stage instead and opts to go for the edge guard with the dares.
At this point, I don't know if sidelight side air will KO from the middle, but it will from the side of the stage. And now that extra bit of damage from the side is going to set him up. Almost catches Java with the down signature, but still has him in the corner. Radish in an excellent spot to close this one out. You can get one more blow, and it's going to be a fade back side air. Still not enough juice, and he doesn't put the down sig in the right spot.
Yeah, the down sig just too close to the stage, ends up connecting with the ground. Java was able to get one unarmed Sarah before the first strike inevitably goes over to Radish. Radish barely damaged here at the beginning of game number 5, and Java struggling to get anything started. The bow looked okay, but it's Radish's orb that looks fully warmed up here in this game 5. And Flambo, you were saying Radish, plenty of game 5 sets today, and most of the time he comes out on top. The only player being able to stop him so far being Kaina.
Oh man, you can see it's becoming a pretty neutral heavy game now. They're scared to throw out attacks because they don't want to get whiff punished. They want to make sure that if they're pressing that light attack button or that signature button, that is going to connect with the opponent like it did there for Java, perfectly lining up that neutral signature.
Yeah, it doesn't lead to the knockout though, and Java dodged directly upwards, hoping that Radish would spot dodge to get the punish. But Radish makes it back to the stage, and these bow side airs are going to need a lot more. There's the sides, the great coverage in Java, despite such a great start from Radish. Did not take as much damage as I'd expected them to, and he's keeping this game 5 really, really close.
Yeah, managing to secure that stock with the Akira slide, and now Java's sitting here saying, okay, just gotta find my opening. I'm on guitars. It means I have the ability to whiff, like nairs like that. You can just kind of throw those nairs out because they're so hard to punish. You can drift so far when you're doing it that if you don't know whether or not you're gonna hit your opponent, it's a very nice move to have in your arsenal.
Oh, and the Cider hits. Radish putting on those ground pounds. Cider connects. These fade back stairs are so great. He gets this recovery. Second recovery comes through. Java gets the neutral air, but no jumps. Nothing to be able to follow up. Can't go for an early knockout there. And Radish side sigs, down sigs, everything threatening Java's way back to the stage. And Java opts to go for the guitars there. Spot dodges once. Dash. Spot dodge. Gets past one dare, but can't get past the fadeaway side air as Radish is looking to take this next stock from Java pretty quickly. One guitar recovery comes through, but Java is going to need more than just one hit here and there to be able to deal with Radish.
Java hasn't been able to get a string going on these Katars and is also going to lose his stock to a whip as he's down to potentially his tournament stock here. If Radish is able to close this game out, sitting on 2 stocks, needs to make it back on the center stage, but he's in such a good position to go ahead and move on further in bracket.
Silent does not connect there, but he got one good punish off the neutral sig. D-Light neutral air. This is where Java Science juggling his opponents in the sky, but no, Radish makes it back, gets some damage himself too, and Java doesn't even want to switch over to the guitars. He's got that range in the bow. He's looking for those precision D-Lights. The neutral sig does not hit, but the Silent does. Goes for the neutral sig read, and Radish dodges in. The nairs are not coming through, but Java has yet to take too much damage himself, so he can keep this close. D-Light pickup doesn't get the Sair. Java trying to go for those creative weapon throw combos, and Java cannot seem to get enough damage on Radish to take the stock. Radish doing so well, but still not a lot of damage coming through here. Java's just impossible to touch.
Oh my goodness, Java understanding what the assignment is, doing his absolute best to try to get an A on the paper, but finally Radish finds the openings, and these every single hit means it's that much closer to being the end of Java's career here at BCX 2022, but he's fighting his heart out, but a gravity cancel D-Sig from Radish is going to knock Java out of the tournament and give him a chance at getting a bigger chunk of money from this pot.
Radish with an amazing read there with that gravity cancel down to takes Java off the left side of the stage and wins 3-2 over Java to move forward here in BCX into the top 8, and Luna will be his next opponent as we get further and on into the bracket.
Oh man, that is absolutely wild. The amount of times that we've seen Radish go to these Game 5 scenarios, but yet still managed to clutch up here. I think he could potentially make it all the way, Taza.
He very well could. And that's why it's like when we were talking about that Game 5 coming on earlier on against Kaina, going all the way there, Radish has been doing so well in North America this year. I can't wait to see how he's been going up against Luna, because we now know that Luna is no longer indestructible after that loss to Impala. But I got to hear what the analysts have to say about that Game 5 set.
Radish, the kid, the new kid on the block, raising eyebrows and turning heads. Zip, tell me about that set.
We got another one, man. We got it, Ajax. We said Radish was going to win, and Radish pulled through. Look at the damage on that orb, 547. That's what it is, man. You can't stop this player if you cannot stop the neutral control with the orb. Once he gets a touch, he hits you a couple more times, and he's always going to throw that little sprinkle of recovery at the end of it just to put himself in a safe position. If it hits you, cool. If not, he's going to fade away. So he's played it so well. Now, Java was playing really good. Honestly, I don't know why we didn't see a character swap. It was looking good at first, and the bow was really helping out, but I think we should have seen a change, and it led to, unfortunately, he fell out of the bracket.
Well, he was hovering over the idea of it for a second there. He kept having that like self-monologue, trying to figure out like, what do I do next? How do I figure it out? It brought it all the way to Game 5. But believe in this kid. Radish has been proving it time and time again throughout the year. And as they were saying, constant Game 5s. The only one able to stop him was Kaina, and he makes another one happen here. I've been a fan of the way that he's been playing Petra all year round, and it has not changed here, Duke. It just keeps going. He's able to get around Java, another huge threat in North America, and he just continues this run. Granted, that run does line up into Luna, but what an incredible run it's been so far.
I want to pick your brain for a hot moment. What is it specifically about Radish's Petra that's got you so fired up?
Oh, option coverage. Whenever you're at the side of the stage, obviously you're trying to get around the mix-ups of the side sig, the D sig, but then you also have to remember how often he chases you in the skies with that recovery, how he's able to consistently pressure you with the orb, and I think the orb is a big part of why he's continuing this run right now. But the few times that he's pulled out the gauntlet zip, it's actually been kind of crazy. So easily my favorite thing is just how he puts you in those positions, similar to what we see sometimes, actually all the time out of Godly and such. But at his age, at how early he's doing this, where he's making you feel like every decision you make is wrong, and then he outspaces you the entire round because you can't hit him at all with that orb. And you feel like you have an impossible task, and he's doing it at this early of an age. He's got a long career ahead of him.
I love to hear it, man. I mean, I hope to see him keep doing this for a long time. But like you were saying, that edge control, man, when he's got you on the side of the stage, he might down sig. He might side sig. When he's got the gauntlets, he might do the down sig. He might do the side sig. He might jump back, fade away. He might come over there, come talk to you. He switches it up every single time. The down sig is probably going to come out first. And then from there, you don't know what's coming. And it's been terrorizing people so far.
Well, Zip, we've gotten 3 matches down, 7 more to go. Radish has closed out the series and heads to the next round to fight against Luna. While we head to break, we get set up for our next match of Meg D versus Stingray, coming up right after this. We started off with 8 players in the 1v1s and have whittled it down to 7, and we're about to whittle it down to 6. Meg D and Stingray are getting on deck for the next match, winner of which goes on to fight Kaina. Zip, tell me about this matchup.
So, I mean, this is going to be another big one. We got Meg D. I was talking about earlier how everyone just focuses and talks about the defense of Meg D and the slow-paced play, and I don't think that's the same player that we see anymore. I think we see a player that can turn on the aggression when needed, and it's very timely. And Meg D can now, I don't know if it was a thing that Meg D couldn't before, but Meg D can match your pace and does it all the time. But we're going to go ahead and look at the other player, Stingray. Stingray PR number 2 for a reason. That player is so good, and obviously going to have that Orion under the belt. That's I mean, that's a staple character, and it's one of the most powerful characters in the game.
Yeah, I am inclined to believe, you were talking about how he's been getting more aggressive of late, and it has actually kind of shown here at BCX. I don't think it's going to happen against Stingray, though. Because, for one, 3-0 history against him. He's actually up 3 matches in general over him, and that is not an easy thing to tout nowadays with the way Stingray has been playing, but I think also a big part of that is Meg D's defense against Orion. You're looking at Lance bursting at you, so you have to be very careful about how you approach that. You're looking at Stingray is going to be throwing out Spear D6. It's just going to happen. You can't be overextending against them otherwise you're going to lose. Meg D is not ever going to overextend when he doesn't need to. Simplicity is key at its finest, and I think that's why he's currently up on Stingray and why he could be a bit of a problem going into this match.
I'm going to try to sway this Twitch poll real quick because it's currently 57% in favor of Stingray, but thanks to the helpful Brawlhalla Pro Stats tools, I know that the history between them is 3-0 in favor of Meg D, something that you brought up earlier, and the game history is 9-2 in favor of Meg D. So maybe we start seeing that percentage change a little bit, just saying.
Yeah, it might start to switch. I mean, the Meg D, obviously Meg D may not tout the same results as many, but mid-season champs, 2nd place. That was the last land we had, and now he made a run to get to that point too, so you have to be very careful. But in a lot of these online events, whether it be the invitational ones or not, Stingray was performing very well. He was our Steel Series champ, and he never was out of top 4 post that point. He was 4th, 3rd, that's it. So can he stop Meg D? Not many people, I think, have a great chance at doing that, but I think if he plays perfectly, he can. But so far, even his perfect play hasn't been enough to stop him yet.
Well, we'll find out in just a little bit. Meg D versus Stingray. Elimination side of the bracket here at BCX 2022. Flambeau, Taza, take it away.
So this one's going to be an interesting matchup for sure because I think, we were just hearing the stats come from Duke in terms of the head-to-head and how Meg D is pretty heavily favored here, but I also think that the stats don't show the full story because these are 2 players that played much more than just in tournament. They often spar together. I know they know their play styles inside and out, and I think at a tournament like BCX, yeah, sure, Stingray's record against Meg D may not be that great, but if there was a time to really figure it out, now would be the time.
Now would be the time indeed, and we saw how close the head-to-head was between those 2 when it comes to their overall results in their lifetime experience. But yes, that 3-0 lead right now for Meg D is showing that at least when it comes to when these two meet in online championships, Meg D is the winningest. But the earnings there are pretty close together, and Stingray and Meg D both want to be able to get in that position to fight up against Kaina after they're able to win this best of 5. And man, Stingray, the last representative of using Lance in singles, right, with that Black Knight coming through, and Val coming out from Meg D, definitely by far the most reported legend when it comes to how Meg D's been competing in tournaments. And like they were saying on the desk, right, that big 2nd place, that's the big silver medal coming out from Meg D was from MSI. So we're going to be seeing this matchup coming up next, and the winner of this will be moving on to fight against South America's best.
Oh man, and of course, at this point, Stingray is the only Rocket Lance left, Yeah. Wes was here, was able to do pretty decently, but couldn't make it to the top 8. I'm sure Kostelix had an okay run, but all things considered, there's a decent amount of Ulgrim on the 2 side of things, but here in singles, this is the remaining Rocket Lance, and that's why I think that Twitch poll was a little bit more skewed in favor of Stingray, because he's one of the last few representatives of this weapon, and there's a fan base for that weapon that want to see it go further.
Yeah, that's right, and it's just so awesome seeing the best player on the weapon in singles going up against Meg D here, who has been rocking on the Valve for so long. Game number 1 is going to be coming up as we get into this best of 5. I can't wait to see how this plays out.
Okay. And this, the Black Knight, the Orion, the tried and true pick of Stingray. That's the staple. You think Stingray, you think Orion, but on the other side, Meg D has been rocking out with this Val as of late and getting immaculate results. So we'll see how this goes as we start off game 1 on the Fortress of Lion.
All right, and Stingray with the Lance going in with that down air. Has the Lance picked up. D-Light comes through and Meg D with the pummel down. Sig comes through with the Shuriken, and Stingray reverses the reversal with an air and recovery nair, side air. Meg D sweating, just barely avoids getting hit with that recovery. The down Sig from Stingray is already going in and certainly bringing the pressure onto Meg D here in game number 1.
Oh man, the way that Stingray exerts pressure, he just jumps at you and then immediately falls back down to go ahead and refresh his jumps. But in that time, he's really trying to bait you to see if you do an option. And Megdy has already been caught on that a few times, gets caught by the reverse nair into the recovery. And now that he has a spear in hand, you know that down sig that we were hearing the analysts talk about before is going to come out any moment now. But he actually swaps back over to the rocket lance.
Yeah, Stingray so fantastic.
Oh
the down sig,
God.
the recovery comes through, and Megdy was just constantly on the run from the pressure that Stingray was able to do. And those combos, he was switching weapons in the middle of them and still non-stop attacking, non-stop either forcing a dodge or getting tons of damage on the Megdy, but Megdy tons of damage in return. Let's see if he can get the stock pretty quickly before Stingray is able to run away with a huge lead.
Oh man, and this is the terrifying thing, right? When you're playing against Orion, something that you have to deal with that you may not have to deal with as heavily in other matchups is weapon throws. Like, yes, everyone has access to it, but with weapons that large, it's really, really tough to work your way around them. Even if you manage to spot dodge or dodge through them, you may still find yourself getting hit by a follow-up attack. So we'll see how Megdy deals with that.
Yeah, and they're so wide. Orion is one of a kind when it comes to those weapon throws covering as much area as he does, and Stingray has those setups prepared. We saw him already getting one knockout with them already, and Megdy not being able to take the stock from Stingray. Only sword sidelines connecting here, and it will be a long. Actually, I just don't think you can ever knock out with them, but with a sword side air, even if it bounces off the stage, that will do it, and Megdy brings it to a 2-2 stock situation.
Okay, and Stingray looking for that weapon spot, manages to pick up another rocket lance, and Megdy is trying to go ahead and make up for some of this damage deficit. But one sword Endlight versus the 3 different attacks from Stingray that have now connected is not going to be enough if Megdy wants to bring himself back into this game.
Nair comes through, trying to land onto the stage, falls down with that. No, okay, goes for the side air instead, and Megdy goes for the neutral air, wrong direction, gets punished, gets hit by the recovery, sent flying, and that recovery comes through, and Stingray takes a huge lead here in game number 1, throws that spear off to the side, and the lance comes out as he continues to put on the pressure from Megdy, who picks up a sword. Let's see what Megdy can do.
And this is so rare because one of the issues that Megdy's running into is that he's trading too much with Stingray. A lot of the times, he'll hit Stingray maybe one time, then Stingray immediately answers back with 1, 2, sometimes 3 different attacks. And when you're behind, that cannot happen.
Man, I love the pressure coming up from Stingray's lance. The downlight into neutral light, stutter step forward, trying to find another downlight starter, and Megdy only getting 1 hit at a time is now equal in damage despite being down in stocks, and Stingray with the spear falls to the nair, tries to get another one as he ladders Megdy up towards the top of the stage, and we might be seeing that down to come through for the finish here that Stingray has so much made a name for himself with, but no, double D-Light recovery will get the 2 stock in game number 1 as those stuff recovery effects come out, and Megdy has no dodge in sight to avoid losing that stock, and Stingray super handedly takes game number 1.
This is what I was talking about, Taza. Like, yes, the game count, the set history, all say that Megdy should be the one coming out on top here, but Stingray has proven, at least in this game 1, that he is very easily able to secure confident victories over Megdy.
And here we go into game number 2. Stingray on the Black Knight. Megdy staying with the Valve. We're on Demon Island here. And the down 6 that we saw Megdy connect in game number 1. This time ready for. Stingray is now doing so well here with the spear. Dashes and gets the D-Light, but doesn't get the side air afterwards. Really trying to go for a hard bleed there, and Megdy is able to escape it.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, because that's one of the things that Stingray likes to go for. Most people go for that side light, or rather D-Light Nair, but Stingray likes to go for the D-Light Nair because depending on what part of that circular hitbox of the Nair he gets, sometimes he's able to get an extended follow-up. But that time, just missing the jump input, but that's going to be okay as Megdy saying, all right, yeah, I know that last game didn't look so great for me, but in this game number 2, I think I'll be able to answer back.
Nice recovery there towards the top. Does not get the knockout there, but Stingray falls in with that down signature. Pogo comes through, and he's looking for the signature knockout. Recovery, not going to do it just yet, but Stingray is 1 lance or spear recovery away, and you can see that as he's letting them all rip. Stingray looking for that 1 attack, and now Megdy falls down. Does not get hit by the down signature, but that silent recovery will hit the stock, and Megdy, despite all of those hits coming out from Stingray, gets that stock there.
Okay, now Stingray saying, all right, I need to go ahead and find myself something here to go ahead and bring myself back. And it's going to be the ground pound, the desperation ground pound. Doesn't matter how good at the game you are, it's going to work on you no matter what. How good
And now Stingray falling down with that down light. Meg D goes in for the neutral light, and he's trying to get a bigger lead here going into game number 2. Stingray falls with an air, gets the weapon throw forward in the down air, into double down air, does not catch Meg D unaware, and he gets that silent recovery in the air. Gravity cancel, neutral light brings Stingray up to the left side of the stage, and the neutral sig just barely stopped by the quick recovery from Stingray. And with that down sig, Stingray starts to come back on the second stock situation.
Okay, now Stingray sitting on the side, going ahead to go ahead and pick up that rocket lance. Is going to see if maybe goes for the read there. Doesn't do the end sig on the right side though. Oh, hold on, does Megdy get the punish here? Beautiful back step to go ahead and get the spacing correct, and wanted to down air him off the stage, I think, but just got in a little bit too close and ended up bouncing off the base platform from Demon Island, but finds the recovery anyway.
Yeah, nicely done with the recovery there, and Meg D is not at a point on this stock yet where a recovery could come through and knock him off the top. Stingray now picks up the lance, falls to that side air. Edgeguard here could be huge, weapon throw and pick up, no, down sig dodged up and through. Neutral sig does not jump into it, and Meg D gets a nice neutral light into side air to get some more extra credit here on the stock for that side air. No, doesn't take him down. Meg D coming down, uses all of his recovery options, and Stingray, instead of going for the edgeguard, swaps over to the spear, gets the jump, and makes the game even 1-1.
Okay, and here we go. Stingray, of course. I mean, this would be a great return of form for him. Not to say that like he's ever fallen off. I mean, he's PR2, but I mean, just like to make it this far at the World Championship, someone who kind of exploded onto the scene around the same time as Megdy and Java, this could be a big one for him.
And Meg D with that D-light side air catches Stingray before he lands on the stage, has to dash forward or dodge forward into recovery to be able to stay alive. And look at that, weapon throw into recovery. We saw him get a great stock in game number 1 with that, and he's brought back game number 2 doing just the same thing, but he still has to close this out, and Meg D has a slight advantage. Side light stuck by one dare. D-light into the down signature. He waits, like you said, Flambo, what a read off of that side light. Waits in place, kind of stutters forward, gets the reaction, and that down sig takes him off the right side, which is just absolutely classic Stingray when it comes to finishing off last stock situations. Wait, I saw that on the side stream earlier on today when he went to game number 5 against Sandstorm. Looked like he was going to lose it, and clutches it with just the same move there, and while behind does it again here against Meg D, and now he's 1 game away from moving on to fight Kaina here at BCX.
I'm actually really happy that you mentioned that, because I did end up talking to Sandstorm a little bit earlier. I was like, what happened? And he was like, bro, I should have won, but I dodged down twice versus Stingray, and it cost me the entire set. And I mean, look, he gets it again.
That's right, dodge down versus Stingray is definitely, well, when you're going to do it, you got to make sure that you're absolutely in his head, because Stingray loves to punish that with the down sig on either weapon, and the lance and the spear are both fantastic at it. As we saw with that dodge down right there, that down sig does a ton of damage to Meg D here in game number 3, and the neutral sig just barely avoided as Stingray's continuing to run away with the lead.
Okay, it's Stingray with the gravity cancel D-light, barely off the ground, but enough to give just a little bit extra bit of verticality to go ahead and set up for that side signature that was more than enough to secure the KO. And just like that, Stingray is looking so dominant here. Now in that game 2, it did look like Megdy was potentially going to be able to get that game, but now it's looking like this might just be a clean Stingray sweep.
And you know when Stingray is really feeling it, when he gets those side signatures on those landings, just surfing across the stage, but Megdy definitely not one to be out of the game just because of a simple side sig knockout. But look at that, D-light and the ground pound after a super extended edge guard brings it back 2-2, and just like you were saying, Flambeau, looked like a huge lead for Stingray, and Megdy just evens it up right away.
And I love the fact that Megdy was able to clean that up, because we saw Stingray charging that recovery on the rocket lance, and Megdy went for a weapon throw but didn't line it up proper, and I was like, you botched the edge guard, but no, Megdy persisted and found that unarmed D-like ground pound, and that's how this game is as close as it is right now.
Oh, and 2 recoveries from the sword, just catching Stingray out of position in the air. That time Stingray does not get a good read off of the side light, and the neutral light catches Megdy actually dashing backwards. Recovery in the air, goes to the weapon throw, pick up down on the lance. Nair does not get the jump read, and Megdy stays grounded, holds his form, and gets the neutral light afterwards, as he's not letting Stingray pressure him into going into the air against his lance.
Okay, Stingray looking for that side light to try and set up for a Nair and then potentially a neutral signature read, but that's twice now. He's managed to hit Megdy with that D-light into the side signature.
And the D-light recovery comes through here, and Stingray definitely waiting for that dodge in place, that dodge down read, waiting for the spear to spawn in here. Will the weapon spot be perfect for him? It is, and goes for the recovery. Megdy going high. high. Stingray reacting to where Megdi is going to go here, but I feel it. Flamble the down. It could be huge. He gets stuff out of his recovery here, and Megdi staying grounded. Gets snared in the back of the head, and Stingray is one stock away from eliminating Megdi from BCX.
And at this point, if you're Megdi, I think your win conditions are, I can't get hit by Spear Sidelight because I've been losing this mini game the entire set, right? And on top of that, I can get hit by apparently downlight from Rocket Lance. It's a weird thing for me to say. Usually that's one move you're fine getting hit by, but every time Stingray lands it, he almost deletes the stock.
And the side stick from Megdi comes in with the punish there, but a ton of damage was taken there because you were talking about the downlight. One downlight came through. Stingray chase dodge directly up. Nothing followed. The second downlight comes through. He gets the dodge read, and he nearly carries Megdi down off the right side of Demon Island for the win. Megdi comes back, gets the punish, but still the damage was dealt. Stingray now has to finish this one stock, but Megdi, if he can do it, could bring it to a game number 4.
Okay, this is going to be a tough one for Megdi here, trying to slow things down a little bit, kind of the style we're used to seeing from him, but Stingray is just so good at picking where to place his hitboxes, but he doesn't have a whole lot of tools here. That's a pretty much guaranteed ground pound. Can he make it back? Another one
more time, but Demon Island sword to recover on, and
he's clutch! He's clutch! He says, I don't want to go to a game 4. I want this to end now, and finds his way back onto the stage, but he still needs to find the KO as Megdi is showing signs of life here. The vital signs are still showing some weight.
D-Lab recovery, does he get it? He gets it. It's Stingray after a remarkable recovery on the right side of the stage. 3-0s Megdi and moves on here at BCX to fight Kaina.
Oh man, Stingray, that recovery off the left side of the stage was so clutch. Megdi was doing everything so well, trying to clutch it into a game 4, but Witty, this Stingray, shows why he comes out on top. And is going to be moving on forward, I believe you said, to fight Kaina?
To fight Kaina. It is a stacked bracket there in the lower side, the elimination bracket here at BCX. I mean, we got Kaina, PR 1 in South America, and then PRs 1, 2, 3 from North America, all lined up, and only one is going to be able to come out on top going into top 3 here. We're looking at the replay coming out from Stingray there for that win, and just a nod going like, all right, it's a 3-0 and a head nod. He knew he had that one, and getting that first win over Megdi officially on the board means that he's going to be moving on feeling confident for the rest of BCX.
Just like that, man. Stingray, I spoke to him on Dream once, and he said, if I win BCX, I'm going to try to get some of that Flambeau techwear, so hopefully he'll be able to do that. But before we find out, let's go ahead and see what the analysts have to say about that set.
The last Canadian has been kicked out of the tournament. It's all USA as well as 1 European and 1 South American. Stingray gets his first set win over Megdi here at the BCX stage. Zip, how you feeling about that set?
I'm going to answer your question with a question. Do you know how much a chimney cost?
No.
It's on the house.
Oh.
Yeah, you know what that is? That's getting free. You know what I mean? Stingray kind of freed that up. You know what I'm saying? You know what? Let me go and disclose. I don't want to do that to Megdi. Megdi played a great set, but Flambeau's partner told me that joke last night, and I told him I was going to use it. I said I was going to use it on here, and I had to do it. But I don't want to. I want to take the shine away from Megdi. That was a great set. They did a great job out there. But Stingray, oh my gosh, the dodge reads, the setups with the lands. I thought that Wes is my favorite Lance player right now. The way that he does these setups and the ways that he controls things. Those little tosses up with the spear in to grab the lance and do a sig or whatever he wants to do afterwards. Amazing.
Well, to build off what you said, Stingray wanted all the smoke. He was ready to go. He did not care. That 3-0 was the wrong 3-0 we were talking about because he came in and got a 3-0 victory himself. After having the stats against him, everything was stacked in the favor of Megdi history-wise. This is our PR number 2 we're talking about. He was able to bounce back, dominantly knocking out one of the most difficult people to 3-0, I think, in this tournament. And he did it in immaculate fashion. Even with that third game coming in where Megdi was starting to shine, I was saying don't take Megdi to Demon Island because of how historically strong he is there. but answering right back, utilizing the stage to his favor, constantly controlling it, and was able to keep himself alive.
Well, we're going into the other side of the bracket. Still in the elimination bracket, Luna versus Radish, currently 1-0 in favor of Radish. Ajax, how's that make you feel?
So this one is difficult because prediction-wise, I did look at Luna to potentially be second overall. It's kind of hard to look away from that, but after getting knocked down here into the elimination side of bracket, I think fandom and bias is going to start to play in. I think Radish has been so clutch in so many points where Luna wasn't able to do it a little while ago on winner's side that I'm feeling pretty good about Radish's chances to possibly get a W and maybe knock out the #1 overall seed in Luna.
Zip.
I was not expecting to see that it was in favor of Raiders. One game, they played one time, and it's in favor of Raiders. It seems like what I said at the beginning, that the only person in the bracket that can mess with him was Godly, was absolutely incorrect because he's already lost one, and he's about to play somebody that he's already lost to in a bracket. I'm still going to pull for Luna here, but I mean, Radish has been showing out in this whole tournament. I mean, they're in this top 8, in this spot for a reason, going up against the greatness that is Luna. I don't want to give a prediction or anything. I just think this is going to be an amazing match.
Well, it's definitely going to be an amazing match. We've got Luna versus Radish on deck. Flambeau, Taza, give it some hype.
Oh, we got hype and bounds, and especially everyone here in the Cobb Galleria as well. If you think that Radish is going to win this next set, I want to hear some noise. Okay, not bad, not bad. Now, if you think Luna is going to come out on top, can you make some noise? That sounded kind of even.
Not even coming up here with Luna versus Radish. I mean, it's a tough call to make, right? Because Luna definitely a favorite here in North America with that PR1, but Radish, as we were looking at, right, as we got into 2022, definitely skyrocketed in the power rankings after that amazing tournament one, where that one gold medal where he basically knocked out everybody in North America to be able to make the win, is here going up against Luna, who just had an incredibly tough set against Impala, and now they're going to be facing off against each other to get in the top 4 at BCX 2022. And Luna opening up with Diamond Head just like he's done in every other set to go up against Radish on the Garnet.
And this is very bizarre, right? Like, it's weird that you think Luna, PR #1, would end up losing to 1, Impala, but 2, getting knocked to losers and then having to immediately fight probably the one person that has a winning record on him?
Yeah, that is a tough bracket for sure. And Luna already opening with that fastball there. Means Raiders could have taken advantage of it. We haven't seen any of those down six just yet. Maybe too early into the set, but both players with gauntlets in hand are fighting against each other. The gravity cancel sidelight recovery nair means Raiders takes a ton of damage at the beginning of game #1.
Okay, and Raiders trying to answer back here with some punishes of his own, because Luna got a very nice extended string there, and that's going to be a guaranteed recovery because he got that one off of a burned dodge. But now Raiders finally has that patented orb in hand. Can he make a little bit of a comeback here?
Yeah, we'll have to see. Luna gets that recovery, and wow, what patience on the recovery as well. Raiders trying to fade away, and Luna jumped right after him, gets the recovery off the top, and Raiders had the orb, and now he's right back over to the gauntlets. He's going to have to pick up that weapon and then throw it off the side if he wants to have a chance to get that orb, because that's where we've been seeing him have the most success. And Luna dodges right past that ground pound edge guard scenario here with that nair into recovery. Chase dodges straight up to get the falling nair, and Luna's looking like he's super on top here in this matchup. Oh, the gravity cancel down to catch Raiders off guard. This 3 stocks to 1.
Raiders did not mean to do that. I can guarantee you that. But Luna is an opportunist, and he says if you make a mistake of that caliber at BCX 2022, thousands of dollars on the line, I'm sorry, bro, but we take those.
Gravity cancel silent as well. Luna is taking this. He's trying to make it into a 3-stock here. Dodges away from that down signature, and Raiders with the side air just trying to catch Luna, but we see Raiders feeling the pressure. He's not doing those fade back stairs that we saw him have so much success with. Now he's starting to get some composure. Goes to the neutral light as well. Luna caught by the sidelight side air means that Raiders will get a stock on the board, but he has 1 damage stock to play with here in game #1.
He's going to actually lean into the gauntlets, which I'm a little bit curious about. I feel like we've been talking about his orb so much, but I think he thinks this gauntlets can get the job done. And they do have a bit more burst potential in terms of securing those early knockouts, and I think that's what Radish is leaning into here, right? He's like, I don't know if I want to do 2 honest stocks. I want to see if I can maybe get Luna off the stage, get a quick early KO, and then try to work it from there. And what is this setup? Holy cow, it's a Boomafu setup. I don't know where he learned that.
That setup was fantastic, though, because even though it didn't connect, he still got the gauntlets in hand and was able to continue the edge guard there. And while Radish makes it back, he makes it back, taking a ton of damage. And that neutral light recovery will lead into Luna with a celebratory woohoo taunt as he goes into that going, hey, my winning record may not exist yet, but it's going to after this BCX, because man, was that a dominating game one.
Yeah, I mean, for those of you that aren't super familiar with Brawlhalla, maybe you're tuning into the stream for the first time. This is the first Brawlhalla event you've ever seen. The woohoo taunt is like the equivalent of getting hit by a default dance in Fortnite, all right? It's that level of disrespect. So the fact that we saw Luna go for that frame perfectly after securing that stock cannot bode well for Radish.
It definitely cannot, but we'll see if Radish is going to be able to look at that and go, hey, you just got an early stock off of the flub for me in game number 1. Let's see how it plays out here. Well, right away, Luna gets the first weapon and bullies Radish off the side of the stage. Flambeau, I think the difference maker here is whether Radish gets onto that orb early on, but he gets the pick up on the gauntlets, puts up the neutral light. Would have been the same effect regardless of what weapon he gets, but Luna has been doing such a great job of when Radish tries to go for orb, he makes sure that his life is as hard as possible.
I mean, so far at this point, I think Radish will have a better time this time around. But first, like, he's really looking into these gauntlets, and I don't know if it's the answer. The Katars from Luna have been the thorn in Radish's side. And a lot of people, like, if you ask a player like Wrench, who wins the matchup, gauntlets or Katars, there's a lot of people that will tell you they think Katars wins that.
Yeah, that's right. And Luna is really making a case for that there, as he's been getting all these reversals. And that recovery in orange takes Radish off the top, and now Luna versus Radish. Radish finally has that orb in hand, decides to catch the stuff recovery, and he evens up the game real quick. He's going to throw the orb all the way up the top of the stage, tosses the gauntlets to the side. Now he has a fresh orb and an orb primed. We are far away, Flambeau, from a situation where Radish is not going to be playing with this weapon so far, and I think this is where Radish is finally going to be able to take the lead as he gets that side light and that side sig to continue taking a good lead over Luna here in game number 2.
Okay, Radish, the orb in hand now, going to be fighting against these Katars, but seemingly just struggling against this weapon in general right now, as he's unable to really find any good blows, and the weapon is one of the few in the game that can keep up with the speed of the orb, and they fight at relatively the same range.
Oh, and now Luna dashing back and forward. Gets a side light, gets a neutral light, but no jump read with the neutral stick, and Radish has a great punish with the side light cider, and there's the orb that he had primed. Tosses the old one away, has a fresh one in hand, and the Sair catches Luna in the sky, tries to go for that pivot recovery, and Luna doesn't let him have it, and the neutral stick just a few damage away from being able to knock out. Luna goes for that recovery, Radish ducks low, and the slide charge pivot. Neutral stick does not connect, but Luna can't get the punish. It's so close.
And that's the thing that I was actually talking to Foda about yesterday, is that, like, if you're trying to KO on Katars, regardless of if you have the read or not, you just go for end-light jump recovery. And if it hits, it hits. If it doesn't, you said peace out.
That's correct. And Radish with the neutral light on the gauntlets gets the unarmed recovery and takes the lead in game number 2 after what was a really strong start from Luna. Once Radish was able to get that orb and prime future orbs, it's all been Radish.
Okay, but despite that, the deficit is still not that small for Luna. Going for that down signature is not going to connect. Radish getting a good chunk of extra damage here. That 3 uncontested hits, and he gets to reset to the neutral game here, but gets hit by a weapon throw, forced to the corner, fights his way out, and Radish has not been touched by a meaningful blow in so long now.
And look at that. After he does all of that, throws the weapon to the side, the orb's already primed up. It's definitely Radish's best weapon, and one of the best players to do it as well. Connecting side airs into side airs, continuing to box Luna out, never giving an opportunity. Finally gets that pummel, gets the neutral light, but he's taking a gauntlet neutral light to take down Radish's stocks now. The one weak caveat here, Flambeau, is that Radish has got gauntlets coming up next. Let's see if he's able to do it with them, because while I've been hyping up that orb, he's still pretty darn good with this weapon too.
Yeah, and the one thing that is a little bit cumbersome about this is that the only true conversion he has to go for here is gravity cancel D-light recovery, and if he's unable to find that, he may struggle. But that weapon spawn right there, I think he's flirting with it, but he's looking for a moment, and there it is.
Oh, and now orb picked up, side air connects. Luna using that recovery early to get back to the stage, and the dare just barely ducked out of the way. Luna with no dodge means that Radish falls right down with that falling side air. Down air could come out here. No, the down sig gets in. Radish with the down sig special takes Luna off the right side of the stage and brings it back after saying, might have celebrated with that woohoo taunt a little too early.
Yeah, I mean, come on, man. Like, you watch the end of that game too, and you're like, is anyone surprised that's how Radish ended the game? No, right? Because he's always going for that down sig, but there are certain scenarios where, one, you get sent off stage so far that you burn so many resources just making it back to the stage that you actually can't avoid it. And 2, sometimes you just have to call the bluff. Sometimes you're like, he's not going to do it, and you just go to the stage, and that time, he did it.
And surprisingly with this set so far, we have not seen Radish really be in a position where he can go for it in the first place. So when the first time he brings out the down swing in the set against Luna, it works and it gets him the win, I am not surprised at all. And Radish now with the momentum gets the first weapon, and while it's the gauntlets, it looks like he's fully warmed up in this matchup against Luna, as he's taken us into game number 3 with a solid lead using gauntlets alone.
Okay, we're going to see what exactly Luna is going to be able to do with this no legend swap, which is perfectly fine. We have seen this Caspian do most of the work today. Very few swaps from Luna throughout the day. And that side signature, we actually saw that setup happen earlier.
It just would have knocked out. It just would have knocked out.
It would have.
And Luna got so close to it, and the neutral comes through, and he's just once again barely like a few damage away from taking Radish out with those neutral signatures. But Radish, once he gets hit by it once, I don't expect to see him get hit by it for the rest of that stock. Radish down with the gauntlets, spot dodges in place, tries to bait a reaction from Luna, and Luna slides in with that down light, just barely whiffs, and both players with gauntlets. Man, Luna just cannot catch a break with these knockouts off the top, and Radish might get the first stock because of it. Side stick comes through, jumping side air, catches Luna as he tries to jump back to the stage, and Radish takes the first stock.
Because you have to remember here that for Luna, unless he's KOing off the side with gauntlets, most of those recoveries, or rather knockouts, are going to be off the top from the recoveries of the various weapons he has. But the ceiling on this stage is up there, man.
It's up there for sure. And despite the high force of Diamond Head, Luna is still struggling to deal with Radish's defense. And Garnet down airs from the orb into side air. Catches the dodge up, the double down sig. Luna barely avoids that by clinging onto the wall, but Radish is running away with this game on the orb. Recovery puts Luna into orange. Nice nair, and Luna dips down with the nair, can't get his own, and Radish with the dash back. The neutral light, no dodge, just goes to the down air off of the stage, and Luna now looking for some way to relieve the pressure.
Okay, and just like that, Radish has woken up here, but will Luna be able to fight back? Fights his way down with the neutral air and leads it into a very beautiful extension and a weapon throw. Beautifully shot. Steph Curry in the cut with that one.
Radish just expecting that to go low and did not think that it was in the trajectory where it was going to hit him. Doesn't dodge through it, and he loses that stock, and Luna starts hitting him with the guitar neutral lights. Cut him up there, getting that down light right afterwards. A ton of damage coming through his 3 neutral lights, double recovery. Luna chase dodging up to babysit Radish on the right side of the stage, and look at that. Radish trying to get the reversal. Luna comes right back. Recovery, Sarah, weapon throw. Is that going to be it for Radish's last stock? Of course it is. Down air, D-light, ground pound. Luna 2 stocks Radish in game number 3. It is 1 game away from top 4 at BCX 2022.
That's why Luna is so difficult to fight, because there was a moment in that game where it seemed like, all right, with the way Radish is playing, I mean, he was getting orb sequence after orb sequence. Luna was struggling for a bit there. It was like, wow. But then the moment you give Luna an inch, takes a foot, takes a yard, like he just keeps on going, and that's why his aggression is so tough for all of NA to deal with. But it looks like Radish is going to try his best to keep that going, as we still have that Garnet locked in. No swaps are going to be happening here today. Hopefully he can bring this to maybe yet another Game 5 set.
We could, but it's going to be up to Radish on how he's able to deal with the weapon spawns here, because while Luna has been doing fantastic on the Caspian, I'm not really seeing any conditions to the weapon that he picks up, whereas Radish very much favors the orb. And look at that, orb is the first weapon that he picks up here in this game number 4, and he starts boxing Luna off to the right side of the stage. Neutral light, he's been so good at punishing those dash-ins from Luna, and Luna dash jumping in with that side air, gets punished by the D-light, and these pivot recoveries from Radish have caught Luna off guard time and time again.
The toughest part for this is, I mean, we were talking about it in the last game, that like, if Luna is getting KOs off the top, it's going to take so long. And the reason he won that last game is because he got early KOs off the bottom using weapon throws and the combination of his weapons kit. But if Radish is able to keep the game on stage and kind of play a slower neutral-based game where he's just fishing for sidelight side airs and not really going off stage, I think he can bring it back.
And on top of that, doing what he's been doing so well just there, while Luna was recovering and he gets that sidelight side air, what was Radish doing? Picking up the weapon spawn, not to deny the weapon, but to prime the orb. And he has a fresh one in hands now as he's keeping Luna disarmed and still applying the pressure with the weapon that he does it best with, the orb. Nair forces the dodge, Luna sweats back to the stage, and Radish continues guarding this weapon. up, and Luna finally breaks up the pressure, picks up the gauntlets, and he's looking for these nairs on the way back to the stage.
And yeah, you can even see he's guarding the weapon, but he refuses to start it, right? Because he's like, I don't want to mess up the orb that I just primed. So sure, I'll throw out some hitboxes around the weapon, but I'm not actually going to take it from you because I'm confident that once you pick it up, I'm still going to be able to beat you. And he'd much rather not have the downtime of having gauntlets in his hand and just have that orb ready.
That's right. Only we can see those swaps over when he's got an edge guard scenario like this one, perhaps. Sider comes through. Great punish. Sidelight Nair. Reed doesn't get the recovery right afterwards. Really banking on him not having that dodge there, but the damage is still coming through on arm recovery. I mean, yeah, we've been hyping up the orb, but the gauntlets are still great here with how much of a huge lead Radish has. But Luna on point today with that. He constantly gets those neutral lights. He fades down because he dashes forward with it, falls off the stage, and gets the jumping recovery to get the knockouts. And Luna brings it to a 2-stock-to-2 situation. But Flambo, this is the biggest lead we've seen Radish have all set.
Yeah, Radish should be in a good position here. If you can get a sidelight side air, depending on positioning, it might be enough to KO. A Ross air, though, won't be enough. The dodge will be back in time. Doesn't even need to use it to make it back to the stage. And Radish is like, can I get a Ross air? There's going to be another one, and it's going to be enough. And Radish might be able to go ahead and bring this to yet another Game 5 if he's able to keep up with this lead he's created for himself. He's looking pretty healthy.
He's looking pretty healthy, and whenever he has a lead, it becomes so much more harder for Luna to be able to claw back because he's able to set up the stage, take position on the stage, and set up the weapon spawn order for him to continue dominating with this weapon. And Luna on the gauntlets might start dominating here, goes for that recovery really early on, sweating, doesn't go for the gravity cancel neutral sig instead, and the side sig would have gotten the reversal there, but Radish just takes him off stage, and when Radish is really feeling comfortable, you see those fade back side airs that he's so good with on these landings as he controls center stage are going to take advantage of Luna. And Luna putting up those neutral sigs, doesn't get them to connect, and one neutral light connects as Radish brings Luna closer and closer to orange on his last stock.
Okay, and just like that, we're going to see if Radish can make it back to the stage. Has one in the orange, dodges through the daggers from Diamond Head, and at this point, each sidelight air brings him that much closer to bringing this to a Game 5.
Sidelight side air, enough force from Radish there on that game number 4. And man, I mean, if we had to like look at uptime for weapons for Radish, I'm pretty sure it's like 95% on the orb there. And that was so great that he was able to get into that situation where once he gets that lead, he can set up the weapons on stage, prime it. And like you said, Flambo, in addition to the weapon priming, his version of weapon starving is letting the spawn just sit there and constantly back Luna out of the way so that he can't pick it up in the first place. And Radish is succeeding so well with that. So it's going to be up to Luna to be able to break through that gameplay strategy off Radish if he wants to take this Game 5, because we have another Game 5 scenario here in top 8 of BCX.
Okay, we're going right back to the Fortress of Lion yet again. No change of scenery. Luna basically saying, I just have to be better than you.
That's what it takes. And they're on the same legend, same stage as we're going into this game number 5. Winner of this will be in top 4, waiting for the winner of Kaina and Stingray. Radish versus Luna, looking for that win on game number 5. Luna starting off strong with guitars, and Radish looking for that weapon, and Luna just playing the same edge guard game there, but there it is. The orb picked up, and he goes for the double neutral, and Luna just barely outspaces it and continues to rack on the damage.
Okay, Radish needs to find an opening here. Luna doing so immaculately on these guitars, but I'm worried about how Luna's gonna find the KOs. It's been a bit of a struggle. If he gets them early, he wins the game. If he doesn't, Radish gets these huge leads that Luna seems unable to stop. But so far, I mean, neutral has slowed down.
It's definitely slowed down here as Radish is trying to get Luna off stage, because we're not going to see any of that stage prep until Luna has enough damage that Radish can actually sidelight side air him off. Luna now switching over to the gauntlets, gets one sidelight, doesn't get the second one, and Radish goes back to center stage, but the weapon throw from Luna interrupts the pressure from Radish. There's one Sayer Flambo, can he get another one? But no, Luna comes back to stage, good punish on the down sig. Will he be able to get past the down sig from Radish here? I thought that was coming out, but no, does not come out in time as Luna makes it back.
Okay, and Luna hasn't really gone for many neutral sigs on the gauntlets either, kind of sticking with that down sig, a side sig here and there, but until the first stock is taken and it looks like it's going to be in favor of Luna, I don't know how Radish is going to do playing from behind. In the last game, he kind of built that lead and sat there, and Luna kind of struggles to go ahead and bring things back, but now that he's behind, this might be exactly what Luna needs.
Yeah, every game that has started off with Luna in the stock lead has led to a Luna victory. And Luna taking the chance with the guitars, has the nair, the down air, the weapon throw forces Radish to go high, and Luna gets the unarmed recovery, but Radish makes it back. The D-Light, the weapon throw interrupting the recovery. That would have been a true combo, and Luna picks up some guitars here as Radish is now unarmed and makes it with his stock still intact as he continues weapon starving Radish here. And like we said, Flambo, from behind, Radish has definitely been having an uphill battle.
it really do be your own. Right now, this could be a tied stocks game, but the weapon throw putting Radish that much further behind. The recoveries from Luna feel like they're cutting deeper than they normally do.
They definitely do, and that sideline slider will take it, but Radish is so damaged that it's one of those situations where it's like maybe you hold on to the gauntlets just because your stock might fly so far, but no, he switches over to that orb. He definitely needs to play for all the damage that he can get because Luna, once he picks up a weapon, heck, even an unarmed haymaker could do it. Side stick would definitely do it. The neutral stick could do it. Luna just waiting for those landings though. That side stick just barely avoided here, and Radish gets the first Sarah of many as Luna is now put on the right side of the stage.
Oh, and that's going to be an easy punish for Luna. Luna actually just kind of looking at Radish and saying, do something. And this is what I meant by Radish playing from behind has not bored any fruit for him. Now, obviously, you don't want to play from behind just in general, but a lot of the times matches can be a little bit more of a tug of war, but these seem to be more of a, can I just get in front and then be consistent?
And the most terrifying thing about Luna in the lead is that when he has that stock advantage, he's like, well, I've got guitars, I'm going to go off stage and I'm going to do something wild. And there he goes with that weapon throw. Fresh pair picked up. Down tick does not get hit, but Radish with that side air has to go right back off stage, and Luna's just waiting for an opportunity to strike. Weapon throw down, gets the pickup, goes to the neutral light. The down light into Dare does not connect, but Radish continues to take damage on his tournament stock.
And this is one of those moments where Radish, if Radish makes his comeback, it's going to be through doing it pretty honestly. It's not going to be, oh, I send you off stage and get an early KO. That tends to not be Radish's style.
It's going to be 17 neutral wins on the orb.
Yes.
As the side air comes through, he's sweating the D-leg grab pound. All right, Radish brings it to a one stock apiece game here in game number 5. Winner of this gets to the top 4 at PCX 2022. It's all on the line. Can Radish maintain his undefeated record against Luna, or is Luna going to get the game and move forward to represent North America here at PCX? Radish with the wins on the orb is not enough. He's taking so much damage, Flambeau, and Luna is a side stick away from a victory.
Yeah, at this point, Luna just does it off the ledge. What a ballsy play to go ahead and say, you know what? I'm just built different, and takes out Radish and secures himself a spot still in this bracket.
You know, I said it was a side stick away from victory, but not like, I did not expect to get like that. The gravity cancel side stick off the edge. I was thinking to get back to center stage and get it from there, but that move has so much raw power that Luna was just able to call him out and go, I know you're not going to go out here to chase me, and I'm going to catch you trying to stay grounded, and he gets the knockout and moves on here at BCX 2022.
You just knew, and that's the thing, man, like, you know what your win conditions are. Once you've watched enough Brawlhalla, you can kind of just feel the way that the flow of the set is going. But speaking of the flow of the set, I want to hand it over to the people who just spent the past set analyzing all of it.
Dude, I need to go to someone who's good with nails, because that was a nail biter of a set. Luna versus Radish going down to the wire, final stocks. It could not have gotten much closer than that. Zip, tell me about it.
Luna figured it out towards the end that he had to play the whole rest of the set with the guitars. That is what the answer was. Once he picked up the guitars and he started playing on those heavily, leaning on those as the main weapon, that's how he was able to overcome. Not with ease, though. Radish was fighting back, and we keep talking about Radish's orb, but Radish was being kept off the orb at times and then picking up those gauntlets, and then you find out Radish is just as good with that. It's all that Radish is just good at neutral in general, and it kind of just made Luna have to change the way that he even played the game. That wasn't the regular aggressive, get you out of there Luna that we see. There was flashes of it, but he did a good job of adjusting also.
Yeah, I mean, as the Prophet Taza said himself with that ending side stick, he was able to continue to do similar positions like that throughout the match. He had quite a few moments where he got big punishes on Radish for giving him exactly that. But of course, besides just that, these recoveries, cutting called out, catching the dodge, making it true. And then other times, he just caught the dodge on a read and punished him after. Radish's orb was a majority of what allowed him to get the W's, as we see him close out right there. But Luna's ability to continuously pressure him with the guitar. That same game, he had another really early edge guard. The offstage gameplay was always in Luna's favor as it went throughout the match. The neutral game, normally in Radish's favor, but at the very end, I felt like Luna just slowed it down enough and took that away from Radish to make sure that he kept not only himself in the bracket, but as that big piece of defense, as the #1 seed overall, still trying to go up against Kaina and Godly potentially in the future.
We'll see, man. Just one side stick away from a victory. That was esports at its finest. I can't believe the way he said that, and it literally happened right after he said it. It just was so clean, and he said it so smooth. I see you, Taza.
Well, Luna closes out the series in game number 5 against Radish. What a crazy match, but we're not done just yet. After the break, we'll be seeing Kaina take on Stingray in another elimination quarterfinal match. Stick with us, we'll be right back.
Welcome back to BCX 2022. It is finals day. We need to crown our champion of singles, and there's only so much more bracket left. I'm Flambeau. I'm joined with Taza. Taza, how do you feel?
I'm feeling great, and we are on the verge of possibly having a situation where we have PR1 from North America, Europe, and South America all in top 4 at BCX, but the one player standing in Kaina's way is Stingray, who has been playing phenomenally on the Black Knight. We were just talking about how surprising the performance was, how dominant it was against Meg D, a player that he had never defeated in bracket, and now he's going to be going up against Kaina, who has been surprising everybody, even getting Godly to go out on Twitter and talk about how Brazil is just the hardest region to fight in the world. That's going to be Stingray's opponent as we see him there, getting ready for game number 1 of this best of 5.
Yeah, and I know Stingray has had a pretty long weekend, all things considered. I don't believe he flew here. I think he drove with his family like
over 8 hours. Over 8 hours.
Over 8 hours to get to this tournament. That's why we tell y'all, BCX, it's more than just a tournament. There's so much on the line here, but on the other side, Kaina from South America.
It's a lot longer of a drive.
So explosive. But with that said, I wonder, can the Black Knight be taken down?
That's a great question. He looked absolutely dominant going into that matchup against Megdi, but Kaina has been making upset after upset himself, bringing Godly to game number 4, almost to game number 5, and having Godly literally wiping the sweat off of his brow as he had to deal with the immense amount of pressure and the amazing movement that Kaina has mastered here in Brawlhalla. And it looks like he'll be going up against Stingray. I mean, the legend that I'm seeing hovering right now, I'm wondering if that's going to be it, because the cannon did come out from the Sidra, but I thought that the sword was going to be the thing that we'd be always seeing coming up from Kaina, but no, it is the Zol being locked in for game number 1 against Stingray here in this best of 5.
Okay, I cannot say that I expected this. Axe has been pretty much a non-factor
outside
of
twos.
Yeah. You know, maybe a couple of doll sims in 2s or something, but like outside of that, we have not seen this character at all.
Yeah, and I can only imagine it's because Kaina is looking at that matchup against Godly, and he said, you know what, I cracked the case. Cannon is definitely the matchup that I need to have to be able to beat that player, and it might just be a case where Kaina's so confident against Stingray that he's just going to roll right through him, warming up the Zol in preparation for that rematch. And I would love if that was actually the mentality that he has going into BCX, but let's see if Stingray is more of a formidable opponent than he might be expecting as we get into game number 1 of this best of 5.
Stingray may be the bravest person I've ever seen, deciding to go to small Brawlhaven versus Zol.
Okay.
For those of y'all that don't know, Zol has the highest force stat in the game.
Base 9.
Granted, I think he took one out.
He took one out, so he's at a measly 8 force on small Brawlhaven here, going up against Stingray and the Black Knight. Axe is picked up first, and Stingray with the lance already boxing Kaina out with those down 6 D-lights, neutral lights, goes for the pivot there after that down light connects, and he continues burning his opponent, but Kaina with 2 strong hits can make the damage dead even.
Now, one thing I think Kaina may be thinking here is that historically, you'll hear from Rocket Lance players that Axe is usually the worst matchup for the weapon.
You'll hear from me saying that as well. I feel like Axe neutral light just stops almost half of the moves that Lance likes to do. And look at that. I mean, the spears in hand, but gravity cancel neutral light off stage. That's a pretty darn good option, too.
Oh, we're going to see some cannon action here, looking to see if we can potentially get a read on Stingray, but Stingray picks up that Rocket Lance. Is going to be looking for a KO now. Zol does not have a whole lot of defense here, so all it's going to take is one clean hit from Stingray and should be able to bring this one back, but every time you get just even nicked a little bit.
How is Kaina moving this fast, Flambeau? How is he moving that fast? The dodge goes up and Stingray stops the pressure, gets the neutral sig on the dodge up, but that entire time Kaina was flying around him with the cannon. He was making cannon look like the Rocket Lance that time, but moving at the speed of light because of how fast he was going, and Stingray able to deal with the pressure, but one nair there could lead from a neutral signature from Kaina, and that could be the stock. Stingray's got to be careful. With Zol, you get that neutral sig on Axe, and you're covering an area in the sky that no other Axe legend can cover.
Now, Can Stingray get out the corner? The answer is yes. Manages to do so with a Sair from the spear, and he's finding quite precision here as he gets the ground pound to go ahead and do the quickest turnaround you've ever seen, and that's what this stage can be good for. If you want to make a comeback, the KO boxes are so small that you can just do it like that.
Oh, and kind of goes to the Nair read after the side light. The neutral light connects, and we're talking about those small knockout boxes. Well, there you have it. Kind of gets that knockout there and priming the cannon. It looks like it's what kind of wants to stick with here in game number 1 against Stingray. Stingray picks up that spear and kind of starts flying through the cannon, but the down air interrupted by the neutral light, and Stingray staying in the ground. Jump fastball, but kind of stops the pressure with the neutral light. Stingray now having kind of off stage, side light, D-light, side air. That is your bread and butter on the spear, and he lands with that down air, gets that clash, and continues to take the lead.
And one thing I love that I'm seeing from Stingray here is that he's using the spear into the cannon matchup, right? Because one of the toughest things about cannon is having the priority to get through a lot of the disjoints. And that neutral light from that spear, that side air, is going to be so useful, and a down sig to close it out. How many times, Taza?
That's how Stingray wins his games. He's so good at it. He gets to that point where it's like, okay, that is the minimum amount of damage that you cannot survive from anymore. 2 less damage, that down stick would not knock out. But Stingray, he knows better, and he's so fantastic with catching people's landings, their dodge downs, anything on that last stock scenario that you might as well just guarantee that you're going to be losing games with Stingray with the down stick as the finisher. And we're going right back to Brawlhalla for game number 2 here in this matchup between South America's best and North America's PR number 2, Stingray on the Rocket Lands.
Oh man, I called Stingray brave at the start of game 1, but he's already proven that he can do it no problem, and looking to do it yet again. We'll see. This is the matchup that kind of wants here. Has the axe in hand versus the Rocket Lands, and it looked like it was working at the start of game 1, but the game escaped him so quickly.
Oh, that down sig catching kind of off guard into orange. Neutral light comes through though, and kind of got such an early knockout with the gravity cancel neutral light before. Edge guard scenario here. But beats coming through, but Stingray with the pickup on the spear. You were talking about it, Flambeau. He's been using the spear so well against the cannon and kind of does not seem to be able to deal with the pressure. That down tick, however, a rare misread from Stingray, but the fall down after the dodge does not get him. Side airs him into the stage. No dodge means kind of goes for an edge guard. No. Down sig avoided. Side light. Stuff recovery. Stingray. Gravity cancel. Wake up D-light into Nair. Manages to avoid losing that stock there. The first stock goes over to Stingray. No. Kind of barely surviving. The gravity cancel D-light. The dare on the stage. Flambeau, I thought stocks flew early on this stage. They're just barely surviving.
And no punish on the sig, but there we go. Finally a side air from Kaina, but I'm in agreement with you. Like, Zols are not supposed to live to that color.
Exactly.
They're never supposed to see that.
And Stingray, in agreement with both of us, takes him off the top of that unarmed uppercut. But Kaina now waiting for that cannon to come through, and we're back to a neutral game here. 2 stocks to 2. Both players barely damaged, and Kaina taking the lead.
Okay, and we're going to see a little bit of a cannon string here. Stingray, once again, opting to go for that spear into the cannon matchup, but getting juggled by these Nairs. It's a tough time getting down to the ground.
D-light Nair, another Nair coming through. 4 of them have come through already, and kind of dash dumping to the down to get catches Stingray trying to fly over the zone that he thought was safe. But kind of says with the cannon on down, Sig, I get to choose where you are going to fly, and Stingray flies right off the top of the stage as he's 1 stock away from going down a game here in this best of 5.
And granted, we saw Stingray in a similar position in the last game where he was down and then was able to make a very quick comeback. I'm wondering if he's going to be able to do the same thing here. Not quite. That almost KO. That is Zol force behind that.
That was Zol force behind it, and Stingray miraculously holds on to that last stock. Weapon throw pickup. Neutral light kind of has the next weapon prepared, but Stingray Sairs his way back on the stage and kind of returns the Sair to his favor. Nice job with that neutral air there from Stingray, but he's got to take this stock and then another one, and kind of with the cannon gets the D-light, gets the Nair, gets the 2 stock in game number 2.
Okay, so now I'm wondering, are y'all going to do the whole thing on small Brawlhalla? Oh my gosh. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It's one of those matchups. I love seeing these matchups. We talk about it every once in a while when you get the right 2 players going head to head. It is back to the same stage, same legends, every single game until a winner is decided. And they're going to continue adapting to each other's playstyle. We saw Stingray do a great job with the spear in game number 1, and then Kaina with the cannon just buckled up and did a much better job getting that 2 stock in game number 2. Let's see how Stingray's spear plays out here as he opens up with a strong D-light side air, but Kaina with the axe has already brought Stingray into orange with a side light side air. Oh, Stingray could have gotten that knockout off the top, but Kaina manages to make it back down.
Yeah, and it's one of those scenarios where Orion as a character doesn't really have a cheesy option to KO off the top there. You have to go for like exhausted spear recovery, whereas if you were Bryn or Hattori, you have that ability to go for a gravity cancel neutral signature and find your KO off the top. So here, Stingray was like, I'll go for neutral air and try to get cheeky.
Ooh, nice job with the delay recovery. Kind of makes it back to the stage, dodges down. Stingray maybe looking for that landing with the down sig here, Flambeau. There it is, but kind of jumps over the top of it. And he can't manage to get that knockout. Stingray, a little too obvious with his down six there and kind of punishing him for it off the right side of the stage as he's now up a stock.
Oh man, and sometimes it can feel like forever for a weapon to spawn. Sometimes it just feels that way because you just are looking for that moment. I need something in my hand, and it looks like it's going to be the rocket lance, and immediately after finding that down signature, swaps over to the spear. So I'm assuming it must be, no, it's actually an axe next. I thought he had a cannon primed up because he went so quick to it, but I think he's just feeling the spear. Look at him go. Holy cow.
Sidelight almost gets to the nair, and he's still edge guarding Kaina here. Kaina uses the axe recovery, fades to the stage, sweats to the stage, gets the nair, down sig, punish, sidelight, nair, nothing afterwards, weapon throw, Stingray with the neutral signature, the dare back onto the stage, maybe trying to get the landing hitbox, but doesn't succeed, and Stingray reading a dodge down with that down signature, gets an amazing reversal on the Kaina, and goes up a stock lead here in game number 3.
Yeah, that was a little bit crazy from Kaina there, because that was the full South America, I have no weapon, I shouldn't be doing this, but you know what, it works sometimes.
That is absolutely right, and Stingray ready for it in that moment. Kaina with the cannon gets the neutral light, he's a weapon throw away, maybe goes for the gravity cancel neutral light instead. Recovery hits, I think Stingray's still sweating, but he's got the land, so a great job to be able to get back to the stage. D-Light and air would be huge here from Kaina, but he's got to land that first hit, and if he whiffs it, Stingray has shown that he gets 4 to 5 good hits. Now first D-Light and an air is a great start. Stingray covering his head with a massive amount of weapon throw potential with the lance, but there, finally, Nair comes through, and Kaina, I mean, when you're on small Brawlhaven, this damage might as well be even.
Yeah, I love the way Stingray pushes his advantage state once he catches somebody's dodge and they're popped up in the air. He'll throw that rocket lance up because he's like, it's going to hit you. You can't dodge it, and even if it doesn't, he's not fully committing, and it's so smart.
Oh, dodges out the neutral sig, lands with the down air, gets the side up, but the sidelight doesn't come through, and he just barely avoids getting blasted by the lasers of the down sig. Kaina with the turnaround side air to recovery. Stingray, damage, has to dare for safety. The weapon throw stopping the ground pound, but still trying to make it back. Disarmed, Kaina gets the nair. He can weapon start with the second nair, gets it. Kaina brings it back in game number 3. Flambeau Kaina is 1 game away from being in top 4 at BCX to represent South America.
And honestly, I feel like on dogs, just don't go to small Brawlhaven, bro. just don't go back there, because I feel like Cannon Nair has a moderate amount of KO power, but imagine we were on like Fortress of Lions or something like that.
Literally any other stage except Enigma, I guess.
You know, like
we're going back for sure.
Yeah, he left it open, so.
All right, here we go. Kaina's going right back to Brawlhaven, and Stingray with some adaptations could come out on top here and bring it to a game number 5, right? Because even after the beginning of that game, where it got to the point where the down 6 were getting a little obvious, and Kaina was able to punish him for it, Stingray really tying up that signature game. I really feel like Kaina just clutched that last game. I think momentum's still in Stingray's favor, but we'll have to find out here as we're going to game number 4.
I have to agree with you there. I mean, I got to respect the man who sticks to his guns, right? He's like, you know what? It's not a stage issue, it's a skill issue. And I know I can just play better in this next game. And well, this is your last chance to do so, because otherwise it's going to be your bracket life, and this Cannon is doing what Cannon does best, escorting its opponents towards the side of the stage.
The weapon throw forces Kaina to recover to the right side of the stage, and the exhausted recovery, you were talking about how that's the only option that Orion has, but guess what? That down sig that time, Kaina wasn't ready for it, and he eliminates that stock after an incredibly extended edge guard there on that landing, and Kaina is down a stock.
Oh, and that's going to be a punish from Kaina. Gets the neutral light on the axe, so luckily not too much damage taken from Stingray here, but needs to watch the landing here as another neutral light without touching the floor, I believe, makes this almost impossible for Stingray to make it back. Yes, perfect timing from Kaina.
So Stingray on that edge guard too. Kaina did the most brilliant thing ever. That was the best move to spot dodge in place, because Stingray was relying on that Sair to hit to get the chase dodge. Because he went for the Sair, lost the momentum, didn't get the hit, fell down to lose that stock, and Kaina evens things up and starts to take the lead there with that D-Light down air connecting.
Oh man, I think the tough part about this for Stingray is that kind of slowing down a little bit. We're used to kind of, you know, well, usually it's the sword. You know, we didn't even talk about that. Usually Kaina's on the sword.
I mean, I really do feel like Kaina was like, okay, Cannon's how I'm going to beat Godly, and Godly's the only one that I need to prepare for here as he gets that recovery, and he's 1 stock away from a 3-1 victory over Stingray.
All right, is this the end of the Black Knight, or will he be able to put the helmet back on, tuck in that armor, and bring this to another game, as that is almost enough to find the KO. A down sig in the near future, potentially, and there it is, but it's a bit too obvious. I think we all saw that one coming.
Oh, but the second one, Stingray says it doesn't matter if it's obvious. If I'm not going to get punished, I can throw 80 down sigs, and one of them's bound to connect, and kind of goes down to that down sig there on that last stock. And now here he is, neutral light, D-Light has the axe, gets punished by the sidelight, but dodges right through the nair that Stingray goes for afterwards. But Stingray still boxing kind of off the side of the stage, but an axe side air, that's a ton of damage.
Yeah, just a perfect fastball from Kinda. You can see Stingray trying to catch the landing, but couldn't quite beat it out with the spear sidelight. But these spear sidelights are going to be the breadwinner for him right here. He needs to get the read, and he doesn't quite get the timing.
It was the right read, but yes, you're right, Flambo doesn't get the timing, doesn't get the spacing, the downlight doesn't come through, but Stingray still on the upper hand here. Has kind of the sidelight, waits him out, the dodge goes to the right, but Stingray doesn't go off stage for it. Falls, gets the dare, goes to the D-Light, and kind of switches over to the axe. He's looking for a down air, side air, down to hit, and Stingray clutches game number 4, brings it to a game 5, and as much as we call out those down sigs that miss, when they hit so right. Stingray now bring it to a game 5.
And that's the thing about Orion Spear down sig, right? If at first you don't succeed, try again. But also, you have to remember, like, there are just some moves in Brawlhalla that are so good that you just got to keep throwing them out. And this is one of those moves, you know?
That
like
center stage, too.
It doesn't matter.
It's fantastic coming out from Stingray. And you see him taking a little bit of a breather there, getting ready for this game 5. And I'm wondering, is this the time? Is this the time where you, because kind of fanning out the stage is definitely leaving up Brawlhaven. But if he leaves open Demon Island, there's a possibility that Stingray finally mixes it up and goes there for game 1. Heck no. It's Brawlhaven all the way through. We're in game number 5, Flambo. And the winner of this is going to be in top 4 at BCX 2022. Is going to be South America's best, or is Stingray going to get the win to represent North America?
3,
All right, only moments now we will find out who the victor will be, as the first weapon goes in the hand of Kaina, but Stingray manages to pick up a spear. That is the great 50-50 on that weapon spawn, by the way.
That is for sure, and Kaina with the cannon going up against Spear. It seems to be the ideal matchup for both players, but Kaina with the stare down air, dodges in place, gets another side of recovery. Chase dodges up, has an edge guard here, down to come out to pressure Stingray to recover high, but no, he just waits out the exclamation points, and Stingray makes it back to center stage, has the spear, sidelight, second hit hits, going to pound, really catching Kaina off guard, and he dodges through the weapon throw into forcing Kaina onto the axe.
Oh, and Stingray's movement right now is impeccable as he manages to barely catch that neutral light. Kind of trying to catch the landing, tries to punish with a D-Sig, probably would have KO'd, but that's going to be a punish from Kaina with a falling Sayer on an ill-advised downlight from Stingray.
Really,
now he's on the back foot.
Really punishing Stingray for thinking that he automatically got that downlight for free. The sidelight came through, kind of got hit by that, but spot dodged the other, and the fadeaway sider on the axe takes the first stock. Stingray now 2 stocks left in the tournament. Kind of goes over that sider, gravity cancel, neutral light, trying to get a dodge read, and kind of does make it back to the stage. Stingray waiting for that weapon spawn, picks up the spear, but the cannon keeps blasting. One down air hits. Can he get another one? Stingray gets hit with the neutral light, and kind of gets a second neutral light. Weapon throw. He has to use his dodge to make it back to the stage, and kind of punishes him with the unarmed recovery, but now he's over on the axe. Stingray has an opportunity, and that side stick came so close.
He hadn't thrown that sig at all game, all set pretty much. And the one time he does it, the perfect reaction comes out from Kaina, but these ground pounds from Stingray have been so on point.
They were unheard of until game 5, Flambo, but now he's gotten them. And the sidelight nair, he delays the nair, gets the second nair, and avoids that neutral air from Kaina so they can continue getting more damage. That's a powerful cannon sider coming out from Zol, but he's not enough to take Stingray out just yet. And Stingray falls in, trying to get as much damage as he can before he falls to that last stock. And Kaina dash forward, dash back, down sig, punished by neutral light. Stingray still unarmed, but holding on.
Yo, the way he's playing this stock right now, okay, doesn't get the response there. He needed to punch that one with a backstep sidelight again. But despite that, he was behind by so much, and Stingray is doing such a great job of mitigating the damage. Finally, a nair is going to connect from Kaina, but I think Stingray did enough to bring this game back into the realm of possibility. Can he clutch this back out, or will Kaina close it out?
Oh, this is the clutch here for sure. Flambo the doubter comes through, and he's fully charged the recovery. Kaina does not punish it in time. The neutral sinks, the down sinks, the neutral lights. that decides to come out here as well. Stingray's throwing out all of the moves in Black Knight's kit, kind of on the back foot now here despite being up in stocks. Stingray goes for the weapon throw forward with the sidelight nair down like that is a massive amount of damage here in game 5.
And this is Zol. That means that Stingray's now in the danger zone. Goes for the ground pound, and Stingray responds with a server zone. Can he get the stock here? I think he needs to.
Pogo,
can he get this corner
He goes all the way
guard?
down.
Ah! He gets the pogo toward the bottom of the stage. It's going to last stock, but it's against an 8-force Zul on small Brawlhaven. One side air, and that's it for Stingray.
The side air hits, and that's the only place on the stage that he can survive it. Kinda has all of them as moves in the kit to get the game, and Stingray has to play up perfect stock. Side air, sidelight, nair, falling stare, misses, but kinda gets the sidelight, but that's the only combo starter for Cannon there. That's not gonna auto combo, and now he switches over to the axe. He wants the fleeting attacks. The nair, the recovery. Stingray dodges one move. The dare comes through as well. The nair comes through. Stingray, can he clutch it?
And at this point, a neutral light will KO, and you can see kinda starting to fish for it. Doesn't want to go for a super laggy move. The neutral light is all he needs to get the KO. Doesn't get it there. That was an opportunity. Stingray knows what his win condition is, and he's going for it. He wants it so bad. He's got it. He's betting it all. He's betting it all. Can he do it? Can he stop Kinda, or will Kinda close his dreams out here? And Stingray is so goddamn clutch.
Stingray from an entire stock and a half deficit gets the down tick. That is the Stingray getting the down tick finisher from being that behind. How does he do it? Kind of played his heart out, but Stingray well deserved that win as he takes down South America's finest and moves on in the top 4 here at BCX 2022.
I'm gonna pass out. I'm actually gonna pass out. I cannot.
49 damage on the spear. 49 damage on the spear. Damage dealt equal to damage taken. We're getting this last stock here. Look at this. And what better way, Flambeau, than to land, pick up, dodge the side air that would have won the game, and then right behind him on that down stick says, that's your last down stick. He gets him, and look at him pop up. Stingray can't even believe it himself, but he does it so well deserved coming here. He's had so many amazing Game 5 wins, and having that win over Kinda is just so darn impressive.
Simply built different.
All right, well with that, let's head over to the analysts. Just take it away.
What a clutch from Stingray in the final moments of game number 5. 595 damage to 595. You couldn't have had it closer, but he denies us the dream of having all the top PRs in the top 4. Instead, it's going to be Luna and Stingray, number 1, number 2 for NA, plus Impala, number 10 for NA, and Godly, number 1 for EU. I'm trying to give you some breathing room, Ajax, so Zip, let us know what just happened.
Stingray, the down sig doctor, he did open heart surgery with that because you know he's feeling it in his chest. Oh my God, I'm feeling it. You want to give him a breather. Stingray clutched that out like no other. That, I mean, we had earlier the Acno 2v2 clutch, and then we have that one right there. He was down so big, he literally couldn't be touched one time by that 8-power Zol. If he was hit by anything, he was done for. And his maneuvers, his movement were perfection. And he found that spot, landed that down sig, and he couldn't believe it himself. Popped up out of the seat. Beautifully done.
It got to the point where I almost passed out. Like, I was on the edge of my seat. I literally couldn't breathe. And as they were going over the replays, I started doing this in the chair because I was so intense. They stayed on Brawlhaven the entire time, even with Kinda's pressure that he had with the cannon, everything he had going for him. The matchup spread was good for him, too, because he was switching into the axe to beat the lance. He was using the cannon to beat the spear. But if there is ever a piece of like relationship advice that could come out of this, find someone who cares about you as much as Spear DC cares about Stingray. Every time he needed it to work, it did. We talked about the internal timer that he might have on, this is the time I must throw it out. Well, every time he needed it and it missed, he got a game winner off of getting a whiff and got it closed out, and then we all knew it. It had to end on the Spear D-Sig. And Stingray knocks out the last representative of South America here to move on again to elimination finals, semifinals.
Orb Downsig is to Radish what Spear Downsig is to Stingray. But Zip, I know you want to say some more.
I just wanted to ask you, is Sheepy or are you Spear Downsing?
Answer this wisely.
What is the correct answer? Whatever the correct
I have no
answer
idea.
is. You know
the
what?
correct answer is you both are, because he said find someone who cares about you like that,
True.
right? So
I've always been told just whatever she says is true. So
that's correct.
Whatever she wants.
That's correct.
Whoever.
Good save.
What an insane set. That does give us our top four. We've got Impala and Godly on the upper side of the bracket. We've got Stingray and Luna in the elimination side of things. And Impala and Godly, of course, up next. I got to say it again. That was an insane match. That was just absolutely wild. Any final thoughts y'all have about that match?
I literally could have asked for better to send us into our Final Four. Well done to Stingray on that comeback.
Amazing. Stingray, I'm going to be rooting for you. That was too good. I can't do anything less. I have to root for you after that.
Well, I know you had some things that you wanted to say, Ajax, about what...
You good?
I was trying to let you say a little bit more, but it's cool. Again, that match was absolutely wild. Stingray does clutch it. He gets the win against Kaina in game number 5 with such a close battle. But after the break, we'll be heading into the top 4 with our winner's final match, Impala versus Godly. Gear up, because it's going to be a wild ride.
Oh my God. What an insane match. Welcome everyone back to the singles competition here. We are now officially in top 4 4, and we will be crowning a champion today. Oh my goodness, I am here with Foda and TWK. How are y'all feeling
I'm
for
feeling
this?
so good, Chiefy. We are here. It's finally time. Top 4 of the Brawlhalla World Championship 2022. This has easily been, and I think the crowd will agree with me, the best tournament we've ever had, yeah?
Woo!
Yes.
Let's go!
Clearly, this is true. Oh, man. TWK, we got some insane matches coming up. We were just talking about it. Dude, give me some down low.
All right, I think it's absolutely crazy that the top 8 boiling down to here, we had the power rank #1 for South America, for Europe, for North America,
Yeah.
the rest of the top 5 for North America, and power rank 10 for North America.
And then Impala.
And now he's in winner's final?
Oh my gosh, Impala's out here. In
Playing
winner's
out of his
final.
mind.
There's only 2 people left in the entire tournament that haven't lost a match, and Impala is one of them.
Wow. Woo.
Going up against Godly, a lot of people's top picks going into this weekend.
He's definitely living up to expectations in the singles bracket, that's for sure.
Yeah, and this is the winner's final. Whoever wins this definitely secures a top and grands. So let's look at these stats here. I mean, you were already talking about it. We got PR1 from Europe, Godly, versus PR10 Impala from North America. TWK, tell me about these stats, what you're looking at here.
Man, a lot of people would say Godly has this, right? But this is literally David versus Godliath going on right now. Impala fighting so much, punching above his weight, unbelievably so. He's been playing the best he ever has this entire weekend. He's looking kind of unstoppable.
Honestly, his gameplay is awesome. It feels like he's bringing something fresh to the table here. It's almost like he didn't expect to be this far, and so he's like, his play style is now like gambling. He's like, he's just doing, he's getting wild with it, and that's catching people off guard. And I think that could work against Godly.
It's all coming up 7s.
Yeah, he's straight up rolling 7s all day.
All right then. Well, I'm getting word that we're getting ready here for the match. Or no, here we go. What's up, Duke and Sparky?
Hey,
yes,
what's up,
they're
y'all?
going to be bringing in the
What's up,
action
y'all?
here.
She's handing me this.
So,
I don't know
Duke,
what's going on.
I wanted to let you know, Duke. There was a while back at MSI, one thing that you really, really asked for was an elephant. I mean, you asked at MSI, you also asked for our wedding, actually, and you also asked for BCX 2022 that you really wanted an elephant. So guess what? Production here, Austin, surprised you with your very own adorable rainbow
Where's
elephant.
what I asked for, Toast? There are like 3 people in the world that know what that means.
Well, you know, sometimes ask and you receive, and I clearly asked a little bit nicerly, but shout outs to production. I mean, you said it earlier on today. Just everything that anyone could ask for has basically been happening today.
Yes.
And I got what I asked for, which was an elephant at BCX.
I'm waiting, Toast.
But we can't talk about the elephant in the room anymore. No. I don't know. I just felt like that was a good joke to run.
It was cute, I guess.
Yeah. It's a cute elephant,
Hold
though,
on,
for real.
Hold
Like,
on, baby.
shout
Turn
outs.
towards me. Come on. It's
Oh.
the top 4. You need to get this together.
I'm sorry. I'm problematic.
Come on. Well, we're in the top 4. Ladies and gentlemen, the pin has been adjusted. That means we are officially
It's real.
the top 4. They said it on the analyst desk. Impala, what are you doing here? Oh, yeah, he's gaming. He is absolutely gaming his brains out.
Regardless of what happens here, we're crowning a new Brawlhalla World Champion. None
facts.
of the 4 competitors here have earned a gold medal at BCX, and this is their opportunities. Impala, the outlier, coming in PR number 10 for North America, was on no one's radar for making it this far, made upset after upset, beating out Luna in the winner's semifinal to earn his spot here against Godly, and Godly's changing it up. He's going to the Hattori for game number 1.
And we're going to Miami Dome, ladies and gentlemen. These are your 2 legends here as we get into this top 4. The stakes are so high. It's incredible. The Kaya, of course, from Impala has been amazing so far. I was talking to TWK earlier, and we were just thinking about the amazing legend variety that we're seeing towards the end of this tournament. It goes to show how many things are truly are actually viable at the highest level of gameplay in Brawlhalla.
A widespread of characters, a widespread of weapons. Right now, you're seeing a spear in Godly's hand, and Impala has been all about that bow.
Weapon spawn comes in. It's going to be that sword for Godly. A little bit of juggle game coming out from Impala. Both players tied in the orange. Edgeguard starting up. Impala
can't touch.
Has some juice left, but not quite enough to get back. Gonna fall. First stock goes the way of Godly, and we have a solid lead if you're a Godly fan out there.
No, but it's definitely not over yet. Still 2 stocks to play with, and we've seen so many clutch situations happen here at BCX 2022. Just like that, immediately evened it up, and Impala taking his time here, kind of savoring the moment, that first KO of Godly before he decides to go for the weapon spot.
Seen that spear coming back in for Godly. Nice little turnaround with the neutral air as the follow-up off of the sidelight, given that sidelight has no true follow-up options, especially if there's a dodge on the board for Impala.
I mean, the same is true on both sides, right? Impala's bow sidelight doesn't have any true follow-ups as well. It's all about that read. Godly's going to go over to his sword, which has a couple more true options. Can go for some downlight combos if he wants to, but right now, it's, again, all about Impala's bow. The dare, and it's a stock in favor of Impala. He's completely turned the tables on this one.
It is a 180-degree turnaround. Now Impala is the one in the orange, and Godly is the one significantly behind. The juggle game keeps coming out. 50 damage. Just like that, added up. Impala keeping it going. 1 or 2 more hits, and it's going to be orange.
Untouchable is Impala, as he's built up so much damage, including more with that nair, that sair, that down sig. Is he going to take game number 1? Oh, Godly gets to the wall.
Going to be at the weapon disadvantage here. Godly sending him over to the left. The Godly Edgeguard using all of the active frames of that GC sword neutral light to make sure Impala goes into it, grabs the hit, but still a full stock lead for Impala. The side air bouncing off the stage, not gonna be enough yet. They've swapped places, little bounce pass to himself. Impala looking for the Acno inspiration there with the GC neutral sig.
And Acno was the thing that defeated Godly with this Kaya pick in the Autumn Championship. Godly hoping to get a run back here, this time against Impala. Punish! He doesn't hit the punish!
My goodness! A huge misplay from Godly. He still finds the stock, but wow, that was a huge misstep. Impala served that one up on a dish for him. But Godly, maybe it's the nerves, baby.
The pressure is unlike any other. This is BCX 2022. Impala is 1 hit away from taking game number 1 off of Godly.
Choosing the bow here. The neutral air is gonna do it. Impala almost a JB2 on that as well. Incredible work from Impala. And that's the face, man. That's the face of Impala that we saw previously in Impala versus Luna. It was that face 99% of the set. Then all of a sudden when he won, it's like it actually kicked in that, oh, I just accomplished something nobody thought was possible.
I respect that so much. I love a good pop-off, but I love someone who's just completely locked in. When you start thinking just one more hit, just one more game, just one more, then you start pumping the brakes. Impala, he is locked in, he is ready to go, and he is going into game number 2 with the advantage over the top EU player, Godly.
We're seeing the swap from Godly off the Hattori over onto the Asuri that we saw previously. Holding onto the sword and picking up a pair of Katars instead of that spear. Going big with the ground pound in. No major punishes coming out from either player, but the damage difference is favoring Godly here as he has Impala in the orange. There's the weapon spawn on the field. There goes the toss. In comes the Katars.
Yeah, he swapped a weapon, but Impala doesn't care. It's the recovery at the top of the map. Small Brawlhaven can only be so small.
Godly's playing Asuri, but I feel like the way Impala is stealing these stocks, he's the cat burglar.
Oh, I really thought you were going to say Impala is playing Godly.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, either way, Godly playing the Edgeguard right now. GCN Light again. This time Impala's ready for it. That quick adaptation between game 1 and game 2, but Godly's able to clean it up with the down air. Stocks relatively even.
Impala gonna wait on that weapon spawn coming in. Hits the neutral air, easily grabbing the spear. Nice little two-piece from Godly. Over spacing the spear range, it's another two-piece. Spacing looking good, his pacing looking better.
Godly picking and choosing when he wants to go in, throws out the sidelight, a solid punish as he goes for another recovery at the top of the map. This time he'll get it, but it's not gonna KO.
Dude,
over to the bow.
The delay that Impala put on that spear recovery to end up hitting Godly to make sure the dodge was out of iframes. That time he hits it, that time there's no punish, and that time he gets the stock.
Dude, Impala is playing so incredibly well. How did he come in here as only PR number 10 when he's currently up 2 stocks to 1 over the top EU player? He's currently 1 game up over the top EU player.
I'm gonna be honest, I underestimated Impala so much. I saw PR 10 and I was like, huh? Who let him get that high? That's crazy, but clearly no one let him get that high. He forced his way, throwing elbows to everybody behind him, making sure he could get in. Solid lead, actually a full stock at this point. We are on Brawlhaven, so those neutral airs on bow are gonna KO earlier. Those dares on the bow are gonna KO earlier.
Edgeguard opportunity, Godly gets back up, but Impala, his spacing has been on point. The GC signs it. Impala 2 stocks Godly and is up 2-0.
Everybody said Godly was going to win this tournament. I'm not just talking about EU huffing copium. I'm talking about the entire world saying that Godly is the guy to beat. Now, one thing that we have to remember is that Godly is coming off of a tough loss of 2v2. That can break virtually anybody's mental, especially someone who is unproven on land like Godly. He doesn't have that experience. Every failure that Godly has hits harder. Everything weighs on the mental harder than other players.
Well, after that tough loss in 2v2s just a little while ago, he's trying to get that W here in the 1v1s. He's making the swap over to the Ken. Impala doesn't hit the jump for the Nair, and Godly's gonna full on capitalize, but he can't continue.
I believe Impala still has the damage lead here, definitely after that neutral air. Man, his ability to turn around the D-Light, still pick it up after the whip sidelight, he's so crazy too.
Oh! He just did it!
He's stealing. Like, he's just literally stealing. That is illegal in many states. And Impala is getting away with it.
Is there a state where it's not legal?
Man, I don't know, but regardless here, justice, it seems, will not be served as Impala is staring at a 3-0 over Godly.
I mean, he's looking so incredibly good. Godly's gonna need a massive play if he wants to bring this one back. Impala is not giving him any room to get back into this game. Godly trying to open up with the weapon toss, just gets a sidelight off of it.
Godly has almost no major momentum in his favor. He's adding up the damage. He has Impala near or in KO.
Okay.
You see it right there, but still, the momentum does not feel in his favor.
I mean, yeah, it just feels like he wrestled back to survivability, right? He gets a small sigh of relief, but it's not even enough to give him the lead here. Impala continuing it. He's got the nairs. This is a high ceiling map here on Miami Dome, so those nairs might not KO as quickly as it did on Small Brawlhaven, but still, Godly is playing from behind.
I feel like Impala is Dash from The Incredibles when he's running at the track meet, and he's just going. And his family is telling him, whoa, slow down, slow down. Now, in the movie, Dash listens. Impala, no, rebellious teen, does not listen to his parents, wants to take this right now, giving a 30 and a handshake to Godly, sending him packing.
He wants that gold medal, something Dash did not get in The Incredibles, but Godly gonna try to deny it, gets the ground pound, forces it to final stocks here. 1v1 Impala, where's the weapon spot?
It's still that 50 damage deficit between these two players in favor of Impala. A two-piece, but Impala grabs the weapon. He just picks up a follow-up so consistently, dude.
He's getting so many extensions. He has barely ever just only gotten one hit. On the other side, Godly, he hits a dare, can't get much else. He gets a nair, can't get much else. He hits a recovery, still can't get much else. He's not getting the extensions that Impala is.
Pace is starting to slow down a little bit. Lead still favoring Impala. Godly doing his best to fight this one back. Everything's still being tested.
Oh, it's so close to being Impala, getting a 3-0 and sending Godly to the elimination side of the bracket. Another nair, a recovery, and Impala does it! The upset king continues.
And he is nonplussed.
Look at him. What is going on?
He's like walking to school. He's like, this is a normal day. This is fine. This is chill. And now you want me to talk?
What an insane run that Impala has had and continues to have. You're like picking up that recovery. Who else is going to be able to pick that up? Not Impala. But he does.
Just a
I
cheeky
swear
little smile.
that he's not going to be able to pick it up, but he finds it every time. He's pogging.
Person after person discounted Impala. Nobody expected him to be here. Nobody expected him in top 8 of today, let alone here in the grand finals. Impala is proving everybody wrong. I want to know what the analysts have to say about it.
Oh my goodness, what did I witness here? Impala with a clean 3-0 in winners final of our world championship. Foda, I need to hear your thoughts about this. Speechless.
That was godly. That was godly. He just 3-0'd him?
Oh my gosh. If you were wondering how fast does it take an Impala to accelerate from 0 to 30, you just watched it.
Oh my gosh.
TWK.
Well done.
How are you feeling here?
That was absurd. That was
Okay.
absolutely absurd. I mean, we were like flabbergasted here on the desk. We're just like, how is this happening? Every single read is paying off. I mean, he was just in flow state.
Look, I think I called it on the gambling thing. Like every time it's a rock paper scissors moment, he seems to just get it right. He's playing rock paper scissors and he's throwing out like toy car and like he's doing whatever and it's working. He's like, dude, he's in the flow state. He is beyond regular gameplay. He's been chosen.
Well, let's actually hear from this chosen one. We have Ajax on the floor with our winner. We want to hear more about Impala and what he's got going on here.
All right. Well, what has been one of the biggest surprises of this entire tournament, all predictions leading up to this point, had one of the big 3, one of the big PR numbers. But you coming in here at PR number 10, taking out Stingray, taking out Luna, putting him in their limbs, and now the chosen one that everybody believed might be the best in the world, you just 3-0'd. How are you feeling right now?
Normal.
You have had some of the best composure up there. Every single W as if it's just another day at the office. You've been coming in here with this Kaya. You're putting in a lot of work. You are in the best storyline you could ever ask for. You are only 1 round away. Will you be holding that up at the end of the day?
We'll see.
All right. Well, Impala with an incredibly big W against EU's best rep, what we assume to be one of the best in the entire world. Just got 3-0'd by Impala, who's now sitting on the winner's side of Grands. Go ahead and get prepped, get yourself ready for that. We're going to move into elimination semi soon. We're going to go ahead and send that right back over to the analysts.
Thank you so much, Ajax, for that. And Impala, you are feeling good for sure, and you should with all that confidence. Look at everyone cheering for him. Oh my goodness. Foda, what do you make out from that interview where he literally said normal?
I love it.
That's how he's feeling.
I love it, dude. I love that guy. That was maybe the best interview we've ever done at one of these events. Tap, tap. Normal.
Just check that it was on, just to be sure, just so it could be as monotone and flat as possible.
Well, we saw on the reaction cam and everything that he's chilling. He's chilling. He's not even listening to game audio. He's got his headphones on. He's meditating. What's he listening to?
We got to find out the playlist. That's the next question for the next
playlist.
interview, right?
This is amazing. I love that guy. We're gonna see him in grand finals.
Yes, and this is how you know he's the one. He's the chosen one. He is in such a calm, cool, collective state. I mean, after 3-0ing Godly, PR #1 of Europe, incredible. Just incredible performance and well-deserved because he really did clutch it out on all those things. I want just some final thoughts about this before we keep moving on. I'm going to start with TWK. Final thoughts about this winner's final.
I don't know how you stop him now.
Oh.
I don't know how you stop him. Everybody would have been like, well, surely, he's going to run into Godly and that'll happen. No, no. And now he just has to win one more set. All right, that's all I got.
He's got the crowd on his side.
That's for sure.
I mean, did you hear the chanting? Did you guys hear it at home? Impala, Impala. That was awesome, crowd. You guys got it.
Oh yeah,
dude. Whew. This is gonna be a good tournament. So now we're gonna go down to the lower side and just see the rest of these three, who's worthy now to go up and face him. Will it be Godly again? We got to find out with these first two just to see who's going to go on to Godly and see who's going to go on to fight Impala in grand finals. It's going to be so exciting.
Okay, it will be so exciting to see what happens in Grands, but because this winner's final match was literally something else, I need someone to help me just wrap my brain around it. I know one guy who's really good at doing that. Remy, please tell me, how is Impala doing this?
Impala not only shows us that gods can bleed, he shows us that it's actually really easy to do it, but that's because Impala's him. I'm a big fan of the man now. All of today, I've just been like, Impala's got this. I'm lying right now. I didn't think he'd win, but whatever. He's been going from 1 hit to 3 all the time. His follow-ups, his consistent play is what is keeping him key here. And his edge guards have also been really good all around. I want to look at this play right here, right quick. After this one interaction, he gets the sidelight. It's a beautiful downlight Sarah. That's normal, like he says. But this ground pound is absurd. The pressure he applies onto Godly here, trying to get back to the wall, follows up with the pristine down air, covers all options, all angles there. He's doing an amazing job today, and it continues on even in quick scenarios like this. Like I said, his momentum, his play is just one thing to another. After one recovery, it becomes 2 recoveries. Most people, they give up after that, but he turns into 3, getting the early K off and getting that momentum shift into the third stock, into Godly's second stock there. And this was the icing on the cake. A downlight Sair is one thing, then you move on, you keep that same energy, you hit the endlight, another downlight Sair, and it never stops. He has so much to work with here. He has so much freedom, so much room, and he knows it. He goes for the beautiful, beautiful dash forward D-Sig, ends it all in one swift instance, and he's only in the yellow because you know what? He's him. And the casters, well, the casters in the analyst desk are going to show you what's up in the lower bracket.
Thank you so much, Remy, for that breakdown. But Impala demolishes his opponent in the winner's final, securing his spot in the grand final. What a crazy turnout from this guy today, y'all. We're taking a break and shifting gears to the other side of the bracket, moving to elimination semifinal with Stingray and Luna going head-to-head. Don't go anywhere. Stick with us. We'll be right back. We're back and ready, down to just 3 matches left until we crown our singles champion. Will it be Impala, or maybe one of the other 3 competitors still left in the tournament? Let's continue and find out soon. Welcome back, everyone. Guys, Stingray versus Luna, that's what's coming up next. I gotta hear your thoughts about this because we're now in the elimination side of things, elimination semi-finals to be more specific. And we got NA versus NA here. Foda, thoughts?
Well, this is especially intense now that we're in the elimination bracket. If you lose, you're out. So it's real now. But Stingray, I've seen him clutch up so hard so many times since getting knocked down to the lower bracket, and I don't know how he's gonna lose now. Even the mighty Luna might not be able to handle the way that Stingray is clutching. If you saw on the side stream when he was fighting against Sandstorm and it went down game 5, last stock, deep in the red, he was so cool and composed, and he's managed to defeat the GOAT himself. I'm thinking Stingray.
Ooh, okay.
Yep.
Okay, and what are you thinking here, GWK?
It's hard to argue with that after watching these past few sets of Stingray, because he has such an incredible toolkit that he uses so phenomenally well. He conditions his opponents to, hey, I'm using a spear. You want to try and play towards my shoulder blades, get behind me because it's got some dead zones, the neutral light. Oh, if I whiff the side light, you can get behind me and punish real quick. And bam, that's when he hits you with the down signature that hits both sides and your stock's gone.
Yeah, that down sig from Orion really be coming out and helping him for sure.
No one uses it like he does.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, I didn't get to mention it, but Twitch chat actually had a 54% leaning towards Stingray versus
It's basically down the
Luna.
middle.
It's really down the middle here, and it seems like here at the desk, we also we're not quite sure who to pick. Duke, Sparky, bring us the action, and what are you thinking about this?
NA's PR #1 and #2. They've fought before, and twice it has ended in favor of Luna. But Stingray here today is on something else.
This is an interesting matchup between these 2 players. I was actually using the restroom right before we got into this top 4. I'm going to pull back the curtain and tell you what fellas get up to in the restroom, ladies and gentlemen. Stingray and Luna were in there, and they were talking about Stingray's previous set against Kaina. Luna was telling Stingray what he was doing wrong. They understood that this matchup was coming, and yet they were talking to each other in a collaborative environment. They were friends in that moment, not competitors. But then they stepped out of the bathroom and up onto the stage, and now it's competition.
You know, sometimes it's all about those bros before woes, because Luna and Stingray now have to fight it out in this best of 5. Luna, of course, on the Caspian. Stingray, no surprise to see him on the Black Knight.
Now, last time we saw Stingray on this map, it was in that matchup against Kaina, and Stingray, of course, as we know, came out victorious. Luna looking like he's gonna push things a lot harder than Kaina did. Kaina was really focused on the punish game. Luna is focused on oppression, domination, control, push.
One thing, oh, the down sig already. And that almost took him out too, man. If he had hit a little earlier, might have KO'd the side sig. Not gonna do it for Luna, but the down light ground pound will give Luna that stock advantage, but the damage is relatively even. He's gotta be careful here.
He's been focusing mostly on guitars. What a juggle that we just saw. We don't normally have players extending their juggles that long, and the stock is not going to extend any longer after Stingray takes it out with a side air from the spear.
I mean, Stingray's spear play has been on point. Of course, we always love highlighting that down signature, which has been so effective for finishing off stocks, but he's just been doing amazing with the spear overall as he gets nair juggles all over Luna.
If we're talking about the aerial game, Stingray has the spear nair. Luna also has guitar nair. But they're really similar moves, but the range and the coverage is going to favor the spear. So if Luna and Stingray are on top of one another, the startup might favor Luna, but the aerial combat almost taking off the top.
Yeah, Stingray's ability to do everything in the air, on the ground, hit a spear down sig, and take the stock lead away from Luna. Down sig thrown out from Luna. Had Stingray in the edge guard. That might be the thing that he needs as Stingray dodges down to avoid the end sig from Luna. Still on the corner here, Luna taking his time, throws out the side 6, Stingray with the punish. That's a burn dodge.
Oh,
He
okay.
gets so much off of it. Couldn't hit that nair though.
Continues with the recovery. Nice damage added up. Ground pound from Luna. Gonna have his choice of weapons yet again. Gonna juggle this one to delay the weapon spawn. But Stingray's gonna go in. Doesn't even wait for those iframes to fully run out. He's gonna force them off. The unarmed gameplay coming out from Stingray, even jumping up, hitting that nair before picking up the lance. The GCD sig like 2 jump heights up. That is a Stingray classic.
Yeah, and he's really good at that. Side sig doesn't get the read though. Stingray tries to punish. Luna's not hitting his signatures and he needs those for KOs early enough. Down sig, Luna dodges down into it and hits a punish. It's not the biggest one, but he's definitely ready for it.
Luna's gonna have to be careful. If he's fishing for those signatures too much, just like that, I'm getting flashbacks to the Kaina set. The punishes from Stingray on top of Kaina's signatures were what helped Stingray win. It was also what really helped Godly win as well against Kaina. Now Luna getting a little hasty with those. Yes, Caspian has a strong signature kit. Yes, we saw Luna use them really well earlier today, but if he's too reckless with it, if the panic comes out, if the tension sets in and he just lets them rip, he's gonna get himself into trouble.
Sometimes when you're fishing, you reel in a big fish, and sometimes you get the boot. That time, it was Stingray giving him the boot out of game number 1, but we're going back to Small Brawlhaven for game number 2. No character swaps on either side.
First hit goes to Luna. Also the first weapon after the unarmed neutral air. Spear is going to be the first option coming in for Stingray. A little bit of pressure going into the edge. We haven't seen too much edge guarding coming out, and that's likely because that's going to favor Luna. That's going to favor the weapons that Luna has on this Diamond Head, this Caspian crossover.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be important for Luna to try to force those edge guard situations because Stingray, he's got such good neutral. He's going to want to play it as long as he can, as right now he's keeping Luna on this corner, utilizing those lance hitboxes as the side air connects, and Stingray with the massive lead here in game number 2.
We also just saw a great example of what Stingray likes to do when he has the lance in his hand off of the D-Light. That's an option that he'll use and then change up the follow-up after. D-Light in sig will catch you jumping. D-Light in light will catch you going back down to the main platform. But we also saw D-Light in the turnaround neutral air. Luna adding up a lot of Qatar damage. Not enough. Luna is behind, ripping yet another signature.
He knows these SIGs could be the thing to bring him back. He threw out a Qatar side signature earlier today, which clutched him out a win. But right now, the SIGs aren't hitting. They're not KOing, but that will with a gravity cancel side light to read the dodge of Stingray into the recovery, and he's taking his time before making sure he picks up the Qatars.
Now last game, Luna threw out 13 signatures, Duke. He hit 8% of them. That means he hit 1 of the signatures he threw out. He's got to figure out either how to use them, or he's got to realize it's time to woe back a little bit.
And he is getting punished for him. We saw at the end of game number 1, he got punished for the whiffed signature. This time, he gets the dodge read. Maybe he just needs to play clean neutral with his Qatars. They work so well when he can get it going, but the slide charge and Sig will even it up. Looks like he's figured out how to use them.
Bold choice there. Juggling the weapon, one more. I thought we might see one more based on what we saw earlier. Stingray's gonna grab the spear immediately. Seen him play that vertical game a little bit, starting it off and then changing things up. Going horizontal.
The dodge read. Stingray getting some more damage built up onto Luna. Luna, 2 exclamation points, gets back down, but he still has yet to hit Stingray on this final stock here. Can't fast fall into the nair. Stingray getting hit after hit onto Luna, and he throws away the Qatars. He's now unarmed in the open air against Stingray.
One more. Almost made a connection with that side air. Weapon spawn is still on the field. Luna's gonna grab it. Doesn't fall into the D6, but the second one. It's just such a strong move, and Stingray knows how to squeeze every ounce of juice out of it.
He's so good at doing that, not just hitting the down sig when he needs to, not just using it to clutch and KO, but he'll whiff one, and the opponent almost every time goes, finally, I get to punish this, and Stingray says, ha! Nope, does it again and gets the KO. Stingray is up 2-0 over the NA PR number 1. One of the favorites alongside Godly for winning this year's World Championship, and he is 1 game away from knocking him out.
So we've had a lot of player matchups here at the World Championship that have never happened before. Their career sets are 0-0. This is not one of those matchups though. This is going to be 0-2 in favor of Luna, or 2-0, which is the better point of view. That's why I need you here, Duke. You show me that correct.
It's a mirror, you know. It works either direction. It just depends on whose point of view you're looking through. And right now, we're looking into the eyes of Luna as he tries to make the decision. This is the most important decision he can make right now. Is he sticking with the Caspian, the thing that's gotten him so far here today? Is he going to switch over to the Mordex, the thing that he's switched over to in his matchup against Impala? Is he going to go back to the Classic? Is he going to bring out the Taros? I don't know what it's going to be. Probably not the Taros.
I would hope it's not the Taros.
Probably not the Taros.
The Mordex, of course, is the option that he won the Autumn Championship with, where he actually fought Stingray and beat him 3-0. The Autumn Championship was not that long ago, Duke. Luna came in first place in that tournament. Stingray came in fourth place in that tournament, playing Orion, Roland, and Vector, but he's sticking with the Orion today, and we're seeing exactly why.
It's going to be the Mordex here for game number 3. There's no more second chances. Elimination side of the bracket, and Luna is 1 game away from getting knocked out of the tournament. 3 stocks determine if Luna continues on. Stingray has his choice of characters. He's gonna go with the Black Knight, but he can definitely mix it up in game 4 and game 5.
Now we're moving off of small Brawlhaven. We're going over to Apocalypse, and this could be the end for young Luna, who everyone thought could be a top 2 finisher. How many people said Grand Finals was gonna be Luna versus Godly?
That was the long theorized end result. We all expected it to be the winners finals. We all expected it to be the grand finals, and right now neither one of them is sitting in the grand finals. They're both on elimination side, and Stingray is 1 game away from eliminating one of those 2. Luna hits the ground pound. He's fighting for his life.
He picked that one up really high too in the air. I wouldn't have expected it coming. I don't think Stingray did either. Luna, now we're seeing that Mordex really coming out. Now we're seeing why he's such a strong side player. Now we're seeing why he won Autumn Championship.
Didn't get the dodge read, but he's definitely getting the damage. Hits the dare here. Stingray in the offstage again. He just got on this second stock, and Luna's already putting him into the orange, but a nice end-sig to punish the whiff end-sig of Luna, and Stingray keeps the stock count even.
Getting a lot of mileage off of that Lance neutral signature, now swapping back over to the spear. Luna has a hefty lead under his belt, almost a full stock. That signature's gonna end short on the corner, doesn't find a connection, actually drops the D-Light recovery.
Tournament nerves starting to kick in again, a stage that none of these players have played on before. Luna might have won the midseason invitational, but he did not have a crowd of this caliber behind him while he was playing.
Nice down air coming out from Luna, sending Stingray over to the right side. Now stuck on the wall, using the active input for the strong D-Light with the greater force, sending Stingray onto his final stock here. Luna needs a victory in this game to gain some momentum, to bring the tug-of-war back in his favor, or at least a little bit, as he's down 0-2.
He's definitely getting this damage. He's doing a good job maintaining the lead that he built in those initial stocks, but Stingray goes big for the ground pound. Stuck in the offstage against a Scythe is not a place you want to be, and Luna's taking advantage of it. Hits the side air. Stingray gets back up.
Almost picked up the second dare. There was a little bit too much force on the first one. The ledge can't. The ledge D-Light happened to be in the wrong direction. Luna answers big with a 2 stock.
He holds on, but still, it's a best of 5. He narrowly escapes getting knocked out. There's so many opportunities for Stingray to adapt and overcome.
We've seen the game 4 come out both ways in this tournament, where the game 3 ends up landing in favor of the person who's down 0-2, and then the game 4 ends the entire set in a 3-1. But we've also seen incredible comebacks from the player who's at the disadvantage, from the player who's already lost twice. Is this the shot of adrenaline that Luna needs to bring himself back into this one? We're moving away from Apocalypse over to Fortress of Lions.
The big question is this the momentum or is this the dub? Stingray sticking with the Black Knight here in game number 4. Luna back on the Scythe, not starting off the way that he did in the last one. Needs to start finding that momentum ASAP.
Giving Stingray some space there, just back-to-back neutral lights. Trying to hit at that 45-degree angle because Stingray is aerial, and if you're aerial with a spear, you don't really have any 45-degree angle move.
Yeah, it's hard to challenge a Scythe. Scythe loves those 45s, those dares, those nairs, can be so good in the air-to-air. But on the other side, Stingray staying below Luna, utilizing that spear aerial kit against the small hitbox, but he reads the dodge.
Stingray, now the one controlling the ground.
Side light doesn't get the second dodge read. Stingray with the wake up just hits the side light. Down sig thrown out. Luna with the punish.
A little bit surprised he went for that instead of the strong D-light. I can't believe that KO.
He used the gravity cancel neutral heavy optimum unarmed vertical force, and he gets that KO just above Luna. Luna now needs to find a way to get this one back into his hands.
We've not seen a lot of lance nairs coming out until just now. The neutral light from the middle of the stage. Luna hoping he picked that up on the left side, but no, it's from the middle of the stage. Doesn't lead to the KO. Another lance neutral air coming out. Luna avoiding these moves.
No, but so is Stingray. Another neutral light. Luna keeps this one close. He's behind, but just barely. He gets his choice of weapons. It's going to be the Scythe.
Stingray completely staying away from him. Luna having to be the one to move towards Stingray. Stingray doesn't want to fight the weapon disadvantage, but now that he has the spear, he's going to whip that D-light. Immediate punish from Luna, an easy neutral light.
He's just looking for those punishes. Hits the side light, doesn't get the dodge read. Stingray doing a good job mixing it up, making sure he doesn't fall for the same option of Luna every time.
There's a weapon spawn on the field. I don't see either player really going for it. Stingray's incredible work so far has been on the spear. Luna, of course, has been on the Scythe.
Yeah, that's the big thing he swapped to this Mordex for. He wants the Scythe, he wants the weapon toss, and it is going to connect onto Stingray. One stock left between Luna and game number 5. Stingray, no weapon spawns. Luna is playing the denial game.
Now we're seeing both of them stick with one main weapon, and they're actually doing about similar damage on each weapon. 52% of Stingray's damage is coming from the spear, 54% of Luna's damage is coming from the Scythe.
Two weapon mains, they're able to play it all so effectively as Stingray back to the spear, throws it away. We've seen him clutch situations like this before. He doesn't hit the ground pound, he hits the down sig. Final stocks here. Will he clutch it out the way he did against Kaina just moments ago?
Throwing the weapon away, picking up the lance. Has Luna really high in the air, but of course he's fresh. He just spawned back in. Not really the option to KO off the top. Just a nice neutral air into the recovery. Stingray's gonna have to play something fierce here if he wants to avoid a game 5.
Avoiding any hits from Luna, but Luna finds the sidelight recovery. We're going to game 5.
Clutch coming out. You even saw the taunt from Luna. He's beginning to look much more confident in his own abilities here. He's now proven to himself and everyone else that he's in this for the long haul. We're heading into game 5.
This is where that endurance starts to come into play. They're both on the elimination side of things. They both have to be ready for the long road ahead of them. After this match, it doesn't get any easier. In fact, it gets much harder as the next person they're going to be running into is the EU's #1, the prodigy, the person that people thought was going to win the World Championship Godly, but they can't think about the future just yet because they gotta win here and now in this final game number 5.
Like you said, the endurance is huge here. It's been a very long day. It's been a very long weekend. The tension in the room is palpable. These two competitors have been playing all weekend some of the hardest matches of their entire life. Duke is pogging at me, and I don't know if you can tell based on the monitor, once we get the view of the game, I think everyone will realize why Duke had his mouth agape.
What a swap from Stingray, the Lance main, the person who started off as the Orion King is now onto the Queen Nai for game number 5. Hoping the spear, hoping the defense are gonna be the things to get him through this. He's not gonna have the same spear downsig that he has with the Orion, something that was so incredibly effective, but he might have the survivability he needs to go up against Luna's Mordex. Downlight goes for the N-Sig. Luna knows that one's not true. He's able to get away from that one.
Queen Nai is his 21 highest leveled legend. Just a level 41 Queen Nai. We're gonna see those Katars. We've seen him play Katars before. Obviously, we saw the spear earlier today, just a few moments ago.
He got the read.
Has here. It's not working so far.
Sidelight into the dodge-in read from Luna. Gravity cancel, sidelight recovery. Luna takes the first stock. Stingray landing neutral air. He's got the spear in hand. This has been his comfort weapon for so many matches today.
It would be a very interesting outcome if Luna seems to easily secure this game 5, but it doesn't look like it's going to be easy whatsoever.
Not a walk in the park. This is a hike through the mountains. You have got to have the endurance, the stamina, and the strength to get through this one. Stingray back on the spear, sticking with it. It got him the stock evener. Gets the sidelight, doesn't get the read.
Just shoving around, doesn't want to commit. He's going to be feeling that speed penalty that he has by playing Queen Nai. He's not going to be able to move in and out nearly as quickly as virtually any other legend in the entire game.
He's going to get punished for the whiff down sig. Side sig from Luna gets punished by Stingray with the side air. Both of them getting into the red here. Not quite enough. Luna chasing for it. Doesn't get the hit that he wants. Stingray fights his way back onto the stage, throws out the down sig, and Luna hits him with the neutral air to throw him away.
Luna was too close to get hit by that down sig. There was no hitbox there. He was right on top of Stingray. That's been the play so far. Almost getting the stock with that neutral air. The neutral light will do it on the gauntlets.
Great punish, great dash cancel into the, dash jump neutral air off of the ledge from Luna to give himself into that position, and then a fantastic punish on the whiffed gravity cancel. Stingray doesn't hit it! The true combo, the pressure is mounting onto Stingray.
And it's even worse because he did hit the D-Light recovery after, and it didn't KO. If he hit the GC neutral heavy, that might have KO'd. That's one of the reasons right there that we don't see many people playing Queen Nai. Throughout that signature, even unarmed, Luna was able to get in time, immediately punish it.
She's got high strength, she's got high defense, but she's also got high punishability, and Luna's taking advantage of it, trying to play the unarmed because he's got a weapon primed. He doesn't want to swap to it yet. Stingray on his final moments here, both of them last stock. Who's it going to be to go up against Godly in the elimination finals?
Everybody always says that Stingray is not like other players. Very few players would bet everything here on the Queen Nai and Luna.
Oh, the whiff. Stingray getting some hits here. Stingray bet a lot on this Queen Nai. So far, it might be paying all right, but the neutral light will launch that defense from Queen Nai, keeping him alive.
Here comes the scythe. Katars inside. Luna easily gets away from it. Punishes weapon toss. The dodge is burned. Recovery comes out. Luna doesn't press it too hard. He knows how close he is. He just has to play some neutral. There it is.
Luna with the fastball recovery clutches it out in game number 5. He is in the hot seat now. He gets a small sigh of relief because that one went down to the wire, but it is not done yet for Luna.
You see him in the pajama pants.
Trying to be comfy.
He wears those a lot, but he's in the hot seat right now. He is not cozy. He is not all jammied up under a blankie with a mug of hot cocoa. The pressure is mounting. He knows how close he was to losing that. He knows how difficult that was.
Of all the people here in the top 3 of BCX 2022, Luna is maybe the most familiar with this pressure. Again, the winner of the mid-season invitational. He has been in this position before, maybe not like this, not at this caliber. You can see how pumped he is after he got that recovery. But man, he is not done yet. But we got to throw it over to the analysts to see what they have to say about Luna versus Stingray.
What a great, fantastic match with Luna coming up on top. Oh my goodness, I'm sure he can feel the pressure now as he keeps moving forward. Foda, I want to hear your thoughts about the outcome of this match.
Oh my goodness, Sheepy. I was so excited for the Queen Nai pick.
Yeah.
Coming from Stingray, it was going to be so awesome. And it was awesome. But Luna, just a reverse sweep, right? He was down 2-0 and brought it back, winning 3-2 over Stingray. And wow, he did so much to bring it back. Luna is insane. We know he's got it on land. He's the mid-season invitational champion.
Yep.
Yeah? Well,
and it was that swap over to the Tai Lung that did it for him, you know? He seemed a little not quite as comfortable on the guitars, and once he got that scythe in his hands, oh man, it was rerun city, baby.
I mean, let's talk a little bit more about that switch, about how that switch literally changed the game, I think, for Luna. TWK, you were just talking about that scythe and Tai Lung, epic crossover for Mordex.
Yeah, I mean, it is what actually dismantled the entire game plan. He was able to get crazy aerial strings. The dodge reads had such gigantic payoffs. Even from a mid-range weapon toss at low HP, he managed to get the Nair Sair on Scythe. And that really just catapulted him through.
And let's look at the highlights here, because he did start off with the Caspian. I mean, excuse me, Diamond Head, an epic crossover for Caspian.
Yeah. I thought that, the switch to Mordex was amazing because he was making huge offstage plays once he got on the scythe. He'd land the down air over the corner, and he'd follow up on it perfectly. It did so much to Stingray that he wasn't able to do with the Diamond Head.
And honestly, I think it's not even just like the weapon swap. He was even looking more comfortable on his gauntlets just because they were on Tai Lung.
And we can't forget about Stingray, too. I think Stingray really performed well on the Orion. It's just, man, what a match.
What a match. It's too bad that when he needed to clutch it up at the end, he did not have that Orion down sig because of the Queen Eye pick.
Well, I definitely want to know more about this match, more in depth. Remy, tell us about it. Break it down.
I've got you, Sheepy. After all settles, after the dust is gone, there is one thing that will always be there, and that is Mordex. Mordex makes its return in Luna's hands for this set right here, and it played such a key part. It was these dodge reads. Luna is a player that likes to play off those one interaction moments and then take that one interaction and turn it into a lot of momentum. He pushes forward with this dodge read, and he continued that on to Stingray the entire time. Situations like that turns into 4 hits already onto Stingray's head, and it just continues on and on and on. I want to look at some of these interactions and how they start. Look at this weapon throw setup. He charges the weapon throw, keeps the scythe in hand. Stingray does dodge the weapon throw, and it ends up with him getting the classic scythe ladder of Nair Sair, as TWK mentioned. It's excellent work. Stingray ends up falling here to Luna's scythe, and it's no surprise why. When you have this kind of pressure, when you have the ability to just take one dodge and turn it into so many hits, you're always going to find yourself ahead. And Luna does it so well too, because he's also so patient. He knows exactly where he wants to be and what to punish. Look at this dodge just coming back to the map, hits one, and then he lines himself up, follows Stingray's movement, gets the Sair, and he looks amazing doing it. That's just more damage added on. The down air is there too, and it doesn't stop there. As Stingray gets back to the map, the recovery's added on even more to give himself over a full stock lead. Luna, when he's on this Mordex, it feels like he's unstoppable. He is really reminiscent of a once upon a time Mordex player who did take a BCX, and I want to see if Luna on his Mordex can take one right here. And the analyst desk wants to let you know about what's coming up next.
Thank you so much, Remy, for that breakdown. Let's take a look here at the top 8 of our singles competition that's been going on. I mean, we can see the journey that I'm just looking at Impala. I went straight, my eyes went straight to Impala and seeing his clear path all the way to grand finals there. You can see that and the elimination sides of things, like, wow. I mean, Foda, do you have any thoughts about this?
This has been such a fantastic top 8. Look at this bracket. So great to watch Yus fighting. Radish has been insane all day, Kaina taking him out. That set with Godly and Kaina, oh my goodness, that was insane. Wow.
Quite a journey.
I'm beside myself. This is a great time. BCX, baby.
All right, y'all. Well, with that, we had a 3-2 knockout with Luna closing out the series against Stingray in the elimination semifinals and advances in the bracket. After the break, we continue on to our elimination final match, where it's Stingray. To see if Stingray will continue his run and go up against one more opponent, Godly, on his way to grand finals. Can he do it? I mean, it's going to be a big one. So we'll find out right after this. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, from that break. Now it's time for Godly versus Luna and the elimination final. Will it be Godly heading to the grand final, or will it be Luna? It's time to find out. This is it, y'all. It all comes down to this. Guys, I gotta hear what you think about this. This is gonna be insane. We got Godly, I think is literally the last representative of the European region here. But also, this is crazy. It's pretty much PR1 versus PR1, right?
Oh, that's actually what's happening. Yeah.
Yes, that's actually what's happening too. Foda, thoughts about this matchup?
Okay, well, Luna has proven time and time again that he can get it done when it needs to get done most, not only at the mid-season championship, but just now and all throughout the day. But he's going up against Godly. This is what a storied battle. Doesn't get much better than this. Power rank #1 versus power rank #1 in their respective regions. They have never had a chance to actually battle each other with everything on the line like this.
Yeah, I think this is the one that a lot of people had in their minds going into this weekend.
Yeah.
Right, all the chatter was about Luna versus Godly. Who's going to be able to take this?
Right.
Is it Luna? Is it Godly? North American versus the European region. And here they are, except it wasn't in winners finals. It's not in grand finals.
Nope.
It all comes down to this here in the elimination finals.
That's right, yeah. And Godly wasn't at mid-season, so like, this really hasn't happened before. Maybe they've sparred, you know.
Sure.
But
this is the first real test.
Hasn't happened before. It's a 0-0 matchup in tournament. It's gonna be insane.
And I want to make a note here of Twitch chat, because I feel like we're kind of split. I know right now it's 55% leaning towards Luna, but come on, look at these stats.
That's a margin of error.
That's
within a margin of error.
Yeah, that's
right
a rounding error. This is down the middle, man. This is gonna be incredible.
Ooh.
And honestly, I want to hear y'all's prediction as well, because we've heard from Twitch chat here. Foda, who do you think is going to come out on top in this elimination final?
Ooh, I really think Luna. I really think Luna, after what he did to Stingray just now, how he could clutch it up in a reverse sweep against someone with that immense power. But Godly, I'm really undecided here, man. This is Godly. He's got the European crowd in here buffing him up with their support. He's been doing so well.
I can see you're really torn about this. Yeah, you're so torn about this.
Tell me what to think, TWK.
Okay. I'm gonna break this down, I guess, in saying I have no clue.
TWK!
All right. If I had to try, okay?
Flip a coin.
Here's what I think. If Luna stays on Caspian after one loss, I don't know.
Okay.
But if he opens with Caspian, the Diamond Head, and then swaps to Tai Lung like immediately, should it need be, you think he's going to open up Tai Lung and just ride that out?
I would be surprised if he didn't just start with Mordex at this point.
I mean, that is the other option where I'm like, all right, that's where I would favor Luna on just a little bit. Other options, I don't know.
Yeah. So
if
he's Tai Lung all the way, then
I'd favor Luna. Yeah. If he waits 2 games to swap like before.
Right.
I think it won't be.
Okay.
It'll be too little, too late to stop the momentum of Godly.
Okay. So if we've got conditions on our predictions, then
of course you and Steven can't have all the conditions. I need some too.
If Godly plays a Suri, I'm all in on Godly. Okay.
All right. We got a lot of conditions here for our predictions on the desk, and of course, it seems like Twitch chat was also in between. But I want to hear the energy in the room at the venue, guys. Who's rooting for Luna? Please make some noise. Cheer here. He needs your energy. North American region. Woo!
Let's go!
And of course, let's go across the pond here to Godly. Folks in the venue, who's rooting for Godly?
Let's hear it for Godly!
Where's the EU region?
Yeah, come on!
Send them your energy, because it's time. This match is ready to go. Duke, Sparky, take it away.
The fabled matchup. The entire year, 2 players on parallel roads finally converging here at the World Championship. And like TWK said, it's not happening in the winners final. It's not happening in the grand finals. Both of them on elimination side. After taking an L to Impala, they're gonna try to fight it out in this best of 5 to see who goes on into the grand finals to fight against Impala.
I feel like I hear the sirens coming. EU, 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 but is it an ambulance for Godly? or an ambulance for Luna? Who's gonna be the one coming out victorious from this? Now we are able to see that Godly has already locked in on the Asuri. Luna on your screen, of course, right now has already locked in the Diamond Head. That means Voda is on the side of Godly here, the true Qatar player. He is loyal not to his region, but to the weapon, to the Qatars. And Godly gonna be opening this one up with Asuri. You see it on his face right now. He knows the situation that he's in.
This is such a tense spot to be in. If this happened in the winners final, we're fine. There's a second chance. There's the entire elimination bracket. But we're here in the top 3 of things in the elimination final, where either you go home with the bronze medal or you go into the grand finals. And like you said, they're starting it off with the picks that they've been starting off with all day, but they do have some mix-ups that they've thrown in depending on the situation.
The map banning is actually taking quite a long time. Luna chose his maps now. It's between Demon Island, Small Fortress, and Brawlhaven, and we are going to Fortress of Lions.
Seems to be the middle ground between the two, the North American and the European. Europe's last hope lies on the shoulders of Godly. The pressure that Luna has been under for all of North America has been mounting, but he starts it off with the Qatars here in game number 1 of the elimination finals.
And we're seeing him start this one off the same way he started it off previously on this Diamond Head. Pushing, pushing, pushing. But Godly is gonna do the same thing. Hitting another one. Recovery coming out. Easy punish for Godly.
And yet each time Luna puts a hand on the ladder, the wall, to reset the jumps, to keep him alive. He fights his way back up onto the stage. He survives the onslaught, but maybe goes a little too deep there on the right side.
Now, lucky for Luna there, Godly did not have a weapon in hand, didn't want to fight the weapon disadvantage on the edge against Luna's gauntlets, so he moved over, pick up the spawn. He has the Qatars, throws them away. Now back to the weapon disadvantage, easily picks up the sword.
Sword in hand for Godly, like you said. Off the weapon bounce, gravity cancel down light, pickup, recovery. Luna takes the initial stocks here for North America.
Godly retreating back to the soft platform, waiting for the weapon spawn to come in. You see 2 masters of the Qatars even clashing. Same brain between the 2 of them going in with that side light.
2 sets of Qatars meet in the middle. Whose wins? Right now it's Luna's. Godly trying to find his footing here, needs to find the stock, but Luna with a GCN light, but he doesn't get more.
Gets picked up from underside of the platform, off of Godly's Qatar recovery. The weapon juggle comes out, sticking with the Qatars. Now we have seen Luna start throwing out some signatures. He immediately covered the approach.
I mean, that's one of the things he was doing earlier, is using those SIGs to create space, using those projectiles. It's the side SIG that's so risky, but right now, Godly making him pay for it. He's hitting his Qatar strings.
Luna got caught dodging the wrong way, right along the angle of that Qatar recovery. All of those active frames lasted through. He's starting to throw out those signatures. Too much again. He's getting punished for them. Yet again, still holds on to the lead, still finds himself in a good spot, but he has to be careful as the set goes on. Godly will figure those out more and more.
Luna went to the swimming pool and he is testing the waters not by dipping a toe in. Instead, he is diving in head first with each of those gauntlet side signatures. And Godly is the shark in the waters right now, about to take the stocks. Downlight, side air, last stocks here in game number 1.
We are even between these 2 players. 0-0 between these 2 players. A victory here is going to be a huge momentum shift in favor of the victor. Luna now coming out with the gauntlet. She started GC sidelight, going to the left side, hoping to take Godly off the top. Back-to-back recoveries from Godly.
Trading blow for blow. Down to the final moments here. Godly taking his time here. Just a little neutral air. Luna tries to respond. Godly finds another hit here. Those paper cuts are adding up.
We've seen the same dodge from Luna come out twice. It was successful twice to get through the neutral air after Godly's neutral light. I'd like to see Godly switch something up.
But Luna still missing punishes. Godly is getting away with it, not getting hit in response from Luna. Now it's Qatar versus Sword. Sword with the clean KO combos. Lots of options here, but Luna chasing high, and he's gonna get game number 1!
Did it without a weapon, the unarmed recovery off the top. That's gotta be feeling good.
That recovery after recovery. Godly thought he had a little bit of room to breathe, but Luna choking all of the air out of the room with the unarmed recovery at the top of the map. There's less oxygen in the sky.
That's a huge way to start this one. Small Fortress of Lions instantly banned here. We're going to be looking at Small Brawlhaven, we're going to be looking at Apocalypse, and we're going to be looking at the Demon Island. There is only one soft platform. Luna is avoiding it. We're going to Brawlhaven.
Small Brawlhaven for game number 2. With how fast and how hard they have been brawling, this game is gonna go quick. No character swaps just yet on either side.
Oh, Luna actually went with the turnaround down air in order to start this one off. That ended up letting Godly have the first weapon because he didn't get hit by it. Okay, Godly with the pressure off the top this time. Trying to do to Luna what Luna just did to him at the end of last game.
Trying to get that quick KO at the top of the map, but Luna starting to swing back with the gauntlets in hand. Godly still sticking with the sword. He's already adding up this damage, and that's an easy punish, but he goes for the big plays with the gravity cancel lensing. He could have gone for a downlight recovery.
That was a jumpable option that Godly went for after Luna burned his dodge using the gravity cancel. Woo! Nice D-Light into the recovery. That's going to give him the weapon. He immediately throws the gauntlets away to pick up the Katars to keep Godly weapon starved and secures the KO.
And light into N-Sig, something that's been so effective for only Luna's Katars. But Godly has the classic, and light into the recovery, even second stops.
We're still seeing Godly go for that inlight into the neutral air. That previous time he went for it, it did actually make a connection. Luna wasn't able to dodge through it in time. Godly with a nice lead here, especially after that recovery, getting Luna deep into the orange.
Off-stage opportunity, Luna with the nair, but it doesn't send Godly off into the air, but Godly sends Luna flying with the slap down side air, and now a huge advantage for Godly.
He also has the weapon advantage, especially as the next one spawns in. You see him just throwing out moves after moves. Luna finds his way in and is able to get to the Katars.
Oh, but Godly responding, sidelight after sidelight, doesn't hit the side air.
Momentum is in Godly's favor here. He's fighting a lot of damage on this final stock of Luna. Already has him in the yellow. Easy punish.
Luna again going for that quick gravity cancel, doesn't hit the side sig, and Godly again hits the punish, again hits the punish. Luna is throwing those side sigs out. I don't think he's hit maybe more than one.
Like those sigs can KO early. We've literally seen that at the World Championship where it hits and then both players are like, haha, that actually KO'd. I didn't think that would happen. But Luna is really using them way too much, and I think he's using them too early even for them to actually be a difference maker, for them to actually lead to the KO, and it's leading to so much punishment. Nice string, but Godly also has Katars. He's able to throw out the nair out of hit stun. Have no idea what that was.
Trading blow for blow though. Godly sweat beating, gets back up onto the stage. He's over to the sword. He knows he has the KO tools here, but Luna opens him up, hits the N-Sig.
Luna fighting his way back in this one. All but even up the damage here to side air. The Brawlhaven pick coming through for Godly there. I think many other maps, he would not immediately go into the blast zone. That would set up Godly for the edge guard situation, but that wouldn't have led to the immediate blast zone knockout.
And that's one of the big reasons why Godly wants to go back there for game number 3. He knows that he was able to clutch that one out thanks to the close KO boxes on Small Brawlhaven. Luna sticking with the pick, Godly sticking with his own.
Going back to Brawlhaven here. First weapon yet again goes the way of Godly, but Luna's able to find one quickly. Gets a nice dodge to go through the ground pound, the edge guard.
The fight back from Godly though, the Sair, and he punishes that ground pound on the stage. Swinging, Luna hits a nair, a trade back again from Godly. Neither one of them is getting that easy damage that they want.
Godly actually waited there. It seemed like he just wanted to play around that weapon spawn like it's a trap, like he wanted to stay with sword, but no. Then the delayed pickup of the Katars. He might swap back to sword, but maybe not. Weapon spawn coming in, there it is. That's gonna keep that weapon spawn away from Luna.
And Godly has those KO tools. He can go for the side air, he can go for the unarmed gravity cancel side light, and he can go for nothing more as Luna hits the nair to keep his stock alive.
Luna happened to win the race to get the first hitboxes out. We even heard the audio play from the Qatar neutral air, but it didn't come out quickly enough compared to Luna's unarmed. That just saved his life.
Keeping this stock alive, giving him opportunities to keep this one even. Godly not in position, the unarmed neutral light not quite enough. It's still small Brawlhaven. He still needs a little more, but the side sig misses.
Godly wasn't able to find the punish there because he already threw out the neutral light by the time Luna's signature came out. GC side sig to get back on the main platform. Actually finds a connection, but ultimately Godly finds the stock and the lead. A minute and a half over actually in this game. A little bit of a longer game given that we're on small Brawlhaven, but that's not the most crazy thing when you think about both players playing string-heavy weapons.
They're both playing so incredibly well, but they also both don't always have those KO tools. Godly has a little bit more with that sword, but Luna has those sigs. He hits the down sig to keep the stock count even, and he's going to wait a little bit. He wants to delay this weapon spawn as long as he can.
Now that sig he just threw out there was an incredibly safe option. Godly was all the way over on the wall. Even if he could actually get close enough to Luna, because Godly was without a weapon, he didn't have the range. Godly turning this around immediately. Oh my goodness, what an early KO.
2 stocks to 1. Godly is doing it against Luna. He could go up big. Game 3 is such an important game as Luna doesn't hit the follow-up, that ground pound that he wanted to punish a dodge of Godly. Side sig charged up. It's going to be a recovery to punish.
That was an easy punish for Godly, of course. Luna charging that one up gave Godly so much time to figure out exactly what he wanted to do. Godly has Luna in the white. Luna has Godly in the orange. There's a weapon spawn on the field. Godly has been a lot more cognizant of all of those weapon spawns. It seems like even though the damage might be on the guitars more than the sword. Oh my gosh, dude.
That's what happens when you go for a gravity cancel. 3 seconds of punishability, and Godly utilized all 3 of them. Luna with the neutral 6, still not enough. The recovery, still not enough for Luna to take this to final stocks. The neutral light will finally do it, but Luna has got to play basically a perfect stock. He is 1 hit from getting knocked out.
Weapon spawn coming in, the immediate swap over. Oh my goodness, Godly unarmed. He's like almost securing these KOs so often with the unarmed kit. Did it in the beginning of this game, did it just now. The light recovery, giving Godly the lead now into game 4.
The EU is holding on. They have the potential to go into the grand finals. Godly versus Luna. So many people speculated about how this one could go. So many people wanted to know who would take it, the #1 EU versus the #1 NA. And now, again, the pressure is on Luna. The last time he was in this spot, he was able to reverse it with the swap to the Tai Lung. Will he do it again?
I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. We heard from the analysts earlier that they were not sure that Luna had it in him if he went down and lost 2 games playing on the Diamond Head. Might need a little bit of an early swap to the Tai Lung, but that's not what we end up getting from Luna. We'll see if he's made the change. We'll see what map we're going to. We'll see what answer Luna has to the Godly question.
He's sticking with the Diamond Head for game number 4. He believes it's the thing to take down the last European and earn him his fight against Impala in the grand finals. Is he gonna leave small Brawlhaven on the board? The map he's lost twice on to Godly.
No, he's not. You just saw it get taken off. He spent like 15 seconds on that 4th map ban. The first 3 came through pretty quickly, but that final ban, that took a long time. That took a lot of thought.
3,
and we're
2,
going to the Demon Island. No soft platform here.
Game number 4. Luna hoping that the bigger box will help him out as he hits the sidelight recovery, hits a nair. He's keeping the damage going on to Godly. Can he get the 0 to KO? The side sig misses and Godly taps him with a neutral air.
Even though the side sig misses, Luna actually gets back to the main platform with it and continues his pressure. The high ceiling of Demon Island. I'll tell you what, if we were on Brawlhaven, that would have led to the KO. But I'm sure Luna is still happy with this pick so far. He has so much room to play around with. Left to right, up and down. That gives him some space that he can put between himself and Godly.
His guitars have been looking so good, but it was the gauntlets that got him this lead here in game number 4. He's sticking with the guitars now against Godly's sword, and Godly goes for the wake up down air. Luna with a chase dodge turnaround recovery, keeping that pressure going on top of Godly.
Godly over here, slowing things down, now swapping over to the guitars. Luna disarming himself. Godly chasing a little bit into the air, but only throwing close moves when Luna was a little bit further away from him. They're just trading blow for blow back and forth, which here is a terrible thing for Godly.
Yeah, I mean, he's a full stock behind both of them. Love doing that wake up down air after getting caught by the opponent's guitars. Neutral light, he goes for the wake up, but Luna's recovery is a little bit faster. Watch for the guitars. Luna tries to set it up, but he can't get the hit.
Oh, the recovery catches him in the air, sends him off the top.
Damage has been done though. Luna maintains his lead. He just needs to get this stock. Godly not gonna give it to him easily. Edge guard opportunity, but he misses the dare.
Luna actually doesn't get punished for throwing out that signature. Godly now choosing again, yet again, to go in big. He's looking for those huge, massive plays to bring himself back in this, to get the early KO onto Luna.
No, but he is getting the hits, he's getting the damage. Luna
He's still doing it.
The side air. Luna able to keep this stock lead. Godly has been betting big, but he's still getting the damage onto Luna.
Immediate weapon starving coming out from Luna. He has another set of guitars under his belt. Now he has the gauntlets in hand. It almost seemed like he was going to go pick up those guitars yet again. He saw Godly was coming in, backed away from it. Gauntlets v guitars. Luna with a nice lead.
The turnaround hits the Sair, the Nair, Godly switch, and Luna's gonna take game number 4. We're going to game 5. This one is going the distance.
I wouldn't want it any other way. I don't think the people at home would want it any other way. Now the competitors themselves might want it some other way, but they're not gonna get that.
I keep saying that this entire event has been like a dream. This current set has been many people's dream for BCX, and of course, that dream, you want to see it come through. Going to game number 5, the final hope here. Will Godly keep the EU dream alive, or will Luna be the one to shut it down and make sure that NA continues its streak of 1v1 gold medals?
Godly can't fight on the edge. Based off of the information we got last game, he cannot fight on the edge against Luna here. It's always going to favor either weapon that Luna has. He either goes even if it's guitars v guitars, or he's going to be behind if it's sword v guitars, sword v gauntlet, even really guitars v gauntlet. Oh my gosh!
Gets the ground pound. That's actually good damage for Luna, but Godly responds with a nice guitar string of his own. Both of them dancing in their respective squares for a little bit here. They know how important this game 5 is. They know how important each of these stocks are.
Sig does get punished by Godly. Weapon toss to open up Luna. Nice dodge from Luna. Swapping over to the gauntlets. You saw the Sig come out. Instantly gets punished. So far, the Sigs have not been working this game. Oh!
Hide 6 from Luna. He's got horizontal movement, but not the vertical. Godly gonna take the stock lead.
Coming down to Apocalypse. We do have a soft platform here. Nice little edge guard though to end that one up from Godly, and we're back to guitars v guitars. Luna is able to fall down quickly enough to get away from the instant punish attempt that came out from Godly on the whiff side.
Really good hits from Luna, but he needs the KO in order to keep this one close. Already a little bit of damage added up onto this second stock of Luna. Still not enough to finish this stock of Godly.
Okay, we're not seeing Godly go in on the edge like he was previously on Demon Island. We're not seeing those deep ground pounds coming out. He'll dip over the edge for just a little bit, but then he'll get back on the main stage. He knows that weapon succeeds in neutral, especially when you're going up against someone like Luna, where the edge guarding from Luna has been immaculate.
He hits that recovery to keep this one going. Waiting again to make sure that he can deny the weapons for as long as possible. Weapon spawn, Luna gonna try to cover, but Godly picks it up.
Godly, he's just looking for somewhere to land.
He's got the runway. He's He's got the stage control. Both of them going for weapon tosses. Luna needs more hits. He's just getting these gentle taps onto Godly. Can't deny the weapon pickup, and Godly's got the sword.
Again, Godly just being so careful before he makes a commitment. Even the side air he just threw out got interrupted. Luna with the insig does get punished for 2.
He was going for a big read there, might have paid off. Dodges through the side air, doesn't hit the sideline. Godly is responding hit for hit. Nair, Luna, not sure what weapon he wants. It's gonna be the gauntlets.
Still had plenty of room to get over that weapon spawn. So he wasn't at a weapon disadvantage for too long. Didn't take any hits in the process. Has the gauntlet. Whiffs the sig. That's going to give Godly a little bit of a damage lead here. He has a much more consistent knockout option. There is the inconsistency coming through from Luna, actually, and it's his own fault.
That tension is too much, but he hits the recovery. He's got the tiniest of leads here, but you can tell the pressure, the sweat, all of it is mounting because he missed a true combo that he's never missed before.
Katars v Katars until Luna disarms himself. Weapon toss went wide left. He's able to pick him up. Back again, a fresh spawn. Now putting the pressure onto Godly. Instant slap from Godly.
You could not have asked for a better Game 5. Final stocks here. The top 2 players for NA and EU here in the elimination final. Luna with the gauntlets, Godly with the Katars.
Man, this map can be so helpful to a player who's looking for a weapon spawn. We've seen Godly and Luna both use that soft platform to stall out the game and then pick up the weapon spawn as it comes in high. Luna's gauntlets have the lead.
He didn't get the read, the neutral light, dodges and gets caught by the recovery. Burn dodge there, still gets above Godly. Side stick charged up, but the punish
soft
whiff.
Platform got in the way of Godly. Again, getting away from these signatures. Luna cannot panic, use these signatures.
Gotta be careful here. This is the most important stock of his tournament life here at the World Championship. Godly with the Sair disarms Luna. Trouble is building for Luna, but he picks up the Katars.
Not even just the most important tournament stock of his career today, but his career in entirety. The neutral sig gets punished. The neutral from Godly. The recovery not enough?
Not enough, just barely too high of a ceiling. Godly on the edge, he knows he just needs that one hit, a downlight, a recovery, and he's gonna put this one away. The weapon toss from Luna, but nothing else. Downlight, recovery, AU holds on. Godly wins it in game number 5.
Apocalypse almost got in the way of Godly finding a punish onto Luna earlier. That soft platform got in the way. Luna hanging his head in his hands. His tournament run is over. You see EU on their feet. Luna, a very young player here, had so much pressure on his shoulders. So many people thought Luna in grand finals was a sure thing, but it didn't happen.
Bro, I'm gonna cry just looking at the heartbreak of Luna. He's so sad. He had so much pressure on him, and what a heartbreaker for him to lose it here in game number 3. Godly gets the sigh of relief, but Luna is stunned for the day. He gets a bronze medal here at the World Championship.
We're gonna throw it over to the analyst desk. Let us know.
Oh my goodness, what a match. What I feel heartbroken yet excited. I don't know how to feel, but it was just so torn here. TWK, tell me how you feel about the outcome of this match.
Man, so incredibly close. All the way down to the wire. Game 5, the comeback that Luna made just from gameplay adjustments, not the legend swap. You know, there was a little bit of a stage change up, but it really was the gameplay adjustments. And I loved seeing it in the Qatar mirror in particular, because you got to see them both go for a little bit of a rock, paper, scissor, I condition you, you condition me, which I could talk about a little bit later.
Dude, he did it. He did it with Link Cesari the whole way through. I am Godly's new biggest fan. That was awesome. Woo. Oh my goodness. Godly plays guitars in a way I've never really seen before. He's doing everything so differently than how I usually do it and how I usually see it. He's making a great use of the neutral air. I mean, even in situations where it's not the best option, it is the safest option. And maybe he could convert more damage if it were a down air into a dodge read, or a down light into a dodge read, or a neutral light into a dodge read. But he's hitting them with the nair while moving away in case it misses. He's out of there, right?
Yep.
And then he still finds the follow-ups when needed. Man, that was awesome.
That was
awesome.
that was literally
Dude,
an incredible match.
Down to the last, and you know what else? He's not using. He didn't use any signatures in that last one. We saw the stock. We saw the signature count and the stats there. He did not use any signatures in that last game. Godly and Luna both played a very technical, like fundamental game.
I loved in the Qatar mirror match, you know, you'd hit each other with the Qatar neutral light, right? Usually you expect a dodge, so you go for the dodge read and you wait.
Right.
Well, what's the answer to that? They would immediately attack with a down air to interrupt.
They were both doing that to each other.
Yes, until you go the option for that option where, hey, I'm just going to attack with the down light to beat that out. It was great.
It was fantastic. And I want to know more about this match. Remy, you got to help us break it down.
Sheepy, we just watched as God steps over the moon, as Godly takes over Luna in an intense Game 5. The patience, the intelligence, it's just EU, man. They're great. Godly did not waste a single moment. They did not waste a single attack at all. And you can see it come out here as he just kind of stays real close to Luna on this edge play, and he makes sure that Luna does not get back to the map. That kind of patience, that intelligence turns into a situation where finally, as Godly goes off stage with him, gets his spot dodge, turns it into an edge guard, gets that side air. Very clean work from Godly. He is one of the smartest players that we have to offer right now in Brawlhalla scene. And he's so smart that he knows when he can push his limits. He knows what is optimal to go for. He gets this clean and like catches his dodge, and as Luna moves back towards the wall, he goes for that raw ground pound. The recovery comes out, and it's the bread and butter. It's what we love to see. I'm gonna play in slow motion for you the GC down like ground pound. I know a long time ago I told Steven everyone could do it. I lied. Godly's the guy to do it. Continuing on with the Qatars, like I said, he does not waste a single move. You can see he moves forward, but he doesn't throw an attack out because he doesn't need to yet. He lets Luna come to him, and he wastes Luna's dodge right there. Gets the beautiful half-pipe combo, does a ton of damage onto Luna there, pushing himself further into the lead. And like I said, man, this guy, he's a force to be reckoned with. He's got himself sitting in the grand finals right now. That three-piece right there was beautiful. Throws the weapon to confirm the edge guard, and he's going to have to do it again versus Impala in this NA versus EU Grand Finals. I'm excited for you. The desk is excited for you. I want to hear what they have to say.
Thank you so much, Remy. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's officially time for the BCX 2022 Singles Grand Finals. It's Godly versus Impala. One of these competitors will be walking away with $50,000, okay? Woo, that's still a lot of money, $50,000, and a very nice trophy for first place. The stage is set, the players are ready to go, and we know that the crowd is hyped for this Grand Finals match.
Let's hear it, crowd. Let's hear it.
Let's go.
Bring the noise.
The Grand Finals is just moments away, guys. I do want to talk about this matchup real quick and hear your thoughts and predictions about this. TWK, tell me first, Impala versus Godly. Thoughts?
All right, this is the run back. This is what we just saw in winners finals. Does Godly have the answer? He was able to go down into the elimination bracket, solve the puzzle that is Luna. Does he have the answer to the puzzle that is Impala?
That is a difficult puzzle to solve. We already seen the matchup, and it was pretty crazy, okay? And, you know, he did try a Surrey versus Impala, and it didn't work very well. So I'm wondering what he's going to do. I mean, obviously, I think he can still just get it done. But something to consider. $50,000 for first place? That's a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
That's never happened in a fighting game ever. No one's ever fought a match for $50,000. This is like the craziest money match that could ever exist.
It's probably the largest money match that could exist.
Right.
What?
Yeah. and it's the perfect North America versus Europe storyline. What's it gonna be? The chat's gonna tell us.
Oh
and
my gosh, we're leaning here to 59% Impala,
We've got
North
Impala
America.
believers.
We
Okay,
do.
I
I
mean,
can hear it in the crowd too.
yeah.
We got Impala believers here. We got people who are Impala stands cheering and rooting for this North American player sitting.
Impala, Impala, Impala. Okay. Sorry. Okay. I think Godly can do it. I mean, the Twitch chat being in favor of Godly of Impala is understandable because we saw the matchup earlier in Winners Finals, but I guarantee this is going to go a little bit differently.
Yes, we cannot forget about Godly. Maybe he has figured something out. And I wanted to give the EU region or anybody who's actually rooting for Godly, please cheer in the crowd. Say it in chat. Hashtag BCX 2022. Do it on the socials. Let us know how you feel. Who's rooting for Godly? Come on, and the crowd right now.
Let's hear it, Godly. Let's hear it for Godly. EU, where you at?
I know the EU dudes are still out there.
Where are the EU dudes?
Okay.
All right, okay. Now, we saw Twitch chat's predictions. I'm gonna put this on y'all now. I'm gonna start with you, TWK. Who is going to be crowned our world champion for singles
I'm an
today?
Impala believer. I'm an Impala believer. How could I not be? After the performance to get here so far, he's been running through every single name that we've been predicting for BCX for months. Nobody predicted Impala.
I know, you're right. Foda, how do you feel about this one?
That does sound like a fun timeline that I would love to be in. However, I must go with my original, the same as last time. If Godly sticks with the Asuri, especially using the Lynx Asuri skin, I have no choice. And I'm happy to be cheering for Godly in this matchup.
Wow. Oh my goodness. The cheer. Yo,
the region
crowd.
pride is stronger than the character pride, it seems.
Oh my goodness, the crowd themselves has a reaction towards that. It's crazy to see how divided people are in chat, but also at the desk. But I believe, everyone, it is time for our grand finals here at BCX 2022. All right, the players are ready. It's set. It's time to now bring them on stage. First up, give it for Impala.
Let's hear it for Impala. Oh yeah. Oh my God. How do you?
Sam, but I'm Brawlhalla. I guess I'm referred to as Impala. I've been playing for 6 years, and I went competitive in mid-2018 when it released on console. In 2019, I'm not sure if there was as much hype as there is now. In 2022, everybody's going wild for hitting something as simple as a SIG, and I'm not gonna lie, I acted the same way too. When I watched Sandstorm versus Stingray, literally just a couple minutes ago. Whenever I prepare for my matches, I make sure that my head is completely empty. Not from the fundamentals or anything, but more of the person that I'm fighting against, because if I have preemptive thoughts of the person that I'm fighting and they exceed what I thought they were going to do, then I feel behind. I'm developing information that I'm seeing rather than the information that I'm predicting. When I play on stage, I'll notice that it's honestly not that bad.
Look at that, the
Give it up, everybody, for Impala.
He doesn't even care. He doesn't even care.
Scratch on the face. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna go this way. The stage, my home.
Look at him walk up, and the crowd just cheering for him. Everyone's standing up in the crowd, too.
Oh, they got the chant going. They're all behind him here.
Oh,
listen to the crowd.
Just let it wash over straight into the tunes.
All right, now he's getting set. He's putting his tunes, but we can't forget his opponent on the other side who fought it through the elimination bracket. Please, everyone, welcome to the stage, Godly.
Let's hear it, Europe.
Let's go.
My name is Zavai, but I go by the name of Godly.
Since summer of 2018. I've only been in since the start of this year, so all of the seasonals, 6, I think, and then up till now, which is BCX, it's like 7, and I've won like pretty much all my tournaments except one, because BCX is definitely a lot better, but I wasn't even competing back then, like properly. I was just playing for fun, so. But I love being there at BCX and being a competitive player. I don't really do much, to be honest. I kind of just tell myself I'm the best or I'm the GOAT, and then I just kind of go in and just keep cool. That's like the best thing you can do, just keep calm and keep cool. It's really the same as others because I don't really try to think too much about people cheering for me because that's additional pressure, even though people are actually out there in person. So I kind of just treat it like any other tournament, but obviously I'm trying my best. I do get a little bit of a buff of hearing people like cheer for me and stuff. That's pretty cool, but end of the day, I'm just playing and playing my best. AirPods in, headset on, focusing on the game and nothing outside the game.
And there he is, Godly
Oh, there it is, the ringing of the hands. That's how you know it's business time.
And we have people jumping and cheering for Godly as well. I mean, this is PR #1 here.
Look at this crowd. That whole left side of this building is all about Godly. Woo!
Oh my goodness. Well, here it is, everyone. We are finally here on the grand finals of our singles competition for BCX 2022. Duke, Sparky, bring us the action.
7 years of Brawlhalla esports, and not once has EU gone home with the gold medal, but all of this year, Godly has made it to the grand finals. He has taken home the gold 5 of the 6 tournaments he's played in this year, and he's looking to take home 1 more here at the Brawlhalla World Championship.
On the other side, Boda said it earlier. He said, an Impala set is about the gambling. And I feel like I need to start calling Impala train wrecks because it feels like he's the only one that ends up getting paid with all that gambling. He says, stock, 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 get us into grand finals and say nothing.
The stoic stallion does not care who he's up against. All that matters is that he takes home the W. The last time these two competed against each other, it went in favor of Impala. PR number 10 for North America. Nobody expected him here, but everybody is watching as it's Impala versus Godly, Kaya versus the Asuri.
Now the people at home were just seeing the stats. You and I had a view of the actual in-game lobby, and Impala was emoting in the in-game lobby. He was actually emoting more in the actual in-game lobby than he is in real life, given all the pressure, all the money that's on the line, all the glory, all the blood, sweat, and tears that he's poured into this game.
This is the most important set of both of their esports careers. The grand finals of the Brawlhalla World Championship. Godly is on the Asuri, but it's not the one Boda asked for.
It's the gross one. It's like the vintage classic Asuri that a lot of Asuri players used to run way back in the day. First weapon goes to Godly here in the grand finals, and we're back to Brawlhaven.
Impala starting it off. His bow has been so effective. It's what got him the W, the reason why he's in the grand finals top side. Meanwhile, Godly, keep in mind, he's already taken 1 L. He's in the elimination side of the bracket, and if he loses here, he's done for the day. He has to win 2 best of 5s against Impala, the person who 3-0'd him to get here.
There was no grand finals reset in 2v2s earlier today. We'll see if Godly can accomplish the impossible and reset the bracket on Impala. The way it's going so far, I don't think it's gonna happen.
Impala with the aviary brings out the owl to take the first stock here, and he's so undamaged.
Man, back when I had a cat, when I was growing up outside, the birds would always bother him. Same thing here with the owl from Impala, bothering this cat that is Godly. Huge lead for Impala in this one. Has the bow in hand. It's just so damn clean.
So many owls for Impala. Back-to-back KOs. goes off of the bow and sig. Impala is looking so good. Imagine three-stocking Godly, the #1 PR in EU, here in the World Championship stage?
How do you even come back from that? I mean, even this lead right now, it doesn't even have to be a 3-stock, but the momentum is all in Impala's favor. Godly answers back, gets the stock, but still, after the previous performance from Impala against Godly and the performance that has already started in this set, a mountain to climb for Godly, both physically and mentally.
Well, he's got his hiking boots on and he is starting the climb. He needs to get through 2 more stocks of Impala if he wants to take home game #1. Back to the sword, has just a neutral light. A downlight side air wouldn't be enough. A downlight recovery wouldn't be enough. He needs more damage.
Gonna get interrupted there with the nice neutral light from Impala. The harpoon toss comes out, weapon squad coming in, picks up the bow. He's already grabbed 2 stocks with the bow, the D-light side air. Godly, if he gets the stock here, that's going to, of course, take away the weapon. Impala's going to spawn back in. The next weapon will be a spear, which is probably what Godly wants based on the spear or the bow play that we've seen from Impala so far in this game.
Well, Godly's going to be sticking with those guitars for now on the fresh stock of Impala, and Impala just swinging, throwing out the fist, the unarmed neutralites, the down sig comes out, and Godly with the punish. Impala tries to go for the wake-up ground pound, and Godly catches him with a down air. The weapon toss gets thrown. Godly is finding the gaps in Impala's armor.
He's in control of the pacing of the game, at least right at this moment. He was also in control of the weapons. Impala has the bow in hand. Godly adding up the damage, the neutral air. Not sure if one more of those would do it, even on this map. That one did send off screen, but it might be the recovery that he's looking for, and there it is.
Impala closes out game #1, stoic as always. Godly may be a god, but what's a god to a non-believer? And of course, we have been seeing zero disbelief coming out from Impala.
I feel like we saw just a little bit though. We saw a little bit of a smirk. For a normal person, that's nothing. But for Impala, it was just enough to say, yep, I did this earlier, I can do it again. I've already started it off, the train is rolling, and it's not stopping until I'm at that trophy.
Well, Godly, one of the stops on the train tracks, is switching over to the Hattori here for game #2. He's hoping this is the thing to put a halt to Impala, who has been running through Godly, been running through opponents to get here in the grand finals. And Godly's sword starts it off with a nice ground pound, but he can't continue it.
Now this time, Godly's swapping up the order. Before, when they played, it was the Hattori into the Asuri. This time, it's the Asuri into the Hattori. Of course, the third legend choice that came out from Godly in that final loss was the Petra. Will that be an option? Will it even get that far?
Impala gonna try to make sure it doesn't even matter as he starts off game #2 with the lead. The spear down sig to take the stock off of Godly.
Sword coming in, of course, the classic bow play from Impala. I'm going to see so many more Kayas in my ranked games, specifically because of players who are inspired by what we're seeing today.
I mean, Impala's plays have been inspirational. The way he's utilizing this kit has been like none other, and Godly can't get the KO. He's been so effective in his edge guards, but Impala was ready for it. 2 owls.
So back to
Is there a third?
He said 1, 2. Is there a 3?
Looking like Harry Potter's house. The owls are coming to deliver a message that Impala might be going to Hogwarts, but Godly gonna send him first class tickets to second Stocktown.
Juggling the weapons. Godly in KO damage. Even that neutral air almost sent Godly off screen. Here comes the spear. DC again. That's enough. Impala, virtually unstoppable.
Full stock advantage. The king of EU is bleeding here against Impala. Again, I have to repeat it. Nobody expected this Kaya to get here.
Hold on, Jet Bean did.
Okay, one person expected this Kaya to get here.
Jumping in the air, Godly looking for some juggle game. He's gonna need to add up that damage.
How does he pick those up so high? Almost got the KO off of that one alone. That would have been a 2-stock for Impala. Has Godly in KO damage, completely backing up, using all of that movement speed that Kaya has to get away.
Impala avoiding the weapon toss in the offstage. Side sig connects. Impala takes another one. He's trying to take it home for the North Americans.
NA is loving this right now. We saw Godly say just a few moments ago that he gets a buff when people cheer for him. He's gonna need all the buffs in the world, and maybe even then some, because Impala is absolutely disgusting on the Kaya. Some of the most incredible bow play I have ever seen in my life. And this tournament has had a ton of incredible bow play, but Impala stands above all else.
This is BCX 2022, the most stacked esports event Brawlhalla has ever had. Multiple, multi-time world champions, and Impala standing above all of them right now. 2-0 advantage over Godly.
The sight on the edge, hoping that maybe the edge guard is the solution to Impala here. You saw the gravity cancel neutral signature moving a little bit forward, but of course Godly saw the sweat beads, knew there was nothing else that Impala had, completely stayed away from it.
Godly starting off nice though. He's got that stock advantage. Impala struggling a little bit here against the Scythe of Godly, maybe taking some hits because Luna swapped to the Mordex earlier in his matchup against Impala.
Yeah, but it didn't work.
He got one.
He got one.
And Godly is going to get 2 stocks
it's
off
worked
Impala.
So here, a huge 2-stock lead for Godly. Of course, we're here on Brawlhaven. Godly constantly pushing his opponent over to the edge. That is what Scythe does best.
The amount of control that Godly has with the Scythe in hand, going for more sidelights, the down sig. Impala gonna make sure he doesn't get 3-stocked here. He's just gotta work through 2 more to get that gold medal.
Easy neutral air grabs the gauntlets right away from Godly. Starting to take some damage. The range disadvantage is really gonna hurt him here if he can't find his way in. The sidelight was nice. Oh my goodness. How does he even it up? Just like that.
Impossible to tame this Impala. Final stocks here. Impala is 1 stock away from being the BCX 2022 World Champion.
Is he going to do it with a 3-0? What an incredible statement that would be for Impala as a player. Clearly the peak of his career happening right in front of us, but this would mean that the best is yet to come for this player.
Double-digit PR on the side of Impala. He has not had a standout year this year, and Godly has, and he'll hold on here in game number 3. We're going to number 4, but Impala has shown so much life, so much fight, so much resilience.
With all that life, you gotta think about the other side. You gotta think about Godly. Did take a victory, but he's just clinging to life. All the hopes of EU just barely clinging to life here. Yet again, stoicism, control, the real Sigma grind set here coming from Impala.
He's got money on his mind, money in his eyes, because he knows the prize pool here is life changing. He's going to change up the skin game at least here for game number 4. Godly sticking with the Mordex.
We're going to Apocalypse, going to have that soft platform here. Godly opening it up big again.
Dare connects. Godly goes for the offstage. Impala gets back up. He is safe with that main stage underneath him.
Juggling coming out. Neutral airs goes for the recovery as well. Picks up the 3-piece, has Godly already in the orange. Actually at the damage lead, definitely now.
The Owls have been so effective for Impala. He's hit 5 out of the 6 Owls he's thrown out against Godly here in the Grand Finals. He hits the Sair. Godly still gets the wall touch.
D-light recovery, true option. You saw him fade back a little bit. Do I want to go for the spear? Absolutely not. I want that bow. The majority of the damage in almost all of Impala's games has been on the bow.
The pressure mounting for Godly. 2 stocks to the 3 of Impala, and Impala's not even at KO percent. A downlight Sair just builds more lead for Impala.
Oh, Godly went in with the ground pound, but he got interrupted.
Weapon toss goes wide. Impala still gets the wall touch. Sair. He's in position. The Nair gets Impala back up. He's still holding on to this first stock.
That's a dodge burn. Immediate weapon toss up to hopefully stop anything that Godly was going to throw out. A ground pound, a weapon toss. The movement over to the edge. Godly finds the first stock, but there is so much damage done to his second. He's gonna have to really come out swinging here. He's gonna have to find the damage he found early on, but like double it and then not take damage like he already did.
Oh, but there's the damage, and there's the owl. Impala, 1 stock away. He's got 2 left. This is such a high mountain for Godly to have to climb.
Oh, he actually went the weapon toss down. He's still able to pick it back up. He's going to be looking for the bow pretty quickly. Weapon spawn comes in. Godly is not going to allow it. The weapon advantage is his best advantage right now. He has to find the damage. Sitting over to the edge, attempting the edge guard. Nice neutral air to turn things around.
A Sair from Impala gets him back up safely. Another dare from Godly. Wants him in the offstage. He'll hit the ground pound. Final stocks here. Godly trying to hold on for dear life.
He's done a great job of making this game even, of bringing the possibility of a game 5 here. Godly possibly has it within his grasp. He's going to be careful here. Waited for that side light and punished it immediately.
Getting some damage here. Cannot breathe yet. The Nair from Impala pushing Godly further into the red. Impala unarmed. Godly just gets a side light. The Ensig almost does it. The Owls are coming out for Impala.
He's going to be looking for the D-Light recovery or maybe another Owl. This is Godly's last chance. He has to find something here. He has to find the gimp. He has to find the damage. He has to find the edge guard. Not enough just yet. The low strength of Kaya.
So many Owls for Impala, but it's a dare to crown our new world champion. NA's taking home another gold, this time in the hands of Impala.
What an interesting outcome that not only has implications for this tournament itself, but for next year, man. I'm already looking forward to it. The grand champion of Brawlhalla 1v1s still has the headphones on. Impala, what an incredible performance.
So relaxed, so calm, so chill. Another day in the park, and he's like, oh, I guess this is mine. I don't know. Where am I going to put this on my shelf? Either way, he is your 1v1 Brawlhalla World Champion.
Man, Jet Bean called it.
Kind of smart.
Jet Bean called it. What an incredible day. What an incredible tournament. I'm still in disbelief that the player left standing on the stage, hoisting that tournament championship trophy in the air, is none other than PR10 C13 Impala.
He had to upset so many people. NA's PR number 2 Stingray, NA's PR number 1 Luna, EU's PR number 1 Godly. Impala did not care who it was. He was gonna go through them, and that makes Impala the champion. And what an insane story. He slipped under everyone's radars except Jet Beans. Except Jet Beans. And now he is waving the trophy high.
And it wasn't like a knockdown, drag-out fight that went to a game 5 every time. It was a 3-0 and then a 3-1. No bracket reset. That is a 6-1 against Godly. He made it look truly almost effortless. The way he plays that Kaya, the way he incorporates those signatures into his general play, into his general strings. I'm still in awe. I'm still in disbelief.
It's been an unbelievable weekend, and it's so crazy. Impala, being that character specialist that he is, we didn't see too many Kayas. It wasn't a bracket full of Kayas. It wasn't everyone going, hey, Kaya is the pick. Instead, it was Impala saying, this is what I've been playing for years, and this is my time to shine.
We're in a gauntlet meta. We're also in a spear meta, but of the spear characters that are regularly played, it's not Kaya, but you know who it is. We're going to have Ajax down with an interview I'm excited to see right on the main stage.
All right. 3 PR #1 ranked players entered top 8, but none of them stand next to me right now because the only one still left here is Impala. You know, a little while ago, I asked you a question. You gave me a pretty interesting answer I wasn't ready for. So I'm going to ask you, does this moment right now still feel normal?
Wait for it. Yeah.
You were able to not only deal with Luna, and then you dealt with Godly. Going into Grands, did you feel just as confident? Was there anything that you needed to change up, or you just feel that everything you were doing was just the same?
Just about, yeah. But I assumed I needed to change something when I was like backstage, and apparently there are like 2 setups where people can like warm up and stuff. I found somebody in a custom lobby who had my setup, and they were like trying to figure out what I was doing. So I assumed I had to do something, so I did. So I won.
Even all the preparation in the world could not stop you. Dominant victory after dominant victory. Is there anyone here today that you want to shout out, say thank you or anything like that?
There are several different people. Let me start off with the one person who kickstarted my career in 2020 and helped me become the player who's kind of like standing here today. Stingray, who's out there. Without him, he wouldn't have taught me about consistency. It was like, oh, you need to make it so whenever you're playing, it's that you could repeat the same process over and over again. And without him, that just simply wouldn't be possible. And I have so many like things to thank him for, because without him, I wouldn't be doing any of this, or I wouldn't even be standing here. So another one, probably my sparring partners. So we could start with Made and Jetbean, since they're both Mordex players, I guess. I mean, I want to thank everybody. I mean, I feel as if I have so many people to thank, but I want to keep it short because I got to hug everybody I got to thank later, I guess. And it's all so surprising to me. My first LAN also happens to be my first dub. So, I mean, and it was a very rough decision at the time. I was like, bro, I mean, it's LAN. Are people who play on LAN like so much more different than people who play online? No. If anything, LAN might actually be low-key less legit than online. I'll be honest, like, now let me explain. Because first of all, I love the venue, bro. Everything about the experience, like that had to do with BCX was like really good. I had so much fun. And I had even more fun winning and seeing the folks that support me right in front of me. So, cool. Guess that's it for now, of course.
All right. Well,
thank you.
Final words coming from Impala. And one more thing to say. Luna stood on top of North America. Godly stood on top of EU. But today, you stand on top of the world. Congratulations, and give it up for your BCX World Champion, Impala.
Congratulations, Impala! PR10 being the world champ of 2022. TWK Photo, I gotta hear your thoughts on the outcome of this.
I love Impala's style, man.
Yeah.
That's a guy with style.
Oh yeah, I really enjoy the fact that he is a tame Impala on the outside, but a wild one in the game.
Oh, that's well said, brother.
We can look at these highlights here, and oh man, seeing the footage of Godly just trying to figure out what to do, but Impala just was so confident, and you even heard it in the interview. He was so confident.
Oh yeah.
Everything was the same. Offline, online, it's all the same battle to him.
He's ready for it, man. All right, so we were looking through his stats. I just wanted to bring up that 1 gold medal that's sitting on his record. That was from the Mammoth Arcadian.
That's an Arcadian.
The Arcadian.
This is his first actual dub.
Man, and he is just fully unleashed.
Yes, and he has earned himself $50,000. And that trophy, look at this world champ. Oh my goodness. Woo!
Bravo.
Congratulations,
Bravo.
Like, we can't
Wow.
stop. And all the people in the crowd over there too, in the venue, just cheering for him
We've got
too.
the best
wow.
crowd. We got the
Thank
best
you.
crowd out here. Brawlhalla community. It's because of you. Let's go.
Now I do want to get final thoughts here as we start wrapping up. Final thoughts, TWK. I'm going to throw it to you first. Final thoughts.
Man, he is just so incredibly comfortable. I love how he's essentially constantly pump faking with his movement, so that way you don't see the rapid attack coming at you in just a split second.
Foda.
I think 2023 is going to be a big year for Impala and an even bigger year for Brawlhalla Esports because it's going to be bigger and better than ever, and I can't wait to see all of you guys there.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well, I want to, like, we have a little bit more time to just talk a little bit more about that grand finals, because that was a grand finals, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, that felt like a blur, okay? I had no idea how that was going, but it was a blur. That's how I felt like. TWK, I need you to tell me, break it down for me, break it down.
All right. First 2 games, Impala just absolutely going wild. Godly trying to search for the answer, kept swapping between different legends, and he found the answer in the Scythe. That's where he really started to pick it apart, started to bring it even, seemed to throw a hitch in a lot of Impala's plans. But then there was the adaptation. Stopped getting caught in a lot of those offstage strings, started finding his way back to stage in different unexpected routes, and Godly didn't have an answer for a stable Impala.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there, TWK, as usual. And maybe that's the one thing he said he had to do just a little bit differently after he saw somebody trying to figure out what to do against the Kaya.
Can I just also say, Kaya fans out there, including myself.
I know you're
Let's go! We have a Kaya as a champion, a world champion. I am so thrilled about that, and Impala's Kaya was absolutely clean. I want to start trying to wrap things up here because, I mean, wow, just everything has been going fantastic here, and there's so many people that we want to thank. I'm going to first thank, obviously, the people here at the venue still hanging around. Thank you so much for being here. It's literally you, the community, for literally, this is for you, and you make this happen, so thank you so much for being here. And then, of course, the viewers at home, thank you so much for your support as well. Like, we really can't thank you enough. Hello, Atrophius, I saw you. Don't even, what were you even doing? What are you even doing? I saw you. All right then. I'm like out of breath just because I can't believe what happened in that grand finals. It happened so fast, and I feel like I'm still living in that moment. I'm literally at that ending moment here.
This is such a great time. This BCX was such a great time.
Unreal for sure.
We needed this.
Yeah, we really did. Okay, well, what an amazing day 3 we've had. That was an incredible wrap to our weekend here. it's been crazy. It's honestly,
yeah, it's been awesome.
It's been crazy.
It's been awesome.
Yeah, it's been an insane day of matches. A lot of matches, actually, this whole weekend.
Yeah.
You know, lots of ups and downs, 3-0s, of course, and even game 5s. There's been so much that's been happening here. And honestly, we couldn't have asked for a better BCX 2022.
I agree.
And literally, I've already said this, but literally that is all due to the amazing Brawlhalla community that we have. Folks who are watching at home, tuning in all weekend long, all the people here in the venue coming all weekend long, competing, participating in the expo. Oh my goodness, the amazing Brawlhalla community. And of course, I gotta—
these guys.
Yes, and these guys, everyone who's coming behind me too. Let me just say congratulations again to our doubles winner, Boomy and Snowy, your doubles champion. Of course, congratulations to Impala, your BCX 2022 singles champion. 600 plus competitors showed up, but ultimately there could only be 2 winners, and those 2 have officially been crowned. We want to thank all of you for tuning in this weekend. It's been incredible, and we can't wait to do it again next year.
That's
okay?
right. That's right.
So, from everyone at Brawlhalla, in behalf of the entire talent team, the partners, all the people behind the scenes, thank you for an amazing year of Brawlhalla Esports. We love y'all so much, and we couldn't do it without y'all. So you know what? We're gonna have to wrap up here. We're gonna leave you with the sights and sounds of the Brawlhalla Championship Expo 2022. And until next time, y'all.
Good night,
everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Championship Sunday inside the Cobb Galleria in Atlanta, Georgia.
And we're back with day 3 of the Brawlhalla World Championships. It's serious time here.
I am scared for Godly and Posey. Snowy and Boomy are going to be the final boss. Oh, didn't land the last hit of the recovery, but the save from Snowy will do it. Here it is. The last hopes for the blue team are diminished. The red team is going to grand finals. Oh my God! Are you kidding me?
Snowy and Boomy both go for recovery. He gets the weapon, but they finally shut it down. And what was the most ridiculous attempt at a 2v1 comeback? We have one more game.
Dancing all around the map. I don't know if he can evade too much longer. And he cannot. The superstar, big time Boomy, clutching it out. And now America has your 2v2 champions for Brawlhalla BCX 2022.
3, 2, 1. It is a 180-degree turnaround. Now Impala is the one in the orange, and Godly is the one significantly behind the juggle game. Keep coming out.
Impala is going into grand finals.
Boom! There it is. Luna clutches it out in game number 5. Gotta be careful here. This is the most important stock. Downline recovery. EU holds on. Oh, they got the chant going. They're all behind it here. Oh, there is the ringing of the hand. Final stocks here. Godly trying to hold on for dear life. So many